In a picturesque town with fertile land and favorable weather, Sichuan has long been known as the land of abundance since ancient times. Here, the produce is bountiful, and the delectable dishes are mouth-watering. Not only is it a place of beautiful scenery and rich resources, but it has also given birth to a unique treasure in Chinese culinary culture, Sichuan cuisine. At this moment, in the capital city, Chef Zhang Jie was focused intently on his cooking, the vibrant red of the dishes intertwined with the fierce flames. Are the spicy diced chicken for table 3 and the autumn splendor in the garden for table 5 ready? The dishes were quickly brought out, enticing in color and rich in aroma. Spicy diced chicken with its signature numbing, spicy, fresh and fragrant flavors, tender and delicious, is a beloved dish in Sichuan cuisine. Autumn splendor in the garden, a heirloom dish of the Mo family, is renowned worldwide for its exquisite taste and beautiful presentation. A kitchen assistant girl, beaming praise continuously, "Chef Zhang, you've worked hard, alright, quickly send it to the young master." Alright. Meanwhile, Mo Ting was sitting in a corner playing video games, muttering curses, his skills still on cooldown. Die. Before he could react, his character in the game was quickly defeated. Mo Ting gnashed his teeth in annoyance, cursing loudly, and lamented. Dead again. Just then, the girl carefully brought the dish over and asked, "Young Master Mo, the dish for table 3 is ready. Should I serve it now?" But he paid no attention, focused only on his game. Go, we have to turn the tide this time." Suddenly, Mo Ting changed his demeanor, his gaze sweeping over as if he wanted to devour the person alive. "Wait," she froze, fear spreading through her entire body. "It's over," Mo Ting said cheerfully and innocently. "Bring the autumn splendor in the garden over, let me see it." But upon hearing this, the chef's faces instantly turned pale, all feeling immense irritation. "Here we go again. Whose turn is it to be unlucky this time? Who made this plate of autumn splendor in the garden?" Zhang Jie, cold sweat trickling down, gritted his teeth and voluntarily admitted, "I made it, young Master Mo. There shouldn't be any problems, right?" The dish on the plate was exquisitely and beautifully crafted. Autumn splendor in the garden could be called a signature dish of the Mo family. It involves cutting radishes into fine threads with light and swift knife skills, then arranging them into the shape of blooming autumn chrysanthemums. The dish got its name from this. He picked up a small piece with chopsticks, then took it with his hand, feeling it. The main focus was on 3 secrets: thin, translucent, and tender. "Chef Zhang, those golden radish threads may seem simple, but their preparation is extremely meticulous, requiring superb skill to execute properly. These radish threads are uneven in thickness. Do you think they can still be called petals?" Mo Ting stared intently at the radish threads, shaking his head straightforwardly as he critiqued, "Remake this dish. Practice your knife skills for another hour tomorrow." The chefs were all dumbfounded after hearing this, staring in disbelief. "What?" Zhang Jie gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, his face flushed red. Damn it, his eyes burning with fury, he couldn't help but shout, "It's just a radish thread, isn't it? What's so great about it? Always nitpicking. If you're so capable, do it yourself." Others quickly grabbed him, holding him tightly. "Don't think I'm new and don't understand. You're just a good-for-nothing who can't even hold a knife steady. Stop talking." He still struggled to curse. "Good-for-nothing." Then he flung his chef's hat to the ground, turned around angrily and loudly vented, "I thought this 100-year-old Mo family restaurant was something special, but it's just letting some useless kid dictate everything. I quit." Only after he finished speaking did Mo Ting open his mouth. "Stop." His brows slightly furrowed, he calmly and slowly replied, "You're right, I, Mo Ting, am indeed a good-for-nothing, but Mo family cuisine has always strived for excellence. As a chef, to have no respect for your own dishes and to stubbornly cling to your own opinions regarding others' feedback, someone like you," his gaze fixed forward, his tone firm, "is not fit to be a chef." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jie scoffed loudly. "Not fit with you?" No sooner had he spoken than another figure appeared, causing him to immediately bend and cower. What if I were to say it? His grandfather slowly walked in, leaning on a cane. Old master, why are you here?" "Old Master Mo Huang, the current head of the Mo family, president of the Sichuan Culinary Association." Mo Ting's grandfather. His eyes were clouded but still remarkably sharp. "I've heard your argument, both of you. May I say a few words?" The others chuckled awkwardly, cold sweat trickling down their backs. "He's really protective of his own. Jia's in trouble this time." Mo Huang's tone was firm and resonant, both defending his grandson and reprimanding Zhang Jie. "Mo Ting is indeed a bit strict, but that's not his fault. The reason Mo family cuisine has earned some renown is by constantly striving for perfection, doing what others cannot, and reaching the pinnacle of culinary artistry." Zhang Jie was stunned after hearing this. Seeing his expression, Mo Huang continued, "Jie, have you reached the pinnacle of culinary artistry? Do you have respect for every cut, every slice?" He stammered, unable to speak. Aye. Under the psychological assault, Zhang Jie completely broke down, falling to his knees. Mo Huang said, "Pack your things and go, you don't belong here. Have respect. Reach the pinnacle of culinary artistry." Only then did Zhang Jie close his eyes, pleading incoherently, "Old master, young Master Mo, I was wrong," but no one paid attention. The two went outside together to drink tea and chat. "Xiao Ting, you've worked hard these past days." "If it weren't for my old bones," he replied, eating skewers and smiling. "What are you saying, old master? I am the legitimate 28th generation head of the Mo family." Mo Huang's gaze became heavy, filled with sadness. Your talent and understanding of culinary arts truly deserve that title. Mo Ting concentrated on finishing the skewers in his hand. Even with his persistent grin he said, Old master, though my hands have some issues, I'm not useless. Suddenly, Mo Ding stood up, raised one leg high to show his grandfather, then hooked the handle of a kettle with his foot, giving a fierce kick that sent the kettle flying straight into the air. The kettle tumbled and spun in the air. Mo Ting then used his other raised leg to catch the kettle, performing the movement with incredible skill. Mo Huang witnessed this scene, astonished and disbelieving of this child. His eyes welled up and tears streamed down his face. How much effort and perseverance must one put in? Mo Ting beamed triumphantly, raising his hands to his grandfather, leaving the old master speechless. Old master, isn't that impressive? Pretty awesome, right? Suddenly, a chubby chef ran out from inside in a panic. Something's wrong, at the man's words. Mo Ting immediately ran out, even dropping and breaking the kettle. Someone's here to smash up the shop. Mo Ting charged forward angrily, shouting, What did you say? Someone's here to smash up the shop? Indeed, many people had gathered outside the shop, creating a bustling scene. This is outrageous. What are these people doing? Old Master Mo is so kind. How could he offend anyone? Call 110 immediately. This is simply too much. What kind of deep-seated hatred could cause this? The Mo family's ancestral sign has been torn down and thrown to the ground. Even the plaque has been smashed. It's just too much. Two influential-looking individuals stood there, exuding a menacing aura. Huang Tian turned his head, a hint of doubt in his voice, and asked, Is this the place? He chewed gum, blowing large bubbles, and scoffed dismissively. It's dilapidated. What's so good about it? So boring. The Huang family patriarch nodded. This is it. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be filled with emotion, agitated. 100 years. After saying this, his face darkened. The Mo family should pay for what happened back then. Mo Ting soon stormed out of the shop, looking ready for a fight. Scoundrel is causing trouble. He looked directly at Huang Tian, pointing and naming them. It's you. The Huang family patriarch raised an eyebrow upon seeing him. Huang Tian, still blowing bubbles, speculated. The Mo family's successor. Seeing him openly stepping on their family's plaque, Mo Ting was so enraged he almost spat blood. His eyes widened in disbelief. Aunt Li, Mo Ting stared intently downwards, his gaze like an arrow consumed by fury. Damn it, he quickly took a running start, leapt up and charged directly at Huang Tian. Bastard. Huang Tian could only raise his hands to block, and flames from an unknown source ignited, terribly fierce. Die! Huang Tian's head snapped back. Ouch! Mo Ting's face was grim, glaring at him continuously, a terrifying sight. Don't think the Mo family is easily bullied. None of you are leaving today. Suddenly applause erupted, loud and sharp, as expected of the Mo family. Truly imposing. Grandfather Mo Huang slowly walked out and immediately retorted, Imposing is too strong a word. The two stood there engaging in a verbal battle, neither giving an inch. The Mo family has always considered itself friendly to others, but malicious acts like yours, coming to smash up our shop and wantonly trampling on us, that's a different matter entirely. The onlookers, the melon-eating masses, also chimed in, cursing. Exactly, serves them right if they get beaten. Who told you to do something immoral? Brother Ting, take him down. The Huang family patriarch laughed brazenly, his whole body trembling. Friendly to others? The more he spoke, the more he roared with laughter, his clouded gaze looking down as if fearless of anything. Old Master Mo Huang, do you still remember the Huang family from South City 100 years ago? We have the right to touch this imperial plaque. Grandfather Mo Huang looked somewhat bewildered. South City? Only then, hearing this, did he suddenly realize. The Huang family. Mo Ting, not understanding, still retorted defiantly, I don't care if you're the Huang family or the Bai family, if you don't explain yourselves today. But his grandfather had already snapped at him. Mo Ting, shut up, he quickly bowed, saying respectfully, So it's distinguished guests from the Huang family. Mo Huang welcomes you. Mo Ting was very surprised, not understanding what was happening. Grandfather, you? The Huang family patriarch's eyes narrowed with a smile. It seems, young man, you're not yet aware of the old history between our two families. He began to recount the long history. 100 years ago, there were two families in Chengdu who excelled in the culinary world, and with their divine culinary skills, they received an imperial golden plaque. He looked at Mo Huang and slowly asked, Young man of the Mo family, do you know which two families they were? Mo Ting's eyes widened, half in doubt. Could it be? Before he could speak, he immediately said, Precisely, the Mo family from North City and my ancestors, the Huang family from South City. The two families originally had excellent relations, but because of this plaque and superficial fame, their relationship deteriorated severely, leading to infighting. Ultimately, the Mo family emerged victorious, while the Huang family, bearing the shame of defeat, moved overseas. For 100 years, they never returned to their hometown. I came today to fulfill the agreement between our two families' ancestors from back then. To challenge the Mo family and reclaim the golden plaque once more. Everything the Huang family has done today is for. Finally, he shouted loudly, his tone firm and unwavering. The onlookers who had just been making wild boasts and curses were now silent. Well, that's not wrong, is it? This is hard to say, there's this angle to it. Mo Ting's mouth dropped open in astonishment. How is this possible? Mo Huang was speechless, one hand resting on his grandson's shoulder. Grandfather. The girls nearby showed excited expressions, with some commenting, The old master has come out, his face looks grim. What a waste of breath from them. They smashed our shop and they'll get the same back. Others then looked at the Mo family grandfather and grandson, discussing, These guys are in trouble. The old master has students everywhere and is the president of the Sichuan Culinary Association. They think they can extort him over such a minor thing. Dream on. Mo Huang raised his eyes and stared intently. The Huang family patriarch also stared back, showing no weakness. Mo Huang immediately lowered his stance, bowing to him once more. Mo Huang, 27th generation successor of the Mo family, greets you both, regarding what happened back then. He clasped his hands together and said, the Mo family agrees to abide by it. Upon hearing this, Mo Ting was startled, his eyes wide. What? Then he straightened up and announced loudly, today Mo Huang, in accordance with our ancestors' agreement, accepts the Huang family's challenge to resolve our grievances through a culinary competition. He looked at the Huang family patriarch and asked, Brother Huang, when do you intend to start? The Huang family patriarch was still very excited and full of confidence. As expected of the Mo family, I'm impressed. As for the timing, there's no time like the present. He walked towards a red curtain that had already been prepared nearby, and pulled it open with a flourish. Today it is. Cooking tools and ingredients from A to Z were all ready, poised to determine superiority through culinary skill. The knives on the cutting board were sharp, and even the skimmers were exquisitely crafted. The rice grains in the bowls were glistening and translucent. Mo Ting went from one shock to another. His grandfather was also speechless at the Huang family's move. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. It seems the Huang family is confident of victory with such thorough preparations. They truly mean business. Not necessarily. The Huang family is a prominent culinary family, and their old master back then was also very formidable. Mo Huang, fearing no one, immediately rolled up his sleeves. It seems Brother Huang is thoroughly prepared. This old man will humbly learn from you. Hearing his grandfather's words, Mo Ting abruptly turned his head in disbelief. Grandfather, your health. Mo Huang shook his head. It's all right, I can still cook a few dishes. The Huang family patriarch slightly lowered his head and said with a smile, Gentlemen, please wait a moment. There are some things that must be clarified beforehand. According to the agreement between our two families, the party that loses in the culinary competition, his lips curved slightly as he said word for word, must not only surrender their ancestral home and withdraw from the victor's territory, but also relinquish the title of unparalleled under heaven. He paused before finishing, then continued, and they must kneel in defeat. Upon hearing this, Mo Ting couldn't help but burst out laughing, tears almost streaming down his face. Every year at least 8 or 9 people challenge my grandfather to a cooking competition, but they all end in failure. As long as you're happy, my grandfather can kneel as many times as you like. Mo Huang frowned and straightforwardly agreed, I accept these conditions. The Huang family patriarch got his wish and laughed heartily. As expected of old Master Mo, the one representing the Huang family in this culinary competition is. He pushed Huang Tian forward and introduced my son Huang Tian. His culinary skills are far from ordinary. His aura is like that of someone going to war. He patted his son's shoulder and said earnestly, this son of mine, whom I often playfully call unworthy, he is now the head chef of the Huang family kitchen, and he successfully obtained his master chef qualification upon returning to the country this time. The more he spoke, the more cheerful he became. I propose that the successors of the Huang and Mo families compete in this culinary contest. Mo Huang's mouth hung open, his face filled with surprise. This, Mo Ting also stood frozen on the side as if petrified, his hands clenched tightly, trembling with anger. Painful memories from the past flooded clearly into his mind. Doctor, are the test results back? What's going on? Your grandson has a rare condition. Incomplete humerus development. He was just a child then and had to endure such a blow. Compared to normal people, he can't perform fine motor skills, and his arm strength will be weaker. A heartbreaking plea rang out. Can he recover? He's the sole heir to the Mo family's head chef currently. Medicine offers no cure. Head chef impossible. Watching Mo Ting with his head down, Huang Tian seemed a little bothered. He tightly gripped the apple in his hand and spoke up. Brother Mo Ding, I'm not good at fighting, but when it comes to cooking. He was already holding his tools, demonstrating as he spoke, and with a few swift cuts, Huang Tian skillfully sliced the apple. The apple rolled around, perfectly cut. A feat he was sure no one could surpass. In an instant, an ordinary apple was exquisitely carved, blossoming with a swish like a blooming flower. Others gasped in amazement, asking about his secret and seeking guidance. His knife skills are incredible. In a blink, an apple turns into a flower. So cool. Mo Huang remained silent, watching quietly. The Huang family's culinary skills are indeed exquisite. So young and already. Mo Ting closed his eyes, ignoring it, all the pressure weighing down on him. Mo Ting, what are you doing just standing there? Go on, they've come knocking at our door and you're still like this, such a coward. I've never even seen Mo Ting's head chef skills. How embarrassing. Seeing this, Huang Tian added a few more words. Does the Mo family not even have the courage to face the challenge? He gritted his teeth, stammering, unable to speak. Aye, his grandfather immediately stepped forward to defuse the situation, even bowing his head again. We concede, Mo Huang said. Mo Ting glanced, his voice trembling. His grandfather's actions left everyone in disbelief. This was a century-old establishment. This time it was over. Conceding before even competing was too humiliating, and he'd have to kneel in public. Even the Huang family patriarch was caught off guard. Huang Tian asked in surprise. Conceded? Mo Huang continued. A bet is a bet. Aye, this old man will immediately kneel and apologize to the Huang family. Just as his grandfather was about to kneel, Mo Ting suddenly reached out to stop him. Grandfather, no, Huang Tian waved his hand, raising his voice. But, scared to compete and unwilling to admit defeat after losing, the Mo family sure has thick skin. Mo Huang patted Mo Ting's hand. Mo Ting, if we lose we must keep our promise. His brow furrowed, his eyes dim, his legs trembling, unable to stand steady. The surrounding onlookers murmured in confusion, is the old master really going to kneel and concede? Everyone speculated, wondering what would happen. The esteemed Mo family actually lost. The old master is truly pitiful, doesn't he even have an heir? Finally, he made up his mind and spoke to reclaim dignity for his family. Mo Ting, 28th generation successor of the Mo family. His brow furrowed, he stared firmly into Huang Tian's eyes and clearly stated, today our skills are inferior, yet you demand we kneel before them. The Huang family patriarch was stunned. Huang Tian didn't understand what he meant, and even his grandfather was bewildered. Mo Ting loudly declared, we concede, but his sharp gaze remained unchanged. However, I, Mo Ting, swear here today that I will personally avenge the Mo family's humiliation in the future. The two stood face to face, Mo Ting even leaning closer to his face. I'll be ready anytime. Days later, in a small town, a person stood atop a skyscraper. It was Jor. After standing for a moment, she finally caught the scent of the Dragon Lord. Once she pinpointed the location, she quickly took a running start and leapt down. In a small room, Mo Huang and his grandson were eating together. It's been a while since I cooked, looks like I still got it. The dishes on the table were few and simple, yet very refined. He picked up a piece of spare rib for Mo Ting. Come, eat it while it's hot. Mo Huang then smiled and said, you might not get to taste your grandfather's cooking anymore after this. But Mo Ting was in a very bad mood, not saying a word. He closed his eyes, then suddenly slapped the table hard, making the rice bowl tip over and scattering rice everywhere. Unable to hold back any longer, he clenched his fists and loudly told his grandfather, Grandfather, the Huang family is going too far. Are we just going to concede like this? The more he spoke, the less he could accept it, his voice trembling. And grandfather, you're actually being driven out of the culinary world like this. Mo Huang fell silent. Looking at the spare rib in his hand, he sighed. After a moment of thought, he put down his chopsticks heavily, tried to calm his emotions, then calmly explained, Mo Ting, I've lived my life without regrets or grudges. At 80 years old I can still make dishes I enjoy and I'm very happy. Why do you dwell on it so much? Looking at the food on the table, Mo Ting also gradually calmed down, a sad expression on his face. If he hadn't seen his grandson blaming himself so much, his grandfather wouldn't have shaken his head and consoled him. How can you blame yourself for this? His eyes sank deep. I've already sent someone to inquire about that Huang family child. Even a younger, stronger grandfather might not be able to defeat him. As he spoke, he took out a small box. According to tradition, when I retire I must pass this on to the next generation. Please take it. He placed the box on the table. Mo Ting curiously opened it. Seeing what was inside, he couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, what is this? Inside was a beautifully carved jade pendant. Mo Huang said to him in a low voice, This is our family's heirloom. It's said that our ancestors were originally farmers, but after obtaining this item they became world-renowned master chefs in just a few years. They eventually became imperial chefs, and our family's name was also established then. Holding the jade pendant in his hand, his expression was very solemn. Our ancestors said this item possessed magical powers, but it has been passed down for generations and no one has ever witnessed them. It's just an old relic. As he spoke, he waved his hand dismissively. Mo family rules state that when an elder prepares to retire, they must pass it on to the junior generation. Just take it. Mo Ting held the jade pendant, examining it closely. So this is the Mo family heirloom. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy and ineffable. His brows suddenly knitted together, his eyes welled up and his pupils dilated. He tightly clutched the jade pendant, trembling. But what right do I have to inherit it? He gripped it so tightly that the jade pendant cut his hand and blood streamed out. Mo Ting slammed the table, loudly blaming himself. With these crippled hands of mine, he suddenly stood up, put down the jade pendant and walked straight out. He rudely slammed the door shut with a bang. Seeing Mo Ting like this, his grandfather was very worried, left alone there, sighing helplessly. This child, the jade pendant, was left forgotten at the corner of the table. Around it, Mo Ting's bloodstains still clung. The drops of blood slowly seeped into the jade pendant, and it began to glow faintly. A scream came from a building outside. Catch the thief! Jor had barged into their kitchen, turning everything into a mess, things crashing down like a battlefield. Catch her, don't let her escape! Several chefs, armed with knives and sticks, chased her outside. Where was she? Gone. She ran really fast. The three of them were so angry their chests felt tight. She was simply too audacious, daring to steal in broad daylight. Food for over a dozen tables of guests had been stolen by that girl. Even the pig's head in the kitchen was snatched. At this moment, in a small shop under a blue sky with white clouds and bright sunshine, Jor sat on the rooftop, eating the food she had just stolen. It wasn't just ordinary dishes, but also wine, roasted ribs, and steak. She grabbed a chicken and devoured it ravenously, finishing it in a flash, stuffing everything into her mouth, licking her lips, and then, feeling it, she found it still tasted awful. She looked up and muttered to herself, Fourth brother, why are there so many people here? If I don't find the Dragon Lord soon, those old rascals are going to beat me to death, aren't they? She raised a hand and patted a small bird on the rooftop. Hey, ninth brother, don't play dumb, you help me look too. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, startling her as if she could see through walls. She clearly saw the Mo family's heirloom jade pendant lying on the table. This aura signifies the treasure artifact unlocking. The Dragon Lord's return. Jor immediately leapt down again, beginning her next move. Thanks, ninth brother. Several hours later it was completely dark. Mo Ting, this heirloom is our Mo family's treasured possession. I hope you'll definitely accept it. Mo Ting lay slumped on his bed muttering to himself. The words his grandfather said this afternoon kept replaying in his ears. The Mo family only has you left. Suddenly, the window opened and Jor leapt in like a flash of lightning. He was startled and abruptly sat up. What was that sound? He muttered to himself in confusion. A thief, damn it, can anyone just come to my house and bully me? Mo Ting sat up from the bed and reached for a stick beside him. Jor had somehow snuck in and was sitting at the dining table, continuously eating large mouthfuls, seemingly never getting full. After finishing all the food on the table, she took a deep, satisfied breath and said, delicious. This generation's dragon lord is quite worthy. Having eaten and drunk her fill, sleepiness washed over her. Been busy all day, so sleepy. She then, as if no one else was there, comfortably fell asleep on the sofa. I'll sleep first and bring the person over tomorrow. Limling. Seeing this, Mo Ting gritted his teeth and stepped forward inch by inch. How arrogant, sleeping here. Let's see how I deal with you. He raised the stick above his head, exerting all his strength, ready to strike down hard. He gritted his teeth, showing no mercy. With a bang, a scream rang out. Ouch! Hearing the sound, his face turned pale with fright. Oh no, it was a girl. Hearing the commotion, his grandfather woke up and turned on the light. Huang hobbled over, leaning on his cane, and asked, what happened? Jor had a large bump on her head and glared at him angrily. Mo Ting's face was ashen, at a loss. I am sorry. She shot him a fierce glare. How dare you hit me? You're dead. She extended her hand and it instantly turned bluish-green, her nails sharp like a bird's talons. Mo Ting, his eyes bulged like a frog's, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest in fright, but as he raised his hand he touched the treasure artifact hanging around his neck. It was exactly what she was looking for. Found it? Jor's eyes immediately lit up. Seeing her expression, Mo Ting was surprised and confused. A hand that had transformed quickly returned to normal. She gently picked up the jade pendant, so close that their faces almost touched. She joyfully grabbed his collar, cheering loudly. I found you. As she spoke, she gave a sudden wave of her hand and a strange light flashed. She gripped his hand tightly and pulled him along. Come with me. The two stepped into a gigantic vortex like a magical portal. He was quickly sucked in. Mo Huang was stunned. He reached out, calling loudly, but it was no use. Mo Ding suddenly stretched out a hand from within. He fumbled around in the direction of the dining table for a moment. That plate of meat hasn't been taken yet. Can't let it go to waste. After he spoke, the magical golden vortex slowly shrank, then closed. Everything vanished as if nothing had happened. Mo Ting's bent baseball bat was still lying on the ground. His grandfather still hadn't fully recovered from the shock. What just happened? Mo Ting was caught in it, hands clutching his head, so frightened he felt like he was free-falling. The light before his eyes was dazzling. He couldn't see anything. Mo Ting crossed his arms, shielding himself. After a while he slowly dared to open his eyes. Before him was a fantastical fairy tale-like city, with animals flying in the sky. Oh my god, what's going on? Where did that girl throw me? Mo Ting was utterly shocked, his mouth agape. What is this place? Before he could finish his exclamation, he suddenly realized he was suspended in midair, about to free fall. Oh no, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the sky. He tightly shut his eyes. I'm dead, Mo Ting cursed continuously. That damn girl, you wicked fiend. She stole food from my house and then brought me here to kill me. If I die today, I won't let her off even if I become a ghost. Jor, sitting in a corner, ravenously eating, casually questioned, Who are you talking about? Mo Ting hung upside down in front of her. You won't let me off even if you become a ghost? Do you think I'm scared of ghosts? He grew increasingly furious, struggling nonstop. You, who exactly are you? Let me down. She bared her teeth and smiled provocatively. This girl is your ancestor, Mo Ting snorted. You wretched girl, no manners at all, let me down. Seeing him curse a bit too much, she unceremoniously slapped him, nearly twisting his face. Nonsense. Mo Ting lay sprawled on the ground in pain. Jor then said, All right, I finally found you, so hurry up and take your place, otherwise those gluttonous spirits will annoy me to death again, he cried, covering his face in pain. That damn girl. Before he could recover, she grabbed his collar, nearly choking him, and then flew off like a gust of wind. I can't breathe, he pleaded in a low voice. Can we change position? I'm going to die. You want to change position? Suddenly, he didn't feel as uncomfortable as before. Let me go. She had already transformed into her true form, a monster with a bluish-green body. Seeing this, Mo Ting's face turned pale with fright. Jor teased playfully, So I'll just let you go then? Frightened, he quickly turned around and hugged her tightly. The two continued to bicker all the way like a bustling marketplace. You let me go. If I let go, you'll throw me down to feed the fish. Do you think I'm stupid? Mercy, I'll let go. I'll let go. After flying for a while, they finally arrived. Before him was a building with Teoti Tower written on it. Mo Ting asked innocently, Teoti Tower. Teoti is the most gluttonous of the Dragon King's sons. Jor turned around with a deep voice, extended her hand, then flicked him. Who's the glutton? She said. Jor narrowed her eyes, looking at him skeptically. This girl is the god of cookery. How could I be a glutton? Mo Ting clutched his head in pain, a red mark still on his forehead. You think you're really Teoti? What a joke. Jor closed her eyes, slowly transforming. Two bluish-green horns immediately appeared on her forehead. Her whole body emitted light, signifying the Dragon Lord's return. She raised a finger high and declared, Teoti Tower. Hurry up. He struck a strange pose and spoke loudly. Mo Ding, witnessing her transformation, was stunned and pale, unable to utter a word. Seeing his expression, she confidently asked, Stunned, aren't you? This maiden is Teoti, the 9th princess of the dragon clan. Amid swirling white clouds she is the official god of cookery, controller of delicacies across the 3 realms and the owner of Teoti Tower, the administrator of this domain. She blinked and introduced, I'm the 9th in line, just call me Jor. Mo Ting was utterly bewildered. Dragon god immortal, my foot. She pulled out a scroll to cover it and began to read. Come, sign the contract. The characters on it were squiggly like instant noodles, completely incomprehensible. Miss Jor, what are these? The Dragon Lord's succession contract. Seeing his ignorant attitude, she was furious. You brat, sign it for me quickly. Jor held the scroll right up to his nose. Wait, what exactly is going on? She began to briefly summarize. Basically, I'm the god of cookery, in charge of the Linlang dimension and Teoti Tower, providing food for all those greedy demons, ghosts, and immortals in the 3 realms. The Dragon Lord is the greatest chef in the human world. I've been in slumber for several years, and the previous Dragon Lord died of old age, and those bastards have been bothering me constantly. Saying this, she glanced at Mo Ting, blinked, and smiled brightly. Isn't this me getting you this once in 1,000 years opportunity? Seeing her uncontrolled smile, he couldn't help but shiver. Do immortals also need to eat? Then you're just an immortal's canteen manager. After hearing him, she waved a hand and tapped him on the head. What canteen manager? What do you think immortals are? Do they just drink air all day? What fun would there be in being an immortal then? Mo Ting was hurt again, tears welling up in his eyes. Immortals naturally also want to enjoy the most delicious food. Kid, the Dragon Lord is a cushy job in the celestial realm. She put her hand to her chin, speaking proudly. Over the years, I, Miss Ju, have hoarded quite a few treasures. As she spoke, Jor herself felt a bit embarrassed, her face blushing, and she leaned back. Didn't hoard anything, just pretend you didn't hear that. Finally, she had to get back to the point, spreading out the book. Enough said, there are many benefits anyway. If the treasured blade has recognized you as its master, then your cooking skills must be decent. I also think you're good. That's why I chose you. Sign it quickly. Mo Ting was still blankly pondering the treasured blade in his mind. So that's how it is. But those dishes were made by Grandpa. I need to clarify this with this crazy dragon. He reached out, trying to stop her. Wait, but he had no say here. As a man, he was so hesitant, not at all straightforward. Her movements were swift and decisive, quickly pressing his finger down. Aren't you taking your place yet? Those bastards will pester me to death. It's done just like that. Contract signed. His face was pale, his eyes wide, wondering what his future held. Those dishes weren't made by me. Jor, however, joyfully pointed the contract scroll directly at the sky, and a strong light shone down. The light illuminated the entire building, and a new structure rapidly appeared. She marveled, utterly excited. A gentle breeze blew and several bricks naturally fell, and soon the towering pavilion before them merged into a phantom white light. Jor shouted loudly, but he still didn't understand what had happened. It had disappeared. She stomped her feet in exasperation. You brat, what did you do? My Teoti Tower? Mo Ting had a headache. How should I know? She tightly clasped her hands, trembling with anger. The Dragon Lord's return, and Teoti Tower changes according to the Dragon Lord's abilities and characteristics. But such a complete collapse has never happened before. She pounced on him, grabbing his collar, wanting to settle scores. How good are your cooking skills, you brat? How dare you lie to me? Are you tired of living? This time Mo Ting was no longer afraid. He looked directly at her and said loudly and firmly, Sister Jor, I just told you the dish you ate wasn't made by me, it was made by my grandfather. You forcibly brought me here and made me sign a servitude contract without saying anything. Did you ask for my opinion? Hearing him say this, she pouted, speechless. Suddenly another strange light appeared, stamping the contract. Dragon Lord, take your place. This time Jor was completely petrified. It's over, it's over. A golden vortex appeared in the sky, radiating light, incredibly fantastical. The Dragon Lord is back. Girl Jew, I'll come taste your food someday. Jor, you cheated me out of my sea-coming pearl and owe me a grand feast for centuries. I'll be right there. Little Jew, you're finally online. If you break my 8 treasures, 9 heavens, then Jor, Big Brother is here to see you. Prepare a lavish banquet. She looked as if she was about to explode, covering her ears, not wanting to listen. All right, I get it. So noisy. Jor glanced back, her eyes terribly fierce. She gritted her teeth as if on fire. There's no other way. I can only ask what dishes you can make. Mo Ting scratched his head, stammering, having never cooked before. Jor was shocked and completely speechless. I'm dead, but you brat won't have a good end either. We'll go down together. A dark shadow suddenly appeared on the ground, rushing past, panting, its voice fragmented and urgent. A bow rang out as if afraid someone would snatch its share, urgent and hasty. The loud commotion attracted Jor and Mo Ting's attention. A bow ran to them, teary-eyed, complaining aggrievely, You still know how to come back? You old man left and never returned. We Teoti Tower are harassed by those bastards every day. The Eastern Heaven Gate Guard said they're coming over right away for a big feast. Miss Ju, wasn't the dragon chef you found already in place? But Mo Ting knew nothing, stammering. Who is this? She casually pinched Abao's face, then introduced, This is Abao, the control sprite of Teoti Tower. You two fools will be seeing each other often from now on. Despite the pain, Abao gritted its teeth and endured. Mo Ding merely muttered to himself, What a venomous tongue. At this point, Abao also began to notice him. It immediately pounced, excitedly asking, You are the Dragon Lord? Mo Ding scratched his head, a little embarrassed. According to what this violent sister says, I seem to be the Dragon Lord. Hearing this, Abao immediately grabbed him, its eyes shining like stars. Great, with you here our Teoti Tower is saved. What dishes can you make? But Jor and his evasive responses made it suspicious. What do you two mean? Clearly, after some explanation of the situation, Abao seemed to have heard shocking news. What, you can't cook? Mo Ting plopped down on the ground, complaining helplessly. I didn't want to be the Dragon Lord either. This young lady forced me here. What could I do? Seeing him like this, Jor got angry, hands on her hips, complaining. The treasured blade recognized its master. So you are the Dragon Lord, can you still blame me? Bao tried hard to put out the fire. Calm down, calm down. But someone refused to cooperate, crossing his arms and turning away to shirk responsibility. Then I don't know. Is that treasured blade you mentioned fake, a shoddy product? She immediately retorted. Impossible. Did you use some despicable trick, you brat? Bao's faint voice couldn't suppress the two squabbling figures. Finally it closed its eyes and shouted loudly. Stop arguing, think about what to do later. Jor helplessly clutched her head, pacing anxiously. Damn it, can you really not do anything? He gently moved his fingers, explaining with some regret. Look, with hands like mine, can I still cook? Then he spread his hands for the two to see. Suddenly Jor's eyes widened. A ray of light pierced through his palm, leaving Mo Ding speechless with shock. She concluded that his meridians were severed, rendering him crippled. This statement was like salt in a wound, filling Mo Ting's eyes with sadness. But for someone like Jor, these issues were nothing. She turned around, clutching her head and sighing. A small matter, just one rejuvenation pill can cure it. Forget it, I'll send you back to the human world first. Otherwise those unruly soldiers, unable to eat anything good, will definitely chop you into pieces. Mo Ting suddenly shouted loudly. Wait! The hope that had just been extinguished was rekindled, making him unwilling to let go of her shoulder. He pressed desperately. What did you just say? Jor tried to repeat. I just said I'd send you back to the human world. You denied that. What about before that? She repeated her earlier words. You're a cripple with severed meridians. Mo Ting's tone grew higher with his emotions, his eyes curving into crescents. What else? She stammered. Rejuvenation pill. Hearing the answer he wanted, Mo Ting immediately wagged his tail excitedly, pressing his hands together, asking for help with immense sincerity. Miss Jor, where can I buy this rejuvenation pill? After much hesitation, he finally revealed his purpose. She gave him a disdainful look. So you want to heal your hands? Jor brought up the old topic a bit angrily. Although a rejuvenation pill is nothing, you caused me such a big problem today. Do you think I'd still get you a rejuvenation pill? Suddenly she raised her hand, opened a golden magic door and shouted loudly, Selfish pig, get back! Mo Ting was grabbed by his clothes, startled, and then Jor threw him whole into the magic door. Half of Mo Ting's body hung on the other side of the space. He struggled in panic, trying to appease her. Hey, let's talk nicely. Why are you so agitated? Eventually, out of sheer desperation and having no other choice, he resorted to his trump card, shouting with all his might, I can handle the Eastern Heaven Gate guards. No sooner had he spoken than Mo Ting was pulled back entirely, almost knocking his eyeballs out. Jor tightly clutched his collar, her other hand closing the magic door. She turned around, winked playfully, and reconfirmed, Really? He was panting, pale, and weakly affirmed, Really. After a while the three arrived at an ancient palace-style complex shrouded in mist under the eaves of a stall. Water droplets continuously dripped. Frying, stir-frying, and cooking utensils indicated what was sold here, however. Such a neat, clean, and well-equipped stall had no sign of a shop owner. Jor and Mo Ting's faces were ashen, while Bao was teary-eyed, pouting unhappily and trembling, trying to suppress its rumbling hunger. He opened his mouth awkwardly and fearfully. The gap is too big, it was better not to speak. The moment he spoke, it triggered Bao's suppression. It turned around and loudly accused, It's all your fault. Although Teoti Tower and the Dragon Lord are independent, the size of Teoti Tower depends on the Dragon Lord's culinary skill. Look what you've done to our family's treasure. Even Jor couldn't help but warn a bit angrily. Mo Ting, I'll say the unpleasant things up front. If you trick me, you'll be in for it. But facing these two gluttonous beings, he was incredibly confident in his abilities after treatment. Miss Jor, I've never cooked celestial cuisine, but for human cuisine I, Mo Ting, am absolutely fine. She was somewhat skeptical. With hands like yours, I'm not reassured. Mo Ting looked at his hands and asserted, I do know many dishes that don't require hands. Bao's attitude changed. Then I'll take you on a tour of Teoti Tower's scenery now, he asked doubtfully. It's just a small stall, why make it sound so magical? A mischievous smile appeared on its face as it pointed to the wooden cabinet above, revealing, Teoti Tower is the only divine artifact in the three realms. The treasure is in this cabinet. Try reaching your hand in. But he didn't quite believe it. Isn't this just a regular storage cabinet? As soon as the wooden door opened, a wisp of smoke drifted out. Unbeknownst to him, the kitchen was already enveloped in a sky-high smoke, making Mo Ting cough uncontrollably. It was smoking. As he was still panicking, a voice rang out, Why are you closing your eyes? Mo Ting opened his eyes and couldn't help but be startled. All around him was a magical world where various animals floated. Oh my god, what's going on? Where did that girl throw me? Mo Ting was utterly shocked, his mouth agape. What is this place? Before he could finish his exclamation, he suddenly realized he was suspended in midair, about to free fall. Oh no! A heart-wrenching scream pierced the sky. He tightly shut his eyes. I'm dead, Mo Ting cursed continuously. That damn girl, you wicked fiend. She stole food from my house and then brought me here to kill me. If I die today, I won't let her off even if I become a ghost. Jor, sitting in a corner ravenously eating, casually questioned, Who are you talking about? Mo Ting hung upside down in front of her. You won't let me off even if you become a ghost? Do you think I'm scared of ghosts? He grew increasingly furious, struggling nonstop. You who exactly are you? Let me down. She bared her teeth and smiled provocatively. This girl is your ancestor, Mo Ting snorted. You wretched girl, no manners at all, let me down. Seeing him curse a bit too much, she unceremoniously slapped him, nearly twisting his face. Nonsense. Mo Ting lay sprawled on the ground in pain. Forget it, I finally found you, so hurry up and take your place, otherwise those gluttonous spirits will annoy me to death again, he cried, covering his face in pain. That damn girl. Before he could recover, she grabbed his collar, nearly choking him, and then flew off like a gust of wind. I can't breathe, he pleaded in a low voice. Can we change position? I'm going to die. You want to change position? Suddenly, he didn't feel as uncomfortable as before. Let me go. She had already transformed into her true form, a monster with a bluish-green body. Seeing this, Mo Ting's face turned pale with fright. Jor teased playfully, so I'll just let you go then? Frightened, he quickly turned around and hugged her tightly. The two continued to bicker all the way like a bustling marketplace. You let me go. If I let go, you'll throw me down to feed the fish. Do you think I'm stupid? Mercy, I'll let go, I'll let go. After flying for a while, they finally arrived. Before him was a building with Teoti Tower written on it. Mo Ting asked innocently, Teoti Tower. Teoti is one of the Dragon King's sons known for being gluttonous. Jor turned around with a deep voice, extended her hand, then flicked him. Who's the glutton? She said. Jor narrowed her eyes, looking at him skeptically. This girl is the god of cookery. How could I be a glutton? Mo Ting clutched his head in pain, a red mark still on his forehead. You think you're really Teoti? What a joke. Jor closed her eyes, slowly transforming. Two bluish-green horns immediately appeared on her forehead. Her whole body emitted light, signifying the Dragon Lord's return. She raised a finger high and declared Teoti Tower. Worst case, I'll just pack up and leave. But if I can't make a dish now, then she will. Jor, am I scared? How dare you threaten me, old hag? In Teoti Tower, only you can make things work by doing them yourself. I can't help you. Mo Ting had a different idea. Of course I'll handle Teoti Tower, but how about you be my assistant and kill that chicken? A Bao immediately agreed. No problem with that. Normally the Dragon Lords had many servants to help prepare ingredients, but Jor saw how impatient he was, and her face turned green with anger. A Bao covered its mouth and still loudly questioned Mo Ting. How dare you make me your assistant? What impropriety? He merely gave a slight start. Miss, maybe those people are coming soon, Jor firmly shouted. Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, at that moment the chicken clucked, cluck cluck, and then for some unknown reason automatically collapsed. Was someone using magic to make it fall? It turned out Jor had made her move. Mo Ting immediately smiled happily. Jor, you're truly perfect as an assistant, she just coldly responded. Enough nonsense, spit it out if you have something to say. What else needs to be prepared? Tools. Mo Ting quickly assigned tasks. It's simple. A Bao, help me prepare some spices. Miss Jor, help me dig up some dirt. What? Jor got angry again. It seemed Mo Ting hadn't understood her expression, so he repeated, Didn't you hear clearly? Dirt, the mud we used to play with as children. Only then did Jor explain why she was angry. You want me to dig up dirt? Mo Ting, are you trying to die? Mo Ting was helpless. He still had to defend himself. My hands aren't convenient for heavy labor, so I ask for Miss Jor's indulgence. A Bao also had to hold down Jor's nearly boiling temper. Hold it in. Hold it in. Right now only he can save us. After a while everyone returned to Teoti Tower to start cooking. Mo Ting stood in the head chef's position, directing everyone. A Bao, are all the ingredients ready? The flame chicken, after shrinking, had become a regular chicken, serving as the main course. Dirt and wine were brought up. A Bao was panting. This stuff was really heavy. It listed the spices on the table one by one. The most essential chicken breast, top-grade wine, spices, dirt, fruit. Everything you need is here. Now you really have to rely on yourself. We've done our best. Hearing A Bao say this, Mo Ting didn't pay much attention. His gaze saw something else, but Jor was behind him, staring at him with a murderous aura. Jor, are you all right? Why are you looking at me like that? She returned to normal, still answering in a cold tone. Less nonsense. I want to see how you cook. Mo Ting looked very confident. Then let's begin. First, the lid of the wine pot was opened and he poured the wine into the dirt, then kneaded it with his bare hands. A Bao took the empty wine pot and was immediately alarmed. Oh my god, this is fairy wine aged for 500 years and you're using it to mix mud? Mo Ting didn't care. He looked at the chicken nearby. According to the process, the next step was to prepare the meat. Mo Ting grabbed a handful of spices and stuffed them into the chicken. Soon the chicken was completely full. A Bao and Jor were a bit disbelieving when they saw this step. Mo Ting wasted no time, immediately grabbed the dirt with his bare hands and smeared it onto the chicken, which hadn't been plucked and only had its internal organs and head removed. A Bao quickly covered its mouth, stopping itself from vomiting. So disgusting, like. Jor was also startled. Mo Ting, do you know what you're doing? Mo Ting of course knew, and he confidently explained, My hands are inconvenient. I can't use a knife or spatula, so I can only find another way to make a delicious dish. You just wait and see, he added. You can't help me much, don't worry. After a bit of fuss, he breathed a sigh of relief. A mud-wrapped chicken was born. Mo Ting seemed very happy to have completed half of it. Jor could only hold her head and groan. Oh my god, after seeing that, I have no appetite at all. This miss isn't playing anymore. You can die however you want. A Bao also wanted to sneak away. I have something urgent. I'll go first, you do your best. Jor, you're scared, but A Bao, you're stopping it. As the control sprite of Teoti Tower, what would we do without you? Stay there. Now this Dragon Lord orders you, don't leave. It was grabbed by the head, hurting so much it wanted to cry. Let me go. Mo Ting didn't listen at all. He pointed at the chicken, commanding, "Hey Bao, switch to barbecue mode for me. Activate Teoti Tower's functions." Bao not only complied but was determined to do it even better. "Go all out, don't disappoint me." Its eyes emitted magic, directly channeling it to the chicken on the table. Mo Ding watched astonished, as flames quickly blazed. The mud-wrapped chicken roasted black in the fire. A Bao gently turned around and asked Mo Ting, "Is this right?" he praised, while not forgetting to remind, "Excellent work, but considering the number of diners, there's a very important step. You need to tell me the method." Mo Ting pointed to the door. "The cauldron of Chenkin is it. Help me duplicate the ingredients." But A Bao wouldn't agree so easily. "Do you think activating functions doesn't require a cost?" Mo Ting reacted slowly. "How, what do you mean?" Only then did A Bao take out a gem. "This is the immortal crystal left by the previous Dragon Lord." He looked at it doubtfully. "What does this have to do with Teoti Tower?" A Bao then explained in one breath. "All the immortals who want to eat delicious food must pay with immortal crystals. Simply put, it's like currency in the human world. And the immortal crystals obtained through this exchange are important items for activating and upgrading Teoti Tower's functions. If the food you make is top-notch, then I'd naturally be happy to give you more and more. But your dish, isn't it just a waste of money? I'm not giving it to you." Mo Ting still didn't bother to listen, immediately snatched the immortal crystal from A Bao's hand and complained that it talked too much. "What are you saying, A Bao? Are you not lying? Damn it, do you have so little faith in me?" Mo Ting just opened the cabinet and put the immortal crystal in. A Bao excitedly walked over. "Let me see this miracle." As soon as it was placed in, the immortal crystal was activated. The light it emitted from within was strong, shooting towards the object behind Mo Ting, which was the burning mud-wrapped chicken. The light swirled. The object immediately reacted. Everything reacted too strongly, light mixed with flames shooting into the sky like fireworks, causing a series of small explosions. Mo Ting watched the entire scene, his eyes wide. Truly unbelievable, the explosion actually produced similar chicken pieces. Not only that, many invisible hands reached out from the air, touching each chicken piece. They were kneading something. A Bao explained that Teoti Tower could not only duplicate ingredients but also replicate your cooking methods. These phantom hands could imitate you. Mo Ting watched with great interest. "This is truly impressive. Then let's finish the last step together." He also placed his hands on the table, used the original chicken pieces and sprinkled some more spices. After tasting, A Bao was startled again. "What, all sprinkled on the mud?" After finishing, he clapped his hands. Mission accomplished. A brown chicken piece, except the fire had extinguished, was no different. This greatly disappointed A Bao. It cried, "I knew it. You only mess around. I shouldn't have trusted you." Looking at the piles of round mud on the ground, it doubted life itself. Could these things be eaten? A Bao hurriedly packed its bags, preparing to run away from home. It's over, it's over. Teoti Tower is done for, goodbye." But at this moment the clouds in the sky were stirring. Mo Ting looked on, puzzled. But A Bao shouted again, "The clouds, they're here." Several celestial generals in the sky laughed. "How many years has it been? Our mouths have become bland. Teoti Tower is finally open. Are the dishes ready?" A Bao quickly grabbed Mo Ting's clothes, trying to pull him away in a hurry. "Quickly, let Jor send you back or you're dead." But Mo Ting just smiled. "What are you talking about? A Bao, what are you standing there for? Quickly bring out the delicious food and wine. Please come in, esteemed guests." He was brimming with confidence. Those legs in golden and silver armor descended from the clouds. A Bao was a bit scared. "Darn it, speak of the devil." The man in golden armor glanced at Mo Ting's freshly made food, which was scattered on the ground, and said disdainfully, "We've come all this way and you're serving us these charcoal lumps? Are you making a fool of us?" The spirit of Bao trembled all over, cold sweat streaming down. It didn't know how to explain. This happened due to a slight accident." He angrily started talking nonstop. "Each immortal in the celestial realm has their duties. We are responsible for guarding the 4 directions and maintaining order in the celestial realm. And your duty in Teoti Tower, Linling, don't forget. You always used the excuse that the Dragon Lord hadn't returned, causing us to endure wind and dew for decades. Now that the Dragon Lord has returned, we immediately rushed here. And you dare to say a slight accident happened. If you can't satisfy my brothers today, what do you all say we should do?" The other celestial generals also joined in the shouting. Beat him, beat him." A Bao was at its wit's end. "Please calm your anger, esteemed sirs. Why not come back tomorrow and give me some time?" Before it could finish, Mo Ting's voice sounded from behind. "Welcome, esteemed celestial generals, to Teoti Tower." A Bao turned its head, utterly bewildered. "You brat, didn't I tell you not to come out?" Mo Ting strode out, twirling chopsticks in his hand, eyes closed. "Guests are here and you're not inviting them in? How do you do things, A Bao?" He was immediately tripped by a stone, falling flat on his face, still clutching the chopsticks tightly. But he was in pain. Several celestial generals looked down at him. "Who are you? Who are you?" He scratched his head a bit awkwardly and replied, "Gentlemen, I am the Dragon Lord." The man in golden armor didn't believe him. "You're the Dragon Lord? You're a snot-nosed brat talking nonsense." Mo Ting still calmly got up, brushed the dust off himself, then looked directly at him and retorted, "Ambition isn't about age. Can't someone young be the Dragon Lord?" Several celestial generals shouted in unison. "Among the 3 realms, the celestial realm is paramount. Although celestial immortals possess boundless magic and can summon wind and rain, they cannot control the culinary arts. Therefore, exceptionally skilled chefs from the human world, where culinary arts flourish, are chosen to be the Dragon Lord. Although we don't understand the culinary arts, how can a skill be exquisite without the accumulation of time? You, at such a young age, impersonate the Dragon Lord and dare to deceive me." The golden-armored man even drew his sword. Mo Ting's mouth dropped open, watching him leap into the air, wanting to strike him down with a punch because he couldn't resist. Another figure behind Mo Ting also soared into the air, spinning around. Mo Ting was even more frightened than that person. That person was fully unleashing their move. Shooting directly at the golden-armored celestial soldier, who found it difficult to block the move with one hand, Mo Ting had quickly ducked to avoid it, and as soon as he looked up and saw the face, he heard a few stammering voices. Miss Jor, you're very angry now. Which scoundrel dares to misbehave on my territory?" The other celestial soldiers for some reason all knelt down. "Miss Jor, please calm your anger." Only the golden-armored man remained standing, his hand still trembling from blocking the move, and he defiantly said, "To deal with this impostor dragon lord, this little brat who deceived the celestial realm." Jor looked at him. The flames still hadn't extinguished. "I personally found him. Are you questioning that?" Seeing her like this, how dare he stand firm? All right, of course I wouldn't dare question Miss Jor, but those powerful figures in the celestial realm aren't as easygoing as us." The other celestial soldiers couldn't stand the golden-armored man's stubbornness and immediately carried him away, not daring to delay any longer. "Boss, too much nonsense. Let's run before Miss Jor gets furious." Unexpectedly, Mo Ting wanted to stop them. "Wait, don't go." Jor immediately turned around and scolded, "What do you want to do? I finally managed to drive these soldiers away. Are you tired of living?" The man in golden armor followed his feeling and looked back. Mo Ting was picking up chopsticks from the ground and suddenly threw them at a certain spot. The chopsticks hit an egg-shaped lump of mud. The surface of the object immediately stirred. Cracks began to appear, then it automatically broke apart. A Bao looked at what was revealed inside. The chicken feathers were pulled out by the mud. Mo Ting, however, was very excited. "I have meticulously prepared this feast for everyone. I believe it will surely satisfy you all." Because the light emanating from the shattered mud lump became increasingly dazzling, Jor had to cover her eyes. The celestial generals who had stopped at Mo Ting's call were now dumbfounded, unable to even blink. A steaming, golden and enticing whole chicken emerged. The celestial generals immediately gathered around to taste it. "So fragrant, it looks delicious. Who would have thought there was a chicken hidden in the mud?" A Bao and Jor also found it incredibly fragrant. Mo Ting then invited everyone to enjoy it while it was hot. Jor tore off a piece of meat with her delicate hand. The chicken was steaming hot, the skin golden and oily, and the sauce clearly looked rich in flavor. She put it in her mouth to eat, and the golden-armored man impatiently asked, "Miss Jor, how does it taste?" Jor's eyes had turned into heart shapes, her cheeks flushed, and she screamed with delight, "It's too delicious, unbelievably good." The other celestial generals couldn't hold back any longer and surrounded the chicken, tearing at it. "Just tear off large pieces and stuff them directly into your mouth, eating until only the bones are left, still holding them and finding them delicious." The surprised look in their eyes was clearly visible. The golden-armored man also couldn't take it anymore. "I'm exploding. Oh dear." Everyone also took off their clothes, feeling the aroma from inside out. "The taste is truly so rich it feels indescribable. Is this kid really the Dragon Lord?" Only Jor remained rational, and she asked, "What dish is this? Did you lift the chicken?" This dish is called heavenly crafted chicken." Heavenly crafted chicken. Usually chicken can be steamed, roasted, stewed, or fried, all making very delicious dishes. But heavenly crafted chicken is different. Its method is completely natural without plucking feathers or using a knife wrapped in wet mud. Various fragrant mushrooms and spices combined with various seasonings are stuffed into the chicken's belly and roasted over charcoal until tender. Throughout the entire process, all the juices and flavors are retained within the ingredients themselves. Yet its exterior is colorless and flavorless, completely unremarkable. Once the mud shell is opened, the chicken feathers naturally fall off and the aroma wafts out, more fragrant, richer and more tender than other cooking methods. It is formed naturally, without human intervention, cleverly crafted, hence the name heavenly crafted chicken. After the introduction, his arm was unceremoniously seized. Mo Ting was tossed around by several celestial generals who praised, "Fantastic, what a heavenly crafted chicken, simply marvelous. Truly worthy of the Dragon Lord with extraordinary skill." He retorted, "Weren't you questioning me? Are you still questioning?" Of course, they flattered him, saying, "Nonsense, we are here specifically to congratulate Teoti Tower on its grand opening and the return of the young Dragon Lord, right brothers?" He was tossed up and down, dizzy and overwhelmed, so he had to shout, Hey, that's too high." But their enthusiasm remained undiminished. Yes, congratulations." A Bao laughed joyfully. "I declare Teoti Tower is open for business." Jor, seeing his success, secretly praised, "Mo Ting is amazing." Then she turned, lightly leapt to a higher spot, looking at him with a hint of longing in her eyes. "Next, I must go to Jor to get the rejuvenation pill back. I must heal my hands." The sun gradually hid behind the clouds and the sky slowly darkened. From the small wooden house came shouts, "Come see the fruits of our labor today. Mo Ting, come here quickly." In the room, Jor and A Bao excitedly looked ahead. Mo Ting stared blankly. Jor hugged A Bao tightly, screaming with excitement. Before them was a giant crystal displaying the number 1000N. There were actually 10,000 N. Mo Ting pointed at the crystal in front of him, asking doubtfully, "What is this? What do the numbers mean?" She pointed there, and excitedly introduced, "This is the crystal that Teoti Tower uses to tally daily sales. 10,000 is today's sales of heavenly crafted chicken. Below that are likes and comments." Mo Ting's eyes widened in surprise. Company comments? A Bao pointed at the number and added, "You can see them by clicking on it." It pressed the arrow button, and Mo Ting couldn't hide his astonishment. A string of comments immediately appeared before him. Emperor Donghua, congratulations on the grand opening of Teodi Tower. Heavenly crafted chicken tastes excellent. Order details. Pagoda bearing Heavenly King Li Jing. This heavenly crafted chicken is cleverly conceived, but lacks in presentation and color. The effort is decent, however. My foolish son loves this dish. Gave it a like. Ordered details. Dijong. Haven't tasted the Dragon Lord's cuisine in ages. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Ordered details. Victorious fighting Buddha. Old son. Are you picking on monkeys? Why not make French vegetarian dishes? Little Dragon Lord, hurry up and make some delicious vegetarian food. Otherwise I, old son, will beat you to death with a staff. Ordered details. Tai by jinxing. Teodi Tower is famous across the 3 realms for its cuisine. The Dragon Lord should pay attention to various needs. Expand the menu. Remember. Ordered details. Chang'e, lunar fairy from Guangdong Palace. Absolutely delicious and delivered to the moon. Love it, love it. Order details. 4 heavenly kings. Delicious, fantastic. 1 star each for everyone. Order details. Erlang Shen. Unique Pingyang special. Buying again. Because last time it was delivered my dog ate it before I could. Order details. Vajra Arhats. We old fuddy-duddies found it too dry, too dry. Order details. Earth God. Black soil. Absolutely superb, excellent, top-notch. Order details. Mo Ting could hardly believe his eyes. These were all legendary figures. Images of Buddha as well as mythical figures like Sun Wukong, Neza and Ao Bing flashed through his mind. Mo Ting exclaimed, "Is this real? The pressure is immense." Jor stepped forward, angrily flicked him. "You're the Dragon Lord now, no longer a mortal. Show some ambition, all right." She licked her lips and smugly said, "I say, Mo Ting, this is a good start. Quickly think about what dish to make next." Mo Ting turned to look at her, his expression wronged. "I say, young lady, have you forgotten something?" Jor asked, puzzled. What? Mo Ting's face immediately fell, his voice gloomy. "The rejuvenation pill. Are you planning to go back on your word?" Hearing this, Jor stammered in response, "Isn't it just 1 rejuvenation pill?" To cover her panic, Jor patted A Bao's head and ordered, "A Bao, get me your snack jar." Mo Ting asked with a question mark. Snack jar. A Bao held a large jar with the word food on it. It reached inside and pulled something out. It held a large candy with the word heaven printed on it. "Here you go." Mo Ting took the candy, his voice incredulous. "This can heal my hands." Jor smiled and nodded. She licked her lips and promised, "What kind of place is our Teodi Tower?" Mo Ting, work hard and there will be great benefits in the future. A Bao leaned in and whispered to Mo Ting, "The young lady is a notorious profiteer in the celestial realm." Mo Ting swallowed hard, looking uneasily at the candy in his hand, thinking, "Can I trust something from a profiteer?" The moonlight was bright, a gentle breeze stirred and tree leaves rustled, falling to the ground. A light was still on in a house in the courtyard. Mo Huang sat sadly by a tea table leaning on his cane. He closed his eyes, breathing softly. "Mo Ting, where are you now?" Mo Huang took a sip of water, recalling what had happened. Suddenly a voice called out in his mind, "Grandpa." Mo Huang turned in the direction of the voice but saw no one. He turned back, sighing softly. As he took another sip of water, the call came again. "Grandpa, Grandpa, I'm here." At the same time a shimmering magic circle appeared before his eyes. He opened his eyes wide, astonished. Mo Ting emerged from the magic circle happily saying, "It's me, Mo Ting." Mo Huang walked forward asking anxiously, "Where have you been? What exactly happened?" He scratched his head in confusion. "I can't explain it clearly right now. Don't worry, Grandpa, I'm fine, everything is well." Mo Huang reached out and touched his face, saying with emotion, "It's good that you're fine, it's good." Mo Ting's eyes also sparkled with tears. He took something out of his pocket. "Grandpa, look at this." In his hand was a red, ripe apple. Without a word he tossed the apple into the air, swiftly drawing a large knife from his waist, his movements clean and practiced, looking very skilled. Witnessing this, Mo Huang's tears flowed uncontrollably. "Mo Ting, you again." Mo Ting held the knife downwards. Mo Huang's painful memories resurfaced. The doctor hesitated before announcing, "This child has problems with both his hands' nervous and muscular systems. Don't worry, it won't affect his health, but his hands will be weak in the future and unable to perform precise movements." When he was a child, Mo Huang once asked him, "Mo Ting, what do you want to be when you grow up?" Mo Ting smiled and replied, "Like Grandpa, I want to be a chef." Once in the kitchen, Mo Huang rushed over in a panic, scolding, "Mo Ting, why are you playing with knives again? So disobedient." Mo Ting sobbed, tightly holding his hand which had been cut by the knife, and innocently replied, "Grandpa, the knife isn't listening to me." At that time he shouted angrily, "No more touching knives." "No," his voice still echoed. "No more learning to cook." The apple fell rapidly. Mo Ting's face was grim, concentrating intently on it. Golden patterns appeared on his hands. Mo Ting gripped the knife tightly, preparing. He raised the knife sharply, his movements skilled and fluid. Mo Ting's eyes widened, extremely calmly focused. He gripped the knife handle with his other hand. Mo Ting struggled to encourage himself, gripping the apple tightly, the half-peeled skin slipping from the blade. Rolling a few times on the ground, he tremblingly picked up the apple, forced a smile, his whole body shaking from exhaustion. Technical error, just need more practice. Mo Ting looked back helplessly, thinking, so foolish. Is it time? Is it time? Mo Huang was still shocked by the scene before him. Mo Ting walked into the shimmering light circle ahead, waving goodbye. "All right, time is limited. I have to go back and do something first," he happily added. "Grandpa, when I return I'll cook you something to truly savor." His figure gradually disappeared, but his voice still echoed, "Don't worry about me. I'm off." In an instant only Mo Huang was left, staring blankly, tears of happiness streaming down his face. "Tinger." Mo Huang looked up at the sky, muttering to himself, "I'm not worried about you at all." Then he smiled gently, tears still flowing. Laughter dispelled the loneliness. Flocks of birds circled in the clear blue sky, and a waterfall cascaded down from a height, forming a stream. The rushing water violently slapped against the rocks below. In the distance, a bone was thrown off a rug. Beside it was a pile of fruit. A satisfied sigh echoed. Wow! Jor happily licked her lips after finishing her meal. Bao was still engrossed in gnawing on a roasted chicken, not looking up. After eating their fill, they both lay lazily on the rug. It feels so good to be full. I love picnicking with Miss Jor the most. Bao still had food crumbs around its mouth. It glanced at the stream. The water flow seemed to be blocked by something. It turned out Mo Ting was standing underwater holding a knife, retraining his physical strength. The knife was probably very heavy. His arms were taut, veins bulging. Mo Ting frowned, letting out a pained growl from his throat, but unable to release it. Sure enough, the knife was too heavy. Mo Ting couldn't hold it and fell headfirst into the water. Bao ran over anxiously, shouting repeatedly, He fell, he fell. Mo Ting and the knife slowly sank to the bottom of the water. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and shot upwards. Just like that, Mo Ting suddenly emerged from the water surface, still holding the knife, scaring Bao out of its wits. Mo Ting again gripped the knife handle tightly, and under the strong pressure of the water current he continued to stand firm, maintaining the knife's posture. The water relentlessly washed over his face. Seeing this, Bao frantically turned to call Jor. Miss Jor, Mo Ting looks crazy, is he okay? Jor still lay leisurely on the blanket, unconcerned. What's the problem? This maiden painstakingly healed his crippled hand. If he doesn't work hard, would he be worthy of me? Besides, I didn't force him. He knows very well that even though his hand is healed, he still can't control his strength. If he doesn't practice frantically, should he wait to be completely crippled? Jor no longer lay down but sat up straight, her tone becoming serious. Although heavenly crafted chicken is a brilliant idea, not all food can be made so casually. If he cannot master culinary techniques in the shortest time, if he reveals flaws, then we will truly be dead. She reached out and picked up the red fruit. Bao looked at her helplessly, not knowing what to say. This time I have invested capital. This fertile land is encased in a sphere which Jor probably painstakingly acquired. To buy Mo Ting more practice time, we had to pay a high price to enter the miraculous space of Tai Zhenren, Tai Universe. Time here is almost static. A year here is only a few minutes outside. But unexpectedly, Jor's hands trembled as she held the red fruit. She was crying hysterically because Tai had raised the price. Little Jew, I can only lend you the Tai Universe for a week. If you want to rent it long term, you might consider letting these treasures change owners. No coercion, no coercion, it's up to you. This bastard actually dared to haggle with me. I gave him all the treasures I painstakingly collected, a voice sounded. Jor, don't worry. Suddenly, a rough hand was placed on Jor's delicate shoulder. Jor intuitively looked up and the voice sounded again. Jor, don't worry. Mo Ting took the red fruit from her hand, his tone firm. I will not let you down. The day my hands are perfected is the day Teoti Tower rises again. It better be or I'll flay you. Bao was terrified, advising him not to act up again. Mo Ting gently replied, Mo Ting, take a rest if you're tired. Not tired, just a little thirsty. Eating some fruit will be fine. He breathed on the red fruit, preparing to take a big bite to replenish his energy. Before the fruit reached his mouth, Mo Ting's face suddenly turned ashen. Mo Ting lost his footing, swayed, and was about to fall, unable to hold the fruit in his hand, which dropped. Jor and Bao watched him in surprise. He fell to the ground weak and limp. Bao no longer paid attention to Mo Ting. He couldn't hold on after all. Let him rest for a while. Jor crossed her arms, glancing at him. Although this kid wasn't very capable, his determination to work hard was truly rare. She slowly closed her eyes. A thought flashed through her mind, but now is really not the time to rest. Jor used her abilities, her hands surrounded by a soft glow. The light passed from her hands to Mo Ting. It gently landed on his face, seemingly healing him. Mo Ting frowned slightly. He slowly opened his eyes. Jor calmly asked, Are you awake? Mo Ting suddenly sat up, looked around, and blamed. Bao, did I sleep? Did I sleep for 2 days? Bao, didn't I remind you to supervise me? Why didn't you wake me up? What does it have to do with me? It's Jor. Shut up. Seeing him talk too much, Jor angrily scolded him. Mo Ting dared not retort and obediently listened. Go quickly and practice your knife skills. When will you be able to use a knife like this, sharpening knives? Yes, I'll go now. Due to the rapid water flow, some rocks gradually loosened. They continuously washed downstream, violently striking the water's surface. The stone from before also fell with the current to where Mo Ting was standing. Bao shouted, Mo Ting, look out! A large heavy stone hit the blade of the knife Mo Ting was holding. He exerted all his strength to support it, barely avoiding a fall. Mo Ting frowned slightly. He looked up and gave a contemptuous smile, shouting loudly, What are you yelling about? I'm fine. Seeing that he was okay, Bao's eyes lit up with joy. Such rapid progress. Another stone above was teetering, seemingly about to fall. Mo Ting seemed very perceptive. He glanced upwards, then swung his knife. It's not over yet. Sure enough, the stone fell straight towards Mo Ting's head. He showed no fear, splitting the stone in half with his knife. Bao witnessed this scene and was filled with admiration for Mo Ting. It held up a scoreboard to him. Great. Mo Ting happily shouldered his knife, pointed at himself, and winked at Bao. How was that, Bao? My strength is unparalleled. He was still basking in the glory of his recent achievement, oblivious to a bone flying from behind and hitting him directly on the head. Mo Ting couldn't help but yelp in pain. It turned out Jor was moving things upstairs. She angrily pointed at him and scolded, You get carried away after just a little progress. Practice for another hour or no dinner. When it was dinner time, Mo Ting was still eating, and Jor asked, I'm starving. Is Mo Ting finished eating? He picked up his chopsticks and bowl as if he hadn't eaten in ages. Like another bowl. Miss Jor's cooking is truly excellent. She extended her hand and made a request. Seriously, give me the treasured blade. Mo Ting didn't think much of it and simply unfastened his necklace. He placed the necklace in Jor's palm happily saying, "Hey, do you want to transform a new blade for me to practice with?" She glanced at Mo Ting. "It was time to awaken this blade. Can't you understand? All you do is eat and not listen." Jor cast a spell, and the necklace was enveloped in a pale yellow aura she created. The Dragon Lord takes his place. The treasured blade unlocks. She opened her mouth wide and loudly commanded, "Open." The necklace immediately transformed into the shape of a dragon's head. It shot skyward, surrounded by a pale yellow aura. Mo Ting watched bewildered, mouth agape. It continued to soar upwards, drawing patterns without pause. Jor and Abao looked up at the dazzling light. Mo Ting couldn't bear it and covered his eyes. Then a gigantic object appeared from out of nowhere. He squinted to see it and it dropped to the ground with a thud. Mo Ting swore in terror. Holy crap, he couldn't help but shout as he looked at the behemoth before him. This is the treasured blade. How am I supposed to use something this big? Abao's eyes were even more excited than his. It pointed at the behemoth. What do you know? A treasured blade is an immortal magic weapon. How can you use it directly? You have to touch it first. Mo Ting turned, surprised, to look at it. Touch it? Seeing his stunned expression, Abao was almost exasperated and had to explain to Mo Ting. The treasured blade existed before the three realms were formed. It is the embodiment of culinary arts. One could say that whoever masters the treasured blade is destined to become the greatest culinary master in the world. Touch it, and then carefully imagine the culinary form you most desire in your mind. It will automatically transform. It grinned slyly, wagging its short finger in front of him, but reminded him, "But I must warn you first, be careful." Suddenly, Abao's face turned ashen. Mo Ding couldn't be bothered to listen and immediately slipped away. This time Abao was thoroughly enraged, roaring angrily, "You little brat, I wasn't finished yet. Come back here, it's quite shiny." Mo Ding closed his eyes, felt it and tried to touch it. The shape of a cleaver appeared in his mind. Got it, but the design isn't quite right. No, then it changed into a long sword. This one's good, but it can only slice, not chop. No good. Finally a short pirate cutlass appeared. That was my favorite pirate cutlass as a child. What on earth is in my head? Mo Ting's thoughts were a chaotic mess. He couldn't recall anything. He tried to calm himself, carefully remembering the culinary path he yearned for. A beam of light shot into Mo Ting's eyes. He opened them to see a person radiating an intense glow holding a knife that was slicing cucumbers. With each cut, Mo Ting clearly registered it in his mind. The cucumbers were sliced into uniform thin pieces. The person then instructed him. Mo Ting, a chef, must learn how to use the cooking knife in his hand. This knife is called the civil and military blade, Wen Wu Dao. The cooking knife shines, appearing ordinary, but it can chop, slice, mince, peel, and cleave. It's omnipotent, yet it looks clumsy. It's difficult to practice, but a chef who has mastered it can use it as they please. Mo Ting suddenly shouted, "Wen Wu Dao, you're the one?" His gaze sharpened. Mo Ting looked forward then around, but saw it no more. He glanced downwards and his eyes suddenly widened. The blade, it was already gilded. Not only that, Mo Ting was holding it tightly. He was so surprised his mouth hung open. It's really the Wen Wu Dao, the Wen Wu Dao. He happily turned and called to Jor. "Jor, Abao, I succeeded." Mo Ting shouted excitedly, asking them, "What should I do now?" A smile played on Jor's lips. Abao frantically warned Mo Ting, "The show's beginning, you'd better protect yourself now. Be careful." He was still bewildered by Abao's words. Careful. No sooner had he spoken than the knife in Mo Ting's hand suddenly moved. It emitted an extremely strong light. It controlled Mo Ting, sending him charging forward, then soaring upwards. Mo Ting was caught off guard and could only cling on tightly. It wrestled with Mo Ting for a long time, with dust and smoke filling the surroundings, obscuring their figures. Only when the smoke gradually dispersed did Jor slowly search around, while Abao's eyes widened in terror. Only Mo Ting's human-shaped imprint was left on the ground. It anxiously asked, where is he?" Jor shielded her forehead with her hand, easing the glare, and softly said, "Up there." It turned out the blade and Mo Ting had flown high into the sky. Mo Ting held the treasured blade tightly with both hands, preventing it from flying further. He panted for a long time before he could speak. Mo Ting lay on the ground covered in injuries, his eyes full of confusion as he asked, "What on earth is going on?" Only then did Jor and Abao slowly walk over to him. She loudly scolded, "Who told you not to listen to Abao finish talking before touching the treasured blade?" Mo Ting panted wearily, then gritted his teeth and said brokenly, "My old life is almost gone. I need to put it down and rest first." No sooner had he spoken than Mo Ting's grip on the treasured blade loosened. Seeing that he was actually going to let go, Jor and Abao both sprang up in alarm to stop him. No, absolutely do not let go. Once you let go, you'll never have another chance to control the treasured blade." Hearing them say this, Mo Ting exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" His hands quickly gripped the treasured blade again. Abao sternly cautioned him, "From the moment you touch the treasured blade, the process of it recognizing its master has already begun. If you let go now, it means you're automatically giving up your rights and all your efforts will be in vain." Jor also followed up by instructing Mo Ting on how to control the treasured blade, which involves extreme development and training of his own control abilities. Historically, even the most powerful Dragon Lord took 10 days. Once he can adapt to it, his control over the treasured blade will become very proficient. He lay on the ground listening to them finish, then firmly said, "You should have said so earlier. That gives me motivation. I can definitely do it in 10 days too." She softly cautioned Mo Ting, "I warn you, the treasured blade's transforming power will grow stronger and stronger. You must be careful." He quickly sat up and confidently told Jor, "Don't worry, it won't defeat me. Just as Mo Ding sat up, the treasured blade in his hand suddenly emitted a strong light. He saw its transformation and was so scared his face crumpled. Mo Ting shouted loudly, "It's acting up again," immediately followed by a loud bang. Jor and Bao saw him lying flat on the ground again with a large bump on his forehead. Both couldn't help but exclaim, "How tragic," but Mo Ting didn't get discouraged. He still struggled to sit up. Jor and Bao both watched in surprise as Mo Ding sat up. He firmly gripped the treasured blade. It once again emitted that power, but Mo Ting showed no fear, instead loudly saying, "I said it wouldn't defeat me, so bring it on." The next day he was pulled by the treasured blade and flew, crashing heavily into a tree trunk. Seeing this, both couldn't help but exclaim, "That's too tragic." On the third day it pulled Mo Ding into the sky again, his body crashing into a large rock. And they once again exclaimed, "Even more tragic." Not only that, the treasured blade even pressed Mo Ting's face into a puddle of dirty mud. Jor and Bao had grown accustomed to these torments, calmly saying, "Quite tragic." Half a day later, Mo Ting's hands, tightly gripping the treasured blade, were covered in wounds big and small. Jor softly called out to him. Mo Ting was in a sorry state, not a single part of him unharmed. He wearily looked up at the sky, breathing heavily. Seeing Mo Ting's current condition, she couldn't help but say, "Not bad, you're almost done for, yet you're still holding on to the treasured blade." Jor suddenly seemed to recall something. She glanced at Bao, then asked, "Wait, what day is it today?" Seeing Jor ask this, it also glanced at her. Bao's face suddenly turned pale and it stammered its reply, "The 10th day. This kid managed to hold on until now." Jor heard this answer and couldn't help but widen her eyes, thinking, "The 10th day." She looked at Mo Ting's bruised and bleeding face, feeling a pang of worry. The trial of succession is coming. Mo Ting, can you endure it? In the bottomless darkness, a pair of sharp eyes suddenly appeared, fixated intently in one direction. Mo Ting lay unconscious on the ground when he suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice call out, "Awaken." He slowly opened his eyes, vaguely wondering in his mind, who is calling me? As soon as he opened his eyes, what greeted Mo Ting was a gigantic and beautiful tail wrapped in a shimmering glow. Suddenly laughter broke out. He remained sitting motionless, not understanding what was happening. A colossal creature was slowly approaching Mo Ting. He saw it bare its sharp teeth as if threatening him. Once everything became clear, Mo Ting couldn't help but stare in terror. Before him was a colossal and majestic golden dragon looking down from above. Mo Ting was frightened, at a loss. What's going on? A giant dragon. He then looked down at his empty hands. Mo Ting was agitated, worriedly thinking, "Damn it, where's the treasured blade? Did I fail this challenge?" The gigantic golden dragon suddenly spoke to Mo Ting. "You down there, do you intend to control me?" Hearing this question, he pointed at it, his face pale, and stammered in retort, "Control you, are you?" Before Mo Ting could finish, the treasured blade disdainfully spoke, "A mere mortal, you should know your limits. Why invite trouble?" It leaned closer to his face, its tone full of disdain. "Just beg me and I can bestow upon you a portion of my power, making you the foremost dragon lord under heaven." Mo Ting said nothing, merely listening silently as the treasured blade spoke. "Why struggle so desperately to control me?" It sneered, its tone full of temptation as it asked him, "Are you willing? I will keep your secret." But Mo Ding refused without hesitation. "I'm not willing." The treasured blade, hearing this reply, couldn't hide its shock. Mo Ding sat on the ground and spoke earnestly. "My friend once told me this is a necessary process for the treasured blade to recognize its master." He decisively pointed at himself and firmly said, "Moreover, my grandfather once said that if a chef cannot even control the utensils in his hand, then he is an unqualified chef. Since you are the blade in my hand, I must fully control you." The treasured blade was enraged by Mo Ting's words. It roared at him, "Arrogant mortals are indeed greedy and foolish, always coveting power that doesn't belong to them." A surge of power immediately gathered in its mouth. The treasured blade couldn't suppress its rage and blurted out, "Since that's the case." Mo Ting's face suddenly tensed up. The treasured blade had already formed a massive energy orb. It roared furiously, "Then you shall taste a fate worse than death." The next second it fiercely unleashed that power. He stared wide-eyed, stunned. He watched motionless as the treasured blade's power mercilessly shot towards Mo Ting. At this moment, Jor and Bao were outside watching Mo Ting. She suddenly felt something and turned to Bao in alarm. Bao also sensed it, its face turning serious as it sharply turned its head. As soon as they turned, both saw Mo Ting had already fainted, suddenly coughing violently. They called out to Mo Ting in worried shouts. His body was trembling violently, sweat pouring down like rain. Mo Ting's face was contorted in pain. Bao's face was pale, and it worriedly asked Jor, "Miss, if Mo Ting can't hold on, do you remember the Dragon Lord who went mad back then?" Her brow was tightly furrowed, full of worry, but she still tried to reassure herself. "No, he definitely won't." No sooner had she spoken than Jor gathered a surge of power around her hands. Then she gently placed her hand on the back of Mo Ting's head. Bao, seeing everything that just happened, widened its eyes in surprise. It stammered, thinking, this is. Bao saw Jor earnestly using the recently gathered power to help Mo Ting, and it immediately realized this was a profound method. Just then, in Mo Ting's mind, the power that the treasured blade had shot at him had dissipated. Mo Ting opened his bloodshot eyes. The skin on his arms was burnt crimson by that power, even exposing the bones beneath. Mo Ting's body was now entirely scarred, with almost all his skin peeled off. The treasured blade watched triumphantly from above as Mo Ding howled in pain. It narrowed its eyes and sinisterly said, "This is just the beginning." A beam of light shone, smoke billowed, and a distant echo rang out. Bowl topping before him appeared a high-pressure oil pot filled with high-temperature boiling oil. The blade spirit dragon challenged, continuing its taunts with a challenging gaze. It's still not too late to quit now otherwise. Before Mo Ding could resist, the blade spirit dragon immediately made its move, and the oil pot was about to tip over. Slowly emerging from the billowing smoke was Mo Ting's bruised and bloody face, mottled with green and purple. He gritted his teeth. I cannot give up, I cannot give up. The next second, the scalding oil pot poured directly onto little Mo. Mo Ting's heart-wrenching screams echoed through the sky, and an unfamiliar voice came from somewhere. Mo Ting persevered. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. It was Jor's voice. Mo Ting's body was engulfed by the scorching heat of the oil pot pouring down. But something deep in his subconscious was still driving him. Though I don't know what you're experiencing, remember, everything is a test, everything is a symbol. Don't be misled. Seek the true answer, you can do it, come on. Mo Ting suddenly seemed to grasp the core of the problem, the challenge. In the dim darkness, smoke billowed with only the echoing words from earlier lingering in his mind. Little Mo. Imagine the true answer. The blade spirit dragon bared its sharp claws as if threatening. It deliberately asked again, still not giving up. Sometimes taking a step back isn't a bad thing. Blade-like reflections began to pierce forward, and the taunting voice grew louder. Give up, young man. This time it's 1,000 cuts through the body, just like that, watching the knives rush forward like a gust of wind. Facing the tiny Mo Ding, the blade spirit dragon opened its sharp blood-red maw as if to swallow him whole. You can't withstand it. Turn into mincemeat. Mo Ting's hair was drenched, and beads of oil slowly slid down his cheeks and onto his body. He repeated the blade spirit dragon's words, mincemeat. Mo Ting's body was instantly torn to shreds, and drops of blood splattered onto the ground. Back in reality, it was his grandfather's knife, falling again and again onto the chopping board, mincing the meat. As he put the meat into the wok, his grandfather asked Mo Ting, when stir-frying mincemeat, mastering the heat is also very important. Mo Ting seemed not to reply, so his grandfather turned and asked again, Mo Ting, what book are you reading? Mo Ting put down the book and gently explained to his grandfather, this is an inscription from a famous chef unearthed in Zhejiang. The knife skills recorded on it are simply too cool. He smiled triumphantly, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Grandpa, if I learn this, can I be as amazing as you? Little Mo looked up at the sky, excitedly shouting, hold the knife with strength, keep going. His grandfather silently walked over to little Mo, comforting him with concern. Pity about your hands, silly child, silly child. Pick it up. Suddenly, the illusory scene dissipated, and what appeared before him were knives falling. Mo Ting had now regained his tall stature, directly facing the blade spirit dragon. The blade spirit dragon's face was full of doubt, while Mo Ding slowly opened his eyes, meeting its gaze. The sky became bright again. The blade spirit dragon looked bewildered, surprised by the miracle Mo Ding had created. The illusion has been broken. How, you did it? Mo Ding stood on the azure water, clenching his fists, and replied with conviction. It's simple. This is a mental space. It's impossible for me to be truly harmed. The root of the pain comes from the illusion. Every time you attacked me, you weren't actually trying to push me to despair, but rather to pass on culinary knowledge. I've always been confused. Why did every challenge feel somewhat familiar? Frying, grilling, stewing, mincing, he continued. It was when you mentioned mincemeat that I realized all of these were actual reenactments of various cooking techniques. Mo Ting then added with slight hesitation, only the target became myself. Hearing these words, the blade spirit dragon's face stiffened, yet it still arrogantly said, even if you understand now, the fear perceived by the naked eye cannot be overcome. Mo Ting already grasped these tactics. He confidently said, heat control, hot oil. The knife skills were indeed painful, but when I discovered that each time I could experience and learn culinary arts from unexpected angles, every minute became wonderful, making me happy and engrossed. How could I have any other thoughts? Mo Ting cupped his hands in salute to the blade spirit dragon. Thank you. To see with my own eyes and feel with my own hands, it's truly amazing. The blade spirit dragon seemed to gradually understand the mystery. So that's it. How much love for cooking does it take to reach this point? It widened its eyes, thinking, this kid is truly a fool. No sooner had the blade spirit dragon spoken than it said, you've passed the test. You are worthy to wield me, treasured blade. I obey your command. Mo Ting then said, hey, recalling what had just happened, he gestured for the blade spirit dragon to do it again. Let's talk about wielding you later. That 1,000 cuts through the body move just now was really cool. I truly want to remember it. How about you do it again? What do you say? Hearing this, the blade spirit dragon shrieked. Are you crazy? Mo Ting pointed at the blade spirit dragon and commanded, is that how you speak to your master? Hurry up. Jor appeared, her eyes full of fury. She reached out to pinch Mo Ting, but Mo Ting remained motionless, completely unresponsive, which made Jor poke him repeatedly in anger. Stupid Mo Ting, are you receiving my telepathic message or not? If you don't wake up, I'll die of anxiety. Bao, worried, quickly tried to console her. Jor, I'm afraid something might happen. Calm down, Jor. He's badly injured right now and can't take any shocks. Jor stopped, silently looking at Mo Ting's dirt-covered body. Mo Ting, neither human nor ghost. Suddenly, a strange object flew from somewhere and landed in front of Jor. She exclaimed in surprise. 1,000-mile message crane. She immediately grabbed it and read carefully. Miss Jor, long time no see. I hear the Dragon Lord has returned to his position. Tomorrow I will specially visit Teoti Tower. I wonder if I might be able to sample the immortal 8 delicacies feast? Suddenly, Jor's face changed drastically. She was shocked. Tai Zhenren, a Bao, sensed that something was wrong, and an angry expression appeared on its face. This Tai Zhenren is clearly playing games with us. Mo Ting's fate is uncertain right now, so how can we make the immortal 8 delicacies for him? And he's coming tomorrow. Jor's mood wasn't much better. She held her head and cried, unable to shed tears. Meanwhile, Mo Ting in the corner remained motionless, completely unresponsive. At dawn a thin mist still lingered, shrouding the ancient Yanping district, where the houses with their upswept eaves boasted distinct Eastern architectural features. The azure sky shimmered with the morning light, bringing a sense of peace and gentleness. The entire space was silent, as if the whole world was still asleep, with only time slowly passing, echoing beneath every eaves outside Teoti Tower. Jor sat anxiously by the bed, looking at the lying Mo Ding and shouting, "What do we do? What do we do? What do we do?" A Bao sat nearby, its face anxious and purple, timidly asking while looking at Jor, "Miss, isn't Mo Ting still unconscious? Maybe like last time he can manage." Jor roared in anger, looking at A Bao with a terrifying gaze. "Manage what? You know that the preparation, processing, knife skills and cooking methods for each of the immortal 8 delicacies are different. He hasn't practiced them at all." A Bao was terrified, continuously making excuses to appease Jor, afraid she would vent her anger on it. "Anyway, our lease isn't up yet. We can wait for Mo Ting to wake up, then let him practice more." Jor was worried. Her words grew heavy and her face was filled with fear. Even if he mastered them, what then? Every ingredient in the immortal 8 delicacies is an extremely rare treasure. How could we find them all in a single day? Jor held her head, thought for a moment, then advised, "A Bao, quickly pack your bags and run for your life. Your old lady will take you to the mortal world to hide. We'll eat whatever we can find and live a good life." This made A Bao scream. It tightly clutched Jor's clothes and cried, "Flee, miss, you're not joking, are you? This is a serious crime against the heavenly court. If we're caught descending to the mortal world without permission, we're dead." Both fell into fear, at a loss. What else could they do? Mo Ting slowly opened his eyes. The faint light was somewhat dazzling. He was sweating profusely, as if he had just been through something. Mo Ding sat meditating in a giant pot, surrounded by steaming hot mist that enveloped his entire body. A dragon glared angrily, staring intently at Mo Ting as if he were prey. Mo Ting, despite being drenched in sweat, showed no fear. He calmly spoke, "So that's it. Uneven heating of ingredients, if well controlled, can create rich textures and flavors." Mo Ding, his face covered in sweat, shouted firmly once more. The dragon circling before him trembled weakly, its entire body shaking as it stammered, "I say, Mo Ting, you've added it 3 times already. You've perfectly passed this test. I've acknowledged you, so why don't we stop?" Mo Ding laughed happily, replying naturally and indifferently, which infuriated the dragon, though it dared not act. No, how can we? Ordinary chefs can only judge by eye and experience, but with you I can fully perceive every detail. With such a great opportunity, why would I want to stop?" The dragon opened its mouth wearily, its eyes dull and devoid of strength. "I think you've perceived too much. My stamina's also limited. Let's end this." Mo Ting angrily pointed at it, coldly disagreeing, his resolute gaze frightening the dragon. "No, you are the most formidable treasured blade in the 3 realms. Come, let's continue." Mo Ting's hair was tinged blue, his muscles bulging, seemingly undergoing a powerful evolution. Roasting 23,100. Mo Ting's body passed through the fierce flames with oil splattering all around. This continually increased the danger of the ongoing process, frying 65,100. Finally, after thousands of sharp gleaming daggers surrounded his body, stir-frying unknown value 100, mincing 108 infinity, Mo Ting happily and cheerfully shouted repeatedly, completely unconcerned with his image. Again, cracks were clearly visible, debris splattered, and the entire rock shattered. "No," the dragon trembled, unable to speak, and wearily stammered, "It's already been over 3 million times. You've made me repeat it over 3 million times. Do me a favor, spare this little blade's life. My divine power is truly exhausted. I can't keep playing." The atmosphere fell silent. Mo Ding awkwardly scratched his head. "My soul almost left my body. Damn it, if I weren't in your mental world I would have bolted long ago. This guy is clearly a pervert. I really can't mess with him in the future." Mo Ting thought for a moment, then spoke, "It's not impossible to leave. How about this?" These words instantly revitalized the dragon. The dragon, still pleading, promised Mo Ting, "As long as you let me out, I'll agree to anything." Mo Ding immediately jumped up, sat directly on the dragon's head, startling it. It opened its mouth and threatened Mo Ding. "I say, little blade, what skills did the previous dragon lord possess? Tell me." The cunning dragon blinked and confidently said, "You want to know the previous dragon lord's signature skill? All right, I can tell you a little." This made Mo Ding turn his head angrily. "A little? Then let's continue." The dragon was terrified, immediately trembling and pleading, "No, please, I'll tell you everything, Lord Mo. Not a single detail will be missed. Do you know that the first-generation dragon lord loved listening to the sound of his own farts?" Mo Ting laughed happily. He slapped the dragon's head hard. "I like that too. Keep going. Back outside," A Bao anxiously asked, watching Jor walk. "Are we really doing this?" Jor replied coldly, with unwavering determination in her eyes. "You take Mo Ding somewhere safe for now," A Bao asked anxiously, its heart filled with fear. "Jor, what about you?" Jor walked straight ahead without looking back. "I bear the greatest responsibility concerning the Dragon Lord. I must stay here, protect him, and not let him run wild. No matter what happens outside, I will handle it." A gust of wind from nowhere swept everything away. Ebao's face turned purple with fright. What just happened? An impressive scene with the sky as the focal point. The sky featured orange and blue swirling clouds, creating a sense of an energy explosion. A brilliant sunset or a sunrise. a dazzling point of light from which countless yellow and white rays radiated in all directions, creating the effect of an explosion or a shining star with a black background to highlight the light. In the serene sky above the rooftops, fantastical energy ripples suddenly emerged, swirling into a magnificent arc of orange, yellow, and blue light, foreshadowing an extraordinary event. Immediately after, a dazzling point of light violently erupted, shooting countless golden yellow rays in all directions, tearing through the silent space. This terrifying energy seemed to converge entirely, then surge skyward, transforming into a colossal beam of light, sharp as a golden sword, consuming everything around it, displaying an absolute power. This image depicted a moment filled with majesty and shock, with a colossal energy eruption at the center, golden yellow light engulfing everything like a tsunami. Above and around the halo were powerful and decisive calligraphic brushstrokes in ink, representing the resounding shock or astonishing power unleashed by the recently deployed move. The entire scene exuded a sense of destructive force, and a battle reaching its climax. Bao screamed in surprise. What the heck? Before them were two bodyguards in shiny black suits. The car door opened, and a wealthy man exuding an aristocratic aura stepped out. His flared pants and black leather shoes appeared, making the two standing figures tremble with fright, softly exclaiming, "Ah!" A man with a slicked-back hairstyle, protected by two bodyguards. Tai Zhenren. Tai confidently smiled at his flamboyant outfit and said, "What? Blinded your dog eyes, have I?" Jorah looked at the person before her in confusion. "Zhenren, this outfit of yours," Tai chuckled proudly. "Little Jew, haven't you been running around for hundreds of years? What's there to be surprised about?" he muttered. "Classic Hawaiian style," he skipped proudly. "Oh, little Jew, the appearance of this tower is really different, isn't it? Although every dragon lord would make it a few stories shorter, I've never seen it completely flattened like this before." He tsked, then caught sight of a stranger. "Ah, this one," he said, feigning mystery as he lowered his glasses. "I also learned a bit about this lad during my descent to the mortal realm. The dragon lord has never cooked," Bao blurted out in panic. "How would he know that?" Jorah eyed Tai warily. "You've already been to Yizhou," he admitted, smoking. "That's right, and it's all thanks to you for leading the way. His old man's cooking is quite good," she angrily questioned him. "What, you've been following me?" he replied indifferently. "I've already consulted with the Jade Emperor. What can I do? I just don't trust you." Back then, after the previous Dragon Lord passed away, the unreliable manager of Teoti Tower descended to the mortal realm to search for a new Dragon Lord candidate. As a result, this naive dragon, after descending, spent hundreds of years eating, drinking, and enjoying itself. Jorah stammered. "Ah," he retorted, dissatisfied. "You clearly know that the laws of the celestial and demonic realms are different from the mortal world. Among the 3,000 great Taos, only the Culinary Tao is missing. While you were feasting here, did you ever consider the suffering of us who endure wind and dew, relying solely on a few colorless and tasteless golden pills to survive?" "No," he continued to ramble, while she stared at him with murderous eyes. "Moreover, the Dragon Lord's return this time is quite strange. Jorah, all your actions have angered the three realms. Originally, the Jade Emperor intended to send you to guard the merfolk in the North Sea for 1,000 years, but after my persistent persuasion, everyone decided to give you another chance. The immortal 8 delicacies," Jorah revealed with a sullen expression. "What's the use of him pretending to be a good person? I tell you, the immortal 8 delicacies are fine, but unfortunately, without the ingredients, they cannot be cooked. I believe the Jade Emperor will understand. You should go back. There's nothing here you want to eat." He spoke up to stop her. "Alas, it's just that I'm too clever," he commanded his subordinates behind him. "Open the trunk." They responded loudly, yes. The subordinate pressed the remote to open the trunk. The contents of the trunk gradually revealed themselves before them. Tai looked at the food before him triumphantly. "My apologies, I have already prepared all the ingredients," he said proudly. "If this generation's Dragon Lord can complete the immortal 8 delicacies, then he is naturally worthy of the title. Your diligent selection is a great merit. If he cannot complete it, then go guard the merfolk in the North Sea." Jorah gritted her teeth in anger. "You old man Tai, after eating and drinking from us for so many years, you're playing us like this now." She clenched her fists. "The immortal 8 delicacies is an unparalleled dish created by Dragon Lord Yi 5,000 years ago, and its recipe was never left behind. Forget Mo Ting in the entire 3 realms unless that old helper Yi is resurrected. Who could make it?" She prepared to act, charging straight at Tai. "Today this girl will tell you, if you want me to guard the North Sea, I'll first beat your scoundrel head swollen." She was determined to attack him. He also used his moves to block the mixed medicine. He raised his hand to form a formation. Jorah glanced at the forces surrounding her. They transformed into ropes, binding her and causing her immense pain. Tai looked at her angrily. "I was sent by the Jade Emperor. How dare you ambush me? Do you want to die? Good luck to you." Jorah. Suddenly a loud shout came from behind him. "Let her go!" He turned around in a panic and the ropes scattered on the ground. Jorah was surprised. She couldn't believe it, shouting. "Mo Ting!" The surroundings vibrated violently, startling Tai into a panic. "What's that noise?" A huge sound continuously echoed, and a plaque appeared before everyone. Teoti. Surrounding Mo Ting was a dazzling light. Bao and Jorah were delighted. Teoti Tower had upgraded. Tai also looked at the scene before him with doubt. The huge glass windows gleamed, luxurious corridors were upgraded, the entire building seemed to have a new look, and the elevator was installed smoothly and unimpeded. The entire Teoti Tower appeared majestic and brilliant behind Mo Ting. A Bao looked as if it was about to cry. It's true. It really upgraded. Jor couldn't believe it. Could Mo Ding really have been recognized by the treasured blade? Even so, it's impossible for such a big change to occur, right? Tai Yi pointed at him and questioned, Dragon Lord Mo Ding, do you know the reason I'm here today? Mo Ding nodded in confusion, vaguely hearing earlier. Isn't it just to make the immortal 8 delicacies? Simple, he kept critiquing him. Simple? What a big mouth. Young people are always arrogant and don't know humility. I think this return of the Dragon Lord is a mistake, he spoke dismissively. This time I came to Yizhou. I also saw a young man about your age, named Huang Tian I believe. His culinary skills are superb, and he is modest and polite. I think he is more suitable than this young man here. Mo Ding was suddenly stunned. Huang Tian, he recalled the scene of himself kneeling before someone in the past. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Bumpkin who's never had anything good to eat. Tai Yi immediately retorted, You brat, do you believe I can prevent you from becoming the Dragon Lord? Mo Ding began to act. Whether I become the Dragon Lord or not is irrelevant. He gripped the knife tightly. Today I want you to see clearly. True culinary artistry is, as soon as Mo Ting made his move, those secret recipes and the countless histories hidden within them reappeared. The immortal 8 delicacies, an unparalleled dish created by the ancient god of cookery, Yi Ya, after becoming the Dragon Lord, was made with 8 extremely precious ingredients. The immortal snail of the heavenly pond, the 1000-year fire clam leaf, the meat Ganoderma, the cicada incense ghost, the sand spirit mushroom, the little mang god jade, the exalted green spirit, and the 9 heavens phoenix. Obtaining them was harder than ascending to heaven because these ingredients grew in very dangerous places. Their maturation time was extremely slow. When Yi Ya's immortal 8 delicacies were first prepared, the aroma wafted for thousands of miles, even reaching the immortal realm. Those immortals fortunate enough to taste it universally recognized it as a supremely delicious dish, and eating the immortal 8 delicacies could even elevate an immortal's magic by 1 level. It was truly an awakening light, a culinary delight for immortals that resonated throughout the mortal world. Back in reality, he stood face to face with the other party, his expression grim, showing not the slightest hint of fear. The question is, if he can make the immortal 8 delicacies, then what does he plan to do? Tai Yi's lips curved slightly, and he replied dismissively, Then of course I will acknowledge your qualifications as the Dragon Lord. But for Mo Ding this wasn't enough. It infuriated him immediately, prompting him to ask what else he wanted. Mo Ting's eyes flashed with a firm murderous intent, and he pointed at him saying sonorously, If I can make the immortal 8 delicacies you must admit that you are an unworldly bumpkin, and at the same time cancel all matters concerning Jor. Jor and A Bao, listening from behind, broke out in a cold sweat, startled, unable to say anything. He was there making a big fuss. It was the first time anyone dared to challenge his authority, clearly unaware of Tai Yi's powerful background. However, that fool nonchalantly held the knife to his neck, pushing all the trouble onto her. He was minding his own business at home but was inexplicably kidnapped here, he said carelessly, unaware that a pair of sharp eyes behind him were warning him fiercely. The next second he was flushed again by Mo Ting's words. It turned out he wanted to repay Jor for healing his hands, so he absolutely had to fulfill the great responsibility of the Dragon Lord to repay that girl. After speaking, Mo Ting looked like a big brother, aggressively bringing people to cause trouble, but that old man immediately started to criticize this and that as if we were all trash. Young master, I don't like it. Why should I make delicious food for him? However, Tai Yi stubbornly insisted on the customer is God principle, threatening that they had to cook today whether they wanted to or not. Sorry. In the culinary world, Mo Ting is not afraid of any challenge. He rattled off a bunch of principles, saying the key is for the chef to make delicious food with heart, and the diner must also taste it with heart. Even if he forces it, can the food made still be called delicious? Hearing this, Tai Yi's gaze sharpened, and he accepted the challenge. If Mo Ting could truly make authentic immortal 8 delicacies, he would immediately apologize and admit he was an unworldly bumpkin. But if he couldn't make it, Tai Yi suddenly pointed at Jor, aggressively putting forward his last condition. Then I will not only strip him of his Dragon Lord status but also restore your hands to their original state, and at that time I will make Huang Tian the Dragon Lord. Not only that, because she chose the wrong person, Jor would receive double punishment. A Bao immediately retorted, angrily protecting Jor. Even if she deserves punishment, it's not for him to say. But Mo Ting didn't think so. He decisively patted Tai Yi's hand, indicating agreement. This left the two behind him dumbfounded with terror. No matter how much he wailed, he still held the other's hand and said, It's a deal. In the blink of an eye, the skyscraper with its modern flair gradually revealed itself through layers of mist. At this moment, on the other side of the wooden door, faint murmurs suddenly arose. Lord, this generation's Dragon Lord doesn't seem very reliable. He doubted if entrusting such precious immortal 8 delicacies to this novice wouldn't be a waste, especially since those were extremely precious ingredients. Tai Yi, however, was not worried at all. The reason he had any immortal 8 delicacies was that he had only tasted a little bit of them while following the Jade Emperor over thousands of years. Presumably, everyone has guessed how Mo Ting was tricked. However, that being said, compared to those rare and hard-to-find ingredients, as long as there is one superior shrimp, one can taste a dish from the immortal 8 delicacies, and he doesn't consider that a waste. The aide next to him looked puzzled, wondering if this wasn't too much of a bargain for Mo Ting. Tai instantly revealed a lewd smile, asking what the word bargain meant, because he knew that the preparation of ice flour shrimp was not simple, and the ultimate victory would definitely belong to him. Shifting to the kitchen, A Bao and Mo Ting were preparing ingredients. It flew around, seemingly unable to believe it. Even if Mo Ting was recognized by the treasured blade, Teoti Tower couldn't have upgraded. While Jor and Mo Ting focused on their tasks, A Bao suddenly transformed into a chatterbox, frantically explaining that Teoti Tower's upgrade relies on the accumulation of delicious dishes made by the Dragon Lord. Previous Dragon Lords, after being recognized by the treasured blade, were only barely able to utilize its power. This guy, the Three Realms' top culinary artifact, actually chose this novice as its master. Miss Jor, do you believe it? It sensed something bad was about to happen. It immediately shut up to save its life. It turned out Jor had erupted, radiating murderous intent and resentfully cursing this scoundrel. How dare he use her to bet with others? A Bao only then realized, so you're still angry about Mo Ting's bet with Tai Zhenren? Suddenly, a piece of glass shattered from above, directly breaking into small fragments. The sound quickly attracted their attention, and a strange animal immediately appeared before them. It stared wide-eyed at its opponent, who knew that in the next second Mo Ting's poor nose was inexplicably pinched by it, causing him to bleed profusely. His face also turned ashen. A chaotic scene then erupted, with some flailing wildly, searching for an escape, while others transformed into fiends, loudly cheering from behind. This is what that scoundrel deserves. Pinch him, pinch him. Watching this comical scene, A Bao couldn't help but chuckle. It mockingly pointed at him. He's actually using an ordinary knife to deal with a green spirit shrimp, you know. Immortal venerable shrimp live deep in the blade pond and have terrifying combat power. Even ordinary immortals might not be able to defeat them. It was then that Mo Ting noticed the tail covered in talismans. Thanks to A Bao's idle chatter, he also learned that, if it weren't for Tai Zhenren suppressing it with immortal talismans, he would have been beaten black and blue. After being tormented for a long time, Mo Ting finally couldn't bear it anymore, and loudly summoned the treasured blade to his service. His hand was immediately enveloped in a rich spiritual energy. Mo Ting's figure, holding the treasured blade, slowly descended, merging with its desperate struggles. Then the little shrimp was simply scared unconscious. It just wanted to say, "It's faster if I do it myself. Short pain is better than long pain." A smug expression appeared on his face, somewhat praising the knife's power, and the treasured blade also appeared, proudly saying, "Under my blade, demons and monsters are all ingredients. Ingredients, understand?" After speaking, it quickly urged him to hurry. It only needed one cut to dispatch its prey. His raised arm suddenly stopped in midair again, prompting the treasured blade to urge impatiently, "My great blade is already hungry, don't stop." But Mo Ting at this moment had a look of astonishment. Jor and A Bao also found this very perplexing. Why was Mo Ting standing still and not dealing with the ingredients quickly? He suddenly darkened his face and seriously asked, "Jor, do you think this green spirit shrimp is precious?" She immediately cursed him, nonsense, while also wondering why he was asking that question. You know, green spirit shrimp live 9,000 meters deep in the Jiao Pond, possess astonishing combat power and are extremely difficult to catch, making them a rare ingredient. Mo Ting said nothing more, directly bringing the small shrimp before them, letting the two examine it carefully. Jor and A Bao both foolishly did as he said. "This is Zhenzi, a female shrimp. The dense red dots are not anything else but its eggs." A crazy idea popped into his mind. Mo Ting, with an expression of a boy discovering mischief, posed a tricky question. "Have you two heard of artificial breeding?" Speaking of the Imperial Garden, white smoke was now curling up from behind the cabinet door. As mentioned before, a place with various flying creatures and beasts from the Three Realms, the Imperial Garden truly lived up to its name. Here mountains folded upon mountains and abundant life thrived, appearing very precious. In the sky, a large bird spread its wings and flew by. A loud shout suddenly came from underwater. Jor looked quickly. Beneath the turbulent water, several strings of shrimp eggs clustered together, attached to slender branches. Some eggs had already hatched into green shrimp with red pincers, looking very striking. A tiny shrimp, having just seen the outside world, was grabbed by a hand. He looked utterly bewildered. Mo Ting emerged from the water surface, holding his spoils in both hands, showing off, "Wow, what a great harvest." He was incredibly happy to have found such a delicious meal. The combination of shrimp eggs and the Imperial Garden lake water was truly even more effective than artificial breeding. Hearing this, Jor couldn't contain her excitement, rubbing a Bao while shouting, "Money, it's all money. Teoti Tower is saved this time." A Bao, having gained something, was content. Its face was filled with lust. Jor suddenly remembered something, turned her head and asked, "But speaking of which, Mo Ting, have you ever made the immortal 8 delicacies before?" "Of course," Mo Ting said, then paused, turning around with a playful expression. "I haven't." This answer made Jor's hair stand on end with anger, and she quickly questioned, "Then where does that confident smile come from? If we can't pass that old scoundrel's test this time, we're dead." However, Mo Ting calmly reassured her, "Don't worry, he's holding his own pendant," commanding, "Come out, old fellow." Immediately after, the pendant emitted a dazzling light. Jor and A Bao were both startled, unsure of what it was. As the light gradually dissipated, a fierce-looking golden dragon, which was the treasured blade, appeared before them. The two were even more panicked. It seemed to have frightened people, and Mo Ting reminded it from below, "Hey, what a grand display of power. Who are you trying to scare by becoming so big?" Jor and A Bao still didn't understand, quickly reminding, Mo Ting, don't offend the ancestor's majesty, pay respects to the ancestor. Another ray of light shot out from the treasured blade. Thinking it was going to attack him, the two were even more panicked. Mo Ting, you're doomed, the ancestor is angry. After the light gradually faded, the two slowly opened their eyes, but what they saw astonished them. Both were scared pale, for the treasured blade had transformed into a goofy miniature dragon, fawning obsequiously. How dare I disobey the Mo family in your presence? What are your commands? Mo Ting cut straight to the chase. Do you have a method for making green spirit shrimp? The treasured blade seemed to know what he was referring to and enthusiastically retorted, Are you talking about the steamed green spirit shrimp from the immortal 8 delicacies? It briefly introduced steamed green spirit shrimp, this exquisite dish from the immortal 8 delicacies made from green spirit shrimp found in the Blade Pond. The green spirit shrimp meat is snowy white, tender and springy, and coupled with its inherent narcissus-like aroma, it is not only incredibly delicious but also possesses miraculous effects for immortals. Especially the seasonings, which require the utmost attention to rootless water, biloakan tea leaves, and illusion god flour. These 33 seasonings must be simmered for 49 hours to be complete. Hearing this and looking at the mountain of ingredients piled in the box, Mo Ting felt a bit helpless, thinking, as expected, it's not as simple as I thought. He looked displeased, realizing that Tai Zhenren hadn't provided any of these seasonings among the ingredients he gave him, which was clearly an attempt to make things difficult. Then a thought struck him, and he turned to Abao. Abao, can these seasonings be found in the 100 Herbs Garden? But Abao couldn't fulfill his request and replied helplessly, Impossible. Teoti Tower's current level cannot support the growth of such high-grade ingredients in the 100 Herbs Garden. Jor, having heard Mo Ting's words, already understood the truth. A murderous look appeared on her face and she cursed inwardly. Damn it, that old scoundrel really played us this time. As night fell, a bright moon hung in the starry sky. Laughter echoed from the luxurious skyscraper. Tai's guards looked very pleased. If Jor knew that our lord hadn't prepared the seasonings at all, she'd surely go mad with anger. Tai also made no secret of his cunning. Although we immortals are not adept at cooking, I did ask Yi Yao back then about the ingredients needed for steamed green spirit shrimp. Teoti Tower certainly doesn't have them now. He planned to light a cigar, a smug smile on his face as everything was going according to his plan. Even if they had discovered it now, time wouldn't allow them to find those seasonings. This time I just want them to kneel and beg me, the guards beside him praised without reservation. Brilliant. Milord is truly brilliant. Tai pondered for a moment, mulling over the word brilliant. He revealed an extremely smug expression and corrected them. I'd be even happier if you described me as cunning. In the kitchen, Jor and Abao were fretting over the matter. What should we do? What should we do? Jor grew even more worried hearing their laughter. Abao suddenly saw the chair shaking in surprise. Jor had already overturned the chair, suddenly stood up and was furiously heading to teach that old man a lesson. What's there to be smug about? I'm going to reason with him right now, that cunning old man. Seeing her like this, Abao quickly chased after her to appease her. Jor, calm down. Mo Ting quickly think of something. Abao calmly said to himself, Abao, show me the ingredients currently available in Teoti Tower. Abao obeyed and materialized the ingredients he spoke of. Looking at the mountain of ingredients, he said as if giving up, What's the use, the gap is too big. Look, here are all the ingredients. Mo Ting fell into thought, looking at the ingredients. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had thought of a solution. At this moment, Abao was already teary-eyed. Is there no hope, Mo? Unexpectedly, Mo Ding suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, Good, he seemed to have figured out a countermeasure, his face beaming with joy. Excellent. Jor turned to look at him in surprise. What's wrong with him? Abao also didn't understand, just felt astonished, and Mo Ding pointed at a few ingredients and commanded, Abao, prepare these ingredients for me. He skillfully picked up a few knives. Let's get to work. Although Abao didn't fully understand, it obediently agreed. All right. Mo Ding began to work, and with just a few cuts he carved out an exquisite decoration, then picked up the treasured blade and vigorously dismembered the shrimp. Every ingredient was handled perfectly by his hands. This scene moved Jor and Abao to tears. Is this still the crippled Mo Ting from back then? A while later the large pot was covered and steam billowed. After another moment, Mo Ting, drenched in sweat, held up his finished dish. It's ready. On the table in the center of the hall, Mo Ting had already served the dish he had just prepared. Seeing the dish before them, Tai's two guards immediately commented, This is too simple. Tai pointed at the dish, his tone slightly mocking. Is this the steamed green spirit shrimp from the immortal 8 delicacies? This made Jor and Abao feel uneasy on the side. Mo Ting smiled faintly and calmly said, This dish is not steamed green spirit shrimp. His words made Tai feel insulted, and he angrily questioned, Not? What do you mean? Are you trying to deceive this immortal? It seems I must teach you a lesson. With that, he angrily turned and seemed to be leaving. As the Dragon Lord, you cannot even make the dish this immortal requested, and you speak insolently. This test is a failure. You will face the Jade Emperor's wrath. Jor and Abao behind him were scared stiff, breaking out in cold sweat. However, Mo Ting still smiled calmly. Then he sat down. Mo Ting rested his chin on his hand, using logic to explain the dish. Green spirit shrimp is a precious ingredient created by heaven and earth. Its meat is crystal clear like snow, fresh and smooth. When cooking green spirit shrimp, one should maximize its original flavor. He smiled slightly, concluding, If countless seasonings are added and it's simmered over low heat, although an exquisite delicacy can be created, it loses the unique characteristics of green spirit shrimp. Tai's footsteps suddenly halted upon hearing these words. He slowly turned his head, paying attention to the dish on the table, seemingly waiting for him to continue. Mo Ting maintained his original confidence, continuing to expound on the dish with an air of profound knowledge. Furthermore, green spirit shrimp lives year-round in the deep cold Jiao Pond, carrying an extreme cold aura, and its shrimp meat is exceptionally firm, making it difficult to chew and potentially harmful to the body. Therefore, the immortal Yi Ya used many fiery immortal herbs and simmered it over low heat to make steamed green spirit shrimp, also to harmonize yin and yang and soften the meat, which can be said to be quite well done. The two guards also heard his words and whispered to each other. "This kid actually knows quite a lot," Tai replied with interest. "You understand the principle, and this is the only cooking method for green spirit shrimp." But Mo Ting remained unmoved, still answering firmly, "That's not necessarily true." The two guards were instantly startled as if struck by lightning. Jor and Abao were equally shocked. Tai was provoked by his attitude, and the anger under his sunglasses could no longer be suppressed. He immediately burst into a rage, turning and pointing at him, cursing, "Arrogant, do you think you've surpassed Yi Ya?" Seeing the situation escalate, the two guards did not stop their master but instead watched the show. "This kid doesn't weigh his words, does he? This is going to be entertaining." Facing his anger, Mo Ting slightly lowered his eyes, still maintaining a calm posture in response. "Of course I don't think I've surpassed Senior Yi Ya, but the development of culinary arts is inherently a process of continuous exploration and innovation." He leaned on the table with his hands slowly standing up. Senior Yi Ya's first dish made with green spirit shrimp, steamed green spirit shrimp, was an unprecedented innovation, but it's not the only cooking method. Then he calmly extended his hands, skillfully explaining the dishes of his hometown. "To maximize the tender and smooth freshness of the shrimp meat, the people in my hometown created a unique cooking method to preserve the deliciousness of these ingredients." A smile hung on his lips. Finally, he let everyone know the dish he had prepared. "That method, we call it sashimi." Thinking of a table of enticing sashimi, Mo Ting explained the dish in more detail. Sashimi, as it's called, is fish meat sliced combined with raw eating, which means eating raw fish slices or chunks. Praises for the dish flowed continuously from his mouth, and it has been revered as the supreme delicacy in South China from ancient times to the present. Even worldwide, countless people have recently discovered its taste. This is the most perfect way to enjoy high-quality aquatic ingredients. Finally, he winked and concluded, "So the dish I made today is not steamed green spirit shrimp." After speaking, Mo Ting reached for the serving lid, preparing to let everyone taste the dish he had just described. His words continued, and at the same time the serving lid was opened and everyone was stunned by the magnificent dish before them. Green spirit shrimp sashimi. This dish was incredibly meticulously prepared, with fresh shrimp slices neatly laid out below, adorned with countless exquisite decorations. Just one glance was enough to appreciate the chef's meticulousness. The carvings on top were very fine. Below, it looked like layers of crystal beads. The dish glittered as if sprinkled with gold leaf. This marvelous sight in Tai's eyes was like a beautiful painting. Too beautiful. Even Abao and Jor praised the dish. Too beautiful. Chopsticks had already picked up a translucent shrimp slice. Mo Ting continued. Green spirit shrimp sashimi flour is made from green spirit shrimp meat. He picked up a piece. Just one piece seemed to eclipse everything else. Green spirit shrimp meat is very firm. If cut too thick, it's hard to chew. If cut too thin, it becomes mushy and loses its original flavor. I cut the meat of one green spirit shrimp into 3,600 thin slices, forming petals paired with a slippery, soft and crispy texture, making it satisfying to eat. The meat slice he was about to put into his mouth still emitted ethereal smoke, as green spirit shrimp itself carries an extremely cold immortal aura. This keeps the shrimp meat always fresh, and the texture is also excellent when eaten. But it's not yet perfect. His words were so flawless that Tai couldn't refute them. Indeed, although the green spirit shrimp was fresh and tender, it was too cold, and direct consumption was not advisable. Then Mo Ting directly broke off a part of the meticulously carved ornament, introducing the auxiliary ingredient. "So I used the extremely fiery flame leaf from Teoti Tower as a neutralizing seasoning." Seeing this decoration, which was utterly flawless and perfect, Tai couldn't help but praise it. 2 leaves could actually be carved into countless small leaves, and between each leaf they are not completely severed but naturally connected. The knife skills are truly exquisite. But Mo Ting seemed not to have fully displayed his skills and wanted to continue. "It's not over yet." He pointed to a tiny detail and said, "The fine stream next to the carving is the special seasoning for green spirit shrimp sashimi, which gives the green spirit shrimp meat richer layers and flavor." He dipped a piece of shrimp meat into the seasoning, then dipped it again. Mo Ting suddenly put his hand on Tai's shoulder. He held the fragrant meat slice with chopsticks, bringing it close to Tai's mouth. "Have a taste." The meat slice drew closer and closer to his mouth, making him salivate. But Mo Ting suddenly pulled his hand back, wanting to say something to him. "Wait, I didn't make steamed green spirit shrimp. How will you judge it?" Tai seemed very eager to taste this dish and reluctantly said, "Don't worry, this old man has Tai golden eyes. If this dish is indeed delicious, I will never be unfair to you." Mo Ting was somewhat distrustful of his words. "Can your words be trusted?" To make him believe more, Jor stepped forward to appease him. "Don't worry, the immortal always respects taste when judging, and there are so many people here to witness." Only then did Mo Ting accept. "All right." Now he finally let him taste it. "Please enjoy." Tai was finally about to taste the dish. Staring at the meat slice excitedly, he put the meat slice into his mouth, slowly chewing, savoring its taste. Seeing his master's unusual expression, the guard quickly asked with concern, "My lord, what's wrong?" Tai didn't answer, and the guard grew even more anxious. My lord, please say something." Only then did Tai suddenly open his eyes wide as if New Year's fireworks were exploding in his mind. He reached for his chopsticks again, preparing to pick up another piece. He quickly put the meat slice into his mouth. Tai continuously picked up meat slices and put them into his mouth, scaring the two guards immensely. "Boss, slow down, don't choke." In a blink, half of it was already eaten. They also rushed forward. Rolling up their sleeves, they prepared to snatch food from their master. "The old man isn't speaking. It seems we'll have to taste it for him. Leave me a piece." Seeing this scene, Bao and Jor both showed incredulous expressions. And Mo Ding just sneered, commenting, "Bumpkins never tasted anything good." Sure enough, not long after, the sashimi platter was completely devoured by them, and everyone ate to their heart's content. After eating and drinking their fill, Tai realized something was amiss. What outrageous behavior! What outrageous behavior! As immortals, to lose such composure, it infuriates me. The atmosphere grew chilling. Before he could express more, Jor walked over, interrupting old man Tai's words. Her mood was better now, and she went straight to the point. "You see, Mo Ting's qualification as Dragon Lord, isn't it?" But Tai stammered, pretending to ponder seriously. "This still needs discussion." Seeing his attitude, Jor immediately gritted her teeth, wanting to curse. Tai immediately went back on his word, shamelessly saying, "I want his steamed green spirit shrimp." Mo Ting made green spirit shrimp sashimi this time, which doesn't meet my requirements. Bao, hearing this, couldn't hide its inner anger. "What is this rascal trying to do now?" Then Tai continued, speaking seriously, but his words clearly had a hidden meaning. However, Mo Ting's dish was not bad. The knife skills and presentation were perfect, it's just that there was too little of it. It was gone after only a few bites, so I still need to consider the taste. Mo Ting understood the implication of his words and happily smiled. "I see, simply put, I haven't eaten enough yet." The two guards, disregarding their master's dignity, immediately stepped forward to confirm. "Exactly. How can such a small amount satisfy our master? We absolutely refuse to admit we are bumpkins who have never seen the world." Their words infuriated Tai, who directly grabbed both of their pants. Tai gripped the two guards' vital spots with both hands, and despite his anger, he straightforwardly stated his intention. "I'll have these two gluttons go catch green spirit shrimp, and then I'll ask you, Mo Ting, to prepare more green spirit shrimp sashimi for me to taste." The two guards were so tormented that their souls were shaken. Now they could only obey their master. No problem. We'll head to Jiao Pond immediately and catch all the green spirit shrimp for him, no matter the cost." But Mo Ting didn't seem to need them. He happily informed them, "What's so difficult about that? Teoti Tower's Imperial Garden raises a lot of green spirit shrimp," he then ordered. "Bao, open the Imperial Garden for our guests to see." The Imperial Garden immediately opened, revealing an infinite vortex where swarms of green spirit shrimp floated. "Thanks to your support, we've bred an inexhaustible supply of green spirit shrimp from their eggs." Seeing this sight, Tai and his two guards' eyes lit up with joy. That. As they were engrossed, Mo Ting reached into his pocket, preparing to take something out. "As long as you wish to eat." What he produced was a piece of paper with the price of green spirit shrimp written as 100x. Mo Ting smiled and said that for the price of immortal crystals, Teoti Tower could provide an unlimited supply of green spirit shrimp sashimi. Tai, unsurprised and without hesitation, waved his hand, and immediately someone brought out a treasure chest. The treasure chest opened and a dazzling light shot out. Mo Ting, Jor, and Bao were all filled with anticipation. The chest was full of precious gold. Tai, like someone standing on a pedestal bestowing an award, solemnly declared, "I announce that Mo Ting's qualification as Dragon Lord is recognized." Jor couldn't hide her joy. Jor has toiled in the mortal world for several hundred years and finally found the Dragon Lord's return. Her merit is immense. I will report to the Jade Emperor and bestow a great reward today. Tai still didn't forget his favorite dish. "Today I'll trouble Dragon Lord Mo Ting to prepare the green spirit shrimp sashimi." He led his two guards in, shouting, Dragon Lord, Dragon Lord." Bao, clutching the treasure chest, was so happy it almost cried. "Excellent. My Teoti Tower finally sees hope of upgrading." Jor was already screaming with joy. The Dragon Lord has returned and Teoti Tower is open for grand business. Mo Ting, having been recognized, couldn't suppress his excitement either. "I am the Dragon Lord in Yizhou." It was late, and moonlight illuminated the entire space. Huang sat on a wooden chair, sighing as he gazed into the distance. "It's been over 10 days. Where exactly is Mo Ting?" As soon as he finished speaking, a voice called from behind him. "Grandpa." Huang picked up his teacup as if to calm himself, even feeling a bit dizzy. How could this be? Suddenly, a dazzling vortex appeared before him, startling him with a tremor. A blurry figure emerged from within. Huang stared intently, still maintaining his disbelieving surprise. As expected, Mo Ting walked out, still waving to the two behind him. Grandfather and grandson were reunited, deeply moved. Xiao Ting, Grandpa." Mo Ting hugged his grandfather, tears welling up in his eyes. "Grandpa, did you miss me?" A cat leapt across the rooftops in the dead of night as if eavesdropping. Inside the brightly lit room, Mo Ting had already told his grandfather everything. That's roughly how it went. He was enjoying the premium sashimi with Huang. "Now I am the true Dragon Lord." Huang couldn't help but recall the treasured blade with surprise. My grandson is truly amazing. It turned out all the ancestral legends were true. That blade had such a grand origin. Xiao Ting, this time you truly have the blessings of our ancestors. I need to go light 2 incense sticks. Mo Ting stopped his grandfather, quickly picking up a piece of green spirit shrimp for him to taste. Grandpa, don't rush, try some good stuff from the immortal realm. As the shrimp meat reached his grandfather's bowl, Mo Ting added, I stole it back to honor you. I heard this is very nourishing. Since you're not well, a few slices might help. Mo Huang looked at his grandson's creation and casually remarked, the knife skills are decent and the presentation and combination are somewhat clever, but the appearance isn't perfect enough. Let me taste your cooking. The shrimp meat was placed perfectly in his mouth and he chewed and savored it calmly. Seeing his grandfather eat, Mo Ting eagerly awaited his critique. How does it taste, Grandpa? Mo Huang, having tasted the delicious shrimp meat, suddenly looked strange. Crisp, sweet, refreshing and cool. The young energy of the flame leaf is perfectly balanced. Not bad. Suddenly his eyes widened and his chopsticks dropped to the floor. Seeing his grandfather about to get up, Mo Ting realized something was wrong. Mo Huang's veins suddenly bulged, his eyes rolled back, and a wisp of smoke emanated from him as if something was wrong. Mo Ting was terrified. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Mo Huang turned towards the sound, his eyes devoid of pupils and drool dripping from his mouth. Mo Huang's entire body suddenly turned crimson, his breathing rapid and his eyes wide open. Seeing this, Mo Ting stammered, Grandpa, you're scaring me. What's wrong with you? Mo Huang didn't answer him but glanced at a precious bottle. Without a word, he turned and kicked those precious bottles, shattering them. Mo Ting watched in horror, clutching his head and screaming, Grandpa, stop kicking, those are your decades-old treasured purple clay teapots. Suddenly, a small mouse ran out from somewhere, then quickly jumped into the pickle jar, squeaking a few times. Mo Huang roared without hesitation upon seeing it. Mo Ting thought his grandfather was about to act again, and quickly reminded him loudly, Grandpa, calm down, that's our ancestral pickle jar. Mo Huang ignored him, bent down slightly and then kicked again. The pickle jar immediately shattered. Mo Ting was utterly shocked by the scene before him, trembling as he said, It's over. How will I explain this now? He still hadn't calmed his anger, looking around, his gaze finally resting on the ancestral tablet. Another spider appeared next to Mo Niu's picture. Mo Huang saw it and roared excitedly again. Mo Ting knew what he intended to do and quickly pulled on his grandfather's clothes, pleading, No, absolutely not. That's the ancestor's portrait. Stop it. Mo Huang ignored him, angrily roaring, Let go. He clenched his fists and directly punched Mo Ting's face. As he raised his hand to block his grandfather's attack, someone suddenly shouted, Old man, wake up. With that, a formation appeared. A hand pointed at his grandfather's head. It was Jor. She stood in front of him, protecting him. Mo Ting saw her and called out, Jor. She looked at him and questioned, Mo Ting, what on earth did you do? Soon, everything returned to calm. The fat cat still lay lazily on the rooftop, letting out a meow in the room. A bow wrung out a towel, then gently offered it, preparing to place it on Mo Huang's forehead. It said, Luckily Jor was here, your grandfather has calmed down. But before it could place it on his forehead, Jor's shout startled it, making it drop the towel on his grandfather's face. What? She angrily yelled at Mo Ting. After all that, you secretly fed green spirit shrimp to Grandpa? Facing her anger, Mo Ting defended himself. Why are you shouting so loudly? It's just a shrimp. I offered something good to Grandpa. Is that not allowed? Jor suppressed her anger and told him, There's a distinction between humans and immortals. Do you think mortals can just eat things from the immortal realm casually? Mo Ting turned his head and quietly blamed her. Then I won't eat it in the future. Stingy, A Bao immediately explained for her. Young lady doesn't mean that. Immortal realm food contains spiritual energy that the human world lacks. If mortals eat it and can't absorb it, problems will arise. Mo Ting listened quietly as it explained, You are the Dragon Lord, you are essentially half immortal, so you'll naturally be fine, but Grandpa isn't like you, and given his age, eating green spirit shrimp is like you eating hundreds of pounds of thousand-year-old ginseng at once. After listening, he finally understood why his grandfather acted that way, thinking, so that's it, he was overnourished. Jor also added, Luckily I anticipated it, otherwise you would have caused serious trouble this time. It was then that he realized his mistake and lowered his head to Jor and A Bao, saying, It's my fault. Thank you both for helping Grandpa. After speaking, he glanced at the bed where Mo Huang was stiff as a board. At this moment there was no one else, and everyone was very worried. Mo Ting even softly called out, Grandpa. The fat cat was sleeping on the rooftop. Sensing something, it opened its eyes, and as soon as it did, it jumped up in panic because it saw Mo Huang jumping and leaping on the rooftop. Mo Ting pushed open the window and cried out in alarm, Grandpa, come down quickly. Jor also said, Oh no, I was so busy talking to you that I forgot to chant the spell for Grandpa. The next morning, everyone was happily shouting, Grandpa, you're awake. Mo Huang sat up, put on his slippers, and then picked up his cane as you said. He was full of vitality, his face rosy, his eyes bright, and he continued, This old life of mine is tough enough. Mo Ting ran to his side and happily said, You look much younger. As soon as he finished speaking, his grandfather hit him on the head with his cane, making him yelp in pain. Ah, it hurts. Mo Huang angrily pointed at him and scolded, You still dare to speak? If it weren't for this immortal, I would have been killed by you long ago. Look, my purple clay teapots and my heirloom pickle jar. Mo Ting, holding the bump on his head, said aggrievedly, You were the one who did all that. However, on the same morning, when everything outside was vibrant, the inside was quite the opposite. Mo Huang was like a zombie, muttering to himself, Purple clay teapots, pickle jars, my blue and white teaware. Oh, my imperial yellow powdered dishes, my newer Huang, my EVA Unit 01, my study materials. My Dragon Lord new episode. Just as he was in despair, someone suddenly called out to him and asked, "Old man, are you all right?" It was Jor. She smiled at him and comforted him. "It's just a small matter, easily recovered." After speaking, she waved her hand forward. Instantly, his grandfather's 2 precious items were restored to their original state. Pickle jar also returned to its original form. Everything he had broken the previous night was restored. Mo Ting hugged his grandfather and happily exclaimed, "Everything's back." Mo Huang, dumbfounded, murmured. This, after restoring everything, Jor spoke up for Mo Ting again. "Although Mo Ting is unreliable, this can be considered a good thing. Green spirit shrimp is an immortal item, and after my treatment this time, the old man's body has become much younger and healthier than before." After hearing this, he thanked her. "Thank you two immortals for curing Mo Ting's chronic illness and saving this old man's life. The Mo family is deeply grateful." She politely replied, "This time, A Bao and I came to the mortal world firstly to protect Mo Ting, secondly to hope you can guide Mo Ting's culinary skills, and thirdly to inspect mortal delicacies and see how to enrich immortal cuisine." Mo Huang's eyes were somewhat hesitant, but he still agreed. "That's fine, but immortals possess vast powers and we are but mortals. How dare we show off our meager skills?" Mo Ding stood behind, smiling and encouraging him. "Grandpa, you don't know this, but gods, ghosts, and monsters don't understand the culinary Tao," he spoke while recalling stories from the immortal realm. "If they don't hunt facing my murderous eyes, they'll just eat a few immortal pills hard as stone. The worst is to live on wind and dew alone." Even Tai Zhenren drooled over the green spirit shrimp I made. Mo Huang listened, surprised, and asked him, "Is what you're saying true?" Jor answered for Mo Ting, "Yes, all the great Taos exist in the immortal realm, except for the culinary Tao. Therefore successive excellent culinary masters from the human world have served as dragon lords. This generation's dragon lord." Before she finished, Mo Ting interjected, "Is your grandson me? Isn't that cool?" After speaking, he took out his divine blade. Then, tossing an orange into the air, Mo Ting swiftly performed several knife movements in front of it. With a thud, the orange landed on a plate. Mo Ting skillfully spun the knife, then lightly pricked the orange stem. The orange peel immediately unfurled like a 1,000-layered flower. Witnessing this scene, Mo Huang was dumbfounded, joyfully thinking, "Tinger's hands are truly healed. The Mo family has an heir." Thinking this, he happily agreed to Jor and A Bao. "Immortal Jor, immortal A Bao, I will personally prepare a table of Mo family secret dishes for you." Hearing this, the two cheered excitedly. Seeing his grandfather ignore him and turn to leave, Mo Ding quickly reached out and called, "Hey Grandpa, what about me?" As soon as he finished, Mo Ting turned around and angrily scolded him. "Aren't you the Dragon Lord? This apple has 4 parts, one cut into 3,000 thin slices, one into rice grain-sized cubes, one into threads thin enough to pass through a needle's eye, and one into long strips. The slices, shreds, and cubes must all be of consistent thickness. If there's a single mistake, start over. Also, after cutting, the white paper must remain intact. You demand others do this. Since your hands have recovered, you must also achieve this." After speaking, he slammed the door shut and left. Mo Ting didn't feel sad at all after hearing this. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. Although he was smiling, tears already soaked his entire face. He clasped his hands and said, "As you command, old master. This strictness, this responsibility, it's finally my turn." A while later, the dining table was empty. All the food had been devoured. Jor and A Bao ate Mo Huang's cooking, continuously praising it. So delicious, truly delightful." After eating and drinking their fill, A Bao finally said contentedly, "The old master's cooking is superb." Seeing them eat with such relish, he laughed proudly. "Thanks to Mo Ting's green spirit shrimp, my body has been agile for many years." A Bao praised his cooking, then slyly said, "Old master, your cooking is indeed delicious, but human food lacks immortal spiritual energy and too much of it isn't good for us." So, saying this, it pulled out a decrepit-looking lobster and added, "I brought a green spirit shrimp. How about the old master makes another green spirit shrimp sashimi?" Jor saw the shrimp, angrily pinching its face and scolding, "Oh you A Bao, you're corrupting now too. Let's see how I punish you." But when it glanced at her and asked, "Will you eat it if it's made?" she pretended to be tough and replied, "It'd be a waste not to eat it." A Bao looked at her disdainfully, thinking, double standards. Mo Huang, on his side, watched them bicker with a benevolent smile. "It's a small matter, I'll cook it if you want." As soon as he picked up his knife to prepare the shrimp, his knife broke in two. He looked at the shrimp before him in alarm, stammering, "Is this shrimp that powerful?" Suddenly a laugh rang out, attracting the attention of Mo Huang and the others. It was Mo Ting. He leaned against the kitchen window, smiling, "Old master, this is an immortal spirit shrimp. Your rusty old knife won't handle that." Saying this, he took out his divine blade, looked at it proudly and said, "This is what I need." Mo Huang sternly and coldly questioned him, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to practice your knife skills as a chef? What kind of future can you have by taking shortcuts?" Mo Ting looked at him and replied, "Old master, don't jump to conclusions. I've finished everything you asked. I don't believe you could finish it in such a short time," he said sternly. "It's absolutely impossible in such a short time. If you, Mo Ting, were taking shortcuts, I might see it as youthful playfulness. But if it's deception, Grandpa would be very disappointed." Mo Ding pointed behind him with a troubled face and said, "If you don't believe me, go and see." In the adjacent kitchen, Mo Huang focused intently on Mo Ting's results. Everything on the table had been completed by him. Mo Huang picked up a thinly sliced apple piece as delicate as a cicada's wing, and then let it fall freely into a basin of water. As soon as the apple slice sank into the water, Jor and Abao both exclaimed in surprise. This Mo Ding merely smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. In the basin, those apple slices seemed to become transparent. Jor even praised, "These crystal-clear apple slices falling into the water are like beautiful jellyfish floating." Mo Huang picked up the apple threads to examine them. They were cut as fine as hair. He took out a needle and threaded it through the apple threads, saying, "These apple threads." Mo Ding stood nearby, pleased with his surprise, and said with a smile, "These knife skills are flawless." Facing this sight, Mo Huang was overjoyed. Tears welling up in his eyes, he turned to look at him and with teary eyes asked, "Tinger, did you really do all this?" Facing this question, he recalled the hardships he had endured and proudly replied with a smile, "Is there anyone else here? Your grandson hasn't disappointed you, has he?" Mo Huang looked at him so pleased and said, "The steamed green spirit shrimp dish you made is good but a bit opportunistic." Then he turned and walked into his kitchen, instructing him, "Tinger, slice the shrimp into fine threads." He quickly sliced the shrimp as well, replying, "All right, no problem. Please give me more guidance." He explained the characteristics of shrimp meat to him. Shrimp meat itself has a fresh taste and a good chewy texture. It doesn't need to rely on seasonings. Even simple cooking can create a myriad of delicious dishes. Next was chicken soup. This soup was slow cooked with an old hen over low heat and its flavor was exceptionally delicious. He explained while talking about stewing soup. The shrimp threads cut by Mo Ting's sharp knife were too fine, so there was no need to cook them over fire. The heat from the chicken soup was enough. Jor, Mo Ting and Abao all watched in astonishment. Mo Huang still focused on his dish, teaching just a little salt is enough. The freshness of the chicken soup and shrimp meat naturally blended, melting in the mouth, and could be called green spirit when sea shrimp soup. After completing the dish, he served the bowl to the three of them. Looking at the soup, beautifully plated by his grandfather, Mo Ting watched intently, secretly admiring it in his heart. Gently swirling, the shrimp threads swirled like mist. Seemingly simple, the method preserved its original state. Indeed, old ginger is spicier, worthy of the old master. Thinking this, he picked up the soup bowl and drank it all. Jor and Abao also picked up their bowls and drank. After one sip, they all felt weak and content, saying, "So fresh, so delicious, so happy." Mo Huang looked at their expressions and couldn't help but laugh. He thoughtfully added about Chinese cuisine. Chinese cuisine is extremely rich. Just for shrimp, there are countless methods: stir-frying, quick-frying, braising, roasting, deep-frying, blanching, boiling, freezing, rolling, steaming, stewing. As he spoke, he opened the stove again and picked up his spoon. Glancing at Mo Ting, he reminded him, "Tinger, I will show many more methods. Watch carefully and remember them." He also excitedly bowed in acknowledgement. "Yes, old master." Soon dusk had fallen. Mo Huang walked behind Mo Ting, sighing with emotion. "I never thought your hands could be cured. Even if I die now, I'll be content." Saying this, he turned to look at him and instructed, "Work hard, seize this rare opportunity, and Grandpa believes you will become an excellent chef in the future." He confidently replied, "Don't worry, old master. This trip first was to visit you so you wouldn't worry, and second," at this point a strange smile appeared on his face, "I need to go to the Huang family. I will definitely reclaim the humiliation of back then." Hearing this, Mo Huang laughed. "You rascal, still holding a grudge?" He looked at him kindly and asked, "Tinger, do you still remember our Mo family's culinary philosophy?" Mo Ting immediately recited the family motto: unique craftsmanship, noble character, and kindness to guests. After he recited the family motto, he then explained their meanings. Unique craftsmanship means treating food and cooking with a sincere heart. Noble character means adhering to rules and ensuring ingredients are authentic, never falsified. Kindness to guests means satisfying every diner's requests with superb skill. In ancient times, the Mo family believed that human survival was extremely difficult, especially with scarce food sources. Even inedible things had to be made edible, and strange-tasting things had to be transformed into delicious ones. He recalled everyone trying to cook together, and added, "This is the highest realm pursued by chefs throughout history." The variety of dishes gradually became diverse, from ancient times to the present. Thanks to the efforts of chefs, the types of food humans could eat increased from a few to dozens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Chefs cooked together, paired ingredients, and various cooking methods were also discovered. At this point, he summarized a sentence. He concluded with one sentence: "The culinary Tao is about bringing life and happiness to humanity." Then he gently tapped his head and smiled as he asked Mo Ting, "Do you hope to rise to prominence through cooking, show off your skills for revenge, or do you genuinely love the culinary Tao?" He merely gently rubbed his head, only managing to reply, "I." Mo Huang had already left, leaving him alone, still waving and saying, "You rascal, think about it carefully." He pondered alone in the courtyard, wondering what Grandpa meant. As he was thinking, Jor suddenly pushed the door open and shouted loudly, "Mo Ting, what's wrong?" Her and Abao's eyes were sparkling, full of anticipation. "It's rare to come down to the mortal world, and I heard there's a lot of good food in Yizhou. Take us to eat." Seeing this, he shouted loudly at the two, "I cooked a table of dishes for you two, and you ate it all. Can you two still eat?" After speaking, his arm was already tightly grabbed by Jor. She pulled him out regardless of his willingness, saying, "I'm an immortal, let alone that little bit. I could eat 100 more servings." Mo Ting could only reply helplessly, "You glutton." By now, it was completely dark and the entire street was brightly lit, accompanied by peddlers' cries, "Customers, please come upstairs. Our hot pot uses real beef tallow. Welcome." A barbecue stall was laid out before them, very enticing. Skewers are here." plus bowls of steaming hot dumplings accompanied by hawking, fresh, spicy, satisfying. Another bowl. Soon the table was piled high with food and the hawking continued. Come, these are just right. Mo Ting looked at his phone screen, feeling like his heart was being cut by a knife. His phone dinged, and he immediately shouted, payment successful. Brother Dong's invincible delicious skewers. A Bao had now turned into a dog. Jor kept urging him from the side, keep going, watching his account balance being deducted. Mo Ting shouted angrily, please you two, don't eat anymore. I'm going to go bankrupt if you keep this up. They both ignored him, still eating with gusto, completely deaf to the surrounding chatter. This girl looks so slender, she eats so well, look, even the puppy is eating so deliciously, it's strange. And another refrigerator. On the way back, Mo Ting walked ahead angrily, and Jor shouted from behind, hey, why are you walking so fast? You only ate a little bit of your food, it's not that serious, is it? As she walked, she suddenly heard people from a nearby shop telling those around them, please queue up to enter. Jor looked back and saw a long line queuing. The shop's staff were still soliciting customers. Today is our grand opening, all dishes are 50 off. Welcome. Seeing so many people, she nudged Mo Ting and asked curiously, so many people, the food must be good. Let's go check it out. He immediately refused. You go by yourself, I'm going home. This answer made her angry and she hit him while scolding. You Mo Ting, I haven't even healed your hands yet and you treat me like this, ungrateful. Mo Ting cried out. Ouch, 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 can't we come another day? I'm very tired today. Suddenly someone spoke. Isn't this Mo Ting, the heir of the Mo family? He showed a mocking smile and said, today is the grand opening of the Huang family restaurant, hosting guests from all over. If young Master Mo could grace us with your presence, it would be a great honor. Seeing that he knew Mo Ting, she turned and asked him, you, your friend? Mo Ting's eyes were bloodshot and he said word by word, Huang? He looked at the young man in front of him and shouted, Huang Tian. He looked arrogantly at Mo Ting and his group and then said, isn't this Mo Ting, the heir of the Mo family? Today is the grand opening of the Huang family restaurant, hosting guests from all over. If young Master Mo could grace us with your presence, it would be a great honor. Mo Ting remained silent for a moment, recalling the past shadow of Huang Tian. Huang Tian persisted, and he asked again, what, are you afraid to go in? Mo Ting turned away from him and replied, afraid? There's nothing to be afraid of. I just don't want to associate with your Huang family. Hearing this, he mocked Mo Ting, saying, the Mo family is also a centuries-old culinary family in Yizhou. How can you be so narrow-minded? Hearing these words, Mo Ting gradually stopped, turned to look at him and said, then I'll go and see the Huang family's culinary Dao. Huang Tian achieved his goal and sneered. In the restaurant hall, welcoming sounds echoed, thank you all for coming to Wang Shizan. On the other side, Huang Tian was talking to his father but was drowned out by the welcoming sounds. Wang Shizan originated in Yizhou. Although we have branches all over the world, the hall was packed with people, all listening intently. But this is our first time opening a store in our hometown. The female host stood in front of a table draped with a red cloth, introducing, for 100 years Wang Shizan has been improving Sichuan cuisine. Traditional Sichuan cuisine is too oily and salty and is no longer suitable for today's era. The female host seemed excited to introduce the dishes. Wang Shizan has combined some Western cooking methods and launched a series of new dishes, gaining countless recognition. As she spoke, she pulled back the red cloth. Furthermore, Wang Shizan is the only Chinese restaurant to have received 3 Michelin stars, and we hope to bring a brand new experience to our hometown. As the red cloth was pulled back, countless luxurious dishes were revealed. The diners exclaimed in admiration, what works of art? Huang Tian stood next to Mo Ting, boasting, in recent years Sichuan cuisine has become a frog in a well. Perhaps you have never tasted these exquisite dishes? Then he turned and disdainfully said to Mo Ting, your Mo family in Yizhou has such limited vision. Although our Huang family has been away for 100 years, we have traveled all over the world and created many dishes. Today you should also try them. Open your eyes. Mo Ting listened and angrily cursed him. Huang Tian, don't go too far. Jor, on the other hand, looked at the table, drooling. Can we eat whatever we want? I can't wait. Mo Ting, seeing them like this, became even angrier and shouted, Hey, whose side are you two on? He's my enemy, you're not allowed to eat. Jor gave him a cold glance and replied, someone is already bullying you. Shouldn't we eat him until there's nothing left but bones? I'm not giving you a chance to refute. She charged forward. As everyone just sat down at the table accompanied by the invitation. Then please everyone enjoy the food. A diner was about to taste a piece of meat when a figure flashed past and the meat on the plate disappeared as if a whirlwind had swept across all the food on the table. The diners at the table didn't know what had happened and discussed among themselves. What's going on? It turned out Jor and A Bao had finished eating. She propped one leg on the chair and then shouted loudly, boss, another table? A Bao lay on the table clutching its belly and added, not enough food, bad review. Other diners who hadn't even tasted the food yet complained, what the hell, where did these lunatics come from? Avada Kedavra, big watermelon chew. John Civilization's phrasing. You scared me to death. Oh my god, what happened? Security. The scene was too chaotic, so it was blurred out. Huang Tian witnessed this, shocked, and thought, damn it, are these two foodies Mo Ting brought Tyrannosaurus Rexes? I knew I shouldn't have let them in no matter what. The opening celebration is ruined. Mo Ting then rushed over and grabbed Jor's hand. He urgently urged her to leave quickly and escape, but after running a few steps he suddenly bumped into someone. He and Jor both fell to the ground at the same time, and that person stood in front of them, blocking them, and said, "Wait." He angrily gritted his teeth looking at them and said, "You few are here to cause trouble, aren't you? You ruined our opening celebration and now you want to run away just like that." The person who just spoke was the Huang family patriarch, Huang Tian's father. Hearing this, Mo Ting cursed inwardly. Another scoundrel. Thinking this, he blamed all the fault on Huang Tian. "You can't blame me. We were dragged in by Huang Tian. What? Since it's an opening discount, shouldn't diners be able to eat and drink to their heart's content?" His face suddenly darkened and he calmly replied, "Today our family's opening discount certainly welcomes every diner, but are you guests?" He seemed to understand the other party's meaning but still retorted, "What are you talking about, uncle?" He didn't rush to answer him. He turned to the diners and said, "I'm sure everyone is very curious who this young man is, aren't you?" Then, in front of everyone, he began to mock him. "This young man is the heir of the Mo family. As everyone knows, the Huang family and the Mo family recently held a culinary competition. This heir of the Mo family avoided the battle. The Huang family won this old house. Today is the Huang family's opening celebration. To thank all our distinguished guests, the Huang family spared no effort in preparing this grand feast. I never expected the Mo family to be so jealous, to resort to such despicable means, bringing two malicious foodies to disrupt our celebration. Everyone, look, isn't this intentionally ruining the Huang family's reputation?" Faced with these humiliating words, Mo Ting just lowered his head in silence. Some diners began to discuss, saying it made a lot of sense. How could a person be like this? The Mo family doesn't seem very respectable. People around gradually echoed the sentiment. "Look at him, it's as if he hasn't eaten in years." Gradually more and more mocking voices arose, and Jor heard all these words. Seriously, how could she encounter such people? Was that girl the reincarnation of Zhu Baji, so ill-mannered? Bringing a dog into a public place. Bao was also very angry. Mo Ting couldn't bear it any longer. He stood up, steadying himself, walked in front of him, looked him in the eye and questioned, "Today's incident has nothing to do with the Mo family, and my friends didn't intentionally offend. I told her to do it. Tell me, how do you want to resolve this?" Hearing Mo Ting's words, he smiled and replied, "The Mo family and the Huang family are both great culinary families. We won't be petty enough to quibble over these things with you. I also won't call the police to arrest you today." He deliberately made things difficult for Mo Ting, saying, "How about this? Let's resolve it completely, using the method you're best at." Facing Mo Ting's angry expression, he shouted, "Kneel." Mo Ting's face became veined with anger at those two words. He gritted his teeth and said, "You." Just as he was about to do something, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. It was Jor. She pushed Mo Ting aside and stepped forward herself. Mo Ting clearly felt the murderous aura emanating from her, and he called out anxiously, Jor." She didn't respond to Mo Ting but looked at the Huang family with murderous eyes. Jor now walked forward with a murderous aura, her tone full of rage as she said, "To protect the Dragon Lord of the Celestial Realm, we kneel before you." The Huang family butler remained obstinate, a scornful sneer on his face. "Dragon Lord of the Celestial Realm, never heard of it. Is this young lady being tricked by this Mo family cripple? Just kneel obediently." He even pointed at Bao and mocked, "This dog is also quite rare, let it stay and guard the house." Hearing this, Bao's anger immediately ignited. Mo Ting stood aside, and seeing this scene he also trembled, premonition of something bad. Guard the house? Oh no, something is going to happen. Bao was humiliated by that despicable butler and couldn't help but yell at him, "Making me so angry. I think you old man are looking for death, aren't you?" The butler and Huang Tian were both dumbfounded at this scene. That dog can talk. Oh my god, what is this? Anger made Bao unable to suppress its power, which was ready to erupt at any moment. Mo Ting immediately shouted, "No, calm down," but it was too late. Bao and Jor simultaneously unleashed several lightning bolts at the crowd in front of them. Everyone was struck down, lying on the ground, only able to emit a few groans. The previous situation left the scene in chaos. Mo Ting was also crushed under the rubble and only managed to crawl out with great difficulty. Suddenly, something appeared before his eyes, surprising him a little. Mo Ting strained to see through the dust from the aftershocks, and he saw a pair of azure eyes filled with hatred, and a threatening voice rang out, "You want me to guard the house, or do you want the Eastern Heaven Gate guards to make us into a hot pot for nourishment?" The butler and Huang Tian were now pale with fright, only able to huddle in a corner trembling. Bao at some point had become gigantic, making the two only able to cry out in terror. "Monster, too terrifying, monster!" It put its nose close to the frightened butler. Jor from behind was simultaneously unleashing her power and accusing, "Mere mortals are so barbaric and arrogant, disrespecting the Dragon Lord in the Celestial Realm. If I don't punish you today, my anger will not be appeased." Jor used her power to gather thousands of lightning bolts from the sky into her hands. "All of you die." Only then did the people present realize their fear, clutching their heads and crying for mercy. "Immortals, spare us, immortals, spare us, no, don't kill me." Just as Jor was about to eliminate everyone, Mo Ting quickly grabbed her hand to stop her. "This is my business, let me handle it." but Jor's anger had not subsided and she reluctantly retorted, "No, I can't swallow this." With that she elbowed Mo Ting away. Mo Ting didn't give up, still trying hard to rush forward and persuade her. "My ancestor, don't be like this. This is the human world. Killing people is illegal." Jor listened indifferently. Even if the sky fell now, she would have her way. "Shut up, no one can stop me." Mo Ting, with no other choice, had to resort to his last trick. He shouted, "Let's go, I'll cook you something delicious when we get home." Jor immediately stopped, instantly transforming back into her cute and docile self. 3 meals deal. Mo Ting looked as if he had aged 10 years. Jor turned and said to the crowd in front of them, "For Mo Ting's sake, I'll spare your lives today." With that, she opened the space portal, preparing to leave, not forgetting to remind Mo Ting, "I'm waiting for your 3 meals. Am I, Miss Jor? Take care." After Jor left, the Huang family members began to discuss. The Mo family can actually communicate with these ancestors. It seems they're not simple. Are they really immortals? Maybe they're demons. The butler and Huang Tian were also confused at this moment, lowering their heads, unsure what to say. Mo Ding saw this and spoke up to explain, "Let's end today's incident here. Also, I'm not crippled." With that, Mo Ting took out a cucumber, then skillfully brandished his knife in front of Huang Tian. After finishing, he put the plate down, waved his hand, and said goodbye. "See you later, Huang Tian." Huang Tian looked at the cucumber on the plate in confusion, then curiously touched it gently with his hand. The cucumber immediately scattered into fine threads and, to Huang Tian's astonishment, instantly transformed into jade-like ribbons as thin as cicada wings, dancing gracefully. This technique was only recorded in legends and had never been mastered by anyone. After returning home, Mo Ting kept his promise and cooked 3 meals for A Bao and Jor. "Are these 2 pigs?" On a dark and stormy night, the head of the family's complaints to Mo Ting echoed from the room. "What an outrage, what an outrage." As a chef, to casually seek revenge. Mo Ting, with that attitude, "How are you qualified to pursue the culinary Dao?" Jor saw him being wronged and spoke up to defend him. "I say, old man, you can't blame Mo Ting for this. The Huang family was too arrogant." A Bao also chimed in. "If it weren't for Mo Ting, I wouldn't have let them off so easily." Seeing his lecture interrupted, Mo Huang's attitude immediately did a 180-degree turn. He said to them, "Ancestors, you are immortals from heaven. How could you make a mistake? It's all this good-for-nothing brat's fault. You don't need to help him." With that, he continued to lecture Mo Ting. "I know you're not convinced, and you've always resented the Huang family. Although the Huang family was in the wrong this time, if you want to pursue the highest culinary art with this kind of personality, it's impossible." Mo Ting asked reluctantly, "Why?" The head of the family calmly asked if he knew the origin of Sichuan cuisine, then explained, "Originally there was no Sichuan cuisine in the world. Generations of Sichuan chefs integrated the characteristics of various cuisines from east, west, north, and south, finally forming the current pattern of 100 dishes with 100 flavors, each dish with its own style in Sichuan cuisine. Those predecessors endured countless hardships, kowtowing and becoming apprentices to learn the essence of other cuisines. Without their sacrifices, there would be no Sichuan cuisine as it is today. Just like the method for green spirit shrimp without the inheritance of chefs, how do you think seafood in Sichuan cuisine like Shanghai cuisine or Cantonese cuisine came about?" Mo Ting listened, stunned, unsure what to say. Mo Huang continued to lecture. "Your hands have been flawed since childhood, but you read all the family's recipe books and studied culinary art every day. But can't your Mo family advance further? Take another step closer to the highest realm, that is the culinary Dao." Mo Ting listened, puzzled. The head of the family continued to lecture, his tone now becoming somewhat severe and frightening. "It's not about you letting go of everything to comprehend it. You're simply unworthy of being a Sichuan chef. Regarding the Huang family incident, you only felt injustice and satisfaction after revenge, but you didn't dare to appreciate and learn the Huang family's dishes. To be honest, I'm very disappointed." The head of the family's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Mo Ting. A Bao and Jor also remained silent, unable to retort. Mo Ding pondered silently. The old man was right. In those days when he couldn't cook, the culinary Dao was everything to him. But after his hands were healed, his heart no longer felt that initial calm. Culinary skill had become a means to show off. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Mo Ting slowly pushed open the door and secretly peered out. The sight before him surprised him a little. It was Huang Tian who came to find Mo Ting. The head of the family, Jor and A Bao, were also surprised by the sound from inside. A Bao, still angry, immediately rushed out to complain. "That Huang family brat actually came knocking on our door again, refusing to give up. I won't let you off today." Huang Tian saw A Bao, and the terrifying memory immediately resurfaced, scaring him pale. He stammered, "I didn't come to cause trouble, I came to find Mo Ting." Mo Ting's face showed an expression of doubting life itself. "What do you want with me?" Huang Tian stammered. I implore you to teach me the formless blade. I am willing to pay any price." Mo Ting was very surprised by this, and the head of the family's words echoed in his mind again. "It's not about you letting go of everything to comprehend it. You're simply unworthy of being a Sichuan chef." A Bao impatiently shouted at Huang Tian, "Dream on, you've already offended us and you still want to learn our skills? That's like a toad wanting to eat swan meat." Mo Ting secretly glanced at the house in confusion. Jor and the head of the family said nothing, just silently watched Mo Ting handle it. After a long while he finally spoke softly, "I only learned about the formless blade by chance," before Mo Ting could finish. Huang Tian, to save face and knowing the situation, interrupted, No need to say more. I apologize for the disturbance. With that he stood up and turned to leave. Jor and the head of the family in the room also sighed in disappointment. But Mo Ting's next words astonished everyone. So it didn't originally belong to me but to every chef. So if you want to learn I can teach you. Jor and the head of the family were very pleased with Mo Ting's attitude. Huang Tian also stopped in his tracks, both surprised and delighted. Just then Jor's necklace suddenly glowed. The edict has arrived. Jor immediately opened it. The edict stated that the jade pool was about to burst into full bloom, commanding the Dragon Lord to use the 100 flowers as ingredients to present a delicacy to the Queen Mother of the West. After reading the edict, Jor's face immediately tensed. 100 flowers, Mo Ting, hurry up. The Queen Mother of the West is a stingy person. We must return to Teoti Tower at once. After reading the edict, everyone's mood became more urgent. Mo Ting reached out and grabbed his ever-present luggage bag, then was directly pulled into the portal by Jor. He frantically shouted, hey, what's the rush? Jor didn't explain. She decisively replied, let's go first. There's no time to explain. Before completely disappearing, Mo Ting still didn't forget to instruct his opponent. Huang Tian, I'll be back to teach you the formless blade after I've dealt with this matter, but don't think I'll let the Huang family off just like that. Just like that, the portal officially closed, as calm as if it had never been opened. Huang Tian just stood there, silently gazing at Mo Ting's retreating figure. Although he didn't say it out loud, he had already made up his mind. Good, I'll wait for you. No matter the cost, I must learn the formless blade. The portal opened by Jor led directly to a magnificent estate. Her voice clearly explained the content of the edict to Mo Ting. Every 100 years, the Queen Mother of the West Jade Pool would witness a magnificent bloom of 100 flowers. At that time, the previous Dragon Lord once made a dish called 100 Flower Pastry, which received immense praise from the Queen Mother. She excitedly declared in a loud voice that because the Queen Mother was pleased, she bestowed a precious flat peach. That was a top-tier treasure between heaven and earth. Jor giggled foolishly, cheering Mo Ting on. If you perform well this time, maybe the Queen Mother will be happy and reward you with a flat peach too. Such a serious matter. Yet after Mo Ting heard it, only a few strange details remained in his mind. Flat peach, can it really grant immortality? Jor excitedly added, immortality is impossible, but extending life, immunity to all diseases and good health are certainly possible. Most importantly, Mo Ting impatiently jumped up and interrupted her. What is it? He struck the pose of a culinary godmaster. Jor happily concluded, it's delicious, you idiot. Her innocence truly made Mo Ting feel exhausted. As they were chatting, a Bao suddenly pushed open the door and rushed in, shouting loudly. Mo Ting and Jor both turned around in surprise to look at it. A Bao not only shouted but also jumped excitedly, sweeping away all the furniture in the room with its lively nature. Jor gave it a fierce smack, her heart aching. Watching a Bao tumble down dejectedly, she grew even angrier. Why are you shouting? Are you crazy? It didn't yell back in annoyance. Instead, it jumped up to report to her. Miss, the heavenly crafted chicken and green spirit shrimp are selling incredibly well. Its pupils had turned into capitalist dollar signs. Now we have over 10,000 immortal crystals. We're rich. After hearing this shocking news, Jor's excitement was thoroughly ignited. She hugged it tightly, fantasizing about shopping without looking at prices, laughing uncontrollably. Really? This old lady has been poor for so many years and now I'm rich too. That mink coat I saw last time, I'll buy one and throw one away. Suddenly, a practical remark from Mo Ting instantly dampened her enthusiasm. Now that we have immortal crystals, can't we upgrade Teoti Tower? Jor put on a pitiful face, adamantly refusing to cooperate. Why upgrade? These immortal crystals are all mine. What do you want? A Bao also joined in with an unhappy shout. Exactly. Mo Ting was furious, yelling, how can you two be so money-grubbing? Won't it be easier to earn immortal crystals after upgrading? That sounded reasonable. So Jor immediately dropped her stingy attitude and compliant. He said, that's true. Let's hear your plan first. Mo Ting seriously proposed a countermeasure and said to a Bao, let's see what we can upgrade with these immortal crystals. Although it was playful by nature, it was very agile at work. It clearly reported the data. We currently have 15,798 immortal crystals. The things that can be upgraded include a luxurious banquet hall, 2 VIP rooms, a Bao excitedly added, a set of dragon-patterned wooden chairs and some ancient forest scenery. It checked with folded arms, continuously exclaiming, 100 herbs garden. Just hearing this, Mo Ting shouted happily, 100 herbs garden. Jor was extremely surprised, asking him in confusion, what's wrong with the 100 herbs garden? Why are you so excited? With capital rising, Mo Ting, carrying his bag, resolutely declared, let's go check out the 100 herbs garden. If possible, we'll make a fortune. The 100 herbs garden was actually a lush forest located behind a large mountain. Mo Ding strode forward, sunlight streaming down from above illuminating various rare treasures growing everywhere. Mo Ding said excitedly, a Bao, seriously act like an experienced person. I don't think these ingredients are enough for the immortal realm to eat, a Bao squinted, confidently asserting, then you don't know. Teoti Tower is the most powerful main Dao divine artifact in the 3 realms. Suddenly, from Mo Ting's luggage, the treasured blade whistled out and confronted a Bao. It arrogantly interrupted, a Bao, what are you talking about, kid? A Bao could only give a dry laugh and flatter it. "You're also amazing, old ancestor." After being praised, it immediately raised its face, patted its chest proudly, and said, "Of course, but this Teoti tower is also of the same origin as me. Both were formed from the main Tao among the 3,000 great Taos that opened up heaven and earth. Although it's not as good as me, it's still powerful." Mo Ting unceremoniously retorted, "What's so great about you? What can you do besides cut vegetables? Look at Teoti Tower, it has every function." Suddenly humiliated, the treasured blade was so angry that veins bulged on its neck, arguing, "What do you know? The ability of a divine artifact is closely related to its master. Just look at your current main Tao level. If I show my true form, would you still dare to curse me? Moreover, the highest main Tao is the heaven-mending feast." A Bao rushed to cover its mouth, but it was too late. Mo Ting vaguely heard the treasured blade's words and immediately questioned, "What is the heaven-mending feast?" The three of them all feigned ignorance, stammering, "Nothing." Jor waved her hand, interrupting Mo Ting's questioning, "Don't mind them. As for ingredients, don't worry. The ingredients in the 100 Herbs Garden are enough for not only the immortal realm but also the demonic and ghost realms, guaranteed to be enough for you." To completely distract Mo Ting, she pulled him and began to demonstrate, "Watch closely." Jor grabbed an ingredient and decisively pulled it out, its roots and stems completely leaving the ground. But the subsequent change made Mo Ting dumbfounded. A faint glow immediately began to regrow in the spot where Jor had just pulled out the ingredient. "Look down, you fool." At first, it just slightly emerged, and in the blink of an eye the ingredient was fully grown. Mo Ting's face showed an extremely surprised expression. Looking at the fresh ingredients at his feet, he exclaimed, "It grew back again." Mo Ting's eyes widened, carefully examining the newly grown ingredient at his feet. "Magic transformation, is it real or fake?" He personally broke off a branch to confirm. His eyes shone like car headlights. "This is indeed ginseng. If we take this outside to sell, wouldn't our Teoti Tower be the wealthiest in the immortal realm?" Mo Ting proudly preened, but Jor curled her lips and listed, "Do you think these things are rare? If you give them to others, they wouldn't even want them. The immortal realm is rich in resources. There are more rare things everywhere than here. Unless it's a treasure between heaven and earth like the treasured blade ginseng fruit, that's a true treasure." She rattled on to Mo Ting. "For Teoti Tower, the immortals don't crave precious ingredients, but the supreme deliciousness, understand?" He listened to Jor's craving, feeling speechless. "Are all you immortals so superficial?" Then he personally sprinkled a seed onto the soil of the 100 Herbs Garden. Jor stared wide-eyed at his sudden action, asking unreservedly, "Mo Ting, what are you doing?" He filled the soil, smiling slyly. "I'm sowing seeds," Jor questioned in confusion. "Seeds? What trick are you up to now?" It turned out his luggage was filled with all sorts of messy seeds. Mo Ting excitedly showed off to Jor and the others. "These are various spice and vegetable seeds I asked Grandpa to collect for me in the human world. Although the 100 Herbs Garden has many plant species, compared to Earth today, the variety is still much smaller. If you want to make delicious food, how can you do it without ingredients and spices?" Looking at the quiet patch of land where he had just buried the seeds, Mo Ting was a bit disappointed. "It's just that the seeds I planted grow much slower than what you just demonstrated." Jor became much more serious after understanding Mo Ting's purpose. "Your method is the same as the previous Dragon Lord. In fact, many plants in the 100 Herbs Garden originated from the human world. They formed the food system of the immortal realm only after being carefully cultivated by successive Dragon Lords. To prove this, she pointed into the distance, telling Mo Ting to look. Over there is a wheat plant. However, after he saw it, his expression clearly changed. The wheat was real, but its growth was simply colossal. Mo Ting's tongue tied, frightened by something so large that was still called wheat, but in Jor's eyes this was nothing out of the ordinary. "This is the 100 Herbs Garden. What's there to be surprised about?" Not only that, she also carefully pointed out other things to Mo Ting. "That's a tomato," she said, identifying a giant ancient tree. "Broccoli. Those red chili peppers from the human world are now a world wonder in the 100 Herbs Garden, facing the sky." Mo Ting's mouth opened in a confused mess, his jaw almost dislocated. "Indeed, they really point straight to the sky." His thoughts began to intertwine chaotically. He chuckled bitterly, trembling as he muttered to himself, "So my method wasn't wrong. With these I can make countless Chinese delicacies in Teoti Tower." Seeing him so miserable, A Bao stepped forward to explain, "Mo Ting, it's not easy for human plants to grow in the immortal realm." It explained tirelessly to Mo Ting, "The environment of the immortal realm is different from the human world, making it extremely difficult to succeed. Successive Dragon Lords over thousands of years have only managed to plant a few dozen varieties. Even if you are lucky enough to succeed with one or two, it won't mean anything." He loudly retorted in disbelief. "So few?" Jor still didn't forget to advise Mo Ting before leaving, "You should study the ingredients of the immortal realm more. Your method won't work." A Bao also waved goodbye. Mo Ting were a bit tired. "See you later." Mo Ting sat powerlessly on the ground. He sighed in frustration. "Without rich and unique ingredients and spices, how can one create delicious food?" Mo Ting clutched his hair, trying to figure out how to grow a large number of plants adapted to the immortal realm. He frowned, deep in thought. "So many Dragon Lords since ancient times have only managed to plant a few dozen varieties. Should I just give up like this?" Mo Ting stared at the ground anxiously, thinking if there was any other way. But he still couldn't come up with a good idea. He frustratingly ruffled his hair and shouted, "Why do I, a chef, have to know how to grow vegetables?" Suddenly, the treasured blade shouted loudly, "Mo Ting!" It held up a flower branch, excitedly saying, "I was just wondering why it smelled so fragrant. You're carrying flowers in your bag." The treasured blade grinned, teasing Mo Ting. Looks like your grandpa got lazy and even gave you these useless things. This isn't even a seed. He remained seated, glancing gloomily at the treasured blade. Mo Ting immediately recognized the flower branch in the treasured blade's hand. This is osmanthus. Grandpa has an osmanthus tree in his yard, just mentioning osmanthus. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Wait, osmanthus, I remember osmanthus, so Mo Ting quickly grabbed the treasured blade and lifted it. It was suddenly grabbed, confused. The treasured blade panicked, struggling and shouting, "What are you doing? Let me go!" A sly smile appeared on Mo Ting's face. He excitedly commanded it to quickly transform into the treasured blade. I've thought of a method to try. Inside a tall building in the immortal realm, bowls and chopsticks lay scattered, and chicken bones were strewn across the table. Jor, with a full belly, asked, "Hey Bao, is Mo Ting still in the 100 Herbs garden?" It was still engrossed in devouring its food, but didn't forget to answer Jor's question. "Yes, I think he's already gone mad." She digested her food in the blink of an eye. Jor continued to ask Bao carelessly, "Let him be. When will the 100 flowers in the jade pool bloom?" It was still chewing food, and hearing her question, quickly replied, "Probably in 3 or 4 days. I wonder if Mo Ting is ready." Suddenly, the door behind them was kicked open. Both were startled at the same time and sharply turned around, only to see Mo Ting, disheveled and dirty, standing outside the door with the treasured blade, both panting. He still wore a bright smile, happily announcing success. Bao was startled by Mo Ting and angrily cursed, "What's wrong with Mo Ting? Has he gone mad?" But it was immediately hit on the head by the treasured blade, which retorted, "Mad, you're mad, your whole family's mad." It proudly pointed at Mo Ting behind it, praising, "This kid is really good, he actually succeeded. Teoti Tower is going to get rich this time." He also happily giggled along, but then softly uttered, "Tired," before anyone could react. Mo Ding fainted in front of everyone. A while later, after he woke up, Bao was utterly astonished, mouth agape. Witnessing Mo Ting's masterpiece firsthand, Jor was equally surprised. She stammered, "This is," before them were beautiful flowers blooming in the night. Mo Ting grinned with satisfaction, looking up at the sky, happily saying, "Come quickly and see the fruits of my labor." The sight of flowers blooming brilliantly in the night sky made them gasp in admiration. The flowers bloomed splendidly in the night sky, displaying an exquisite posture. Jor's eyes sparkled, gazing at the beauty of the flower. She stammered, "This is." Bao, however, flew diligently to the top of the flower tree, carefully observing every detail. "This is yushui. When cooked, it can enhance the flavor of food and also be used for ice preservation." It then glanced to the side and hesitated for a moment before saying, "But over there." Bao pointed at the golden flowers on the tree, exclaiming, "How come golden flowers also bloomed? I've never heard of a single tree bearing 2 kinds of flowers." It intoxicatedly inhaled the fresh fragrance of the flowers, then couldn't help but exclaim, "So fragrant." Jor gently glanced at Mo Ting, wanting to reconfirm. "Are you really the one who made all this?" He confirmed very confidently. She didn't say anything more, but silently reached out and plucked a pale yellow flower. Jor brought the flower to her nose, took a gentle sniff, and a soft voice emerged. "The scent is so familiar, but I've never seen it before." Hearing Jor's words, he twisted his body into a confident pose, boastfully replying, "Aren't you curious how I did it?" So she angrily struck and disciplined Mo Ting. After Mo Ting was severely disciplined by Jor, a large bump rose on his forehead. She no longer wasted words and simply asked directly, "What exactly happened? Tell me quickly." This time Mo Ting seriously answered Jor's question. "Because I've always been preoccupied with the 100 Herbs garden. Without rich spices and auxiliary ingredients for seasoning, no food can ever become a delicacy. The 100 Herbs garden looks lush, but the variety of plants is actually very limited." He recalled familiar ingredients from the human world and slowly explained to her, "With the development of human culinary arts, various new ingredients and spices have also been discovered. The numbing sensation of Sichuan peppercorns, the spiciness of chili peppers, the umami of oyster sauce, fermented bean paste and soy sauce, and the blending and enhancement of flavors from spices. These are the foundations of delicious food." Mo Ting unhesitatingly explained his purpose to Jor and Bao. Previous dragon lords might have found themselves clever cooks without rice. Some immortal realm seasonings have better alternatives, but some are indispensable. This time, my biggest goal in descending to the mortal realm was to solve the problem of these ingredients and seasonings. She still looked at the flower in her hand somewhat incredulously, then asked him, "Can this flower of yours solve all problems?" Mo Ding patiently elaborated further, making the two understand more clearly. Everyone saw it that day. Human plants don't adapt to the soil and water of the immortal realm, so they can't be planted directly. He confidently glanced back, then continued, "Human plants also encountered problems with adapting to the soil and water, baffling many people. Later we found a method." Hearing this, Jor and Bao's eyes both lit up. Both were eager to know what the method was. Before Mo Ding could speak, the treasured blade, striking a celebrity pose, rushed out, trying to draw everyone's attention to itself. "I contributed greatly to coming up with this method. That method is," but before it could say the name of the method, Mo Ting loudly commanded, "Retrieve." The treasured blade was forcibly changed back to the form of the civil and military blade by him. Mo Ding intentionally elongated his words. "The method is," he gripped the treasured blade tightly, blinked gently, and then finally revealed the name of the method, grafting. The treasured blade was forcibly transformed by Mo Ting and angrily cursed, "You little brat, you stole all my thunder." Bao and Jor were both stunned when they heard the name. She asked blankly, "Grafting? I've only heard of marrying." so Mo Ting had no choice but to dutifully transform into a teacher and explain to them. Grafting is one of the artificial planting methods where a branch or bud from one tree is cut and grafted onto the trunk or branch of another tree, allowing the two plants to combine and grow into a single complete tree. This speeds up the plant's adaptation to new environments and increases yield. He grinned happily for a long time. Anyway, I didn't have any other options, I just tried it, and it actually succeeded. Do you two know what kind of flower this is? Jor heard him ask and lowered her head to carefully examine the flower in her hand. The scent and shape were indeed osmanthus. The fragrance was as rich as osmanthus, but in many ways it was different from typical osmanthus. Looking at the color of the petals and the patterns, it somewhat resembled yulon shui. As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Ding snapped his fingers and announced the answer. Exactly, it's osmanthus, but it has not only grown larger but also carries the characteristics of yulon shui. This shows that human plants can not only survive in the immortal realm but can also transform and produce magical effects. He affectionately put his arm around Jor's shoulder, and her cheeks immediately flushed, but Mo Ding didn't notice at all. He said with a cheeky grin, "Then everyone, think about this. If we successfully complete the Queen Mother of the West's request this time, and the Queen Mother of the West bestows flat peaches and we plant them in the 100 Herbs garden." Upon hearing this, Jor quickly pushed Mo Ting away and loudly scolded, "You're dreaming. Flat peaches are the Queen Mother's lifeblood. Not only does no one dare to plant them, but even if they were planted far from the jade pool, they wouldn't bear fruit. Wake up." He was pushed to the ground, not angry at all, but rather dreamily voiced his idea. "If they don't bear fruit, we can graft them onto a tree with strong fruit-bearing capabilities to assist. What if the appearance and taste aren't exactly the same as flat peaches?" Jor and A Bao were both stunned into silence upon hearing this idea. Mo Ting, on the other hand, shot up. He was thrilled by the benefits this idea could bring. If Ling Xiao, flat peach, Huaho, Zan Shen, and all those other ginseng fruits could grow in the 100 Herbs garden, and even if they were slightly different from the originals, perhaps the effects would be a bit inferior, but the supply would be limitless, overwhelming everything in quantity. "You're saying we could?" A rumbling sound suddenly startled him. Jor suddenly rushed towards him, her warm chest directly hitting Mo Ting's face. Jor hugged him excitedly, ruffling his head. She excitedly continued Mo Ting's thought, "Then our Teoti Tower would be the wealthiest place in the immortal realm. Mo Ting, you're so cute." Despite being held tightly by Jor, Mo Ting struggled to lift his head and said, "But she said no one dares to plant them. What if we're discovered by others?" But she wasn't afraid at all. Jor pushed Mo Ting behind her and loudly declared, "Afraid of what? If we succeed, I, your old lady, will use money to send all those scoundrels to work as security guards at our Teoti Tower. Those who called me a glutton and chased me away back then. I'll now use immortal crystals to crush them." Mo Ting, treated this way, cried out in frustration, "Your mood changes too quickly." Jor's expression became serious as she issued a warning. "Today's matter is known only to the three of us. If anyone dares to leak it, I, your old lady, will make your life worse than death." She resolutely turned to leave, demanding in a cold tone, "Mo Ting, you must perform well at the Jade Pool 100 Flowers banquet this time. Show me what you've got." Mo Ting cautiously replied, "Yes." Hearing his answer, Jor still wasn't reassured and issued another warning, "If anything goes wrong." She decisively punched an ancient tree nearby. In an instant, the entire tree exploded under Jor's fist. Mo Ting's face contorted, cold sweat pouring down like rain as he witnessed this terrifying scene. After the threat, Jor immediately switched to a sweet tone to encourage him. "Mo Ting, you can do it." In a tall building in the immortal realm, A Bao was quietly reading alone. It focused intently, carefully pondering the content it had just read. Suddenly a memory flashed through A Bao's mind of being tricked by Mo Ting. "A Bao, I still need to research new dishes, so I'll have to rely on you for the gardening. I bought a few agricultural books from the mortal world for you to study." When it heard these words, it happily agreed immediately. "No problem, a piece of cake." A Bao's tired eyes were bloodshot, and suddenly a tear welled up. It trembled, growling word by word, "You little brat." Suddenly, a book fell from above. The book landed squarely on A Bao's head. It looked up at the hundreds of books piled high on the table and couldn't help but regretfully shout, "Are these all his books?" On the table sat a string of red, round Sichuan peppercorns. Mo Ding carefully and gently shaved off the outer skin of a peppercorn with his knife. He pursed his lips, tremblingly looking at the small piece of peppercorn in his hand. Then, as if making a firm decision, he extended his tongue to taste it. Mo Ting's eyes immediately widened. He quickly reached for a cup of water. Then he tilted his head back and gulped down the water, simultaneously spitting out the peppercorn while trembling. Mo Ding trembled and squirmed, tears and saliva flowing incessantly. He stammered, Too spicy peppercorn knife." A Bao lying amidst the pile of books Mo Ting had brought saw him like this and couldn't help but gloat, asking, "This is authentic Han Yuan peppercorn. How does it taste?" Hearing A Bao ask this, Mo Ting immediately gave a thumbs up and shouted with satisfaction, "Good authentic taste, 1,000 times spicier than in the mortal world." He clenched his fist, tears streaming down uncontrollably, and yelled, "After my inspection, A Bao's grafting was successful. Well done." Jor also praised. "A Bao, you succeeded." A Bao raised a hand to gently wipe away tears from the corners of its eyes. It committed emotionally. "Thank you all for your encouragement. It's because you're all by my side that I've achieved such great success. I will continue to work hard." "Thank you, Mo Ting." However, before it could fully wallow in emotion, Mo Ding unceremoniously interrupted. Then I'll entrust the next few hundred varieties to you too, Bao. Bao's face turned pale, and it immediately collapsed. It forcefully grabbed Mo Ting's collar, then angrily stuck a friendly middle finger directly in front of him. Bao mercilessly shook Mo Ting violently to vent its displeasure. I thank your ancestors for 8 generations, hundreds of varieties. Mo Ting, don't go too far. Do you know how difficult grafting is? Do you know how long I've been in Taiyi Universe these past few days? 30 years. Do you know how many books I've read? Roughly hundreds. Botany, horticulture, soil research. It bitterly took out a university admission notice and complained, do you know, I even got into a top-tier university in the mortal world for the entrance exam. Do you know how difficult that was for me? Bao cried uncontrollably, pointing at Mo Ting, who was casually picking his nose nearby, and tearfully complained to her. Jor, give me some advice please. Hundreds of varieties is worse than just killing me. However, Jor not only didn't side with it but instead clenched her hands and threatened. What are you throwing a tantrum for? Whatever Mo Ting says goes. If you don't want to do it, see how I'll deal with you. Although terrified, it still firmly refused. Miss, this kind of studying really isn't for me. I've had enough. Even if you kill me this time, I won't do it. Suddenly, Mo Ting gently stroked its head and then gently comforted it. Bao, you've worked hard, he patiently explained, making Bao understand the importance of this work. Your work this time is very important for Teoti Tower. In the future we'll be able to surpass our predecessors and become #1 in the 3 realms. But it still pouted angrily, turning its head away. Mo Ting deftly coaxed Bao while secretly winking at Jor. I was originally planning to give Bao a portion of the 100 Herbs Garden's income to reward its hard work, but if Bao doesn't want to do it, I guess we'll just have to recruit new people. She immediately understood his intention and happily cooperated. That works too. There are so many divine beasts and free immortals in the immortal realm. I'll go spread the word and there will definitely be a huge wave of applicants. Suddenly, Bao asked seriously, then may I ask? It shrewdly asked a question that left both of them speechless. How much money can one earn in a year? Mo Ting also seriously considered this question. Judging by the consumption of heavenly crafted chicken and green spirit shrimp, if there are ample seasonings then making hundreds of dishes isn't a problem. We want to increase consumption by 100 or 1,000 times, and that might not be too difficult either. As for the dividends, Miss Jor definitely gets the most, I'm second. And you taking a small portion should also be fine. Then he gently smiled and calmly stated the amount that could be earned annually. Perhaps at least 100,000 immortal crystals a year. Upon hearing the amount of immortal crystals that could be earned, Bao was stunned. Jor was equally shocked, unable to speak. Seeing their silence, Mo Ting quickly tried to salvage the situation. What? Not satisfied? This is just the beginning. Later we'll establish a supply chain, advertise and take on weddings and funerals, earning even more. What's wrong with you two? As soon as he finished speaking, Jor and Bao were already shouting excitedly. Mo Ting's eyes widened in surprise as he watched them. Then Jor suddenly rushed over and hugged him. She excitedly wanted to reconfirm. Are you telling the truth? He was nearly suffocated by Jor's embrace, but Mo Ting still trembled, trying his best to finish his sentence. Probably not wrong, let go of me. Bao, who had just been complaining about not wanting to work, now shyly and gently called out, Mo family. Startled by its call, he exclaimed, what are you doing? Bao, blushing, no longer beat around the bush and directly said, I just want to say that from now on whatever the Mo family says goes. Bao would never retreat even through mountains of knives and seas of fire. It seriously expressed its determination to Mo Ting, leave the grafting to me. Don't worry, miss, and the Mo family just wait and see. This time, I won't come out of Taiyi Universe until I reach a PhD or professor level. What are a few hundred varieties that the Mo family gave me? I want to graft all the plants I can see in the mortal world into the 100 Herbs Garden, and also those from the immortal realm, the ghost realm, the demon realm, and the devil realm. Jor was still happily hugging Mo Ting while Bao had already decisively turned and declared, Master, I want to become the #1 agricultural expert in the 3 realms. Suddenly another strange halo appeared in the immortal realm sky. From the halo, a surge of power cascaded down. That power shone directly on the spot where the 3 of them stood. Jor immediately recognized what it was. An immortal edict, she exclaimed happily. The immortal edict immediately appeared and conveyed an invitation. The jade pool's 100 flowers have bloomed. Summon the Dragon Lord of Teoti Tower to the Jade Pool to set up the 100 Flowers banquet. The dazzling light emitted by the immortal edict enveloped the 3 of them. They shouted excitedly, to the Jade Pool. Mo Ting was already filled with anticipation. The flat peaches are mine. In the direction they were heading there were majestic mountains and colorful forests. Mo Ting walked up at a leisurely pace. Only Mo Ting and the 2 others were walking up the long staircase leading to the Jade Pool. As he walked he looked around, his face unable to hide his astonishment at the beautiful scenery. This immortal realm is truly amazing. Jor, on the other hand, impatiently urged Mo Ting. You've never seen the world, have you? Hurry up, hurry up, Bao suddenly shouted. Mo Ting, the Jade Pool is up ahead. He heard the call and quickly turned to look. Before them was a solemn gate surrounded by many trees. Mo Ting exclaimed, this is too beautiful. As soon as they stepped inside, someone announced, reporting to the Queen Mother, the Dragon Lord and his party are entering. The path to the Jade Pool Palace was covered with incomparable exquisite scenery. Mo Ting excitedly praised. My lady, when I first arrived at Teodi Tower I thought that was the best in the immortal realm. As expected, there's always something better out there. Mo Ting truly deserved to be called the most obnoxious. Jor flicked his forehead. How can you compare them? The Queen Mother is the Jade Emperor's wife. All the good things fall into their hands. Our Teodi Tower. Abao quickly leaned in and poked her. Whose fault is that? You slept for hundreds of years in the mortal world and didn't manage anything. Jor gritted her teeth in anger, threatening it. Say that again if you want to live. Abao immediately scrambled to apologize. I'm sorry, it's a small matter, it's in the past. Ignoring Jor's torment, Mo Ting looked around curiously. Why don't I see any flat peach trees? Jor impatiently explained to him. What are you thinking? Flat peaches are the Jade Pool's treasure. Do you think they'd just plant them casually outside? She described it in detail to Mo Ting. It's an independent small space called the Flat Peach Garden. Without the Queen Mother's permission, let alone us, almost no one in the immortal realm can enter. He, however, sneered disdainfully. What's so great about it? Wasn't it almost completely swept clean by a monkey? Jor suddenly felt a bad premonition and asked warily, Which monkey are you talking about? Mo Ting leisurely replied, not noticing Jor and Abao's pale expressions. When I was in the lower realm I heard there was a monkey named Sun Wukong who once caused a ruckus in the Flat Peach Garden, right? Jor used all her strength and immediately rushed over to cover his mouth. She trembled so much that her tongue tied, stammering, Mo Ting, don't mention that name casually. That ancestor is not someone to be trifled with. Her gaze was cold as she glared at him. This person is an unruly rogue, sharp-eared and sharp-eyed, fearing nothing. Whoever provokes him regrets it. The past at Teodi Tower I dare not recall, Mo Ting innocently blurted out. Really? Jor became even more annoyed and quickly covered his mouth. Don't ask. If you ask again, be careful, I'll hit you. Seeing her so nervous, Mo Ting had no choice but to hold back from speaking. All right, calm down. At this moment, in a deep, brightly lit, luxurious cave far away in a majestic Mesoamerican mountain, two little monkeys carefully presented a plump peach. In front of a formidable and dignified figure, they dared only to report softly, Boss, please enjoy. That hand unhesitatingly picked up the offered peach and took several crisp bites only to see the little monkeys' faces change drastically, shrinking back in terror. Then they were instantly knocked out by the half-eaten peach. Sun Wukong's appetite was immense and he roared angrily at his subordinates. More fruit, always fruit. He flipped the table, complaining irritably. Thousands of years, nothing but fruit. I painstakingly earned the title of victorious fighting Buddha. What good is it? Recalling those arduous years, Sun Wukong gnashed his teeth, truly missing those days in the mortal world. Bring me 2 mortal chefs to cook for me, quick. The venerable elder quickly tried to dissuade him. Old ancestor, first of all, bringing mortals to the immortal realm violates heavenly laws. Mortal chefs also cannot handle immortal ingredients. Although mortal food is delicious, the mortal dust within it can harm immortal bodies. A little occasionally is fine, but Sun Wukong, exasperated, burst into a furious tirade, shouting and yelling, This isn't allowed, that isn't allowed. Back then I was a monkey who only ate fruit, and now that I've become an immortal and a Buddha, I still eat fruit. To placate him, the elder quickly told him, Old ancestor, a few days ago I heard some good news, Sun Wukong eagerly urged. Quick, tell me. The elder leaned in and whispered, I heard that since Teodi Tower reopened, business has been excellent. As soon as he heard this, Sun Wukong's curiosity was strongly piqued. Really, old Sun hasn't been to Teodi Tower since it reopened. To add authenticity, the elder nodded and added, It's true, I heard even that rascal Tai is full. Saliva secreted in Sun Wukong's throat, and he excitedly ordered his subordinates, This is truly good news. When old Sun went to Teodi Tower back then, although the taste wasn't anything special, it was much better than the bland fruit here. Inform your second master. That glutton will definitely be happy. No sooner said than done, he burst into laughter. I'd like to see where that girl from Teodi Tower is. He left the venerable elder behind and teleported away in an instant. Sun Wukong flew like lightning to a tall branch, sweeping the distance with his clairvoyant eyes, searching for Jor's traces. You stinky girl, you've been hiding for so long, where are you now? The venerable elder stood below and shouted, Boss, you haven't been out for a long time, be careful not to break any bones. His divine eyes were as bright as the high beams of mortal cars. In just a moment, Sun Wukong located Jor. How can she be at the Jade Pool? Looking through Mo Ting, he was even more puzzled. How is this generation's dragon lord a mere brat who hasn't even grown his hair out? A mischievous smile played on Sun Wukong's lips. Counting it up, it's been many years since I last ate a flat peach from the Jade Pool. The venerable elder stood below and asked loudly, Boss, do you need me to notify Teodi Tower first? Before he could finish, Sun Wukong had completely disappeared from his sight. Meanwhile, Mo Ting and his group were still entering the Jade Pool Palace to pay their respects to the Queen Mother. Countless peerless celestial maidens served here. Mo Ting, after climbing the long staircase, was breathless and finally arrived. He respectfully bowed his head before the mistress of the Jade Pool Palace. Jor elegantly announced their names. Greetings to the Queen Mother. Teodi Tower has come as promised to prepare the 100-flower banquet for the Jade Pool. The two celestial maidens standing by exchanged a suspicious glance. The Queen Mother remained silent after listening. Mo Ting, puzzled, commented bluntly, "What's wrong? Why is the atmosphere so solemn? We've arrived and no one even says hello." Jor hastily barked, "Shut up." It was then that the Queen Mother spoke softly. "Is this young man the new Dragon Lord?" Jor frankly confirmed to her. "Yes, Queen Mother, his name is Mo Ting." The Queen Mother kindly continued, "So young, how old are you?" Mo Ting smiled brightly and replied concisely, 16. Jor seized the opportunity to quickly put in a good word for him. "He's young, a very talented young man. I believe with his abilities he can certainly bring you." The Queen Mother's tone, however, carried a hint of mockery. 16 years old. Jor was puzzled and dared not say anything more. The Queen Mother, disappointed, ordered her subordinates, "Too young, you may return." Mo Ting felt as if struck by lightning, his mind a blank. "Huh?" After refusing the next Dragon Lord, Mo Ding, the Queen Mother majestically explained, "I admit there is such a thing as genius in the world, but any skill requires time to accumulate and mature. The 100-flower banquet occurs once every 100 years because several immortal flowers within it take 100 years to bloom. I worry that you will waste these treasures." Facing the superior's rigorous reasoning, Jor and the others were momentarily speechless and dared not retort. Although Mo Ting was displeased, he could only endure silently. Facing this supreme majesty, Jor still resolved to defend Mo Ting. "Queen Mother, Mo Ting is already the Dragon Lord recognized by the treasured blade. He will never waste your ingredients." Although she sincerely guaranteed it, it seemed difficult to change the Queen Mother's mind. The essence of the Jade Pool's 100 flowers is the foundation of the Celestial Maiden's cultivation. For thousands of years, although unable to satisfy their palates, at least it didn't hinder their cultivation. If the 100 flowers were wasted by you, wouldn't that be penny wise and pound foolish? The Queen Mother's words, though gentle, revealed complete distrust. "Jor, it's not that I'm harsh, but I cannot trust this Dragon Lord." She waved her hand and ordered, "That's enough, you may withdraw, no need to say more." Jor struggled stubbornly, but Mo Ting quickly took her hand. Jor was surprised to see him stop her, a hint of astonishment in her eyes. Mo Ting whispered to her, "Words have been said, further explanation is useless. Let's go." Jor, with a trace of reluctance, softly called his name as if to console him. Mo Ting, with a happy smile on his face, winked at Jor and concisely said, "Let's go." On the way back to Teoti Tower, she still hadn't given up hope. "Do you have a way to make the Queen Mother change her mind?" Mo Ding shrugged and directly cursed. "That woman is truly going through menopause. We've already lost so much face, I don't want to be humiliated again." Jor understood his temper and felt even more guilty. "What about the flat peach?" Mo Ting announced without hesitation and in a stern voice. "I can't persuade her. I will never get it. I'm going to make her come and beg me." His eyes flickered with cunning, and he resolutely uttered the words, "Beg me." Mo Ting's arrogance left Jor speechless, and she cursed. "Beg you, you're dreaming. The Queen Mother is known for her cunning, you wish." Mo Ting smiled and played a trick. "We've already left the Jade Pool, so what we do here the Queen Mother can't control, right?" Hearing something suspicious in his words, Jor widened her eyes and retorted, "What strange idea do you have now?" He didn't explain, turning to order a bow. "A bow, lay out all our kitchen utensils from Teoti Tower." Although it didn't understand, it quickly complied. It only needed to press a button to open the package, and Abao took out all the kitchen utensils without missing a single one. From iron woks to special rice spatulas, Jor was dumbfounded, looking at one item after another as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Mo Ting had prepared this mobile stall at some unknown time. Jor felt a wave of panic when she saw Teoti Tower's sign fluttering in the wind. "Are you crazy? Setting up a stall here in this remote wilderness? Who will come and buy your stuff?" Mo Ting still maintained a calm expression and asked, "Don't get excited yet, let me ask you, do you know what mortal girls like to eat most?" She thought for a while, then honestly replied, "Everything in the mortal world is delicious. Most favorite, let me think." Her thoughts aligned with Mo Ting's. "Of course it's snacks." Jor's mouth watered, and she listed a long list in her mind: chicken feet, potato chips, sesame cakes, tiramisu pudding, sunflower seeds, potatoes, seaweed ice cream, layered tofu, milk tea, candy, bread, Oreos, spicy strips, dried tofu, fruit, ADC milk, popcorn, dried meat. Yes, when I descended, these were my favorites too." Mo Ting grasped the public psychology and became even more confident. Girls can go without meals, but they can't go without snacks, especially those celestial rabbits who have only eaten grass for thousands of years. Mo Ting drew his treasured blade, his fighting spirit soaring. "I want them to witness the power of countless gourmets passed down for thousands of years." The previous humiliation and loss of face made him determined to regain it. "If I can't empty the Celestial Maiden's pockets at the Jade Pool, then I'm not fit to be a Chinese chef anymore." Jor timidly whispered to Abao, "It seems he's truly enraged." Subsequently, in the magnificent and splendid palace of the Jade Pool, as the Celestial Maidens busily served the sages of the immortal realm, a little girl secretly hid nearby, observing. When she saw no one was paying attention, she quietly slipped away, but unfortunately she was soon discovered by another Celestial Maiden. That maiden angrily shouted at the little girl, blocking her path. "Stop!" The little girl hastily hid her belongings and stammered in reply, "What's wrong?" The blocking Celestial Maiden coldly demanded, "What are you hiding? Hand it over quickly." The little girl, frightened by their reprimand, cowered. "Hurry up!" So she finally had no choice but to obediently hand over the item. The item the little girl desperately hid had the Teoti Tower logo printed on it. she stammered as she handed it to the Celestial Maiden. "It's this." The unfamiliar packaging surprised the Celestial Maiden a little. "What is this?" the little girl innocently explained. "It's pastries, also called snacks." From the Teoti Tower bag, a peculiar and alluring fragrance gradually permeated the air, causing the two Celestial Maidens to involuntarily exclaim, "So fragrant!" Suddenly, she abruptly remembered her noble duty and loudly accused the little girl. "You're so bold. Celestial Maidens of the Jade Pool cultivate from plants and trees. Their immortal bodies are pure and cannot be contaminated by any evil. That snack in your hand smells wonderfully fragrant. It must not be anything pure." The little girl, ignoring the Celestial Maiden's scolding, gently took a pastry from the Teoti Tower bag. She ate it with relish, even humming happily. The little girl playfully vouched, "I bought it from the Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord is recognized by all three realms. How could he be evil? He's clearly clean and trustworthy." This reputation indeed increased credibility. "Dragon Lord," the little girl also spoke the minds of most Celestial Maidens here. "You say we're immortal," repeating day after day, year after year in the Jade Pool. "For how long?" This fact left the Celestial Maiden speechless, unable to refute. The little girl continued glumly, "I no longer remember. I only know my memory is filled with monotonous cycles. Every day is just repeating cultivation. If not cultivating, I suffer and toil managing the garden at immortal imperial grass." The little girl was exhausted, even lacking the strength to sigh. "It's been so many years, I no longer feel any joy or interest." Seeing the Teoti Tower food bag, the little girl's lost smile reappeared. "Until today I ate a few bites of snacks. Oh my, this is true deliciousness, not absorbing the essence of 100 flowers for cultivation, but pure joy," the little girl excitedly chattered on. "I only used one phoenix spirit flower. Do you know what Medical Officer Chen exchanged for it?" The Celestial Maidens all turned pale, full of longing. "Phoenix spirit flower. That's an ultimate immortal flower that blooms only once every 500 years. What did she exchange for it?" the little girl happily continued. "It's a treasure bestowed by the Queen Mother, the Sun Gold Star." This shocking news greatly surprised the two Celestial Maidens, who cried out in horror, "Sun Gold Star, oh my, that's a rare fire-attributed treasure hard to find in the three realms." She shook the Teoti Tower food bag and gleefully whispered, "And it was only for 3 bags." The two Celestial Maidens had already decided to report this serious matter to their superiors. "What outrageous behavior! This is simply absurd. We must report this to the Queen Mother immediately." After that incident, Mo Ting's snack stall was always crowded with Celestial Maidens who came to buy. Countless beautiful Celestial Maidens queued for several hours just to buy their favorite food. Mo Ting waved his iron wok and shouted loudly, "One by one, queue up." Although there was a sea of people, his dishes were still meticulously prepared, exquisite in every detail. "No rush, no rush, it'll be ready soon." The food was neatly packed into bags printed with the Teoti Tower brand, forming a long line. Next, Mo Ting and A Bao were busy cooking in the kitchen. The task of entertaining customers fell to Jor. "Everyone, queue up." "Don't push," people anxiously shouted loudly. "It's my turn." Mo Ting was overwhelmed with work, panting heavily. "Celestial Maidens keep bothering me, they want more." "Little brother, another one," another Celestial Maiden urged greedily, completely unsatisfied. Before long, Mo Ting was surrounded by countless Celestial Maidens. "Hurry up, little brother, I want it." Jor had no choice but to lift her wok and loudly tap it with a spoon to quell the commotion. Her icy gaze truly scared Mo Ting. Jor snapped, "I said it's sold out, yet you're still clamoring to buy. Is this all you female immortals are capable of? Aren't you annoying? Next time be quicker." Mo Ting, worried about offending customers, softly reminded, "Jor, these are all regular customers, speak politely." But the more he reminded her, the more annoyed she became. Seeing those Celestial Maidens intimately pulling and tugging at Mo Ting, she gnashed her teeth and emphasized, "Let go." They instinctively complied, too afraid to pester him again. Watching everyone disperse, Mo Ting still enthusiastically waved, "Welcome back next time." "Farewell, Celestial Maidens." He looked at Jor's nervous expression, feeling very puzzled. "Business is booming and customers love it, isn't that a good thing? Why is she suddenly angry? What's wrong with her?" A Bao shrewdly quipped. "From what I see, Jor's anger this time is not simple." Suddenly, Mo Ting foolishly made a baseless guess. "I know, although we sold a lot today, Jor hasn't eaten yet. That's why she's so angry." Before Jor could make a move, A Bao personally silenced his mouth. "You oblivious fool." The two of them, consumed by their fighting, were unaware they were being watched from afar. Sun Wukong remained still, secretly chuckling to himself. "I like this Dragon Lord," he thought. "His methods are ruthless enough, though a little jealous." He highly admired Mo Ting's culinary skills. "Is this kid trying to clean out the Jade Pool? How can someone so young understand the minds of female immortals so well?" The only response to his question was the sound of someone munching on Teoti Tower food. Sun Wukong impatiently turned to see Bati engrossed in stuffing food into his mouth. "Delicious," he proudly praised. "Brother Monkey, I have to say it's really too delicious." Baji's casualness earned him a heavy punch. Sun Wukong angrily scolded him. "I called you here to help strategize. Eat your head." He squeezed Baji's chubby cheeks, curiously asking for his opinion. "Do you think that stingy Queen Mother will punish these 3 little rascals for getting too angry?" Baji's face turned pale as he speculated. "Very likely, Brother Monkey. Do you mean you want to help that kid?" Sun Wukong laughed heartily, slyly continuing his suggestion. "Old Sun just happens to have that intention." Baji shrieked in terror. "Why aren't you afraid of trouble?" "I'm absolutely terrified." Sun Wukong proudly plotted his sleight of hand plan. This immortal realm lacks a culinary Tao. After the two of us achieved enlightenment, we had nothing, and everything we ate was bland. Even the celestial maidens are being manipulated by this kid. I must help him. To put it simply, he was craving good food, so he was determined to win Mo Ting over. Don't you think it would be fine to have him serve us, ensuring we eat well? Baji's simple mind seemed to instantly click. The temptation of endless delicacies sent his spirits soaring. Baji had found his new purpose in life. He unhesitatingly and joyfully agreed. Help must help. Not helping is being a pig. Sun Wukong was speechless at his gluttony. Meanwhile, Mo Ting and his group were exhausted. After a while of fighting, he instinctively blurted out a complaint. Too crazy, damn it, women really know how to wreck things, Jor angrily interrupted. Which woman are you talking about? Mo Ting didn't want to waste energy arguing, so he smiled and explained. I wasn't talking about you, just generally speaking, he happily commented. The celestial maidens here are the same, and it's the same in the mortal world. I know girls love snacks, but I didn't expect these abstemious celestial maidens to love snacks even more. Jor quickly agreed with Mo Ting. Of course, otherwise why would I have slept soundly in the mortal world instead of staying in the immortal realm? Suddenly she remembered something and turned to Bao. Oh Bao, quickly see how many treasures we earned today. Upon hearing Jor, it opened the money box to check, and its face immediately turned pale. Oh no, big trouble, Mo Ting anxiously pressed. What trouble? Bao frantically shrieked. Mo Ting, it's all because your intentions were impure. You used the 100 Herbs Gardens plants to make snacks and even had people exchange them for treasures. Something terrible has happened. Jor was also startled, trembling as she said, What's going on? Both sides were willing, and we didn't threaten them. Bao stammered as it led them, then simply said, Just look for yourselves. The sparkling jewel box before them made Bao even more flustered. We've plundered half of the Jade Pool's treasures. I even saw celestial maidens exchanging their immortal robes for snacks. We're practically robbing them blind. My lords, don't say the Queen Mother is stingy. If it were our own family fortune, accumulated over tens of thousands of years, and it was plundered by someone in a single day, how do you think the Queen Mother would deal with it? Jor's face was pale, her legs weak, and she muttered, Oh no, something truly terrible has happened. I was so focused on business that I forgot about this. What should we do? Mo Ting, should we run? No sooner had she spoken than an ominous sign immediately manifested. The previously clear sky suddenly changed, and two brilliant beams of light appeared. They descended directly beside Mo Ting's snack stall. The figures of two celestial maidens were faintly visible, and they solemnly delivered the decree. The Queen Mother requests the three of Teoti Tower to proceed to the Jade Pool for an audience immediately. Mo Ting had only been waiting for this. He chuckled contentedly. Run, isn't this great? He smiled confidently, haughtily concluding, What do you think the Queen Mother will reward us with? Mo Ting and the two others were being led by two palace maids. Jor walked behind Mo Ting, somewhat worried and nervous. They soon arrived, and the palace maid's voice rang out, Reporting to your majesty, the Dragon Lord and his party have arrived. The two celestial maidens standing by exchanged a suspicious glance. The Queen Mother remained silent after listening. Mo Ting, puzzled, bluntly commented, What's wrong? Why is the atmosphere so solemn? We've arrived and no one even says hello. Jor hastily barked, Shut up. It was then that the Queen Mother spoke softly. Is this young man the new Dragon Lord? Jor frankly confirmed to her. Yes, Queen Mother, his name is Mo Ting. The Queen Mother kindly continued, So young, how old are you? Mo Ting smiled brightly and replied concisely, 16. Jor seized the opportunity to quickly put in a good word for him. He's young, a very talented young man, I believe. With his abilities he can certainly bring you. The Queen Mother's tone, however, carried a hint of mockery. 16 years old. Jor was puzzled and dared not say anything more. The Queen Mother, disappointed, ordered her subordinates, Too young, you may return. Mo Ting felt as if struck by lightning, his mind a blank. Huh? After refusing the next Dragon Lord, Mo Ting, the Queen Mother majestically explained, I admit there is such a thing as genius in the world, but any skill requires time to accumulate and mature. The 100-flower banquet occurs once every 100 years because several immortal flowers within it take 100 years to bloom. I worry that you will waste these treasures. Facing the superior's rigorous reasoning, Jor and the others were momentarily speechless and dared not retort. Although Mo Ting was displeased, he could only endure silently. Facing this supreme majesty, Jor still resolved to defend Mo Ting. Queen Mother, Mo Ting is already the Dragon Lord recognized by the treasured blade. He will never waste your ingredients. Although she sincerely guaranteed it, it seemed difficult to change the Queen Mother's mind. The essence of the Jade Pool's 100 flowers is the foundation of the Celestial Maiden's cultivation. For thousands of years, although unable to satisfy their palates, at least it didn't hinder their cultivation. If the 100 flowers were wasted by you, wouldn't that be penny wise and pound foolish? The Queen Mother's words, though gentle, revealed complete distrust. Jor, it's not that I'm harsh, but I cannot trust this Dragon Lord. She waved her hand and ordered, That's enough, you may withdraw, no need to say more. Jor struggled stubbornly, but Mo Ting quickly took her hand. Jor was surprised to see him stop her, a hint of astonishment in her eyes. Mo Ting whispered to her, Words have been said, further explanation is useless. Let's go. Jor, with a trace of reluctance, softly called his name as if to console him. Mo Ting, with a happy smile on his face, winked at Jor and concisely said, Let's go. On the way back to Teoti Tower, she still hadn't given up hope. Do you have a way to make the Queen Mother change her mind? Mo Ding shrugged and directly cursed. That woman is truly going through menopause. We've already lost so much face, I don't want to be humiliated again. Jor understood his temper and felt even more guilty. What about the flat peach? Mo Ting announced without hesitation and in a stern voice. I can't persuade her. We'll never get it. I'm going to make her come and beg me. His eyes flickered with cunning, and he resolutely uttered the words, beg me. Mo Ting's arrogance left Jor speechless, and she cursed. Beg you, you're dreaming. The Queen Mother is known for her cunning, you wish. Mo Ting smiled and played a trick. We've already left the Jade Pool, so what we do here the Queen Mother can't control, right? Hearing something suspicious in his words, Jor widened her eyes and retorted, what strange idea do you have now? He didn't explain, turning to order a bao. A bao, lay out all our kitchen utensils from Teoti Tower. Although it didn't understand, it quickly complied. It only needed to press a button to open the package, and A Bao took out all the kitchen utensils without missing a single one, from iron woks to special rice spatulas. Jor was dumbfounded, looking at one item after another as if she couldn't believe her eyes. This mobile stall had been prepared by Mo Ting at some unknown time. Jor felt a wave of panic when she saw Teoti Tower's sign fluttering in the wind. Are you crazy? Setting up a stall here in this remote wilderness, who will come and buy your stuff? Mo Ting still maintained a calm expression and asked, don't get excited yet, I ask you. Do you know what mortal girls like to eat most? She thought for a while, then honestly replied, everything in the mortal world is delicious. Most favorite? Let me think. Her thoughts aligned with Mo Ting's. Of course it's snacks. Jor's mouth watered, and she listed a long list in her mind. Chicken feet, potato chips, sesame cakes, tiramisu pudding, sunflower seeds, potatoes, seaweed ice cream, layered tofu, milk tea, candy, bread, Oreos, spicy strips, dried tofu, fruit, ADC milk, popcorn, dried meat. Yes, when I descended, these were my favorites too. Mo Ding grasped the public psychology and became even more confident. Girls can go without meals, but they can't go without snacks, especially those celestial rabbits who have only eaten grass for thousands of years. Mo Ding drew his treasured blade, his fighting spirit soaring. I want them to witness the power of countless gourmets passed down for thousands of years. The previous humiliation and loss of face made him determined to regain it. If I can't empty the celestial maiden's pockets at the Jade Pool, then I'm not fit to be a Chinese chef anymore. Jor timidly whispered to A Bao, it seems he's truly enraged. Subsequently, in the magnificent and splendid palace of the Jade Pool, as the celestial maidens busily served the sages of the immortal realm, a little girl secretly hid nearby observing. When she saw no one was paying attention, she quietly slipped away, but unfortunately she was soon discovered by another celestial maiden. That maiden angrily shouted at the little girl, blocking her path. Stop! The little girl hastily hid her belongings and stammered in reply. What's wrong? The blocking celestial maiden coldly demanded. What are you hiding? Hand it over quickly. The little girl, frightened by their reprimand, cowered. Hurry up! So she finally had no choice but to obediently hand over the item. The item the little girl desperately hid had the Teoti Tower logo printed on it. She stammered as she handed it to the celestial maiden. It's this. The unfamiliar packaging surprised the celestial maiden a little. What is this? The little girl innocently explained. It's pastries, also called snacks. From the Teoti Tower bag, a peculiar and alluring fragrance gradually permeated the air, causing the two celestial maidens to involuntarily exclaim, so fragrant. Suddenly, she abruptly remembered her noble duty and loudly accused the little girl. You're so bold. Celestial maidens of the Jade Pool cultivate from plants and trees. Their immortal bodies are pure and cannot be contaminated by any evil. That snack in your hand smells wonderfully fragrant. It must not be anything pure. The little girl, ignoring the celestial maiden's scolding, gently took a pastry from the Teoti Tower bag. She ate it with relish, even humming happily. The little girl playfully vouched, I bought it from the Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord is recognized by all three realms. How could he be evil? He's clearly clean and trustworthy. This reputation indeed increased credibility. Dragon Lord, the little girl also spoke the minds of most celestial maidens here. You say we're immortal, repeating day after day, year after year in the Jade Pool for how long? This fact left the celestial maidens speechless, unable to refute. The little girl continued glumly, I no longer remember, I only know my memory is filled with monotonous cycles. Every day is just repeating cultivation. If not cultivating, I suffer and toil managing the garden at immortal imperial grass. The little girl was exhausted, even lacking the strength to sigh. It's been so many years I no longer feel any joy or interest. Seeing the Teoti Tower food bag, the little girl's lost smile reappeared. Until today I ate a few bites of snacks. Oh my, this is true deliciousness, not absorbing the essence of 100 flowers for cultivation, but pure joy. The little girl excitedly chattered on. I only used one phoenix spirit flower. Do you know what Medical Officer Chen exchanged for it? The celestial maidens all turned pale, full of longing. Phoenix spirit flower, that's an ultimate immortal flower that blooms only once every 500 years. What did she exchange for it? The little girl happily continued. It's a treasure bestowed by the Queen Mother, the Sun Gold Star. This shocking news greatly surprised the two celestial maidens, who cried out in horror, "Sun Gold Star, oh my, that's a rare fire-attributed treasure hard to find in the 3 realms." She shook the Teoti Tower food bag and gleefully whispered, "And it was only for 3 bags." The two celestial maidens had already decided to report this serious matter to their superiors. "What outrageous behavior! This is simply absurd. We must report this to the Queen Mother immediately." After that incident, Mo Ting's snack stall was always crowded with celestial maidens who came to buy. Countless beautiful celestial maidens queued for several hours just to buy their favorite food. Mo Ting waved his iron wok and shouted loudly, "One by one, queue up." Although there was a sea of people, his dishes were still meticulously prepared, exquisite in every detail. "No rush, it'll be ready soon." The food was neatly packed into bags printed with the Teoti Tower brand, forming a long line. Next, Mo Ting and A Bao were busy cooking in the kitchen. The task of entertaining customers fell to Jor. "Everyone, queue up." By order of the Queen Mother, 2 guards quickly restrained Mo Ting's hands. Jor quickly stepped forward to intervene. "Queen Mother, those treasures were exchanged willingly by the celestial maidens. Our snacks only cost 10 immortal crystals each. Who knew they would sell so well?" A Bao also added, "We were forced to accept those treasures from the ladies. Please appease your anger, Queen Mother." His 2 friends pleaded for Mo Ting in turn, and when it was Jor's turn, she loudly shouted, "Mo Ting, we don't want the flat peaches anymore. Stop this, I'm worried about your life." Mo Ting held back, also shouted. He broke free from the 2 guards but was loudly rebuked for openly defying the imperial decree in front of everyone. Mo Ting gasped, "I still have something to say." But the Queen Mother could no longer remain calm. She trembled with anger, still trying to argue. "Drag him out. Mo Ting, if you say any more nonsense I really won't help you." Jor was already crying in despair. Mo Ting took a deep breath. He pointed at the Queen Mother's face, but to everyone's surprise he said, "Queen Mother is absolutely right. It's our short-sightedness for not recognizing the true value of the treasures. Therefore, Teoti Tower agrees to compensation." Everyone was stunned, including the Queen Mother. Mo Ting's 2 friends were no exception. The spirit A Bao even managed to raise a hand to support its forehead lest it also turn to stone. Was this the legendary act of saying the most cowardly words in the strongest tone? In the magnificent palace, the celestial maidens stared wide-eyed at a guard's indifferent and scornful expression. Jor and A Bao also couldn't help but look at Mo Ting in surprise. Indeed, Teoti Tower voluntarily offered compensation. Jor broke out in a cold sweat, then breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. I thought this kid was going to pull another stunt." Seeing his arrogance, the Queen Mother's lips curled slightly, and she chuckled softly. "Compensation? Tell me how you plan to compensate." Mo Ting turned and gestured for A Bao to open the treasure chest and return all the treasures to everyone. A Bao was dumbfounded, utterly stunned. It indignantly pointed at Mo Ting. "Are you crazy? I don't object to compensation, but we used a lot of immortal crystals to replicate the ingredients in the Chang'an cauldron. Returning everything would be a huge loss." Jor's face darkened, and she coldly ordered, "A Bao, since things have come to this, do as Mo Ting says. Don't make the Queen Mother more difficult." Then she walked over to Mo Ting. "Mo Ting, you messed up this time, but you don't need to blame yourself. I will respect your choice." Mo Ting smiled faintly. "Miss Jor, I'm not used to you being like this." Recalling previous scenes of Jor saving him, fighting, and her determined gaze, Mo Ting said seriously, "Every moment with Miss Jor during this time is etched in my memory. You healed my hands and I, Mo Ting, repay kindness and cherish this hard-won friendship." "So?" Jor was slightly taken aback. Mo Ting glanced at her. "Be fiercer with me, just trust me." Her surprised eyes welled up with tears. He still hadn't given up. In the scene, Mo Ting smiled, their figures standing close. "Mo Ting, Jor." Her sparkling eyes were enough to stir one's heart. Suddenly, a Bao was slapped hard by Jor. In a spacious mansion, some people stood respectfully. Reporting to the Queen Mother, A Bao projected the image. "All the treasures we received are here." Then it sobbed and cried, "A loss, a huge loss. I'll definitely record this on the ledger later." A guard walked behind Mo Ting. "Young Dragon Lord, haven't you caused enough trouble? Step down now." The Queen Mother gently raised her teacup. "A young and promising Dragon Lord, yet he was completely rejected by me." She slowly raised her teacup, observing, "I see right through all your little schemes." The Queen Mother raised her teacup, her expression serious. "Regarding the 100-flower banquet, I have decided on the Jade Pool's decree. No more discussion." Mo Ting's steps halted. It seemed he was truly at his wit's end. His face covered in bruises, he respectfully said, "Thank you, Queen Mother, for your benevolence. Teoti Tower still has a generous gift to offer." Hearing this, the Queen Mother was slightly taken aback. Then he reached into his embrace. Seeing this, a guard rushed forward. "You brat, behave yourself." Mo Ting smiled and replied, "Don't be nervous." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a few cards from his embrace. Mo Ting tossed those cards high into the air. A Bao was surprised to see they were VIP cards, which slowly floated down in front of the Queen Mother. Some people curiously picked up the cards to examine them. Jor looked at the cards, unable to hide her surprise. "This is." Mo Ting held up a card, playfully winked, and smiled. "These are VIP cards issued by Teoti Tower. Every lady who bought snacks gets one." He confidently turned around and pointed behind him. "As long as you top up immortal crystals, you can enjoy a 20 discount." Some girls couldn't help but cover their mouths and exclaim, "20 off? Did I hear that right?" One of the girls spoke. "But we don't have immortal crystals. Usually the Jade Pool only gives us some treasures. We rarely use immortal crystals." Mo Ting stepped forward, winking. "No problem. We can deduct it according to the price set by Your Majesty. For example, this dress, Your Majesty said it's worth 100,000, so it can be exchanged for 100,000 immortal crystals." Then he began to elaborate. 100,000 immortal crystals. With that card, everyone can eat. He stood on the stage dancing under the brilliant lights. 10,000 bags of snacks. Enjoy them as you please. Lord Dragon, the girls below screamed frantically. I don't want my treasures back. Please help me top up. I want one too. The guard turned around in a panic. Cue Queen Mother. The Queen Mother's eyes widened in astonishment. She knew full well this kid was winning people over, but the temptation of topping up was simply irresistible. Her face darkened. No, absolutely not. At this moment, Jor shouted angrily, Step down. The Queen Mother clenched her fists and slammed them onto the table. Jor watched Mo Ding retreat, his face dark. Everyone scattered in a panic. Then the Queen Mother slowly walked down the steps. Your Majesty. Seeing this, everyone fell silent and lowered their heads. The nearby guards were terrified. Protect Her Majesty. The Queen Mother's expression was firm. I want to discuss the 100-flower banquet with the Dragon Lord. As soon as she finished speaking, her face darkened. Mo Ting raised his head, his eyes full of calculations. In the center of the main hall stood a giant gilded pillar, shimmering with golden light, dragon patterns spiraling around it, merging with the golden aura permeating the air, making the scene even more solemn. The Queen Mother sat on her throne looking down at the three of them. I know the character of A Bao and Jor. From beginning to end, you were the mastermind behind this matter. Although her tone was gentle, her words put immense pressure on the three of them. Regarding this matter, although Mo Ting was afraid, he still tried to speak. While Jor and A Bao had already fallen silent, not daring to utter a sound, the Queen Mother also sensed their fear and comforted them. Don't worry, I won't punish you. As soon as she finished speaking, Jor and A Bao both breathed a sigh of relief. Then the Queen Mother closed her eyes and after a moment asked, This matter is also due to my initial short-sightedness. I cannot blame you. I am just curious, what is your ultimate goal in going to such lengths to stay in the Jade Pool? Jor awkwardly scratched her neck and confessed, I dare not deceive your Majesty. If this 100-flower banquet can satisfy your Majesty in the Jade Pool, then Teodi Tower hopes your Majesty can bestow a flat peach. She and A Bao secretly exchanged glances. Jor's words made the Queen Mother frown in displeasure. A flat peach? That's quite bold. You know that flat peaches only bear fruit every 3,000 years and only mature after another 3,000 years. The flat peach assembly is held only once every 10,000 years, and only virtuous and respected immortals and those who have made extraordinary contributions to the immortal realm can be bestowed one. She added, Furthermore, Jor, you are a pure-blooded dragon. You are already immortal. Jor knew she had a long lifespan but still hoped the Queen Mother would agree. Then the Queen Mother narrowed her eyes and looked at Mo Ting. And this Dragon Lord, with a mortal body, would absolutely not be able to withstand the spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained in a flat peach. If he ate it, his body would explode and he would die. Mo Ting's thoughts were exposed by the Queen Mother, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This time the Queen Mother was truly angry. She glared at the three of them. I am very curious, what do you need the flat peach for? Jor thought to herself. I can't possibly say we want to secretly plant flat peaches or the Queen Mother will beat us to a pulp, she imagined with a pale face, the Queen Mother losing her temper upon seeing them monopolizing a pile of flat peaches. But Mo Ting had already calmly said to the Queen Mother, Your Majesty, when I was in the lower realm I heard the legend of the flat peach garden. She also looked at Mo Ting intently, listening. Mo Ting confidently presented what he believed to be the most convincing reason, coupled with his identity as a chef. I'm curious about ingredients I've never seen before, therefore I want to see if I can discover a novel dish. As for the Queen Mother, she scornfully refuted Mo Ting's reason. My family's flat peaches are renowned treasures of the three realms. You treat them like common cabbage and radishes from the mortal world, using them for cooking. This is clearly a waste of heavenly resources. Mortal chefs are indeed coarse. However, the next second the Queen Mother's attitude took a sharp turn. But the Dragon Lord's snacks are somewhat interesting. I thought after millions of years I had cultivated myself to have a mind as still as water, but I didn't expect my greedy nature to be stirred up a bit, creating an irresistible feeling. The Jade Pool is originally the most flourishing place for plants and trees in the immortal realm. If he can create unparalleled delicacies, it would also be a good thing. She stared intently at Mo Ding as if trying to see through his heart, but outwardly the Queen Mother still feigned disdain. To use flat peaches as an ingredient is truly absurd. Actually, bestowing a flat peach upon you is not impossible, but there are only a few unripe small fruits in the flat peach garden right now. They would be useless to you. The first sentence was scornful, the next showed reliance on Mo Ting. Upon hearing this, Mo Ting immediately confirmed in surprise, Q Queen Mother, are the flat peaches not ripe yet? The Queen Mother replied unceremoniously. Otherwise, not far from the main hall, among a plate of strange fresh fruits, one peach suddenly closed itself. The next second, unnoticed by anyone, it swiftly flew into the sky. Then one side of the peach seemed to have been bitten, juice splattering. A voice came from the peach. The Queen Mother is still the same old stingy person. That person laughed high above, looking down. Unexpectedly, that person was Wukong, who doesn't know she hides the best flat peaches. He ate the peach in secret, complaining disdainfully. Suddenly someone called him, Brother Monkey. Wukong looked towards the source of the sound. It was Baji right beside him, his eyes wide with schadenfreude. Brother, are you just watching the show and not helping him? I just grabbed 2 bags of snacks on the way and they're really much tastier than fruit. Wukong's face held the same cunning smile, and he winked. Don't rush, I have a feeling this kid isn't an easy target either. Isn't the Queen Mother holding a 100-flower banquet? Let's see what else this kid is capable of. Returning to Mo Ting, he was completely deflated. Jor, looking guilty, reminded him in a cold sweat, Mo Ting, there are no flat peaches left. But Mo Ting was not quick to give up. That's not so important. If the Queen Mother is satisfied with the 100-flower banquet even without flat peaches, a few spring onions to broaden my horizons would be fine. Seeing this, the Queen Mother felt suspicious. This kid actually refuses to give up no matter what. Mo Ting meanwhile made a greedy grimace, thinking, just as tight-lipped as that monkey, you people haven't seen these good things yet. I'll make you beg me to buy them, he thought, imagining various snacks and desserts. Ultimately, the Queen Mother agreed. That's fine, but I have 3 conditions. Mo Ting, upon hearing this, grinned. He eagerly spoke. Oh really? Please enlighten me, your majesty. The Queen Mother began to state the first condition. First, though the branches and leaves of the flat peach are not as precious as the flat peach itself, they are still treasures nurtured by heaven and earth. The cost of these snacks as well as the treasures from the celestial maidens must all be nullified, and you must top up thousands upon thousands of immortal crystals onto each celestial maiden's VIP card. These words successfully made Mo Ting's face turn pale. Damn it, this is outright robbery, too ruthless, yet he still accepted. Jor and Bao behind him also felt dissatisfied. The Queen Mother stood up and continued to state the second condition. The next requirement is rather demanding. The 100-flower banquet must satisfy me. Mo Ting confidently assured her, Your Majesty has no need to worry, that is a given. But the Queen Mother reminded him, I have tasted some of your snacks. While delicious, they lack an elegant and understated quality. The Queen Mother closed her eyes again. My requirement for this 100-flower banquet is to harmonize the essence of 100 flowers, showcase their colors, capture their fragrances, and possess an elegant posture. Jor commented worriedly beside him. That's too harsh. In contrast to her, Mo Ting confidently pointed to himself. Don't worry, although it's a bit complex, I've already thought of many dishes. The Queen Mother continued to add. My nature dislikes extravagance, so I don't want a table full of rare delicacies. Those things have been made by countless dragon lords, so the last requirement is, she emphasized, I only want one unique delicacy. But this request surprised Jor even more, and even Abao was shocked. One dish, is the Queen Mother challenging Mo Ting. If he can't do it, then a regular 100-flower banquet can be made. But there will be no reward. Upon hearing the second condition, Mo Ting also gritted his teeth in displeasure. The Queen Mother stated her conditions. I only need one exquisite dish. My requirement is to harmonize the essence of 100 flowers, showcase their colors, capture their fragrances, and possess an elegant posture. Mo Ting recalled dishes he had once cooked, ancient recipes in his mind, delicious food. He thought of the dragon from before. Mo family, only I know these ancient immortal realm methods. He even thought through all the ancient methods the treasured blade had told him, and finally he frowned resignedly, thinking this is simply impossible. Jor asked him worriedly, Mo Ting, do you have any ideas yet? He replied helplessly. Completely clueless, the Queen Mother still looked down at him condescendingly. She again mistakenly thought Mo Ting had found a solution. It seems the Dragon Lord already has an idea, but Mo Ting frankly replied, not at all. The Queen Mother naturally continued to guide. If you're not confident, why waste everyone's time? There's no need to continue this bet, is there? Jor and Abao were both dissatisfied with the Queen Mother's excessive demands, but Mo Ting smiled. He clenched his hands, looked up and said, not necessarily, I want to try. She and it looked at him in surprise. Mo Ting further explained, the Culinary Tao is about innovation. Frankly, I have never heard of your Majesty's request before. Existing cooking methods are not suitable, but attempting and creating delicious food is a chef's lifelong dream. The Queen Mother also guessed, I understand, but if you cannot make a dish that satisfies me, then, he suddenly bowed to the Queen Mother. The next second Mo Ting cupped his hands in a bow, and the Queen Mother frowned curiously, wondering what trick he was up to. Unexpectedly, Mo Ting excitedly announced, everything will be as your Majesty commands, no reward is needed. Time passed, and the 100-flower banquet drew nearer. 2 celestial maidens came to his residence to report, young Master Mo has prepared everything as you instructed. One of the maidens opened her palm, revealing a transparent sphere emitting a dazzling light. All the flowers and plants of the jade pool were contained within this orb. Mo Ting happily took the orb, not forgetting to offer them some benefits. Thank you, elder sisters, these snacks can be considered payment for your service. He even paused for a moment, playfully winking at them. Sisters, I'll be studying recipes these few days, please don't let anyone disturb me. They were equally excited. No problem, young master, just call us if you need anything. Jor watched this scene, fuming with anger. Abao quickly crossed its arms for her, saying angrily, why should we agree to that philanderer? No benefits at all and so many treasures. But Jor, instead of praising it, struck its head hard. Her face was livid as she analyzed, Mo Ting's approach isn't wrong, although I also feel for those treasures. The next second Jor spoke frankly, but as the Dragon Lord, if one only sticks to old conventions, one will never become a master. Mo Ting only then turned his head blankly to ask her, Jor, how do I get the things out of here? She also took the opportunity to answer him. This is a treasure storage jade, much like Teodi Tower. It has a lot of space inside. To take things out, you need immortal energy. With that, she extended her hand, and emerald green immortal energy immediately coiled around Jor's hand. Then she turned and cast a spell. The immortal energy gradually enveloped the orb, and then a medicinal herb flower appeared from within the orb. Mo Ting watched her performance with great interest, and he hastily wrote in his study notes, "The things in the jade pool are truly amazing." Afterwards, Mo Ting broke off a petal and hastily put it into his mouth to taste, but Jor stopped him, saying, "Don't eat it, it's dangerous." He turned his head in confusion. Then suddenly his eyes widened and his belly gradually swelled. With a bang, Mo Ting's stomach became round and swollen. Not only that, but his entire body resembled a ball. Mo Ting frantically waved his limbs in panic. What's going on?" Jor helplessly explained. "The flowers and plants of the jade pool are treasures imbued with immortal power. His body cannot digest them." Bao quickly absorbed the immortal energy from his body, or Mo Ting will surely die. Upon receiving the command, it quickly complied. "Leave it to me." Bao leaned in and kissed him. Mo Ting watched it warily, frightened. Sure enough, it roughly kissed his mouth. Mo Ting was terrified, eyes wide, feeling disgusted. After absorbing the immortal energy, Bao flew away contentedly while he collapsed exhaustedly onto the ground. As expected of the jade pool's immortal flower, it tastes good. Mo Ting was completely petrified. The next second he angrily shouted, "Give me back my first kiss." The tall pavilion appeared in the morning light, its layered roof tiles and every carved detail clearly visible inside the pavilion. The floor was piled high with flowers, plants, and medicinal herbs, and a Bao lay among them, groaning. "And not good, I'm suffocating, Mo family, I really can't go on." It looked at him. "Mo Ting, are you alright?" Mo Ting was right next to it, and his situation was no better, because he had to constantly taste various immortal energy-infused ingredients and kiss Bao. His body was now swollen and trembling. He spoke with difficulty. Finally finished. Mo Ting picked up the notebook recording various ingredients. "Every ingredient in the immortal realm has been tasted and recorded. It's truly not easy." But Jor still teased them. "Is it really necessary? Previous dragon lords didn't go through so much trouble." Mo Ting hastily retorted, "That's because the Queen Mother never made such perverse demands before." Bao also protested strongly. "Do you think I wanted to kiss him?" After joking, Mo Ting seriously summarized, "Although the flowers and plants of the immortal realm are completely different from mortal vegetables, from a culinary Tao perspective there isn't much difference. Mortal culinary skills can still create delicious food." But he lowered his head and thought, "The Queen Mother's request is to harmonize the essence of 100 flowers, showcase their colors, capture their fragrances, and possess an elegant posture. I've thought for a long time. From ancient times to the present there has been no suitable dish, so this time we can only," Mo Ting helplessly uttered the last few words, "create our own." Bao frowned, placing its hand on its forehead. "Extremely difficult." Jor also admitted, "Indeed, I've managed Teoti Tower for tens of thousands of years and I've never heard the Queen Mother speak like this." Mo Ting listened, then slyly probed her. "So, elder sister, how old are you exactly?" Bao exclaimed fearfully. What a silly question to ask, but she didn't answer, merely looking at them with knife-like eyes. The two immediately shut up, taking the hint. But sure enough, they couldn't escape Jor's punishment. Both were sent flying out of the pavilion. Moving to another room, the kitchen, the three of them were focused on the dish Mo Ting was preparing. He still had a large bump on his head, but to avoid looking awkward he focused on the food in the pot. "Ingredients are ready, preparing to begin." No sooner had he spoken than he began to chop vegetables. The sound of the knife was even and rapid like a machine. Next, Mo Ting mixed the ingredients, then put them into the wok to stir-fry. Afterwards he meticulously garnished the dish. A cherry was placed on the cake plate. He held the freshly made noodles in his hand, which bounced continuously. Every one of his movements had a rhythmic quality, agile and precise. Jor and Bao watched this scene in surprise. "Too fast," both thought simultaneously. Upon completion, Mo Ting placed the last dish on the dining table, then pointed at the sumptuous meal and shouted loudly, "Please both of you have a taste." Jor praised excitedly, "Looks pretty good." Bao's eyes also lit up, waiting to dig in. Both evaluated in unison. "Delicious, smooth, refreshing, and delicious." It drooled, picking up a chopstickful from another dish. This dish also looked good. It had just taken a bite. It suddenly frowned in surprise. Bao then roared, too spicy, too spicy. Why is the difference in this dish so huge?" Mo Ting only then remembered and hastily explained, "I forgot to tell you, different combinations of ingredients and cooking methods will produce various changes and effects." Jor exclaimed, "Luckily I didn't eat it," he added with a smile. "To create a perfect dish, countless attempts are necessary." "About Jor, I'll leave it to you." Upon hearing this, the two immediately froze and put down their chopsticks. Time passed and the two finally finished eating. However, at this moment both of them looked like Zhu Baji. Their bellies swollen, Mo Ting sat at the dining table, recording exhaustedly. "Alas," he said guiltily to them, "no, it still doesn't meet the Queen Mother's requirements. How about we try again?" But Bao slapped the table in protest. "Mo family, old ancestor Mo, I've already eaten tens of thousands of dishes. If it weren't for our strong bodies, we'd have died by your hand long ago. Please just pretend I farted. Can I leave?" Mo Ting helplessly explained, "Right now, if I make them separately, I can do it, but if I concentrate all four requirements into one dish, it's still not possible." Jor, he looked at her. But she was just like Bao. "For the past 10-odd days, Bao and I have been your guinea pigs. Haven't you had enough?" Jor was like a Rakshasa, making Mo Ting very frightened. She emphasized, "I'm not playing with you anymore." With that, she cast an immortal spell. Jor pointed forward. Mo Ting watched in surprise as all the dishes he had prepared flew in that direction. "Oh no," he futilely tugged at them. Mo Ting knelt awkwardly before the mountain of dishes he had just prepared, pleading, "Jor, please retract your spell. I must complete this dish." but her mind was made up and she completely ignored him. But because he kept chattering, she became annoyed and snapped. "Stop it," Jor further explained. "You haven't slept for days and nights. Take a break. We can't take it anymore either. At worst, we'll just leave. I think the Queen Mother is deliberately making things difficult for others," and she then turned to look at him. Guess why he suddenly stopped talking? Sure enough, she saw Mo Ting was currently only focused on studying the stove. "Is he even listening to me? Do you think I'm trying to harm you? The more I look at you like this, the angrier I get." But instead, Mo Ting surprisingly asked her, "Jor, why doesn't your ice melt even when burned by fire?" Jor was even more exasperated by his question. "Who do you think I am? It's just a small spell." But Mo Ting found it interesting and asked again, "Then when will it melt?" As expected, she answered him huffily, "It melts whenever I want it to melt. Why are you asking these questions?" Suddenly, Mo Ting smiled slyly. The next second his smile became even more ferocious. "This is the immortal realm. I'm such a damned fool. This is great." Bao and Jor helplessly watched him perform his antics. "Miss, has Mo Ting gone mad?" Although Bao knew it was useless, it still spoke up. Turning to the other side, a pristine palace appeared amidst ethereal mist, magnificent and solemn. The Queen Mother sat in the main hall drinking tea. "How long have the 3 Dragon Lords been preparing the 100-flower banquet?" The guard immediately turned to report. "Reporting to your majesty, it has been 1 day." Hearing this, she unhappily frowned and drank her tea. "I lent them the Jade Pool's immortal realm. By my calculations, about a month has passed in there, hasn't it? It seems this Dragon Lord, despite his arrogant tone, is merely an ignorant youth after all." The Queen Mother angrily issued an order. "Issue my decree, expel the 3 Dragon Lords from the Jade Pool and never permit them to set foot here again." Suddenly, a celestial maiden ran to report to her. "Your Majesty." That person knelt and reported, "The Dragon Lord has finished and has specially come to present the 100-flower banquet for your Majesty to taste." The Queen Mother gave them another chance to perform. "Have them brought into the hall. I too wish to see what he has created after spending so much time." Immediately the palace official announced their entry and Mo Ting, Jor and Bao appeared. The other two, however, looked at him helplessly as if estranged, while he walked straight ahead unfazed. The 3 bowed to the Queen Mother. "Greetings to your Majesty the Queen Mother." She also quickly cut to the chase. "Dispense with the formalities. Where is your 100-flower banquet?" Upon hearing this, Jor extended her hand and cast an immortal spell. She excitedly posed while bringing out the dish. "Serving the dish," the Queen Mother observed, intently curious. A surge of immortal energy landed between the 3 of them. A food pot gradually appeared. A moment later, the Queen Mother could clearly see the shape of the emerald green food pot. As soon as she saw the pot, she suspected them. "Is this the 100-flower banquet you made?" Mo Ting, from below, still shouted very confidently. "Open it for your Majesty to see." No sooner had he spoken than the lid was swiftly opened, and a dazzling light enough to blind emanated from within the pot. Even the masked officials in the hall were dazzled by this light, unable to open their eyes. Other immortals were also affected, but they still watched the pot with curiosity. The light also shone upon the Queen Mother. She gaped in astonishment, but after it was opened, the pot at first glance seemed to contain only cooked porridge. "What?" Everyone was incredulous. They all guessed it was porridge, and almost everyone doubted this dish. The Queen Mother indeed sneered. "Is this the feast you prepared? Are you serious?" But Mo Ting still smiled confidently. "Harmonize the essence of 100 flowers, showcase their colors, capture their fragrances, and possess an elegant posture." Then he looked at the porridge in the pot, and without further ado he picked up a spoon to serve the porridge. He continued to serve the porridge into bowls multiple times. The porridge he cooked was visibly clearer than the usual porridge everyone ate. After serving the porridge, Mo Ting, holding the bowl, announced passionately, "As per your Majesty's request, Teodi Tower has meticulously prepared this supreme clear spirit porridge." In the palace, white clouds lingered, and suddenly a peculiar fragrance drifted through, causing the celestial maidens to stir restlessly, growing fearful. Mo Ting finally completed the cooking and presented it confidently. "Your Majesty, please partake." The Queen Mother was displeased by his disrespectful and arrogant demeanor. "All talk and no substance. Usher them out." Both he and Jor were stunned, unsure what to say. It had to end before it even began. Jor still stubbornly and loudly defended herself. "Your Majesty, you haven't tasted it yet." "I have already tasted it." The Queen Mother turned away disdainfully. "Harmonize the essence of 100 flowers, showcase their colors, capture their fragrances, and possess an elegant posture." "Can a bowl of plain porridge possibly meet my requirements? The immortal realm has no culinary Tao. Do you take me for an ignorant fool? In the mortal world, the evaluation of a dish includes all elements: color, aroma, and taste." Her face was grim, unapproachable. "What color, what taste does this bowl of plain porridge of yours have? Its taste is known without even trying." Mo Ting raised his hand and bowed, attempting to salvage the situation. "Your Majesty, it's not like that." Seeing him still stubbornly arguing with her, she became even more furious. "Impudent, how dare you still quibble, disrupting the celestial court, deceiving superiors and subordinates. If I don't punish you today, wouldn't I be allowing myself to be bullied?" The Queen Mother immediately issued an order, her judgment swift as lightning. "Guards, discard their plain porridge and imprison them in the celestial dungeon for 1 month as punishment." Abeo's mouth gaped open, scared out of its wits. "Your Majesty, you've wronged us. This was meticulously prepared by the Dragon Lord." Seeing those who had been ordered to come and discard the food, he shouted loudly, Let go. The two celestial maidens were both very frightened by the sight. Young Master Mo, Her Majesty's decree cannot be defied, please give up. Mo Ting was unwilling to give up, persisting to the end. As immortals you are blind and ignorant, you don't understand my cuisine, I will do it myself. Hearing his curses, everyone in the palace was startled. He actually dared to be angry at Her Majesty. Young Dragon Lord, are you rebelling? The Queen Mother turned around, and merely sensing him, she already felt a chill down her spine. She raised her hand and began to use her power to teach him a lesson, originally only intending a minor punishment. Now I'll show you what rules are. With that, she swung her hand violently, pointing directly at him. And in a flash of lightning, thunderbolts struck. A terrifying power swept past, swift as the wind. Mo Ting's eyes widened in shock, unable to react in time. Jor cried out anxiously, Mo Ting, be careful, don't just stand there idly. She pushed off the ground. She used her power to save his life, her eyes gleaming with sharp fangs and powerful legs. Jor had transformed back into her monster form, shielding him in her embrace. She waved her hand and a protective sphere appeared, deflecting the Queen Mother of the West's thunderous strike. Mo Ting was bewildered, not expecting her to do such a thing. Jor, she snapped impatiently, wishing she could punch him. Shut up, don't move around or you'll be asking for trouble. Her saving him undoubtedly added fuel to the fire, and the Queen Mother became even more enraged. Well done, Jor. How dare you stop me? If you two don't understand the rules, then suffer the punishment together today. She opened her palm and her power was 5 times stronger than before. Hundreds of millions of lightning bolts struck down as if to tear heaven and earth apart. Jor broke out in a cold sweat, unable to resist. Oh no, I can't block it. Finally, a massive lightning bolt struck directly in front of them. Mo Ting still didn't realize the gravity of the situation. What's the big deal? It's just a meal. Why are you fighting and brawling? The sudden turn of events startled him, and he swallowed hard. Jor was still trying to resist. Suddenly a torrent of insults came from the air, adding to the chaos. Honestly, so petty at such an old age. Clearly a short-sighted, tyrannical shrew. She was so enraged that she unleashed her attacks wildly. Who's that scoundrel down there? I think you're looking for death. The onlookers below immediately recognized the voice. That voice. The person continued to laugh, still somewhat indistinctly. Your Majesty, we're old acquaintances. Why are you showing no respect? He extended his hand and exerted his power. The Queen Mother's power was swiftly drawn back, transforming into a small orb that rested in that person's palm. He froze, unable to move. My spell. Mo Ting quickly ran to support her. Jor, are you all right? Mo Ting looked. Who is that? Hearing this, he slowly raised his head. The person who appeared before his eyes utterly astonished him, leaving him dumbfounded. A golden-haired young man stood imposingly in front, protecting them both. Kid, watch closely from behind, Huang said, hands in his pockets, his eyes filled with provocation. You old hag, how do you want old son to die? The air suddenly fell silent. Everyone shivered at the appearance of that mysterious figure. Son Huang, the celestial maidens shrieked, their faces pale. Great sage equal to heaven. Even Jor and Abao were somewhat intimidated. Victorious fighting Buddha. Oh heavens, how could it be him? Everyone turned to look at the Queen Mother, marveling and secretly praying. Why is this ancestor here again? Oh no, he really caused havoc in the Jade Pool back then. She frowned, her face filled with disgust. What ability does this Dragon Lord have to summon this stinky monkey? The surrounding guards quickly swarmed forward. They rushed at him, attempting to drive Wukong away. Audacious demon, how dare you speak disrespectfully before the Queen Mother? Seeing that those small fries weren't worth his effort, he subtly curled his lips. He reached into his ear and pulled out his weapon. It wasn't the Ruyi Jingu Bang but Nunchaku. He tensed it, blocking their two-sword chi. He pushed off the ground, leapt up, flipped, and slammed his palm onto the ground. Both guards were sent flying. Wukong, seeing this, performed another somersault. His agility extraordinary. He turned and swiftly threw the nunchaku like a boomerang. It flashed past, severed their swords, and wrapped around their necks. Everyone in front of the palace was scattered and defeated. In front of everyone. Afterward, he casually clapped his hands as if he had done something trivial. The two were flung out, sticking firmly to the wall like geckos. Wukong said arrogantly, Hey, is this how you plan to welcome old son? No one around dared to answer, nor dared to approach, all trembling with fear. Suddenly a thunderous cheer of admiration erupted from behind. Mo Ting was ecstatic. Seeing him fight, he was moved to tears as if he had seen an idol, a legendary hero renowned in comics. To see a character described in novels appear alive before my eyes is truly thrilling. The three of them immediately knelt down and thanked him. Thank you, great sage, for your assistance. The Queen Mother lowered her hand, her tone softening as she slowly said, So it's the victorious fighting Buddha. May I ask what brings you to the Jade Pool? Wukong turned, grinned, and said, With the Dragon Lord's return, our home has been bland for years. I originally intended to visit Teoti Tower with my junior brother for some good meals, but it seems your Majesty got ahead of us. Aren't my junior brother and I here, drawn by the scent? Hearing this, she froze instantly. Cold sweat dripping. Junior brother, suddenly. Mo Ting's entire body trembled. A pig, seemingly from nowhere, rushed over. If I follow your Teoti Tower, will there be endless delicacies for old pig to enjoy? Still lustful, he turned to flirt with the maidens. And bringing a wife back wouldn't be bad either. The Queen Mother looked down at the troublemakers below, her brow slightly furrowed with displeasure. I see, I was actually very much looking forward to the Dragon Lord's return and specifically invited them to prepare the 100-flower banquet, but unfortunately, he immediately pressed. Unfortunately what? The Queen Mother didn't hide anything and spoke bluntly. Unfortunately, this current Dragon Lord is useless, utterly incompetent, and only knows how to boast. I fear the great sage will be disappointed, she criticized him harshly and directly. The 100-flower banquet must harmonize the essence of 100 flowers, showcase their colors, capture their fragrances, and possess an elegant posture. Yet look, the dragon lord made me a bowl of plain porridge. As he listened, he turned to look at the large pot of porridge. She continued, deliberately feigning nobility to humiliate me in this manner and even shouting loudly in the main hall. Truly a coarse person from the lower realm. Bati stepped forward, served everyone a bowl and said in surprise, indeed it's just a pot of plain porridge. Senior brother, what now? Sun Wukong raised a hand to stroke his chin, pondering a strategy. Mo Ting was anxious and quickly explained, Great sage, it's not as the Queen Mother says, you two can taste it first. Jor also interjected, Great sage, Mo Ting truly put his heart into making it, please speak fairly. He quickly walked over, grabbed his shoulder tightly and with a stern face demanded in a deep voice, what did I just hear you call the Queen Mother? Just as he opened his mouth, Mo Ting was grabbed by the shoulder and he demanded in a menacing deep voice, what did you just call the Queen Mother? He was startled, his eyes darting away as he explained tremblingly, I was just too anxious. Hearing this, he didn't answer, still staring intently at him. Suddenly a cheerful laugh came from afar. The Queen Mother frowned with displeasure. Great sage, this bowl of plain porridge is unworthy of the 100-flower banquet. Seeing a hint of disdain flash in her eyes, Wukong cleared his throat, speaking half-truthfully as an immortal, to be so blind. Hearing this, her pupils constricted, unable to conceal her surprise and anger. Meanwhile, he completely disregarded the Queen Mother's displeased expression, his hand still on Mo Ting's shoulder, revealing an excited smile as if to provoke her, even praising him for cursing her so well. Hearing this, Bao and Jor were bewildered as if struck by lightning, their eyes wide with disbelief. The attendant celestial maidens were no exception. All were stunned, even more worried about the Queen Mother's wrath. As expected, she was now trembling with rage. Her face darkened as she said in a low voice, You. Seeing this, Wukong continued to mock. In my opinion, your majesty is more than just blind, he said without hesitation. She's clearly blind. With that, he rotated his fingers as if casting a spell. Beams of light intertwined, emitting a piercing sizzle. The formation was complete. Wukong slowly said, You're all celestial immortals, doesn't your majesty see that the formation above needs to be lifted? His eyes sharpened, his tone ringing clear, accusing the dragon lord without knowing the truth. In my opinion, this is definitely not an ordinary bowl of porridge. Seeing Wukong speak up in their defense and trust them so much, Mo Ting and the other two nodded in agreement, their eyes sparkling with gratitude. In contrast, the Queen Mother, though extremely angry at this moment, was momentarily speechless, unable to utter a word. After Wukong let out a long cry, bolts of lightning pierced through the formation. He withdrew his hand and the formation immediately enveloped the entire hall. A burst of power erupted and then vanished. Above, the Queen Mother was surprised to find the jade water cups on the table shaking violently. Then they were collected. The jade cup fell directly into Wukong's hand and he then calmly scooped up a bowl of plain porridge. Emitted a soft spiritual aura, momentarily stunning him. Even more surprisingly, in the shimmering water a wisp of spiritual energy slowly gathered, and then a tiny immortal flower, as if freshly bloomed from the verdant water, emerged full of vitality. Seeing this, the dragon lords were all excited, looking at the fruit of their arduous efforts. The entire hall was filled with a rich floral fragrance and the celestial maidens were ecstatic, looking around. One of them asserted it was 9G orchid, however she also wondered why there was 9G orchid in the porridge. The pink-haired celestial maiden was still engrossed, not forgetting to reply, No, although it smells like 9G orchid, this fragrance isn't as cool and refreshing as 9G orchid. Instead, it's more gentle and soothing. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but repeatedly ask to taste this flower. Amidst the noisy atmosphere, Wukong calmly poured all the flowers into his mouth, his face showing an expression of someone savoring the essence of heaven and earth, thoroughly enjoying it. Meanwhile, the surrounding celestial maidens watched with envy. It was then that the Queen Mother slowly stood up, her face still pensive and gloomy. The scene around the hall also became clearer. In the center of the lush lotus pond, a large pot drew everyone's covetous gaze. After a while, Wukong still showed no reaction. Bati anxiously stepped forward and asked, Senior brother, what's wrong? Wukong's hand drooped limply, and the jade cup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. This startled Bati, who frantically rushed forward shouting, Senior brother? He suddenly remembered the Queen Mother's requirements: harmonize the essence of 100 flowers, showcase their colors, capture their fragrances, and possess an elegant posture. So Wukong slowly turned his head, his eyes shining brightly, and praised without reservation, Delicious, truly immeasurably delicious. A single bowl of porridge can actually encompass a 100-flower banquet. Incredible. Wukong struck a stylish pose, exclaiming, Fantastic. Seeing this, Bati picked up 2 bowls and laughed loudly. It's too delicious, I'm going to eat my fill today. Suddenly a hand grabbed his ear, tugging him back, and a voice scolded, Fool, stop right there. He looked at Wukong with shining eyes. Brother monkey, Wukong yelled at him. You altar guardian, a bodhisattva, don't be so disgraceful. This exquisite porridge made by the Dragon Lord is for the celestial maidens of the Jade Pool to enjoy. Just a taste is enough. That being said, a minute later, Wukong transformed into a food critic and commented, Although this porridge is delicious, it's overly sweet and subtle. Perhaps the Dragon Lord tried hard to make it, but for us it's perhaps not quite suitable. he suddenly turned and placed a friendly hand on Mo Ting's shoulder, smiling as he said, "We eagerly anticipate your future performances." A palace maiden grabbed the hands of two others, gritting her teeth and saying, "Sisters, I can't hold back anymore." Jor quickly reassured everyone. "Don't rush, everyone will get a share." With that she waved her hand, and bowls of porridge landed in everyone's hands. Everyone quickly picked up their bowls and drank. A second later they all exclaimed, "Ah," with varied expressions. A palace maiden was moved to tears, exclaiming, "From snacks to this exquisite spiritual porridge, I can no longer express my feelings at this moment." Sisters, their hands trembling clasped together, the palace maidens held hands in a circle and happily began to dance. "Let us dance together to commemorate this once-in-a-century moment." Bao cheered. "Fantastic, Mo Ting, you did it." Wukong glanced at Mo Ting and said, "The fragrance is too rich, making one's nose itch uncomfortably, but the flowers you use for the porridge aren't ordinary, are they?" Mo Ting explained, "Great sage, the culinary Tao emphasizes color, aroma and taste. Relying solely on taste can whet the appetite, but a delicacy cannot lack any part." He smiled triumphantly. "These floral fragrances are taken from the 100 flowers of the flower pond, and they have also undergone a meticulous cooking process. Thus this is both the fragrance of 100 flowers and the unique flavor of exquisite porridge." At this moment a hint of terror appeared in Jor's eyes. Crazy, crazy, how could this be? Before her was a scene of chaos, with palace maidens scrambling to snatch the remaining porridge. "Just one more bowl for me, one last spoonful, please let me have one more spoonful." The Queen Mother stared blankly at this scene for 5 seconds, the clamor still unabated. "Absurd, absurd, what proper decorum is this? Stop immediately!" She trembled with rage at the chaotic scene in the hall, and a teacup flew swiftly past. The Queen Mother roared, "Enough!" She burst into a rage, scolding, "Grand celestial maidens of the Jade Pool, immortals with 1,000 years of cultivation, to cast aside propriety and shame for a bowl of plain porridge, acting utterly like mortal beggars." The crowd immediately scattered to both sides. The Queen Mother said in a deep voice, "The Jade Pool has no need for unruly immortals." Then she ordered, "Guards, take everyone down." Everyone stood there muttering to themselves, "It's over, it's over." Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Wukong suddenly spoke up. "I say, Your Majesty," he addressed the Queen Mother. "This kid actually dares to oppose me," the Queen Mother replied. "Great sage, this is an affair of our Jade Pool. No need for you to trouble yourself," Wukong continued to speak. "To be honest, everyone here doesn't live so well either. Day in and day out dining on wind and dew with bland and tasteless palates. The Dragon Lord finally made some delicious food, so a little occasional impropriety can be forgiven." The Queen Mother frowned, looking at him. "Delicious food? I'm not familiar with such a thing." Mo Ting's mind suddenly lit up. So that's what it meant. The Queen Mother was angry because she hadn't tasted it. Jor quickly caught on and said, "Your Majesty, that pot of exquisite porridge earlier was prepared for the celestial maidens, cooked in a large pot. But to thank Your Majesty for granting us the opportunity to create the 100-flower banquet, Mo Ting has specially prepared a bowl of supreme clear spirit porridge just for you." She immediately snapped her fingers, inviting the Queen Mother to taste. Wukong looked in the direction Jor pointed, and the celestial maidens also looked. The Queen Mother's expression was also filled with surprise. A special pot appeared. That special pot descended from the sky and was quickly placed before the Queen Mother. A rich fragrance filled the air. The Queen Mother softly spoke, "The Dragon Lord is thoughtful. I shall taste this delicacy and see just how much it can make the celestial maidens lose their composure. As for dealing with your affairs, we can discuss that later." Mo Ting happily winked at Bao. "Good move." It also happily recalled the previous scene. Mo Ting exclaimed, "It's finally ready." Jor excitedly said, "Let's present it to the Queen Mother at once." Mo Ting quickly stopped her and asked, "Wait, Jor, do you have any particularly exquisite and ornate jade ware?" Jor asked in confusion, "What for?" Hearing this he said, "In mortal banquets, when treating the most distinguished guests, sometimes ornate tableware and individual dishes are specially prepared to emphasize their status. The Queen Mother, as the ruler of the Jade Pool, if we make special preparations, it might have unexpected effects." Bao asked in surprise, "You still want to make a separate bowl of porridge for the Queen Mother? There's not much time." Mo Ting laughed. "Who wants to make a separate bowl of porridge? Whether she eats it or not is still unknown, but if we give her enough face." Back in reality, the Queen Mother looked at the bowl of porridge and said, "It looks quite exquisite. I'll taste it then." She quickly scooped up a spoonful and slowly brought it to her mouth to taste. Mo Ting and his group held their breath, waiting. Every grain of rice seemed to burst with a peculiar fragrance. The Queen Mother's eyes instantly changed. She felt an indescribable, peculiar floral fragrance erupting from each grain of rice, blending subtly in her mouth, forming an unimaginable deliciousness. How can it be so delicious? She carefully savored each grain of rice. As the rice was chewed in her mouth, she could simultaneously taste the floral fragrance. This wasn't just a simple floral scent, but a meticulously crafted, unimaginable flavor. She sighed inwardly. These flavors don't conflict at all. Instead, they form a complex and thoughtful chewing sensation. Absolutely superb, truly exquisite. Spoonful after spoonful, she continued to eat. "I'll have another spoonful." The Queen Mother ate with relish, unable to stop herself. "Not enough, not enough." She abruptly put down her spoon and slowly stood up. Everyone below watched her, unsure what she intended to do. Suddenly, the Queen Mother pointed downwards. Wukong frowned. "This old woman, don't start scattering flowers again." The Queen Mother gently waved her hand again. A ribbon appeared to everyone's surprise. Unexpectedly, even the Queen Mother began to dance gracefully due to the deliciousness of the porridge. 100-flower banquet. This is what a 100-flower banquet truly is. What a strange feeling. It's been so many years since I felt this way. This feeling seemed to be novelty and happiness. As she danced, she recalled old memories. It's like when I first arrived at the Jade Pool 10,000 years ago. Back then, I was overwhelmed by the beautiful scenery and I danced gracefully amidst the sea of flowers. That feeling moved her to tears, and she felt it once again today. Wonderful, simply wonderful. The Queen Mother was immersed in her dance when a burst of laughter suddenly rang out. Huang continuously clapped and exclaimed, "Marvelous, marvelous. I never expected that coming to the Jade Pool today, I would not only get to appreciate the Dragon Lord's superb culinary skills," he laughed heartily, "but also witness Her Majesty's unparalleled dance with my own eyes. Simply splendid." Only then did the Queen Mother speak. "Today, thanks to the Dragon Lord's preparation of this exquisite clear spirit porridge, this Queen has also gained some new insights, amusing the great sage and altar guardian. The Dragon Lord's bowl of supreme clear spirit porridge in this 100-flower banquet is truly worthy of its name." Mo Ting and his group were all moved to tears upon hearing this evaluation. The Queen Mother asked in confusion, "How did the Dragon Lord create this bowl of clear spirit porridge? How can it be so delicious?" Jor respectfully replied, "Your Majesty's request was to harmonize the essence of 100 flowers, showcase their colors, capture their fragrances, and possess an elegant posture, all to be achieved in a single dish. This made it very challenging for us." The Queen Mother also stated, "Indeed, although I intended to make this task difficult, it was also an expression of sentiment in my heart." She continued, 100 flowers bloom but eventually return to the ordinary. Countless times the 100-flower banquet has been prepared and various dishes tasted, but each time the original flavor of the 100 flowers was lost during the cooking process. In my heart, the Jade Pool's 100-flower banquet perhaps aimed to fully display that the 100 flowers not only have their brilliant aspect, but also moments of change, initiating a new cycle. The Queen Mother then took Jor's hand and a golden light appeared. A moment later the golden light vanished. The Queen Mother smiled and said, "Thank you for achieving this." Jor looked at her, her eyes sparkling. "Your Majesty, you are truly beautiful." She turned to Mo Ting and continued, "Your Majesty, this achievement is largely due to Mo Ting. He truly dedicated a lot of time to it." He humbly replied, "Miss Jor is actually the greatest contributor to this dish, if not for that time when your hands were quicker than your mind, when you were throwing plates everywhere as if assassinating someone." Mo Ting continued to explain, "How could I have thought of using porridge as the base, then meticulously crafting grains of rice infused with the essence of 100 flowers, integrating the immortal technique of ice and fire coexisting into it, locking in the unique flavor of each grain of rice? This ultimately presents the most splendid blooming of 100 flowers in a year, perfectly showcased in a jade bowl and a jade cauldron, and even features a ceiling array arranged by Xiaonian. At first glance it's just a pot of white porridge, as if heaven and earth are asleep, but once served in a bowl it's like a summer rain in spring, with 100 flowers vying to bloom, their fragrance pervading, displaying all their splendor and prosperity. Each mouthful of porridge upon entering the mouth fully blends various flavors, bringing a brand new sensation. It ensures diners never grow tired, with each spoonful offering something different and every bite feeling like the first taste." The Queen Mother happily praised them. "Wonderful, truly exceeding this Queen's expectations. The Dragon Lord and Teoti Tower have toiled diligently." She then solemnly announced, "This Queen declares that the Dragon Lord of Teoti Tower has successfully completed the Jade Pool's 100-flower banquet." Suddenly a face appeared right beside the Queen Mother's. Wukong softly reminded her, "Your Majesty, I recall there was a wager between you, wasn't there?" The Queen Mother looked at him in confusion. "What?" Wukong then whispered something into the Queen Mother's ear. The Queen Mother then turned to look at Mo Ting and the other three who were staring at her with sparkling eyes. The Queen Mother quickly understood and then spoke. "The wager between the Jade Pool and Teoti Tower," she smiled. "Teoti Tower is victorious. Bestow upon them 1 flat peach branch plus 3 ripe flat peaches." The three embraced, crying tears of joy. Amazing, the banquet concluded. The three held the 3 flat peaches, all smiling at them as if worshipping Buddha, making even Wukong hesitate to recognize them as his kind. Suddenly a palace maiden behind them spoke up. "Lord Mo Ting, you enjoy rare flowers and plants. These are some immortal herbs cultivated by the Queen Mother and various celestial maidens. We hope your lordship will accept them." Mo Ting said he liked them but feigned politeness. "Oh, I really shouldn't." The palace maiden also winked at him and said, "Next time we order delicacies from Teoti Tower, remember to give us a discount." Mo Ting generously agreed. "No problem, everyone is a distinguished guest of Teoti Tower. Well then, we shall take our leave." With that the somersault cloud whizzed away and Wukong's roar still echoed in their ears. "You brat, get down here!" Mo Ting, riding the somersault cloud, screamed excitedly as if on a roller coaster. "The somersault cloud is too cool." He didn't forget to thank Wukong. "This time thanks to the great sage, we are very grateful." Wukong smiled and replied, "Everyone has their own plans, that's all. This time I helped you. And Old Sun also has a request, if you cannot satisfy me." Before he finished speaking, both Wukong and Bati revealed sinister smiles, scaring the three into huddling together. A towering pavilion reaching into the clouds seemed to pierce through the 9 heavens. Tonight the moonlight was like a wash, pure and bright, bathing the entire space and illuminating the dense clouds, making the scenery both mysterious and serene. In the spacious room deep within those clouds, 3 enormous immortal peaches were prominently displayed on the table. Each one was larger than a human head, plump and juicy. Mo Ting, Jor and A Bao, none of whom had ever seen such enormous immortal peaches, now had their mouths agape, astonished and drooling. Mo Ting's face wore a cunning expression, his eyes gleaming. He cheerfully declared, "The flat peach branch is ours next transformation spell." Just hearing the word transform, and before any actual change could be seen, a vision already appeared in the minds of the other two. A peerless beauty with flowing long hair, fair skin and alluring red lips, emanating a rich peach fragrance, dressed in silken garments, appearing like a fairy emerged from an ink painting, full of grace, charming and captivating. Jor and A Bao were immersed in their beautiful fantasy, but Mo Ting narrowed his eyes, his expression indicating he couldn't possibly save their minds. Suddenly, a silver light shot into the room from the window, followed by a low voice with a hint of mocking laughter. "I knew you little rascals weren't simple." In the blink of an eye, Wukong was already seated on a chair in the room, one leg resting on the other, a most sinister smile playing on his lips. Bati also appeared beside him. Mo Ting trembled, taking half a step back, stammering in a panic, "GG great sage, haven't you already returned to Flower Fruit Mountain?" Wukong pointed directly at Mo Ting, his voice colder than a winter's wind. "What are you painstakingly doing with the flat peach branch?" In an instant, Mo Ting, Jor and A Bao could only swallow nervously. Silently interrupting each other, Jor thought to herself, if Wukong knew about the flat peach grafting plan, who knows what would happen, so no one dared to answer. In the extremely awkward atmosphere, Mo Ting stammered evasively, explaining haltingly, "Great sage, you honor us with your presence and we failed to greet you from afar. In the mortal realm I had long heard of the flat peach's renown, which is why I requested the Queen Mother to bestow a flat peach branch. It was simply to broaden our horizons." Hearing this, the three continuously nodded in agreement, indicating yes, to gain more knowledge. However, Wukong still seemed very suspicious. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Mo Ting had a flash of inspiration and changed the subject, saying, "Great sage, what brings you to Teoti Tower?" Bati suddenly shouted loudly, his voice like thunder, almost forgetting the main point. "Since we're at Teoti Tower, of course it's to eat. His expression was utterly ecstatic. Upon hearing this, Wukong's face immediately darkened, and he casually threw Bati out. Wukong sat there, his eyes seemingly piercing through countless mists of time, and shared hoarsely, "To be honest, and I won't lie to you, ever since I was tricked into Buddhism, I've spent my days dining on wind and dew." Recalling those past events, hatred flickered in Wukong's eyes. "That old Jade Emperor is even more detestable. All day long he only knows how to send me peaches." As he spoke, recalling, Wukong slammed his fist onto the table to vent his anger. Still not appeased, he abruptly stood up, kicked over the entire large table and blurted out in one breath, "Damn it, isn't this just treating me like a monkey?" Mo Ting and A Bao, seeing this, felt chills all over their bodies and dared not move an inch. Wukong's tone softened, tears still clinging to his face. "And your Teoti Tower is even more detestable. For hundreds of years there hasn't even been a dragon lord?" His tone was filled with resentment. Upon hearing this, Jor seemed to understand something, and she thought in horror, "No way do they want to." Wukong spoke bluntly. "So Dragon Lord, considering I helped you out during the 100-flower banquet, shouldn't you show some appreciation?" Mo Ting, as naive as a blank sheet of paper, his eyes narrowed into slits from smiling, happily replied, "No problem. To thank the great sage for your kindness, Mo Ting is willing to offer a repayment feast." No sooner had he finished speaking than two fists accurately landed on Jor's and A Bao's cheeks. Jor whispered to him from the side, telling him to shut up. Mo Ting asked in confusion, "What are you two doing? Did I say something wrong?" But it was too late. The words were out and they couldn't be taken back. Wukong was very satisfied. "Excellent, it wasn't going to be that easy." Wukong, with a cunning smile, added another condition. "But if this meal doesn't satisfy me," before he finished speaking, killing intent already filled the air. Jor and A Bao quickly ran to face the wall, their faces grim, trembling all over. Mo Ding stood behind them, wanting to ask in confusion, but his throat was constricted and his eyes were full of bewilderment as he looked at the two. Jor sighed tearfully. It's over, I knew it." The more Mo Ting listened, the more uneasy he became, and he quietly asked, "What exactly happened? What are you two talking about?" Just then, Bati returned, his head still swollen like a large steamed bun, and said loudly, "It's probably about last time, isn't it?" Without being asked, Bati began to recount. "At Teoti Tower hundreds of years ago, Monkey Brother and I came here to eat. At that time, Wukong was exceptionally excited, his eyes shining like stars. Finally, a full meal. Bati was even more ecstatic. 'Monkey Brother, this time I'll eat my fill. You won't hit me, will you?' Wukong waved his hand generously, saying, 'Don't worry, as long as you don't snatch mine, you can eat as much as you want.' Just as they entered the hall, a chef had already been waiting for a long time. 'Welcome.' Wukong walked along, waving his hand and ordering, 'Bring all the delicious food to Old Sun.' The chef grinned cunningly, glanced over and scratching his nose replied, 'We have plenty.' Before long the food was served, but its taste was very strange. Wukong looked around, wondering in confusion. 'Strange, why is this here?' Wukong frowned slightly. He sensed the aura of the mother of all things from the food. He felt somewhat uneasy, doubting the usual circumstances. The presence of the mother of all things aura meant Wukong lost his appetite. He irritably threw a tantrum while Bati merely waited to pounce on the food. The chef twisted his body in invitation, blowing a kiss. 'Please enjoy. If it's not enough, feel free to call me.' The previous scene made Wukong so angry his face turned red he almost slammed the table. 'Damn it, that's disgusting, it spoils my appetite.' While Wukong was still frowning, Bati had already pounced on the food like a fish in water, eating with abandon. Wukong reminded him, Slow down, slow down." However, Bati didn't listen at all, engrossed in the delicacies. He even shouted excitedly, "Brother Monkey, this taste is too amazing, simply incredible." Wukong finally couldn't resist, reached out and lifted the lid of a large plate in the center of the table. Instantly, the aura of the mother of all things, a mixed smell, immediately assailed his nostrils, and a black mist rolled out like a fog from hell. On the plate, a pitch-black dish resembled a cosmic black hole shimmering with starlight. He took a bite, and before he could even swallow, a painful retch sounded. Wukong complained bitterly, "Indescribable, it's too horrible." A plate of pitch-black dishes lay on the table, emitting a strong, peculiar odor. Wukong stared blankly at the dish before him. He reached into his embrace, fumbling. Wukong, looking dazed, took out a comb and tidied his bangs, then holding the comb in one hand, reached into his trouser pocket with the other. Wukong, standing, took out a pack of cigarettes, then pressed hard, and a cigarette flew into his mouth. Wukong took out a lighter and quickly lit the cigarette. Wukong exhaled a puff of smoke, then glanced aside and sighed. "Too difficult." He angrily overturned the dining table. Bati, who was eating nearby, cried out in distress, "I haven't finished eating yet." The plates crashed heavily to the ground, shattering into pieces. The chef, hearing this, froze in place, terrified. He frantically tumbled to the ground, watching Wukong take out his nunchaku. The chef listened, trembling all over, as he was questioned. Is this something a human can eat? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, you'll only be able to utter your last words." He immediately raised his hand to stop him. "Wait!" Wukong, hearing this, widened his eyes in confusion. The chef stood up and struck an affected pose. He closed his eyes, thinking Wukong didn't understand. Immediately after, the chef loudly introduced, "This is not an ordinary dish. It is a colorful and exquisitely crafted dish. It elucidates the value of life and the essence of the world." He looked at the dish before him, and loudly declared, "This dish, though not immediately pleasing to the eye, holds secrets. It is perfectly proportioned with clear light and shadow. Layers interlace naturally with elastic rhythm and free expansion, occasionally highlighting bright spots shining like stars in the universe. Light will break all darkness, freeing itself from profound shadows to embrace brilliant life, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The name of this dish is," the chef, pointing at it with a sincere face, shouted, "Light of the planets." Wukong, hearing this, forcefully brandished his nunchaku and shouted at him, "Is it the light of Ali Gay? And besides, we're here to eat, not to watch your art performance." He looked at the chef, who lay incapacitated in the mess, and roared, "What kind of dragon lord is this? I think this place shouldn't exist at all. There isn't a single normal dish. How am I supposed to explain this to my master?" Suddenly, Wukong heard a shout of "Stop!" from behind him, and immediately halted. Jor shouted angrily, "Great sage, you're going too far. Teoti Tower is not a place for your crude disturbances. Overturning one dish is bad enough, but you also injured the dragon lord we painstakingly found. Without him, how can I do business?" Wukong, hearing this, shouted angrily, "Painstaking, I think there's no one left in the lower realm, so you found some country bumpkin to be the dragon lord. Look at the nonsense he made for us," she retorted with a serious face. "Our Teoti Tower is renowned throughout the 3 realms. There is absolutely no dish that isn't palatable. If such a thing truly happened, then I, Jor, will only eat 70 full every day from now on. You are not allowed to insult the dragon lord." He pointed below and roared, "Look at this pile of stuff. That pitch-black dish keeps emitting the aura of the mother of all things, spreading everywhere." Jor and Bao, seeing this, both cried out in fright in unison. "Isn't that Ali Gay?" Wukong's angry voice echoed through the restaurant. "Good that you know Ali Gay. This was personally made by your dragon lord. How am I supposed to swallow this? Is there still justice? Is there still law?" She quietly negotiated. "Then is eating 80 full acceptable?" Behind them, the chef, trembling, raised his arm and said, "Please give me another chance." His face red and swollen, he raised his fist and admitted his mistake. "It's all my fault. I saw that you two were an animal duo, so I used top-grade pig and Jella food to cook. I'm truly sorry for dissatisfying you all." The chef solemnly promised, "Next time, please allow me to bet with the pride of a special-grade dragon lord. If I cannot make dishes that satisfy you all, I will never give up." Wukong, hearing this, shouted angrily, "Can I beat him 10 more times, damn it, still daring to use Jella?" Jor immediately interrupted. No way. In the end, he had to compromise. "All right, I'll give you another chance." Not long after, a new dish was immediately served. Wukong looked at the dish before him, covering his mouth and chuckling. "No more aura of the mother of all things? It seems you really have some skill." The chef scratched his head, embarrassed, and explained, "To make amends, I put all my effort into creating an unprecedented delicacy. Please, everyone, have a taste." The name of this dish is, he looked at Wukong and slowly revealed, "Light of the 9 heavens and 10 earths." Wukong, hearing this, asked in surprise, "Why do all your dishes have light in their names?" Then the chef reached out, lifted the lid and said, "Please enjoy." Wukong looked at the dish before him, his eyes slightly narrowed, his lips tightly pressed. Jor, seeing this, immediately grew serious. She turned and shouted to the back, telling the guards to retreat and to call more brothers. Jor looked back intently. The 3 watched in horror as Wukong's colossal figure gradually approached, his eyes narrowed, flashing with crimson light. Wukong coldly shouted, "Enough!" He looked away and stopped him, saying, "No need to say more, no need to pressure him." Bati, hearing this, spoke up to persuade, Actually this time to say we don't, Wukong coldly interrupted. Don't mention that for now. Then he turned to Mo Ting, baring his teeth as he asked, Kid, are you still making the repayment feast? He was startled, thinking, this isn't normal. Mo Ting turned his head to glance at Jor behind him. He looked at her eyes, which were brimming with unshed tears, and secretly wondered what exactly happened before for her to react like this. Mo Ting smiled faintly and agreed repeatedly. Yes, of course, and to express our gratitude, we'll give everyone a 50 discount. Wukong and Bati, hearing this, immediately jumped up and shouted excitedly. Mo Ting tilted his head, smiling as he retorted, Great sage, one thing at a time. He gently gestured with 2 fingers and said, Teoti Tower provides food and you immortals pay immortal crystals. This is a heavenly rule, we must abide by it. And if there aren't enough immortal crystals, we cannot hold the banquet. Hearing this, Wukong nervously asked, Brother, do you still have immortal crystals? I used them all to buy Dragon Balls. Bati, hearing this, also replied nervously, Brother Monkey, didn't you use them all to buy snacks? Wukong scratched his head embarrassed and said, Dragon Lord, didn't you say this was a repayment feast? Money affects feelings, you know. Mo Ting, hearing this, spread his hands with a troubled expression and said, But even a clever cook cannot make a meal without rice, you understand. Jor, hearing this, immediately beamed with joy and called out, Great sage, take care on your way. Everything above this point was Wukong's imagination. Bati ignored his darkened face and quietly asked, Brother Monkey, we took the trouble to help him. Are we just going to let it go like this? Wukong walked forward step by step, then he looked up at the tall building next to him. Wukong stared at it and let out a deafening laugh. Bati, seeing this, asked worriedly, Brother Monkey, what are you? With a serious face, he calmly promised, Junior brother, don't worry, trust your brother Monkey. Even without immortal crystals, I have a way to make him offer us a repayment feast for free. In the 100 Herbs garden there was nothing but green leaves, not even a single flower. Jor led Mo Ting and A Bao inside. She clasped her hands together, creating a transparent sphere shimmering with blue light radiating brilliance. Immediately after, Jor opened her eyes and confidently declared, Next, it's time for the 100 Herbs garden to be reborn. She turned and flew into the sky. From that blue sphere countless flowers scattered. Jor's voice rang out as she swiftly flew forward, the light whooshing towards the garden. After a moment, Jor's feet lightly touched the ground, and in an instant all the plants here vied to bloom. Mo Ting immediately shouted excitedly, As expected of Jor, she can easily do what we couldn't. A Bao also loudly echoed beside him. He looked at the blooming flowers around him and sighed with a smile. Immortal realm plants are indeed impressive. They don't have issues adapting to the soil and water like mortal plants. Mo Ting immediately laughed heartily with pride. So that means we can make clear spirit porridge anytime. A Bao also cheered happily. This is a huge profit. Suddenly the two heard a piercing scream and immediately froze in place. Jor, her face red, panting heavily, let out a groan. All the plants here stretched out and forcefully wrapped around her. Mo Ting and A Bao shouted in fright. No, it covered its face with its hand, worriedly reminding, It's a triangle vine. Miss, calm down, don't move. A Bao pointed at the vine and said, This type of triangle vine is one of the ingredients for clear spirit porridge. If it's damaged during cultivation, the plants in the 100 Herbs garden won't grow back. Mo Ting, listening nearby, thought blankly. It seems their focus is wrong, it cried out, covering its face. If we damage them now, before A Bao could finish, it was trapped inside a glass frame. Mo Ting looked at Jor and persuaded, How about we just let it go? The matter of grafting the flat peach tree still relies on A Bao. Give him a chance to redeem himself. She, hearing this, snorted coldly and cursed. For today I'll temporarily spare this old disloyal dog. A Bao confidently shook off the glass frame and guaranteed, Lady Jor, I will atone for my sins and properly graft the flat peach branch. It laughed loudly and arrogantly declared, I'm a doctor of agriculture, a mere peach tree, just leave it to me. Afterwards its face turned gloomy as it stared blankly at the scene before it. The peach tree was wrapped in bandages, began to shed its fruit and then withered. A Bao, seeing this, clasped its hands over its head and frantically shouted, How could this happen? Jor's face turned extremely fearsome and she questioned word by word, Who just said there wouldn't be any problems, doctor of agriculture? Mo Ting ignored the two chasing and squabbling nearby and sighed, Does it really not adapt to the soil and water of the flat peach garden? Suddenly a sinister laugh echoed. His face immediately turned pale. That person's hand reached down and said, Indeed, you all are trying to plant flat peaches. Wukong put the person down. His invisibility spell suddenly dissipated, and he said, Interesting. Mo Ting turned his head, discovered it was him, and stammered, Gee, great sage, how are you? Wukong looked at him, hands on his hips, and smiled faintly as he retorted, Do you think you can deceive my fiery golden eyes? You tricked the flat peach tree from the Queen Mother. Wasn't it just to plant it yourself? He immediately waved his hand and said, Don't worry, little dragon lord, I won't tell. As he spoke, he added, Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I last ate a flat peach. Wukong leaned close to Mo Ting's face and smiling suggested, If you're willing to share a few flat peaches with me, we can help you revive this peach tree. Jor reached out, stroking her chin as she asked, Didn't you say you were tired of eating peaches for hundreds of years? He immediately bared his teeth in a smile and retorted, Can flat peaches be compared to ordinary peaches? Then Wukong immediately turned around and declared, That's enough, you fools, let's begin. Bati beside him agreed with a smile. All right, brother monkey. Next, Mo Ting and the other three stared blankly as the two approached the peach tree. From their bodies streams of green light emanated. Wukong and Bati exchanged a smile, their faces becoming extremely serious as they loudly shouted, Grow! Wukong and Bati simultaneously struck the ground forcefully, and that terrifying power rapidly spread out at the same time. Mo Ting, seeing this, was utterly astonished and frightened. His eyes wide, he was filled with disbelief. A small tree emerged from the ground, immediately followed by a gust of strong wind. When the wind stopped, the tree sprouted lip-shaped flowers. It rapidly grew upwards, getting bigger and bigger, as tall as if it had been inflated. Mo Ting, A Bao, Jor, and the others were all startled at the same time, stammering. This, the peach tree rapidly grew upwards, soaring straight into the clouds. The peach tree rapidly grew taller, piercing the sky. Jor watched it trying to pierce the sky and urgently shouted, "It's going to break through the sky." She turned to look behind her and spoke to stop them. "Enough, you two, stop quickly." Wukong glanced back and sneered, "Don't rush, this is just the beginning." Bati beside him also laughed loudly. He extended 2 fingers and, smiling, chanted a spell. Bloom. Immediately the peach tree began to bloom everywhere. The flowers rapidly covered the branches. Then the tree began to bear heavy peaches. Before long the peach tree became lush with branches and leaves, turning into a towering ancient tree. A Bao and Jor looked at the peach tree, their faces pale with shock. Wukong beside them proudly tilted his head and showed off, "How about it? The more it grows, the more we get to share." Mo Ting reached out and plucked a peach from the tree. In an instant another peach immediately grew back in its place. He pointed at the tree and generously said, "After the fruits of the 100 Herbs Garden are picked, they will immediately bear fruit again. Everyone can take as many as you want." Wukong and Bati, hearing this, stood frozen in place, muttering to themselves, "You can do that? How about it?" Suddenly, some small pebbles fell on their heads. Everyone looked up at the same time and found the sky gradually falling. They watched the peach tree continuously grow, then open a hole in the sky, and shouted in horror, "Oh no, it's breaking through the 100 Herbs Garden's integrated space." The cracks continuously widened. Wukong, seeing this, couldn't help but bite his hand in fright, muttering to himself, "It's over, we've gone too far this time, because we used our own magic power to increase the chances of success. The flat peach tree isn't even at its largest yet." The remaining 4, hearing this, shouted, "What?" Immediately after, the cracks expanded, forming a large hole. Debris continuously fell. The plaque inscribed 100 Herbs Garden rapidly twisted and split in half, and the restaurant collapsed in an instant. Peach branches continuously extended, destroying everything in their path. All things floated in the air, everything was rapidly destroyed, and the pillar supporting heaven also began to crack. All the fragments fell below the 100 Herbs Garden. Wukong and the others, seeing this, frantically dodged the debris, shouting excitedly, "It's over, it's over, it's collapsing." He immediately demanded loudly, "Everyone quickly grab onto me." Mo Ting jumped up and hugged Wukong's neck. Jor also pounced on and hugged him tightly. A Bao reached out and hugged his slender legs. Everyone clung tightly to Wukong, trembling as they shouted, "Great sage, our lives depend on you." Wukong's eyes immediately turned white, and he sighed helplessly. "Forget it, escaping is more important." He placed 2 fingers on his forehead and shouted loudly, "Instant teleportation, help!" Around them, spatial fragments were still continuously falling. Immediately after, in the blink of an eye, everyone vanished from the spot. Debris continuously piled up like mountains. Outside there was no one. And Wukong appeared here with those people. He spread his arms and asked proudly, "Tell me loudly, wasn't that teleportation incredible?" "Incredible, right? Dragon Lord really didn't lie to me. This move is truly effective." Seeing no one praised him, Wukong looked over in confusion. In the distant clouds only a pile of ruins remained. The buildings were reduced to shattered rubble, and a tall building also rapidly collapsed. Before everyone's eyes the peach tree continued to grow outwards. Abeo's eyes streamed with tears of blood, clutching its head and wailing. Mo Ting also watched the scene before him, his face ashen. Thinking in disbelief, "This dragon lord is cursed." The peach tree grew so large it brought down Teoti Tower. Wukong looked at Jor's face, which seemed about to abandon all hope, muttering, "So a building collapsed, what else? Isn't that expression getting old?" Hearing this, murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She roared furiously, "What do you mean, what else? You reckless monkey, I'm going to fight you." Jor's hand instantly transformed into a claw. She raised her hand imbued with powerful energy and swiftly charged towards Wukong. The gust of wind quickly swept past, with dust dispersing in its wake. Wukong extended a single finger to block Jor's punch. With one hand maintaining his posture, he held a peach in the other, took a small bite and remarked, "Not bad, I haven't had a flat peach in a while, but these aren't as fragrant, sweet or soft as the ones from the flat peach garden. And the texture is much tougher." Heartbroken, she sat in a corner clutching her knees and crying out, "Damn it, how can I even fight him?" Wukong emanated a fiery glow, wearing a confident smile as he assured them, "Don't worry, it's just Teoti Tower. I'll have it fixed in no time." Mo Ting looked at Teoti Tower in surprise. Then Wukong quickly led everyone towards the building. He radiated fire, placed his hands on the ground and began to channel his spiritual energy. Wukong's face became dark and he began to chant incantations. Immediately a formation appeared on the ground and his entire body glowed with a faint yellow fire. The light swiftly pierced through the clouds, soaring straight into the sky. Within the light various retro-style buildings emerged, and gasps of surprise arose. Jor looked up at the light and couldn't help but murmur, "Is Teoti Tower upgrading?" Looking at those visions, "It's more than just a brand new style for Teoti Tower." Wukong smiled and reminded them. However, the old Teoti Tower was too ostentatious and inconvenient for dining on its upper floors. "I've made some adjustments, it's nearly finished. Brace yourselves." Then, before everyone's astonished eyes, a dazzling light immediately appeared, and Teoti Tower's sign instantly became visible. Teoti Tower had been completely transformed into a white bungalow. Wukong smiled and pointed at the house, urging, "Your new Teoti Tower home, accept it, accept it." Teoti Tower, Jor and A Bao immediately froze where they stood. Mo Ting furiously gripped the gun in his hand and said, "We've received the new Teoti Tower home. We love it. The size is perfect, it's very comfortable for sensitive skin, and it's completely authentic upon inspection. A Bao has already finished a box. Great Sage's service attitude is excellent and thoughtful, delivery speed is fast and the experience is very satisfactory." Standing beside him, she reached out, patted his shoulder and interjected, "That's enough, big brother." Wukong watched the three arguing before him, laughing loudly as he said, "Seeing you so satisfied makes me happy. Don't let Teoti Tower's appearance fool you, it's quite complex and took a lot of effort to create." Then his expression turned serious as he declared, "Actually, I've long known that Teoti Tower's scale is determined and materialized by the Dragon Lord's abilities. With your current strength, Teoti Tower would undoubtedly be extraordinary, and its scale might even be too vast. That's why I made these adjustments to match." Wukong's voice rang out as he explained, "Your strength hasn't changed. All changes to Teoti Tower will be manifested within the limits of your abilities. So it's not as simple as it looks on the surface, the real key lies within. Teoti Tower wastes sorting." With a flick of his finger he explained, "In layman's terms it's like a transit station maintaining contact with the outside world. Your dominant abilities have been materialized. After all, it's hard for energy preservation to manifest huge changes." Immediately after, the door opened from within and a voice rang out, "Welcome." Wukong pointed to himself and laughed loudly. "This design considers that sometimes strength isn't meant for showing off. Here we all value humility and refinement. True substance lies in simplicity." Bati was the first to enter, happily urging, "Since we're already here, if you don't believe it, just go inside and take a look." Mo Ting followed him inside, and after seeing the surrounding scene he cried out in surprise, "What? No way!" Mo Ting looked around, exclaiming, "I never expected there to be a world within a world here, but I'm well aware that my main Dao power isn't yet capable of manifesting such an effect." Wukong walked ahead, smiling as he said, "It's good that you recognize your own limitations. Most of this place is undeveloped, just like the old Teoti Tower, which appeared grand. In reality, many of its layers were still locked. No one since ancient times has ever completed all the main Daos. Similarly, no matter how powerful we immortals are, there are limits. Unless, forget it, this kind of main Dao is beyond our comprehension as immortals. It's up to you how you develop it all." Mo Ting listened to his instructions, wide-eyed. "You might not know that even the old Teoti Tower had undeveloped areas. In truth, the external framework is merely a manifestation of ability. How you fill in the internal framework depends entirely on your own resolve." Wukong gazed at the dazzling light before him. "But a framework is meant to be broken through, not to limit oneself. All who can soar are boundless, never stopping. Ultimately, these are just natural laws. It's the same for me and for you." He looked at the opening before them and called out, "Almost there, ahead is your Teoti Tower." As they drew closer and stepped through, a series of ancient palatial buildings stood in close succession. Mo Ting's eyes widened as he observed the diverse courtyards, one after another. Standing at a high vantage point, he looked down and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, so many, won't I get lost?" Wukong, arms crossed, calmly analyzed. "Its scale may not rival the old Teoti Tower, but it is truly a materialization of your own power. It's perfectly suitable for entertaining various immortals, and you can freely create diverse architectural styles, just like in a game. In short, this place is spacious enough, and I even went ahead and helped you upgrade the 100 Herbs Garden and the Imperial Garden, so overall it's by no means inferior to the old Teoti Tower." Mo Ting turned and said sincerely, "Thank you, great sage, you truly put a lot of thought into this." Hearing this, Wukong laughed teasingly. "Enough with the pleasantries. We've done so much, but there's still no sign of that repayment feast." Bati immediately stepped forward and suggested with a smile, "Hey kid, why don't you consider today's services as payment and cook us a meal?" Mo Ting scratched his head with a smile, tactfully replying, "I can do that, but I can't cook without immortal crystals." In the courtyard, Baji's angry voice rang out, "Immortal crystals again," he angrily shouted. "Stop talking nonsense when you were selling snacks at the Jade Pool. Didn't those celestial maidens also not pay with immortal crystals?" Mo Ting scratched his head as he declined. "The treasures the celestial maidens offered all hold recognized value in the celestial realm. Furthermore, our establishment operates on a small scale and it hasn't been easy to get to where we are. We hope for your understanding." Wukong crossed his arms, glanced at Baji beside him and said, "Since that's the case," he said, a wicked grin spreading across his face, "Young Dragon Lord, at the 100 Flower Banquet, I noticed you had many rare and exotic flowers and herbs. But the celestial realm's exotic flora isn't limited to the Jade Pool. How about I trade you some exotic flowers and herbs from my own territory for that repayment feast?" Mo Ting's eyes widened at this, and he paused slightly. Wukong immediately reached up and plucked a strand of his hair. He blew on it, and as it fell, rows of miniature versions of himself appeared. Wukong raised a hand and ordered the little monkeys, "You little rascals, go to my home and gather some exotic flowers and herbs." They all raised their hands in affirmative. "All right," then everyone immediately raised 2 fingers to their foreheads and shouted loudly, "Instant teleportation." In the blink of an eye they all vanished from the spot. Wukong stood with his arms crossed watching them disappear. Not long after, they reappeared at Wukong's feet. A head full of flowers and herbs rolled forward and a voice announced, "This is a small token of our appreciation, please accept it." Wukong stood nearby surrounded by piles of gigantic spheres. Mo Ting and the others were petrified. Wukong then smiled and pointed out, "Don't mind them using dragon balls to carry all sorts of exotic flowers and herbs. Even if you exchange those things, genuine dragon balls are still valuable treasures. What do you say? Are these enough to earn us a repayment feast?" Then he and Bati burst into wild laughter simultaneously. The two sat stiffly at the empty dining table. They silently watched Mo Ting, who stood nearby in a ready-to-run pose, thinking, "I, Mo, will gladly prepare a repayment feast for you both." Wukong gazed blankly at his eager face, thinking, "I thought you wouldn't agree." He pointed at Mo Ting and threatened, "I'm warning you, if the menu doesn't satisfy my palate, I'll retract my magic and Teoti Tower will revert to its former state." He happily agreed, "No problem." A Bao stood outside and seeing this scene muttered, "I really didn't want to agree to them, but they gave us so much stuff." It turned its head, looked at Jor beside it and asked, "Miss, will there really be no problems?" Recalling the events of that year, worry filled her face and she remained silent. Meanwhile, Mo Ting, his face full of excitement, picked up a pen and asked, "So what would you two like to eat?" Wukong stroked his chin, smiling as he said, "Stop dawdling, just serve whatever you have, old son isn't picky." Bati beside him continuously swallowed and echoed, exactly, serve more dishes." "I'm not picky either." Mo Ting held up his notebook, wrote down whatever you like and shouted loudly, "All right." Suddenly, Wukong grinned and chuckled softly. He then instructed, "Wait, one more request, don't use the mother of all things aura." Hearing this, he asked in confusion, "What is the mother of all things aura?" Bati beside him replied, "Brother Monkey, trust him, he can't make that." "Then it's no problem." In the kitchen, Mo Ting walked in, his face beaming with joy, holding his notebook. Seeing him, Jor frowned and murmured, "Not picky, just serve whatever you have." They said the same thing back then. Bao nearby added, "And ever since then, we've never known why." "Was it a matter of taste?" she replied, arms crossed. "It's unlikely, even so, it wasn't that extreme back then." Jor turned and looked at Mo Ting, saying, "But right now we must address their taste preferences. If we can solve that, future matters might be more optimistic." He replied calmly, "Indeed, though they said nothing explicit, their preferences provide clues." He glanced over and asked, "What do you two think? When we presented the clear spirit porridge at the Jade Pool earlier, didn't the great sage say this?" At that time, Wukong's eyes had flashed with red light as he shouted, "Although this porridge is delicious, it's overly sweet and subtle. Perhaps the Dragon Lord intended it, but for us it's somewhat unsuitable." Hearing this, Jor and A Bao looked over in surprise simultaneously. He looked up at the sky and explained, "Not only that, but after the great sage came to Teoti Tower, he also mentioned spending his days dining on wind and dew after being tricked into Buddhism. This indicates that the great sage isn't looking for light and sweet flavors. So I plan to prepare a meal featuring stimulating, predominantly spicy dishes to conquer their taste buds." Hearing this, Jor asked in confusion, "Stimulating flavors? What specific dishes do you have in mind?" Mo Ting looked up and whispered, "Well, that." He ran a hand through his hair, confidently declaring, "I have some ideas." Meanwhile, a colorful butterfly landed on a branch. It then swiftly flapped its wings and flew away. The butterfly swiftly flew onward. It quickly passed through the bamboo grove. Then the butterfly passed through the grass. It swiftly flew across the entire 100 Herbs garden. Mo Ting, Jor, and A Bao simultaneously appeared next to the peach tree. A faint smile played on his lips. Mo Ting calmly declared, "As long as I have this." Hearing this, Jor and A Bao simultaneously leaned closer and asked, "What is this?" Jor bent down, looked at the item in Mo Ting's hand and exclaimed in surprise, In his hand was an unusually large peach. Looking at it, Mo Ting smiled happily. Jor couldn't help but be surprised by everything happening before her. She said worriedly, "Mo Ting, if you just give them flat peaches to eat, I'm afraid they won't accept them." He smiled, his tone confident. "Don't worry. Since the main theme is sour and spicy, I'll naturally prepare some milder dishes to balance it out." Jor crossed her arms and retorted indignantly, "The main course hasn't even been decided and you're already thinking about balancing flavors." She reminded him, "Don't say I didn't warn you. If this meal doesn't satisfy the great sage, the consequences will be severe. Destroying Teoti Tower would be the least of our worries." Jor rubbed her head, chuckled awkwardly, her stomach rumbling with hunger. She continued to sigh. "By the way, when you first arrived at Teoti Tower, it wasn't the first time it had been destroyed. It was all thanks to the great sage. The previous dragon lords were all beaten half to death and only saved by emergency elixirs," A Bao added. "From a certain perspective, being a dragon lord is an extremely high-risk profession." Jor continued, her stomach still rumbling, "And your dragon lord is truly an oddity. He destroyed Teoti Tower twice shortly after arriving. Truly, you are something else to even receive a reward once. This time it's all about your efforts. You must ensure the great sage and his companions are satisfied with this repayment feast, but there are too many variables, so it's hard to say what the outcome will be," she calmly analyzed, ignoring her rumbling stomach. "As for the main course, we should prepare several different dishes. We don't yet know what types of cuisine they prefer, so we can only make a little more to provide more options." Meanwhile, Mo Ting quickly zipped up his bag. Jor remained engrossed in her analysis, oblivious to her surroundings. "I still have the Tai universe in my hand. I haven't returned it to true immortal Tai yet, so we can use it to buy some time. Let's conduct more experiments just like we did at the Jade Pool. You just need to experiment more, compare more, and eat as much as you like. I have no objections to your methods. Mo Ting breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, all right, this startled Jor, who opened her eyes. He was holding a bag of peaches, his luggage bag slung over his shoulder, his tone excited. What was she just talking about? Wasn't the main course already decided? She thought in horror, that was. A bow nearby anxiously shouted, "What? You're planning to give them this to eat?" In the restaurant, items were neatly arranged on wooden cabinets. Wukong and Bati sat listlessly at the dining table, neither uttering a word. Bati reluctantly spoke, "Senior brother, why is the food taking so long? I'm starving." Wukong rubbed his neck and comforted him. "You've been hungry for hundreds of years, a little while longer won't make a difference." The sound of a trolley approaching caught Wukong's attention. He said happily, It's here." Bati next to him asked back in surprise. "Really?" The restaurant door gently opened. A foot gently pushed open the door. Mo Ting, Jor and A Bao happily hurried in. The aroma of food filled the entire room. As the dishes were served, Wukong and Bati's eyes lit up upon seeing the food. Mo Ting smiled, introducing it as the appetizer for the repayment feast. With that he opened the lid, and the dazzling light emitted by the food astonished the two guests. Bati looked on excitedly, mouth agape, his face filled with surprise. Jor and A Bao wore similar expressions. Before them was a large plate of tempting steamed fish. Mo Ting smiled with satisfaction, while Wukong remained silent, unsure what to say. Bati picked up his chopsticks. His mouth watered, eyes fixed on the food before him. "It smells so good, I'll help myself." Suddenly, a warning sounded. "Fool, stop!" Wukong shot up, furious, radiating immense killing intent. His gaze was icy and piercing, scanning his surroundings. A Bao said fearfully, "Those eyes." Mo Ting looked at him, confused. Jor's face turned pale with fright. She trembled, thinking, those eyes are exactly like back then. She gnashed her teeth in confusion. The worst has happened. What went wrong? Jor recalled the past, trembling as she looked at the scene before her. Amidst a pile of ruins, she was the only one left, alone. Everything had collapsed. The Teoti Tower sign was broken in half. Tables and chairs were smashed to pieces, leaving nothing intact. Small paper bags printed with dragon lords were scattered on the ground. The building was in ruins, with wooden pillars haphazardly piled up. Jor remembered Bian lying on the ground, covered in blood. At that time she could only silently call out second brother. She painfully asserted, no, even Bian couldn't defeat this demon. Wukong slowly walked through the ruins and corpses. Fui Wan roared angrily, "Stinky monkey. How dare you cause trouble at Jor's Teoti Tower? Anyone who dares approach Jor must first pass me old 8. He clasped his hands together on his chest, shouting, "Secret technique?" But then his eyes glazed over and he paused. Jor cried out in horror, "Eighth brother, no!" But it was too late. Fui Wan was struck down before her eyes. Jor trembled as she looked up. Wukong stood before her, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through everything. Those cold golden eyes she would never forget. Back in reality, chains rattled and Wukong held them tightly. He raised his weapon, preparing to strike Mo Ting. Wukong's low voice rang out, "Good, you dare." Mo Ting's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily unsure what was happening. A Bao's mouth hung open in terror. Jor cried out worriedly, "What?" Wukong, full of killing intent, attacked with all his might. "Good, you stinky brat, how dare you serve meat to me? Are you trying to ruin my Buddhist cultivation?" Jor was terrified at the sight, shouting, "What?" But at that moment Wukong glanced at Bati beside him. He was already blinded by the delicious food. "It smells so good, one bite shouldn't hurt, right?" "Closer, a little closer." Bati couldn't suppress his craving, opening his mouth wide to bite into the delicious food, his tongue beginning to touch the scent of the sauce dancing in the air. "I really can't stop. Almost there, my taste buds are roaring in victory." When his tongue was only a millimeter from the food, Wukong immediately changed his direction of attack. No talking while eating. He struck the spatula above, and the spatula flew like a cannonball towards Bati, who was beaten black and blue, lying on the ground crying. Wukong roared angrily at Bati, "Fool! As the altar guardian of Buddhism, do you want to fall from grace for your cultivation and be banished to the mortal realm again? What if something unexpected happens? How can I explain it to Master?" Jor trembled at the sight of his imposing aura. She could hardly believe her ears, stammering, "Meat dish." As if she understood everything, Jor broke down, shouting, "So it wasn't a matter of taste back then? You destroyed my Teoti Tower just because of a meat dish. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Jor's small hand couldn't help but angrily punch Wukong, but he blocked it. Wukong said somewhat guiltily, "Sorry, I'm used to the rules of the Heavenly Palace, and what I gave you before can be considered compensation." Then he turned to Mo Ting and reminded him, "Stinky brat, hurry up and clear all the food away, we really can't eat it." Only Jor's little heart was deeply hurt, and she lay on the floor crying inconsolably. "What about my emotional damages?" Bati struggled unwillingly. "Brother Monkey, why can that stinky Taoist, true immortal Tai drink wine and eat meat, but we have to abide by the precepts? It's better to—" Before he could finish, Wukong raised his hand in an X shape, stopping him. "If it truly harms our cultivation, what do you think we should do?" At this point Mo Ding spoke. "Great sage, there's no need to worry. You two can enjoy today's repayment feast. If it truly harms your Buddhist cultivation, I, Mo Ting, will bear the responsibility." Wukong looked Mo Ding straight in the eye with a hint of disdain, saying, You're not even half an immortal. If you harm your cultivation, can you bear it? Who gave you the confidence to boast like that?" He leaned close to Mo Ting's ear and whispered a reminder, "Don't think that just because there's only one Dragon Lord in the immortal realm you get special treatment. The Dragon Lord exists to satisfy us." Mo Ting was not to be outdone. He glanced at Wukong and retorted, "Great sage, you speak too soon. Since you possess fiery golden eyes, why can't you discern the true nature of this dish?" Wukong's gaze immediately sharpened. He pointed at the dish without yielding, saying, "The aroma emanating from this dish is clearly that of fish meat. Its taste is obvious. Why use fiery golden eyes to call a stag a horse? You're disgracing the Dragon Lord. Are you not confident and stubbornly quibbling? You want fiery golden eyes? Then I'll show you." With that, Wukong immediately used his fiery golden eyes to look at Mo Ting, but the result surprised him greatly. Only Mo Ting's living flesh and bones were visible. While the fish showed no such signs, this left Wukong stunned, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Wait, what's going on? This structure, this plumpness, this perfect realism, this isn't fish, it has no fish bones." Wukong couldn't believe his eyes. He picked up the chopsticks nearby and took a piece of fish meat. The sensation further complicated Wukong's feelings. This texture is so smooth and springy. What exactly is it? Picking up another piece, Wukong's mind became even more chaotic. It's not fish skin or fish meat, so why does it have such a rich fish flavor? There was a delicious dish very similar to this one before, but he wasn't entirely sure. The quality was clearly different, but his intuition told him he wasn't wrong. If it was truly so similar, how did he do it? Mo Ting saw the confusion in Wukong's eyes and spoke, "Great sage, please rest assured. I guarantee with the divine status of the Dragon Lord and my personal reputation that this is absolutely not a meat dish." Only then did Wukong reluctantly believe him. With that, he put the fish into his mouth. Feeling the unparalleled deliciousness, Wukong's heart surged. Yes, this is indeed not a meat dish, but its appearance and taste are too similar. Truly incredible, he actually pulled it off, yet on the surface he remained composed, merely commenting coldly, "It's all right, good texture, pure taste, rich layers. And my art style hasn't changed a bit. It must be due to the appetizer, barely passing, that's it." But in reality he was thinking, "No dish can truly impress me now." The sun gradually set, casting a golden glow over the entire beach. Listening to the crashing waves, Wukong, though reluctant, had to admit, "All right, Mo Ting, you win. It's hard not to admit it. Everything is so real." He reached out to the sky, thinking, "Under this sky, in this twilight on this beach, it's truly empty and comfortable. Run, fly, happier than the wind." Wukong felt as if he had returned to the day he was born. This experience, this feeling, he last felt it when he emerged from the stone. His eyes became clear, as if he had found the true meaning of life. Just as he was immersed in the feeling, Bati suddenly appeared from nowhere beside him. His appearance brought Wukong back to reality. Wukong roared angrily, "Fool, as a high-ranking Buddhist." "Can't," but this time, before he could finish, Bati interrupted him. "Brother Monkey, this is allowing the prefect to set fires while forbidding the common people from lighting lamps." The two of them immediately started fighting, sparks flying. Jor also breathed a sigh of relief, never expecting that fish dish to impress them. Mo Ting chuckled, "That's how it should be. This is a huge harvest." Then he returned to the kitchen, took out the ingredients he had prepared, and added some existing ones. Mo Ting sniffed something, and his eyes lit up with excitement. "Good, there are several kinds I've never seen before," Jor explained. "Those are specialties of the immortal realm, so of course you haven't seen them. What exactly do you plan to do with these?" Mo Ting put a few soybeans into a mortar, replying, "Make tofu." A Bao nearby explained for him. "Mo Ting, tofu has existed since ancient times. If you use this to satisfy Great Sage and the others, I'm afraid," Jor also asked in confusion. "Isn't tofu always made from soybeans? Can these beans be used?" Mo Ting still grabbed a handful of beans and put them into the mortar, explaining, "Making tofu, simply put, is coagulating the protein in soy milk. As long as the beans have enough protein content, any beans can be used. Tofu made from different beans will have its own unique flavor." Jor still didn't understand. She continued to ask, "But forcibly mixing various immortal beans, can it bring out the advantages of each bean?" Mo Ting pointed at the plate in front and said, "So I ground various beans into tofu and then put them in one dish." But another question arose. If so, would the taste be uneven? Mo Ting didn't deny it. He spread his hands and said loudly, "Exactly. Uneven taste can stimulate the taste buds more strongly. For example, in Mapo tofu, chefs only sprinkle Sichuan peppercorns on the surface of the tofu to enhance the numbing and spicy sensation. I'll prepare the sauce first. A Bao, the beans are up to you." A Bao, being ordered around, immediately gave Mo Ting the middle finger. Suddenly, Wukong's voice rang out. "So that fish was actually a vegetarian dish, right?" Mo Ting was startled, turning to see the plate was already empty. He finished it so quickly. Mo Ting and A Bao looked at Wukong with scrutinizing eyes. He explained awkwardly, "We've eaten plenty of vegetarian dishes before, but this one really feels different." With that, Wukong and Bati both looked at Mo Ting with expectant eyes. "This is just the appetizer. I'm really looking forward to what's next." Wukong couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, "How did you make a vegetarian dish possess all the characteristics of a meat dish?" Mo Ting smiled contemptuously, praising arrogantly, "Great Sage truly knows how to appreciate food." With that he explained that in the mortal world there has been a practice of imitating meat dishes with vegetarian ingredients since ancient times. These vegetarian banquets originated from Buddhist vegetarian meals. After hundreds of years of development, vegetarian dishes have become delicious meals renowned throughout Buddhism. Wukong listened and nodded in agreement. He recalled the arduous years of his journey to the West, saying, "Indeed, I ate many vegetarian meals during my journey to the West, but there was still a clear difference compared to real meat dishes. While this vegetarian fish tasted exactly like real fish, with a smooth and springy texture." Mo Ting proudly explained in detail to Wukong, "The flavor of this fish comes from 2 points. First, the sauce. In our hometown there is a famous dish called fish fragrant shredded pork. We can achieve a fishy aroma simply by using seasonings like pickled chili, garlic and ginger. The finished product of this method is bright red, fragrant, rich in color and stimulating in taste, making it very suitable for you too." Mo Ting then continued mysteriously, "The second secret is the fish skin. The fish skin in this dish is actually seaweed. Fresh seaweed is roasted and then made into fish skin, covering the top. The not yet fully dried seaweed is then drenched with hot rich soup, fully absorbing the rich aroma of the soup, allowing the unique umami flavor of seafood and seaweed to perfectly blend with the soup, emitting an aroma comparable to fish meat." Wukong immediately understood after hearing this. However, he still had a question. No wonder, but even so, how did the fish meat part become so tender and delicious? The taste of vegetarian fish made this way is much better than traditional bean product fish. Mo Ting gently shook his head and said, "No, this fish meat is also a bean product. The so-called bean product is made by coagulating the protein in soy milk. If you can freely control this process, controlling the selection of different beans and the use of coagulants, you can make all kinds of bean products." Wukong listened with a blank expression, appearing very confused, but still said "oh" on the surface as if he understood. He smacked his lips admiringly, saying, "Impressive. For hundreds of years ever since the journey to the West, I've eaten many bean products. But it's truly rare to make something of this caliber." At this point Wukong hesitated, his eyes full of greed, always feeling like something was missing. Jor and A Bao felt that oppressive feeling, somewhat frightened. Mo Ting gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness, only Baji next to him, not understanding. He burst out laughing, revealing, "Brother Monkey just thinks it's too little." Wukong, exposed, turned around and pinched Baji's cheeks, right where the previous crack was. "You dead pig, what nonsense are you spouting?" Wukong quickly turned back and explained, "This dish suits my palate very well. It seems you've put a lot of effort into catering to our taste, brat. However, as an appetizer, this vegetarian fish has such a strong flavor it will inevitably affect the taste of the main course." Mo Ting chuckled. "Great sage worries too much. Since I said this is an appetizer, maintaining your taste buds is naturally also within my consideration." He turned and reminded Jor. "Jor, those 2 things can be brought out now." Jor replied, "Right away." Then she extended her hand and cast a spell, and a formation immediately appeared on the ground. Baji and Wukong watched with confusion. After only a second, 2 beams of light descended from the sky. Inside those 2 beams of light were actually 2 cups of milk tea. Baji looked on blankly, asking, "What is this?" Mo Ting behind him chuckled and explained, "This is called milk tea. It's a very popular drink in the mortal world nowadays." He inserted straws into the 2 cups of milk tea and handed them to Wukong and Baji. "You two can try it." Baji took the cup, poked it at his nose and asked in confusion, "How do you drink this?" Then he looked at Wukong, who was leisurely sipping his milk tea. Baji was startled. "Holy crap, Brother Monkey, how are you so proficient?" Wukong replied disdainfully, "Nonsense, I often visit human exhibitions. I saw many people drinking it like this, and my fiery golden eyes can tell it's peach-flavored. It might be a combination of mortal milk tea techniques and peach flavor, unlike you using soy milk to replace milk." Mo Ting greatly admired Wukong's shrewdness. "Exactly. This will be Teoti Tower's exclusive drink, peach milk tea with a fresh peach flavor. It's elegant, a blend of sweet and sour which not only neutralizes the lingering spiciness but also stimulates the appetite, perfectly suiting your current taste." However, Baji had a complaint. He pointed at the paper straw in front of him and said unhappily, "Can you replace the paper straw with something else? This affects the taste a bit." Mo Ting shook his head. "That's not possible. Even immortals have a responsibility to protect the environment." Wukong then spoke. However, even so, Mo Ting looked at him in surprise. Wukong threatened with a stern gaze, "As for the current dishes, they still don't meet my expectations for Teoti Tower." Mo Ting regained his composure and replied seriously, "Great sage, there's no need to worry. The repayment feast has only just begun." He turned and shouted, "Serve the dishes." Jor immediately understood. She cast a spell, and various red, yellow, blue, and purple dishes instantly filled the table. The dazzling light made it impossible for everyone to see clearly, and the entire Teoti Tower was shrouded in light. Subsequently, a succession of delicacies from mountains and seas appeared. As soon as Baji saw them, his stomach rumbled continuously. He couldn't help but drool and darted forward like an arrow, saliva splashing everywhere. But unlike him, Wukong was somewhat displeased. He kept wondering about one thing: were they doing this on purpose? At this moment, a formation appeared behind Wukong, and Wukong immediately realized that one dish was still missing. Watching the dishes being successively placed on the table, Baji's gaze was firmly fixed on them, his eyes filled with love for the food. "Fantastic, truly good," Mo Ting pointed and introduced. "The dishes are all served. Please both of you have a taste." However, at this moment, Baji's eyes fell on a cage of pig-shaped buns. He was furious, pointed at the bun cage and yelled angrily, Mo Ting, what do you mean by this? Do you believe I'll use a casserole to comb your hair, scraping off all those little stray hairs clean? Ting looked somewhat embarrassed. Emissary, I apologize. Wukong from behind picked up a bun and grinned triumphantly. Fine, if you don't eat it I will. Baji's face darkened, and he snatched the entire bun cage. Who said I wouldn't eat it? Old pig loves steamed buns the most. However, as soon as he took the first bite he couldn't hide his surprise. This isn't just an ordinary steamed bun, it's truly fragrant. Mo Ting, knowing he would react this way, immediately began to explain. The main ingredient for this bun is bean dregs. Most of today's dishes are made with beans, and after cooking there were a lot of bean dregs left over. So I used them to make this dish. The fragrance comes from osmanthus flowers grafted in the 100 Herbs garden. The petals are kneaded into the dough. Mo Ting seemed lost in his own culinary world. After steaming, the osmanthus fragrance gradually permeates the entire bun. A reminder, don't rush to finish the flat peach milk tea served earlier. Save it for later to truly appreciate its effect. However, Jor's voice directly interrupted Mo Ting's poetic description. They hadn't listened to his explanation at all. On the other side, Wukong and Baji were devouring their food, completely lost in gluttony. Plates of dishes piled up like small mountains. At this moment, a sky-shattering howl echoed in their minds. Neither of them could believe that happiness had arrived so quickly. Like a tornado, a light enveloped the entire space, obscuring their vision. Wukong watched blankly, and then dishes seemingly transformed into animals racing towards the two. Baji was startled. He yelled, "Oh my!" Wukong recognized it as an illusion at a glance. He grabbed Baji's hand and said, "Fool, be careful, quickly give me your hand." However, Baji was already surrounded by food. Wukong was greatly surprised. What school of illusion is this? He hastily grabbed Baji, lowered his head and ran, a bad premonition rising in his heart. No way, it's clearly food, yet it contains vitality. Is it really made from beans? We're just having a meal, it can't be that serious, can it? Behind them, the food still pursued relentlessly. Wukong cursed impatiently under his breath. Damn it, fiery golden eyes can't even see through this illusion unless it's real. At this moment, something grabbed Wukong's arm and his feet were also firmly locked by something. Wukong hurriedly reached out to protect himself, a feeling of displeasure rising in his heart. Damn it, I can't exert my true strength here. Baji was also snatched away by those monstrous beasts. He screamed in terror, "Brother Monkey, help!" But Wukong was grabbed by a monster and he anxiously shouted, "Baji?" But his entire body was unable to move. Suddenly a thought flashed through Wukong's mind. There was only one explanation. This has already violated Buddhist taboos. We were too careless. Meat was mixed into the food. Wouldn't our cultivation be about to be devoured? But if we lose our cultivation we won't be able to escape. Anger surged. This evil fellow has ruined my cultivation. Mo Ting, master will never forgive you one day. The pressure on his chest made Wukong uncomfortable. So stuffy, so itchy, so uncomfortable. I'm still conscious, that's light. A ray of light appeared in front, growing larger and larger, pulling Wukong and Baji out of the illusion. The two looked around in confusion, not understanding what had happened. What's going on? The illusion was broken. Baji looked around blankly. Brother Monkey, look, that pink butt cleared away all the darkness. In front of them was a giant flat peach. Wukong unhappily hit Baji's head forcefully, scolding him. Fool, this is a flat peach. Where did you get a pink butt? Wukong glanced at the peach. At this moment the peach suddenly moved, and then liquid flowed out from its crevices. The two stood frozen as if struck by a paralyzing spell. Baji said blankly, I told you it was a pink butt. The two were thus swallowed by the liquid. It was this liquid that helped Wukong return to reality. He gasped for breath, realizing it was all a dream and his cultivation was still intact. Fortunately. His hand clenched the milk teacup. He had already finished the flat peach milk tea. Excellent, these vegetarian dishes are too realistic. I thought I was going to ruin my cultivation just now. Mo Ting mistook this for praise and smiled triumphantly. Thank you for the compliment. To prevent such situations we specifically used flat peach milk tea to regulate. In addition to neutralizing flavors and stimulating the appetite, we also used sweet dew to reduce greasiness. This made Wukong understand and his face darkened. Ah, so we were being greased up just now. I didn't expect the flat peach milk tea to have such an effect, refreshing and degreasing. But Wukong turned around and said excitedly, I've only had a few bites, how could I be greasy? Never mind. In an instant, Old Sun was about to sweep the table, but looking at the bare plates, Wukong almost collapsed, letting out an angry shriek. With a bang, the sound of an angry table slam rang out. Wukong angrily looked at a pile of empty plates and shouted, the food's gone. I haven't even had a few bites, how is it gone? However, Jor's bulging stomach made her question life itself. Great sage, you're not very convincing like this. A Bao nearby also couldn't help but sigh. It seems Miss has found a worthy opponent. Wukong was still very dissatisfied. He pointed at the plates on the table and asked, Let's be frank, the dishes were indeed good, but there was so little it wasn't satisfying. Don't you agree? Baji's eyes lit up. Brother Monkey, aren't you being unkind? I didn't eat much at all. Mo Ting heard these words, his heart filled with surprise. He hadn't expected it to turn out this way. Just now, Baji and Wukong were both startled by his younger brother's words. How could that be? So many dishes and you didn't eat much? However, at this moment, Baji's stomach rumbled again, making both Wukong and Mo Ting freeze. Baji's face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said indignantly, I remember now, I was influenced by the illusion earlier and my consciousness wasn't entirely here. Now I recall. Brother Monkey, you. Baji's memories replayed like a kaleidoscope. Wukong pushed him away, snatched a dish. Your stuff is mine, then pushed him even further away. My stuff is also mine. Finally he kicked Bati, sending him flying far away. Zawarudo. Time stopped. The more Bati thought about it, the angrier he became. He slammed the table. You didn't give me any chance. Do you know how hard I waited for this meal? I waited hundreds of years. Do you know what I went through these hundreds of years? Wukong, upon reflection, immediately put away his previous arrogance and said kindly, Bati, at the dining table it's about individual skill. Just accept it. Start your weight loss and beauty regimen. Seeing this, Mo Ting hastily said some conciliatory words. Emissary, don't be angry, I still have one dish left to serve. But to his surprise, Bati felt it wasn't enough. His eyes gleamed ferociously. What, only one dish left? No way, today you must give me justice. Mo Ting, this is simple, just make me another portion. This also made Jor and Ebao beside him freeze. Mo Ting was also somewhat apprehensive, and he hastily advised, Emissary, please calm your anger. The portion sizes were specially calculated this way for the subsequent dishes, but to his surprise, Bati was merciless, attacking Mo Ting as if possessed. Mo Ting was slammed heavily against the wall behind him. Jor, seeing this, anxiously shouted, Mo Ting, Bati's moves were indeed sinister. He roared, What? So you did this on purpose? He seemed to have lost his humanity, his eyes glinting with bloodlust. According to heavenly laws, Teoti Tower must provide food equivalent to the immortal crystals paid by immortals. The magic power Brother Monkey and I expended to repair Teoti Tower is the same, Wukong interjected discontentedly. Hey, I was the only one who repaired Teoti Tower. But Bati didn't listen at all. If the amount of food we receive isn't equal, then I have the right to reclaim some of my magic power. Intense pain spread throughout his body. Mo Ting couldn't believe his eyes, struggling to break free. Inside Teoti Tower it began to shake violently. The walls showed dense white cracks and several decorative vases fell over. Mo Ting was choked, coughing a few times. He looked around shocked, thinking, the magic power is being withdrawn. Ebao screamed in fright. Oh no, Teoti Tower is going to collapse again. Jor also anxiously looked at Wukong, pleading, Great Sage, please, quickly persuade him. But Wukong did nothing. He said coldly, I once said that if the food doesn't satisfy us, we will reclaim the magic power used to repair Teoti Tower since my junior brother is not satisfied. I won't say anything more. Jor wanted to say something else, but she was choked up. But at this moment Mo Ting spoke in a hoarse voice. As honored guests, I have been remiss in my hospitality. As the Dragon Lord, I can only express my sincerest apologies through food to change your perception. A smile played on Mo Ting's lips. Jor, serve the second to last dish. Jor immediately complied. Bati also stopped. An enticing aroma filled the entire space, and Wukong and Bati exclaimed in surprise. So fragrant. Behind a dish completely covered in cloth appeared. Jor said decisively, I can give up Teoti Tower, just spare him. This second to last dish is for both of you. Jor stood before the last dish, staring at the two in front, demanding his release. Bati hesitated a little, but still did not let go. Bao whispered worriedly beside her. Miss, only Mo Ting is still suffering the pain of oppression. Wukong hesitated, thinking the second to last dish. Wukong's lips immediately curled into a sly smile. Seeing that the two still made no move, and coupled with that laugh, Jor felt a surge of worry. What exactly does this great sage want? Only then did Wukong speak. Let go, Bati. Bati was somewhat unwilling. Brother Monkey, this. But Wukong gave him a threatening look, and only then did Bati compromise. He snorted coldly and withdrew his magic power. For Brother Monkey's sake, old pig will spare him for now. With a deafening sound, the entire Teoti Tower emitted a dazzling light. Ebao's eyes widened in surprise. Mo Ting's magic power was withdrawn, and Teoti Tower gradually returned to its original state. Ebao couldn't hide his joy and shouted, Miss, Teoti Tower is restored. Wukong was also startled by this magic power. He turned around and questioned Bati. What the hell is this magic? Fool, don't learn from that keyboard immortal, Bati stammered, unable to answer. Well, that... Wukong immediately looked at Mo Ting and the others, reminding them, Hey, frankly speaking, the previous dishes could indeed be called excellent. However, he stroked his chin, feigning contemplation. But they lacked that astonishing feeling. Saying this, Wukong revealed a lewd grin. If the subsequent dishes are also like this, I'm afraid this building won't last. Bati also chimed in from behind. That's right, if I'm still not satisfied, I'll destroy it again. Jor and Ebao looked worriedly at Mo Ting's back while he looked at the dish he had poured his heart into, thinking, the future of Teoti Tower rests on this dish. However, Mo Ting was very confident. He smiled slightly and said, Next, emissary, don't worry. This dish has already been divided into 2 portions, so the previous problem won't happen again. Bati was only moderately satisfied upon hearing this. Consider yourself lucky. I was planning to use the copy-paste spell, but I won't need to now. Wukong's face darkened upon hearing this, and he secretly pondered, should I go back and eliminate that keyboard immortal? Mo Ting tightly gripped the cloth covering the dish. He yanked it off and shouted, Serve! Instantly, dazzling light erupted from the dish, filling Wukong with anticipation. However, when everything became clear, he was surprised, thinking, where's the dish? At this moment, the space around Wukong had changed, and he immediately realized, is it an illusion again? Wukong sighed, interesting. Even someone of my strength has been hit by illusions 3 times today. Mo Ting, I'm impressed, but this time I'm prepared. Who knew? At this moment a voice sounded. You finally arrived. As soon as Wukong heard the voice, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This voice, Wukong turned around in disbelief. But the person standing behind him made him cry out in astonishment. Bull Demon King. An indescribable feeling surged in Wukong's heart. He hoped this time it was real. Time seemed to rewind to when Wukong was in Water Curtain Cave, the two happily drinking together, not seeking to be born on the same day, month and year, but then the atmosphere between them suddenly became silent. Forget it, we're all spirits now, no need for that, no need for that. The Bull Demon King spoke, breaking the awkward silence. How about we change our ways? Wukong was confused, not understanding which way. The Bull Demon King cunningly said, let's do it this way, and this is still happening, of course. With that the two raised their water cups and shouted loudly. Today we two become sworn brothers with heaven and earth as our witness. The Bull Demon King showed his gleaming teeth and said with a laugh, since we're brothers, let me show you something good. Wukong, hearing this, politely said, brother, you're too kind. What is this? It smells so good. But what appeared before his eyes shocked Wukong beyond belief. The scene shifted to Gao village, where a young woman's terrified scream rang out, ruffian, stay away from me. In the illusion, Zhu Baji had reverted to his old ways, repeatedly coming to Gao village to capture young women, causing chaos wherever he went, leaving the common people in utter misery. His eyes gleamed, drooling like a ravenous monster. Missen, seeing this, turned pale with fright and shrieked, no, no, but Baji had already lost his mind. He cackled, you have a very delicious scent about you. Baji looked at Missen like a great demon. I've finally found you. That face scared Missen out of her wits. She shrieked, what did you say? Just then a heartbreaking cry rang out, young master, young master, young master. Seeing the old butler like this, the young man asked, what's wrong? What happened? The old butler reported tremblingly. Missen, she. As soon as he heard Missen, the young master rushed over, oblivious to danger. He gnashed his teeth in anger. Missen, this pig demon dares to covet Missen again. I'll stew you. Let go of my sister if you have the guts. Come at me. Come on, you pig. Unexpectedly, Baji charged at him without hesitation, for the scent was emanating from him. Missen, witnessing this, watched in shock. As expected of the young master, he can effortlessly do things ordinary people cannot. Baji, very confident, pointed at himself and said cheerfully, your first kiss wasn't for her but for old pig here. There's a puddle nearby. Quickly wash your mouth with muddy water. He seemed to collapse, having lost his first kiss. Just then Missen softly spoke, 14th brother, he actually didn't do anything to me. These words made the young master even more distraught. What? He didn't do anything to you, Missen also explained, puzzled. He just kept asking me a question, but I'm on a diet today, so I haven't eaten. He asked curiously, what question? Before Missen could answer, Baji had already answered for her. What did this brother eat for lunch today? He glared sharply at Baji, roaring, I'll die before I tell you. With that he fainted. The old butler stood by, anxiously leading Baji back into the hall, introducing, young master, venerable immortal ancestor, the dish you desire must be this one, right? The young master ate it today. Baji oed upon hearing this. So the scent came from this dish. Smelling the dish, Baji inwardly confirmed, that's right, it's the second to last dish from earlier. Hearing this, the old butler breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful, we'll make as much as you want from now on. Young master, he won't have to rinse his mouth with muddy water anymore? Carefully observing the dish served, Baji thought. The aroma is correct, but the appearance is a bit off. Baji and Wukong, both surprised, chuckled and exclaimed, interesting. The dish presented to Wukong was a stewed pig's trot terre. He stared at it, asking doubtfully, this dish isn't meat and it's not made from beans either, is it? The Bull Demon King heard this and replied with a smile, brother is indeed sharp-eyed. He then detailed the cooking process. That's right, the ingredient is roasted bread. First, brush oil on the bread, spread the dish on the surface of the bread crust, and then charcoal grill it. Because oil was brushed on it earlier, the bread won't dry out from charcoal grilling. Instead, it becomes soft and chewy. By the way, he proudly straightened his back. Because it's homemade roasted bread, various seasonings and spices have already been added during the bread-making process. Wukong, openly excited, immediately grabbed the pig's trot terre and devoured it, praising it endlessly. Excellent, whether it's the tenderness, chewiness, or internal flavor, it's in no way inferior to real roast meat. The Bull Demon King, feeling ignored, roared in annoyance, I'm not finished talking yet, don't eat like that. Wukong seemed to grasp a new principle, so that's it. It's not just brushing spices on the surface but mixing them evenly into the ingredients. This way, the spices can penetrate the dish better than with real roast meat. Suddenly he felt a subtle difference. What is this? Beneath the crust was a completely different flavor. Unlike the spicy and rich roast meat taste of the surface, the inner aroma was fresher and more delicate. The Bull Demon King, seeing what Wukong was thinking, smirked and said, brother, have a taste. Wukong leaned down and took a big bite. The taste, both strange and familiar, made him exclaim, what kind of dish is this? But this familiarity also left Wukong a bit confused. But why does it feel somewhat familiar? The Bull Demon King then revealed the secret. It's wild chrysanthemum. I infused the refreshing scent of wild chrysanthemum into the curry vegetarian rice. At this, Wukong had a sudden realization and exclaimed, wait, is this a vegetarian rice unique to the Tianzhu region? Wukong looked at the Bull Demon King before him, his eyes filled with doubt and wariness. How do you know? But the spot was empty. The Bull Demon King had vanished, and Wukong was immediately pulled back to reality. He realized he had almost forgotten the faint chrysanthemum scent lingering in the air, and Wukong felt a pang of regret. This wasn't reality, he had already. but to be able to come back once more, it's truly good. Thank you, Mo Ting." Then he left gracefully. Meanwhile, Baji also received a wild chrysanthemum, along with a brief explanation of the dish's preparation. Baji asked disbelievingly and suspiciously, "So you use this to create the taste of vegetarian rice?" The young master beside him replied, "That's right." The dish beside him was also a pig's trot. Tear. Baji still kept asking, "There aren't any petals left in the dish, so how does it retain its fragrance?" He replied casually. Then, seeing a mouthful of mud after steaming, Baji lost his appetite and reminded him, "My good fellow, please wipe off the mud." Misan then stepped forward to explain, "It's not difficult. By mixing steamed wild chrysanthemum with curry vegetarian rice, you can combine the two aromas." At this she even winked. Unlike the 100 flowers in the 100-flower banquet, steamed wild chrysanthemum can still retain a faint fragrance and amplify its hidden aroma. Hearing this, Baji also understood the deeper meaning. So that's it. Outside is the spicy and rich roast meat flavor, and inside is the light vegetarian rice flavor. After eating the vegetarian rice inside, the craving for the spicy and rich roast meat flavor outside will be reignited, and after finishing the outer crust, the craving for the inner flavor will increase again. This dish creates a unified cycle, allowing people to automatically switch between the two flavors, making it irresistible. But suddenly, Baji also felt a subtle difference. "No, wait," he abruptly stood up and asked doubtfully, "How do you know about the 100-flower banquet? This isn't..." Wukong, meanwhile, had just found a wild chrysanthemum. Just then, Baji also suddenly appeared beside him. Both were astonished and blurted out, "How did we get here?" They exchanged a glance, their expressions complex. Baji cried out in disbelief, "How are you here?" Wukong, on his part, also inexplicably roared, "I was just about to ask you the same thing." Baji deliberated for a moment, then speculated, "The last time I saw such ugly clothes was during our journey to the west. This means we're still in the illusion, and we're on the journey." Wukong snorted contemptuously upon hearing this and asked, "Do you have a deep prejudice against our friar Sand? But since we're here, Wukong only hopes, I just hope we don't run into that bald donkey," he even boasted. "You know, don't let my appearance fool you. I have a large storage space on my shoulder, essential for daily outings." "Wait, what did you just say?" "What you don't wish for is what comes." In the distance a familiar bell chimed, followed by the panting of the white dragon horse. Xuanzhang's clear voice rang out in the wind, accompanied by a familiar sound. Wukong Wanning. Both were struck by fear, as if seeing a ghost, reluctantly looking at the person behind them. That person was none other than Tang Monk. He opened his mouth and questioned, "I heard someone say your master is a bald donkey." Wukong's voice trembled as he said fearfully, Master." He quickly tried to flatter him with shining eyes while simultaneously changing the subject. "The weather is really nice today. I wonder which lucky demon will be so fortunate." Baji beside him also echoed, "When the time comes, we'll stop him and you can be a bit gentler." Tang Monk sneered and replied, "Let's overlook that trivial matter just now, but explain to your master why you have that." Both were startled and looked back only to see that they were still holding pig's trot tours. They stared blankly at the pig's trot tours, thinking, in this situation, how could the very thing that shouldn't appear be here? Tang Monk mistakenly thought it was a meat dish. He raised his hand and said, "Amitabha, I didn't expect you two to break your vows. It seems you've forgotten your master's teachings." Both hurriedly and frantically explained, "Master, please listen to us. It's really not what you think. This isn't a meat dish, it's a vegetarian dish made by the Dragon Lord." Tang Monk, of course, didn't believe it. Only a ghost would believe that. Look at its appearance. How could it be vegetarian? And what's a Dragon Lord? Wukong hurriedly cried out. "No, Master, don't just start. Slowly chanting the incantation will do." These words seemed to further confirm Tang Monk's suspicions. He sighed. "Since that's the case, if it's not real, then eat all the bones. You can manage that much, right?" Both, as if grasping at a lifeline, quickly stuffed the entire pig's trot. Tear into their mouths, diligently arguing, "As you command. See, it's not real, right? It's very crispy." Who knew? Halfway through there was a crunch, the sound of bone shattering. But it was also the sound of Wukong's suspended heart dropping. Tang Monk's face grew darker and darker. Wukong hadn't expected this to happen. He tightly covered his mouth, roaring inwardly, "What the hell is this? What did Master use to make this?" Inside is a small round sphere, and the taste is also different. The soft texture melts on the tongue. What melts is a cool sensation, very refreshing in the mouth, but heat radiates throughout the body. Years of danger intuition tell me I'm about to explode. Wukong turned to the side, looking worriedly, but as soon as he saw Baji, Wukong's eyes widened. Baji's entire body next to him already had cracks, as if about to explode. At this moment, only Tang Monk remained calm. He sighed. "Amitabha." Wukong, unable to suppress the burning heat in his body, cried out defiantly. "No, I can't take it anymore." Tang Monk, on his part, sneered. "It seems this repayment feast has brought you quite a few surprises." With that, he rode off, leaving his two disciples to be blown to smithereens by the delicious food. But it was precisely this that pulled Wukong back to reality. Looking at the empty plates on the table, Mo Ting said with a smile, "The second to last dish is finished." Both exchanged surprised glances, their eyes full of confusion. Seeing that they had awakened, Mo Ding stepped forward and asked, "You two are awake?" Bao breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, they're awake. It's truly unexpected that the great sage and his companions slept for so long. Mo Ting, you've done something most immortals in the immortal realm cannot." But he merely blinked modestly and replied, "No, I forgot to remind them. Without the final step, most wouldn't wake up. Fortunately, they eventually ate all the bones." Only then could the illusion experience end. These words made both Wukong and Baji's faces darken, both cursed angrily. You scoundrel, you almost got a double kill. If it weren't for Master Wukong and Baji were both helped up and served fragrant tea, but they still stared blankly at each other. Both had not yet reacted to reality. Wukong called out, "Brother." Baji immediately reminded him, "You shouldn't call Master a bald donkey." Mo Ting stood nearby, also somewhat worried. "Are you alright? It's all my—" Before he could finish, Wukong interrupted. "We'll talk about that later. First tell me about that bone. What exactly did you use?" Mo Ting was caught off guard by the question, somewhat bewildered. Baji immediately added. "It felt like eating a bomb. All sorts of flavors exploded directly in my mouth and I fainted after eating it." Mo Ting chuckled and then replied, "They're popping boba." These words left the two in disbelief, a sudden roar in their minds. Mo Ting took out a golden popping boba. Wukong stared intently at it and asked, "This is popping boba?" Mo Ting handed a cup of water to the two, then explained, "You two might not know, but in the mortal world today, this is an ingredient commonly used in drinks." He then took out another cup of water and said, "To make popping boba you only need these two things. One is calcium lactate solution and the other is sodium alginate solution." Mo Ting then took out a large dropper and said, "And the process with a dropper is quite simple." The two looked blankly at Mo Ting. "How do you do it?" Mo Ting used the dropper to draw up an orange liquid, explaining as he demonstrated, "Draw the prepared ingredients and sodium alginate into the dropper, then drip it into the calcium lactate solution." Plop plop sounds rang out, and two round pearls appeared at the bottom of the cup. But these pearls were all stuffed into the bones of the pig's trot. Tear with gluten-made bones wrapping around the popping boba. Hearing this, the two finally realized. Both said wide-eyed, "That's incredible. The mortal world has already advanced to this extent." Mo Ting handed the cup of popping boba to the two, then continued, "To ensure the journey to the west concluded smoothly, I specifically used the Tianju traditional snack poveri as a garnish in the final part of the pig's trot. Tear bone." Hearing this, Wukong Oed, surprised, "This is what blasted us out of the illusion?" Mo Ting nodded in affirmation. "That's right, this traditional snack commonly found on Tianju streets is made of crispy crackers, mung beans, potatoes, yogurt, and sweet and sour sauce. It has a powerful, refreshing and invigorating effect, and the explosive sensation from the popping boba can excite one to the extreme." It was this boiling sensation that allowed everyone to break through the illusion. His eyes full of confidence, he smiled and said, "We couldn't predict what kind of illusion everyone would face. Everything is determined by the memories deep within everyone's heart. It's more meaningful for the repayment feast to provide such a memorable experience for you too." These words plunged Wukong and Baji into deep thought. Wukong suddenly sighed. "Thinking back these years in the celestial realm, my fighting spirit has gradually eroded, and I no longer have any passion. If not for this dish, I'm afraid old Sun would never have found the feeling of the journey to the west again in this life." Baji also sighed in dejection. "I somewhat missed the passion of vanquishing demons back then." He recalled his wild days in the heavenly court and felt regret. "These years in the celestial realm, every day has been mundane. It wasn't until I remembered how I persevered back then that I felt how useless I've become." Suddenly, Wukong called Mo Ting. This time he was sincere, his eyes filled with genuine emotion, saying, "We understand your intentions. You went to a lot of trouble and I personally find this dish very satisfying." Mo Ting, hearing this, clasped his hands forcefully and said, "Thank you both." Just then, Baji spoke. "Wait, you haven't answered the question from earlier. Why is there a stimulating sensation on the tongue after the popping boba bursts in the mouth?" Mo Ting didn't answer. Instead, he took out a bag of popping boba and poured it directly into Baji's mouth. The sensation reappeared, making Baji cry out. "It was this very sensation that freed me from the illusion, like a volcanic eruption. I used to think it was fake, never imagining it would be so stimulating now. Is this really meant for human consumption?" "I'm broken." Wukong looked on, somewhat bewildered at that exceedingly exaggerated expression. Mo Ting chuckled softly and explained, "Actually it's like this. To enhance the explosive effect I use something called pop rocks. It's infused with compressed carbon dioxide. When the sugar coating melts in your mouth, the internal gas is released, increasing the bursting sensation. Another essential ingredient is pineapple seeds. Normally, pineapple seeds cause a stinging sensation on the tongue and are discarded ingredients. But I added an appropriate amount of pineapple seeds to the popping boba. That's where the stimulating sensation on everyone's tongue after the popping boba burst comes from." The exaggerated expressions left Jor and Bao wide-eyed. "Mo Ting, what's wrong with you?" Baji was completely numb at this point, utterly helpless. "I don't want this tongue anymore." "Take it and stew it." Wukong laughed heartily after hearing the explanation. "Good kid, I have to say, this repayment feast truly exceeded my expectations. Each dish was more surprising than the last, and waiting several hundred years was worth it." However, at this moment he sneered. "But the service needs improvement. You forgot to remind us about that step earlier, and we haven't settled that score with you yet." "That was indeed my oversight," Mo Ting replied sheepishly. "I'm sorry, it won't happen again." Wukong, having achieved his goal, smiled even more cunningly. "But don't you think you should add another dish to wipe the slate clean?" These words made the smile on Mo Ting's face stiffen. Wukong smiled faintly, or to put it another way, his eyes were now filled with murderous intent. If you say this was the second to last dish, does that mean there's one more final dish? Jor and A Bao hadn't expected this. They said in surprise, second to last dish. Jor's eyes widened and she realized this was his trick. Mo Ting also felt like he had shot himself in the foot, thinking in horror. Oh no, I blurted out that it was the second to last dish. But second to last dish strictly means the second dish counting backward, not the final one. Noting their hesitation, Wukong sneered and threatened, if you deceive us then Teoti Tower. Wukong didn't specify, merely reminding him meaningfully. Mo Ting, you must think carefully. The one thing old son cannot accept in this life is, speaking of this, his eyes filled with murderous intent, deception. The great sage's pressure made Mo Ting tremble. Behind him, Jor looked at him worriedly. What do we do now? Mo Ting was drenched in sweat. He swallowed hard, trying to keep calm. There was no time. Suddenly a thought flashed through Mo Ting's mind. Wait, I'm thirsty. Ting said, great sage. He had now regained his confidence. Wait for me 1 minute, the last dish will be served immediately. Then he ran to the kitchen, leaving Jor and A Bao behind, both worried and confused. Mo family, 1 minute. A Bao, already imagining the worst, said fearfully, WW, what can we hit with this? Wukong seemed to know their predicament and tisked in the kitchen. Mo Ting quickly ran to his treasure chest and opened it. He took out a pair of glass cups from it, then headed to the 100 Herbs Garden. Upon arriving at the 100 Herbs Garden, Mo Ting quickly ran to the lake to collect spring water from the 100 Herbs Garden, then returned to the kitchen. When Mo Ting returned, he was surprisingly only holding 2 cups of spring water. Wukong saw it, his eyes lit up and he sneered. Interesting. Bati, seeing what Wukong was doing, asked confusedly, Brother Monkey, why didn't you use your fiery golden eyes earlier? Wukong replied mysteriously. That would spoil the surprise. This time I want to see what tricks he's trying to play. It seems the next dish won't disappoint you. Bati's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he said in disbelief, Really? At this moment Mo Ting had already pushed over a fully covered dining cart. They're here. Jor, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat and asked blankly, What kind of dish is this? A Bao also suppressed its fear, feeling that it didn't look like food. Bati couldn't help but rush over excitedly. Did you really prepare a final dish? Let me see. However, before he could touch it, Wukong stopped him. Wait, he snorted coldly and said displeased, Ly. I want to hear Mo Ting introduce this dish first. Mo Ting was silent for a moment, the atmosphere extremely tense. After a long while he finally spoke honestly, saying, I truly didn't prepare the final dish beforehand, but I suddenly had an inspiration just now, so I temporarily made the contents of this plate. Below were 2 glass cups filled with 100 root water from the 100 Herbs Garden. Bati was instantly stunned at the sight, while Jor and A Bao were as if petrified. Water? Bati looked at Wukong puzzled and asked, Brother Monkey, this? Wukong didn't speak, standing up to leave. Idiot, put away Teoti Tower, turning the spring water of the 100 Herbs Garden into some 100 root water. Do you really take old son for a wild monkey? Bati was also helpless. He looked at Mo Ting and the others, sighed and said, You are too much. If there's no final dish, just say there isn't. Why lie to us? But Mo Ting suddenly called out. Wait, Wukong glanced at Mo Ting sharply. Considering all the dishes served earlier, at most I'll just dismantle Teoti Tower. What more do you dare to argue? Old son will not spare you. However, the last 2 words carried a hint of surprise. Mo Ting blinked, then sneered. Great sage, please look closely again. Wukong was somewhat surprised. He looked closely at the 2 cups of water and said, It can't be that simple. Wukong immediately used his fiery golden eyes to examine them carefully. Through his fiery golden eyes, the 2 cups of water emitted dazzling light, even surprising Wukong. How is this possible? I clearly saw you just pour. Mo Ting chuckled and said, Great sage, have you finished looking? Wukong really didn't understand. He scratched his head and said, Not yet. Bati heard this, pulled Mo Ting aside and said meaningfully, Senior brother, you're too impulsive. Old pig is going to drink it now. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight towards the 2 cups of water using his pig rush technique. Jor looked at everything happening before her, her eyes stiff, not understanding what was going on. She glanced at A Bao beside her and asked, What's going on? Will they be all right if they're not satisfied after drinking that water? A Bao immediately interrupted her. No way. Mo Ting saw their worries. He spoke to reassure them. Don't worry, nothing will happen. They are just undergoing the final step. There won't be any more of the previous problems. Come have a cola first to distress. Jor held the strange bottle in her hand and asked, What is this black liquid? Mo Ting introduced. This is 100 Herbs Cola. I fished it out while fishing in the jade pool last time. It's a good thing, very popular in the mortal world too. However, the cola recipe in the mortal world is still a mystery. I put in a lot of effort, using many immortal fruits to concoct this taste. A Bao held the cola bottle and examined it carefully. In contrast, Jor's expression suddenly darkened. She spoke, I'm more interested in what the 100 root water is made of. Here Wukong and Bati had entered a state of meditation after drinking it, which puzzled Jor. She pointed at the 2 of them. Drinking it allows them to achieve Buddhahood. This can happen again, it's too unreasonable. Mo Ting didn't explicitly say, merely hinting that only after they completed their final state would the repayment feast truly end. Not long ago, Mo Ting had added some strange things to the water. After the 2 drank it, they immediately seemed to enter a new state, entering an ancient Egyptian wonderland. Mo Ting looked at the 2 and comforted Jor, saying, Don't worry, they are self-testing their cultivation, it's a good thing. The more Jor listened, the more confused she became. Isn't this just meditating to gain enlightenment? When will they wake up then? Mo Ting chuckled and replied, Soon, they already had a foundation. Reaching this step is just a matter of course. As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong suddenly opened his eyes. He couldn't believe it, and immediately asked, "Mo Ting, how can this 100-root water be so miraculous?" Mo Ting exclaimed in surprise. "So fast?" Wukong was impatient. He eagerly pressed, "It made old Sun feel reborn." Bati also woke up at this moment and added, "I feel like Brother Monkey's ferocity has also been cleansed." Mo Ting chuckled after hearing this and explained in detail, "That's good. This 100-root water is called 100-root purity. Although the main ingredient of 100-root water is the spring water from the 100 Herbs Garden, what truly makes it effective is the Buddha wood seed from Tianju. To explain this fruit, the Buddha wood seed is characterized by its hard shell, making it difficult to carry. Inside is crisp and soft pulp which is very translucent, dissolves upon contact with water, and has a sweet and clear taste." Wukong couldn't believe it after hearing this and blurted out, "This time you actually use the Buddha wood seed that grows beside the 100 Herbs Garden spring water. Nourished by the spring water, it also harmonizes with the source of the spring water. The 100 Herbs Garden forms its own realm, where the internal spring water and various flowers and plants have been interwoven for thousands of years, containing a vast amount of immortal herb essence." Mo Ting nodded and added, "The Buddha wood seed, nourished by the essence of immortal herbs, can stimulate the Buddha nature within the human body, hence the effect of rebirth. The great sage cultivates Buddhism, pursuing great freedom and great purity. This 100-root water happens to be able to diminish the great sage's ferocious aura and refine his Buddha nature." Wukong's face was filled with surprise after hearing this. Bati also nodded in agreement with Mo Ting's words. That's right. Brother Monkey is often irritable and aggressive. Master has said it many times. Why don't you drink a few more cups and purify Brother Monkey to death?" Upon hearing this, Wukong's veins bulged on his forehead. "You dead pig, are you looking for a beating?" Wukong averted his gaze and continued to ask, "Mo Ting has troubled himself again. We won't make things difficult for you anymore. This repayment feast," but this glance made Wukong notice the object in Abeo's hand. "What is this?" He walked over and picked up the bottle to examine it carefully. Mo Ting smiled and explained, "This is 100 Herbs Cola. I fished it out while fishing and it's also a very popular drink in the mortal world." Wukong looked at it suspiciously and asked, "Can it really be drunk?" Bati was also full of doubts. "The color is too black like the underworld, let's not drink it." But Wukong was bold. He opened the bottle without hesitation. "It's fine, consider it a dessert for the repayment feast. After eating so much we should still trust the Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord won't mess up." The two took turns pouring the entire bottle of cola into their mouths, and gurgling sounds immediately echoed throughout Teoti Tower. Teoti Tower returned to its original tranquility. Jor held the cola bottle and said, "It seems the cola is fine. Hearing you say this, you want to combine this with the flat peach milk tea." Mo Ting nodded in agreement. "That's right, both are Teoti Tower's exclusive drinks. Flat peach milk tea is for internal supply. 100 Herbs Cola is for external sale, to make a name for ourselves. With a certain enhancement it will bring unimaginable profits." Jor was also startled by this, but she still said worriedly, "This idea is good, but it seems to have side effects." Jor pointed at the Wukong brothers behind her. "Selling it like this to those immortals, is it really okay?" Who knew Wukong was the one to explain, "That's not a side effect, that's happiness. A happiness like sunshine." The two's eyes lit up and they said excitedly, "It's that feeling you get when you see an upperclassman with a rabbit doll." Mo Ting added, "The taste is good, right? Cola is on special now, only 2 immortal crystals a cup." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere immediately became unpleasant. Wukong knelt on the ground as if he had collapsed. He couldn't even produce 2 immortal crystals. Bati beside him suddenly had an idea. "Senior brother, why don't you trade your golden cudgel?" Wukong, hearing this, rushed over and grabbed Bati, cursing, "I think you're the golden cudgel." Suddenly, a book appeared in the air. It swept past Bao and Jor like an arrow, flying towards Mo Ting. The two saw it and shouted worriedly, "Mo Ting!" When the book was about to touch Mo Ting's face, it stopped. It turned out Wukong had caught it. His face was as black as a pot. "Why has this thing appeared again, Mo Ting? I know this thing is enough to trade for a cartload of cola. You're really messing around." The book seemed to shimmer in the air. Bati enthusiastically blurted out, "Little brother, this is a good thing." Jor asked in confusion. "Huh? A good thing?" Bati then chuckled. "Brother Monkey, you tell him." Wukong stroked his chin and thought, "Too many things have been brought up, I forgot which one it was." Everyone looked at him with dark faces. Bati thought glumly, "This time please don't mess up yourself." Bati recalled, in fact, this thing was taken by Senior Brother from the Jade Emperor's treasure vault. At that time the Jade Emperor chased Senior Brother for 300 years, but Senior Brother was still tough and refused to hand it over. Wukong suddenly realized, "Now I remember." Jor and Mo Ting patted his shoulder. "As expected of you." He spoke discontentedly. "That old Jade Emperor has already sealed this book. Old Sun can't open it, otherwise I would have used this thing to exchange for better things long ago." He chuckled cunningly. "What do you think? This is an unparalleled treasure personally sealed by the Jade Emperor. Trading it for cola isn't a loss." Mo Ting thought, "The Jade Emperor's stuff?" he asked curiously. "Great sage, can I see it first?" He replied. Yes, but you must hold it steadily." A skeptical voice rose. "Mo Ting, can you really hold it? The great sage is almost at his limit too." Wukong pondered. "It's struggling violently." Wukong helplessly held the book, which was almost evaporating. "This thing is very disobedient. It will run away if you're not careful." Mo Ting wondered, "Is he really going to play for real?" Wukong put down the book. "I'm letting go." Everyone waited nervously. He shouted, "Idiot, get ready." Mo Ting dumbfoundedly took the book. Wukong and Baji looked at him, puzzled, and Jor was equally surprised. Mo Ting seemed to be holding a beautiful girl in his arms. Jor rubbed her eyes in confusion. She thought, "Did I see things just now?" Wukong praised, "Not bad." Mo Ting joyfully felt it. "The feel is also good." He surprisingly opened the book. Precious blade, he couldn't believe it. This made him confused. "What's wrong?" A scream rang out. "Come with me." With that, Mo Ting also vanished in a dazzling light. Baji looked at the void. "He is," Jor spoke. "Perhaps the old ancestor has something more important to say. The last time the precious blade was inherited, it was also like this." Baji and Wukong asked in surprise. "Inherited?" A voice rang out, attracting Bao and Jor's attention. "That?" Wukong smiled dangerously. "If this book is already so important, then we'll have to properly discuss the cola deal," Baji negotiated. "Before, a cartload of cola for one room. What about now?" Jor said angrily. "You guys are in the mental space." Mo Ting appeared and he questioned in confusion. "Old man, why did you suddenly pull me here?" Long glared at your hand. Mo Ting was startled. He tightly grasped the book. "Isn't this the mental space?" Long explained. "This is no ordinary thing. She was born only a little later than me." Bushin retorted. "You shameless old man who was born a little later than you. She's much younger than you." Mo Ting's mouth hung open, and Long also felt guilty. She stepped forward and lifted Mo Ting's chin. She said, "Little brother, you just touched me and I'm quite shy." He frantically threw the scroll far away, saying, You don't come closer." He stammered, pointing at the scroll, and asked, What is this thing?" She pouted. "Little brother is so heartless, playing with me and then discarding me." Long Clan spoke. "All right, Bushin, stop messing around. I need to talk business." Bushin unhappily said, "Old shameless one." Mo Ting wondered, "Do they know each other?" Long Clan mused. "Mo Ting, now I officially introduce her to you." The Long Clan introduced her. "She is the recipe of the Bushin feast. You can call her Bushin." Mo Ding then remembered. "Wait, the Bushin feast, is that the one Bao interrupted last time?" Long Clan agreed. "Exactly." Long Clan explained, "According to the standards of previous Dragon Lords, you are not yet qualified to know about the Bushin feast at your current stage." Mo Ding curiously asked, "Then why now? Is it because of her?" Bushin spoke. "Otherwise, my body is the recipe for the Bushin feast." She walked behind him and said, "Little brother should cherish me well from now on." He threw her far away again. "So what exactly is the Bushin feast?" Long Clan continued to explain. "Since you have already obtained a part of the Bushin feast recipe, I will reluctantly introduce it to you." Long Clan recounted that the official name of the Bushin feast is the Grand Bushin Banquet. The Grand Bushin Banquet is a top-tier feast that only Dragon Lords at the highest realm can create, symbolizing the pinnacle of the main Dao. He doubted. "Then how far am I from creating the Bushin feast?" Long Clan extended a finger and said, "Just a tiny bit." Long Clan gestured a circle and a bottomless black hole appeared. He stood there stunned after hearing Bushin's words. "Little brother, you still have a long way to go." She tried to comfort him. "Work hard. I believe you can definitely do it." Long Clan sighed. "It's rare to see you comforting others like this. The sun must have risen from the west." Bushin proudly declared, "HMPH, I think little brother will definitely be able to create the Bushin feast in the future." Mo Ting firmly said, "I'll take your auspicious words. I will work hard. I'm even better now." Long Clan warned, "Don't be happy too soon." Long Clan explained that throughout the history of the three realms, only the first-generation Dragon Lord, with the help of his team, managed to create the Bushin feast. He exclaimed, "What?" Long Clan said, "Before creating me, the first-generation Dragon Lord was already the chief deity of the three realms." Mo Ding admired. "So the top Dragon Lord was like that." He fantasized about himself standing on stage with everyone cheering. "Brother Mo is too strong, the peak of Dragon Lords," Long Clan continued. "That's right," Long Clan said. "If something hadn't gone wrong later, the heavenly realm wouldn't need to descend to the mortal world to find mortals to cook." Mo Ting wondered, What? Aren't Dragon Lords always invited from the mortal world?" Long Clan retorted. "Of course not," he continued to ask. "Then why?" Long Clan sighed. "They're just trivial matters I don't remember clearly." Long Clan instructed, "In short, your most important task now is to upgrade your culinary arts of the main Dao." Long Clan seriously said, "At your current level, you can't even process the ingredients for the dishes in the Bushin recipe." He was stunned. "How is that possible?" Long Clan chuckled cunningly. "Don't believe me, Bushin? Show him the first page." Bushin responded. "All right." Mo Ting stared at the scene before him in surprise. "Ah, the knife is the same as mine. This thing actually moves." Those skilled techniques were displayed before him. Cutting, pressing, stir-frying, mixing. He couldn't believe his eyes. 4 techniques could actually evolve into 21 Dao skills. Mo Ting thought incredulously. "Why does such an ordinary knife technique carry such a magical charm?" He immediately retorted. No knife skill transitions. I cannot achieve such perfect transitions. Originally 2 knife skills couldn't be seamlessly connected like that." Long Clan spoke. "How about it?" he stammered. Long Clan asked, "Do you still think I'm exaggerating?" He gritted his teeth and said, "It's just that my knife skills aren't proficient enough yet. With more practice I will definitely catch up." Long Clan hesitantly said, "But this is just the first dish of the Bushin feast, just the first method of processing ingredients." Bushin mused. "Little brother, the Bushin feast is really difficult," Long Clan proudly said to him. "With that attitude you will never be able to create the Bushin feast." Mo Ding sighed. "Can I really not create the Bushin feast?" In the silent space, Mo Ding seemed to be waiting for something. Suddenly Bushin appeared behind him, gently comforting him. "Little brother, if you work a little harder, you can definitely do it." Mo Ting was in a daze and asked, "Really?" She gently placed her hand on his shoulder, comforting him. "Don't be discouraged." Just like that, the two remained silent for a long time. Meanwhile, somewhere in the heavens a ghostly figure was constantly prying, attracting strange monsters to gather here. Blood energy was thus generated, converging into a formation. Although the formation was already working, the temporary barrier placed in that area was attacked by foreign entities. They tried to invade the three realms, and when an energy orb emitted unusual power, it could sometimes successfully subdue them. But the seal array diagram already showed signs of being damaged. Someone, upon seeing this, rushed to report, "Gather, gather, the barrier is about to break." When chaos erupted here, someone loudly urged, "Highest alert, the barrier has been breached, prepare for battle." The general put on his armor and led the soldiers to fight for the three realms. However, the Jade Emperor was leisurely checking ledgers, yet he calmly reminded, "No need to rush." He sensed someone approaching and calmly said, "He has already arrived." Hearing this, the soldiers looked up at the sky in confusion. In the sky, the Buddhist symbol appeared, suppressing all directions. The soldiers cheered in surprise. "When did he make a move? It's him, that ruthless man." As soon as the Buddha made a move, the energy orb immediately returned to its original state. "All right, no cracks." After finishing, he quickly appeared. "Jade Emperor, you asked this old monk to mend the main Tao's hole over 1,000 years ago, and the repair plan was already discussed long ago. When will it begin?" Seeing that the Jade Emperor did not reply, the Buddha unhappily added, "There should be a limit to treating this old monk as a tool." Although the Jade Emperor remained silent, he continued to nag in his ear. The main Tao shattered back then because of the Bushan feast, and most of its fragments fell into Huasha. The inheritors of dozens of fragments are not easy to find. Suddenly, the Jade Emperor suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, Bushan." He looked up anxiously. "The attacks from the foreign entities are becoming more frequent. If the main Tao's hole is not repaired soon, I'm afraid." The Jade Emperor suddenly changed the subject. "Do you still remember that monkey?" He thought of Sun Wukong holding the Bushan recipe, his eyes sparkling. He chuckled and recounted how, 3,000 years ago, that monkey stole the Bushan recipe. His power also protected the Bushan recipe, until the inheritor of the Huasha main Tao appeared. This time that reckless monkey was finally reliable. Under the ceiling formation, the Buddha couldn't help but wonder, "Really?" The Jade Emperor simply said calmly, "You are so anxious, why not use the Bushan recipe as an intermediary to calculate the exact winning date?" Hearing this, he was a little embarrassed. The Bushan recipe involves nearly 1/3 of the main Tao fragments. This old monk's Western heaven karma cannot be calculated. Suddenly, the Jade Emperor abruptly stood up. "Actually, there's no need to calculate." The Buddha wondered. "Ah," he slowly walked forward, "we will meet soon. This fellow really exceeded my expectations." At this moment, Mo Ting's face was gloomy. He hesitated for a long time, still clutching Bushan in his hand. Mo Ding lowered his head, his mind in turmoil. "This is just the first dish of the Bushan feast, just the first method of processing ingredients. With your attitude, you will never be able to create the Bushan feast." "Can I really not create the Bushan feast? What about himself?" Just then, a small dragon rushed out from somewhere and flicked his forehead. "What are you standing there for?" At this moment, Mo Ting suddenly awoke, observing his surroundings in a daze. "How, where is this?" The little dragon seriously explained. "I slightly changed the mental space. It's our big boss." This confused him. "Big boss," it continued to explain to Mo Ting. "I can't say much. Now I will take you to meet him." He looked around for him. "Where is the big boss?" The little dragon turned around, facing forward and bowing. Then it prostrated itself on the ground and loudly shouted, "Teisheng Keishan Zifu Yuli, Hanzhen Tidao Jinke Yungang Lishu Yuli Wandao Wu. For the great Dao Mingdian Hao, Tianjin Kwa Wuzunyu Wang Shezui Deixianjin Chushwen Gaoshangdi." After listening, Mo Ting's mind was full of question marks, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. At this moment, the Jade Emperor appeared elegantly and ordered the little dragon. "Little dragon, step down." He also heard the voice from behind him and jumped in surprise. The little dragon stood up, its head buried deep in the ground. Yes, Mo Ting, however, was scared out of his wits. Where did this come from? He carried the aura of a superior, his tone serious. "You finally arrived. It's been worth the wait all these years." He looked blankly at the Jade Emperor's divine descent. Mo Ding awkwardly and hesitantly asked him, Who are you?" Seeing that he didn't recognize him, he sighed helplessly in silence. Even the black and white spheres were equally dejected. The Jade Emperor had no choice but to tell him his name. "Little friend, you can simply call me the Jade Emperor." But he only received a sigh of "oh." At this moment, Mo Ding remembered those 4 words and was stunned again. "Jade Emperor, that name isn't very smart." Unexpectedly, Bushan was furious upon hearing this. Jade Emperor. She angrily spat out the essence of the world only in uncivilized language. The Jade Emperor simply leisurely cast a silencing spell, making the space quiet. Then he turned to face Mo Ding. "Little friend, what do you think of my heavenly realm?" He was excited, his tone immediately changing. "Good, very good, excellent." The Jade Emperor sat on the steps, quite satisfied. "Then little friend must work hard. It's not easy to stay in the heavenly realm as a dragon lord forever." Mo Ting immediately agreed in a daze. "Of course," he enthusiastically asked. Little friend's emotions seemed to have changed a lot. Hearing this, he was a little surprised. After speaking, the Jade Emperor happily allowed him to ask questions. "Come, little friend, come and sit. You can ask any questions directly." Mo Ting narrowed his eyes, carefully considering his words. The Jade Emperor took the Bushan recipe from Mo Ting's hand, opened it and looked at it. He curiously asked, "Is it for this?" Mo Ting's face was troubled and he hastily affirmed. The Jade Emperor closed the Bushan recipe and analyzed for him. The first-generation Dragon Lord's Tao of processing ingredients can be said to be at its pinnacle. "It's too early for you to reach his level now." Mo Ding took her. He quickly asked, "And what should I do?" He simply said calmly, "Little friend, why are you so fixated on this knife skill?" He gritted his teeth and angrily recounted. "Because that old fellow said I would never be able to create the Bushan feast." Mo Ting was furious, clenching his fists. "I must prove him wrong." Hearing this, the Jade Emperor immediately understood everything and readily agreed. "Good." It was then that he revealed something. "Then, little friend, do you know that even if you master the existing dishes on the Bushan recipe, you still cannot create the Bushan feast?" He was startled and asked in confusion, "Why afterwards?" Mo Ding stood up and strode forward and suggested, "How about this, you cook me a meal and I'll tell you." He was stunned. "Huh?" Seeing Mo Ding still standing, the Jade Emperor looked back and tentatively asked, "What, you don't want to?" He awkwardly forced a smile. No, I really want to." Then Mo Ting pointed out the reason for his earlier hesitation. "But I don't have any cooking tools or ingredients, so I can't cook," he said without hesitation casually. "That's simple. This is also a mental space. Whatever you want in your mind, you can conjure it." He understood blankly. "Is that so?" Mo Ding immediately concentrated. "Let me try." As he propped his chin deep in thought, everything around him converged. Just like that, rays of light streamed in, shelves, kitchen utensils appeared, followed by a wooden chopping board and a cleaver. Mo Ding contentedly picked up the sharp cleaver. The Jade Emperor, seeing the cleaver in his hand, exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's not the treasured blade." Mo Ting happily raised the cleaver, winked and said, "Although the treasured blade is convenient for processing immortal ingredients, I used to secretly hide this knife from my grandfather." He opened the window, letting the cool breeze blow in soft petals, then asked, "Do you have any requirements for the dish?" He casually suggested a dish to him. "Make your favorite hometown dish." Mo Ting was surprised and broke out in a cold sweat. "Hometown dish?" He closed his eyes, reluctantly agreeing, "All right, I'll go make it now." No sooner had Mo Ting spoken than fresh ingredients flew up. Just then he suddenly opened his eyes, a warm flame ignited and the wok was swiftly placed on the stove. Seeing the water in the pot begin to boil, a wondrous light gathered in his eyes. He picked up a piece of tofu, preparing to cut it. Immediately after, Mo Ding swiftly cut the large piece of tofu into hundreds of small pieces. As soon as he finished cutting, the tofu pieces immediately dropped into the boiling water. Then Mo Ding swiftly scooped them out. Then he closed his eyes, thinking of other ingredients: Sichuan peppercorns, garlic, ginger, chili. As soon as Mo Ding thought of them, the ingredients appeared. Not long after, they were cut into countless tiny pieces. As they fell, he immediately put away his knife, his movements as fast as lightning. Suddenly a light flashed in his eyes, and he thought of another thing: beef. Then Mo Ting's knife-wielding speed was so fast that only afterimages remained. The Jade Emperor silently observed everything from behind. He felt a little guilty for hiding the truth. Fortunately, this kid hadn't discovered that the mental space could directly conjure finished dishes. But dishes made that way would lack soul. The mental space had a slight loophole. Not long after, Mo Ting finished the dish and presented the plate to him. "Your Majesty, please taste it." He was surprised. "So fast?" He happily introduced Mapo tofu. He looked at the fragrant tofu on the plate and secretly evaluated. No beanie taste. The spiciness of the spices is also very strong. The Jade Emperor used his chopsticks to pick up a firm piece of tofu. He then examined the texture of the dish. It was elastic. The Jade Emperor placed a piece in his mouth, feeling a subtle sweetness which, when chewed, burst forth with saltiness, numbness, and a slight spiciness. After swallowing the tofu, his mood was immediately satisfied. Not bad, good boy. This dish is delicious. I almost changed my style." But the Jade Emperor was displeased because there was only one dish. Was this looking down on him? He could still handle this much. Just then, Mo Ting slyly smiled. He brought out 2 more dishes. He placed 2 steaming hot dishes on the table, excitedly shouting, "They're here, they're here. 2 more dishes." The Jade Emperor curiously pointed at one of the dishes on the table and asked, "What is this dish?" Mo Ting explained that it was a special snack from the Qing dynasty, Sichuan malatang. He was quite surprised and picked up a piece with his chopsticks to taste it. Sichuan malatang, an interesting name. He watched the Jade Emperor nervously as he tasted the dish. It wasn't until the Jade Emperor let out a sound that Mo Ting was startled and shocked, but he still calmly continued his meal. The Jade Emperor chewed a piece and swallowed it. He felt the deliciousness, breathing out a sigh of satisfaction, a refreshing spiciness. Good. In the end it still was. Mo Ting, relieved, quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this moment the Jade Emperor curiously asked, "Are there still many ingredients in the red broth?" He solemnly listed a series of ingredients. "Reporting to your Majesty, there are chicken feet, chicken hearts, quail eggs, duck liver, duck intestines, pork skin, beef tripe, offal, squid, and chicken hearts. There are even more vegetarian dishes: kelp nuts, orchids, shiitake mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, lotus root slices, asparagus, bamboo shoots, dried tofu, potatoes, wood ear mushrooms, and vegetarian tripe made from shiitake mushrooms. We usually serve them by the skewer, basically 1 skewer per dish," he replied with satisfaction. "Good, I like it." Before long, the dishes were all swept clean with nothing left. Seeing this scene, Mo Ting was terrified, sweating profusely. Even the broth was not spared. He was a ruthless eater, but the Jade Emperor didn't care about his feelings at the moment. "So what's the next dish?" Mo Ting nimbly brought out a plate of enticing meat. "Your Majesty, it's twice-cooked pork." He froze, doubtfully saying this. The Jade Emperor suddenly fell silent, vaguely sensing that something was amiss. "What's wrong? Is the appearance not elegant enough?" He immediately used his power, and a ray of light dispersed. Nothing, I'm full, I want to pack it up. After packing it, the Jade Emperor stored it in his spatial dimension. To be honest, your dishes truly exceeded my expectations. After Mo Ting fulfilled his conditions, he anxiously asked, now can you tell me why I can't create the Bushan feast? The Jade Emperor extended 3 fingers indicating, turn to page 33 of the Bushan recipe. He widened his eyes and nervously opened the Bushan recipe as instructed. To page 33, as soon as he opened it to that page, Mo Ting was horrified, his pupils constricted. Seeing his expression, he smiled faintly. Now do you understand why? Mo Ting was utterly shocked, slamming the blank Bushan recipe onto the table. Why are the next few dozen pages empty? The Jade Emperor simply replied, they were stolen. Hearing this, he was incredulous. Ha! He calmly told Mo Ting that they had been stolen by other immortal chefs, and a long time ago. He anxiously shouted, this Bushan recipe is so important, why didn't you retrieve it? But the Jade Emperor merely smiled faintly. Retrieve it? Yes, with so many powerful immortals, is it really that simple to retrieve it? He immediately resumed his serious posture. Then tell me why it should be retrieved. Mo Ting firmly believed that the Bushan recipe was the pinnacle of the main Tao. How can you say such a thing? The Jade Emperor looked at the Bushan recipe on the table and lazily said, the pinnacle of the main Tao? He turned and walked towards the kitchen, explaining, no immortal in the heavenly court can cultivate the main Tao, let alone the pinnacle of the main Tao. Therefore, then the Jade Emperor calmly looked up and said, even if it were to be retrieved, it should be done by the Dragon Lord themselves. After listening, Mo Ting fell into deep thought, then he lightly snapped his fingers. All right, time's almost up, that's enough. This virtual kitchen will turn into nothingness. You are more talented than the previous Dragon Lords. I believe in you. He was startled, dumbfounded. The Jade Emperor stuffed the Bushan recipe into Mo Ting's arms, admonishing him, guard it well, it will be useful in the future. Seeing him about to leave, he hastily asked his identity. Your Majesty, where are you going? The Jade Emperor refused to answer. The missing parts of the Bushan recipe are in the hands of the God Realm's chef gods. This is for you to see. As soon as he walked away, a sense of oppression struck him, making him quickly cover his face with his hand. Before stepping into the space gate, the Jade Emperor didn't forget to add, there are also various God realms in the celestial realm, distributed in different places. Remember them. He turned around and continued to remind, even if you don't actively seek them out, those God Lords who want to improve their culinary skills will come looking for you. Until the Jade Emperor was about to disappear into the dazzling light, he advised, instead of passively defending, it's better to take the initiative. Mo Ting, bathed in white light, said worriedly, but I've only just inherited the Dragon Lord position, I'm no match for them at all. Suddenly his voice came from above, go back to the mortal realm, the root of the main Tao. In the mortal realm, let Jor go with you. He looked up blankly. At this moment, Mo Ting voiced his concern. What about those immortals who come to Teoti Tower to eat? The Jade Emperor softly replied, it's fine, but he was somewhat worried. What do you mean by that? From above. He explained to him, but you see, my true form is already here and it's time for me to leave. Moreover, I won't be in the immortal realm recently. If you've decided to descend to the mortal realm, you must go to my avatar to receive the travel permit. Don't secretly cross the border with Jor again. Mo Ting awkwardly complied. Yes. He was surprised, somewhat disbelieving. Just then, the light grew even brighter, and Mo Ting's body was also enveloped by the light. On the other side, Jor had 2 large bumps on her head from being hit for being naughty. She cried tearfully, loudly shouting, 1,000 cups of cola. Are you not human? Wukong, hearing this, was furious. He suppressed his anger, gritting his teeth and replying, this is already cheap. Suddenly, Mo Ting's appearance attracted everyone's attention. Mo Ting rushed over in a panic, and at the same time, Wukong just turned his head, asking with a silly smile, you're back, is everything done? Mo Ting smiled foolishly, glancing at Jor and A Bao behind him who were pouting. More or less. Wukong seemed to seize the opportunity, grinning. All right, let's talk about the price. Bati extended 2 fingers. 1,000 cups of cola, he bid first. No less than that. Mo Ting ignored Bati's words and rushed straight to Wukong. Great sage, this Bushan recipe. He picked up the book and examined it, then confirmed with him again. This is the Bushan recipe, right? I'll still have to trouble you to unseal it. Suddenly, Wukong's eyes widened as if he sensed something terrifying. He returned the book to Mo Ting, who was astonished. Wukong automatically moved more than a meter away from Mo Ting. He asked in confusion, Great sage, what's wrong? Why does this thing suddenly have the Jade Emperor's aura? It didn't before. Wukong's face darkened, and he couldn't help but ask curiously, did you just see the Jade Emperor? Mo Ting didn't think much of it, innocently replying, oh yes, I was just cooking for the Jade Emperor in the mental space. Jor and A Bao were dumbfounded by his answer. What? In Wukong's eyes, the Jade Emperor was an incomparably evil demon. He trembled and haggled. All right, I only want 800 cups of cola for this book. Bati was so angry he wanted to rush up and beat Wukong, but he was easily stopped. Brother Monkey, you win against the Jade Emperor first. Bati was still angry, so he vented his anger on Mo Ting. Yes, no less than that. Suddenly he pointed and said, from now on everyone gets free cola. This made Wukong and Baji's eyes widen in astonishment. The two of them laughed as if they had struck gold. Really? Oh la la. Mo Ting hadn't finished. Of course the value of the Bushin recipe is more than that. Only then did he truly finish. Wukong and Baji were covered in sweat, rejecting this special treatment. Forget it, we just want 800 cups of cola. No, we don't want it anymore. What's wrong? Before he could say anything, Jor behind him loudly threatened. Free is not an option. Mo Ting gently cajoled Jor, but she didn't listen to a word. Jor, listen to me. No way, I won't do it even if you kill me. No one can do anything to her. In the pavilions and cave dwellings of the heavenly court, with their divine consciousness returned, the Jade Emperor and the Buddha sat cross-legged. The Jade Emperor imagined many things, his divine consciousness restored. The Buddha slowly asked him, "How is it over there? Where did the food come from?" Seeing that the Jade Emperor didn't reply, he turned to look. The Jade Emperor was enveloped in golden light, holding a small circle in his palm. A plate of food appeared in the Jade Emperor's hand. The Buddha asked in confusion, "Where did the food come from?" The Jade Emperor replied, "The Dragon Lord made it." The Buddha's voice grew urgent. "The inheritor of Huasha has appeared." The Jade Emperor looked composed without a hint of worry. "Indeed, and he has 32 fragments." Hearing this, the Buddha was covered in cold sweat. 32 fragments? Doesn't that mean? The Jade Emperor stood up, focusing on the suspended object in his hand. The plan can almost begin. It's truly surprising, the Buddha said gloomily. It's a pity the food is formed by spiritual power. Otherwise I could taste it. Suddenly, the Jade Emperor's words caught his attention again. That's not necessarily true. Look closely. The Buddha looked more closely and felt a growing difference. He pondered for a moment. Wait. This dish is clearly different from a dish formed by spiritual power. How is this possible? This dish is somewhat like the Bushin feast. While its form and inherent divine essence are not comparable to the Bushin feast, it possesses a trace of the same divine essence as the Bushin feast, the Jade Emperor then explained in detail. Indeed, although its appearance and inherent divine essence cannot compare to the Bushin feast, compared to ordinary immortal dishes it can be considered a rare delicacy. Moreover, even with just a trace, a dish with divine essence and one without are worlds apart. One of the uses of this divine essence is, he chanted a spell, pointing his finger, then through the illusory food before him made it turn from illusion to reality. Golden light shone brightly, obscuring everything. The soldiers fighting below stopped, drawn by the aroma. So fragrant, don't get distracted. Truly fragrant. A braised pork belly, perfectly combining color, aroma and taste, appeared before them. Even the Buddha drooled with craving. He could no longer resist, rolling up his sleeves, his eyes fixed on the plate of meat. Then this old monk will not be polite. Before the Buddha's chopsticks could even touch the fragrant meat, he was stopped by the Jade Emperor. He then asked the Buddha, "You cultivate Mahayana Buddhism, yet you dare to eat meat? Aren't you afraid of ruining your cultivation?" Desire had overcome fear. So the Buddha firmly told the Jade Emperor, "I am the Buddha, I am not afraid." The two of them finished the plate of meat together, not forgetting to open a few more bottles of wine to enhance the atmosphere. The Buddha sat meditating, his mind serene despite the wine and meat. The scene cuts back to the assembly hall where Mo Ting was. Wukong and Baji looked at each other. "What? Descend to the mortal realm?" Wukong turned to ask Mo Ting, who honestly replied that it was the Jade Emperor's request. He said the root of the main Tao is in the mortal realm and we need to go down to find it to improve our culinary skills. Jor drew a circle on the ground and said, "Descend to the mortal realm then?" She turned to look at them, her eyes completely white, looking somewhat terrifying. "The flat peach tree branches only just died. Are we leaving like this?" Jor's voice grew softer and softer. Besides, what was lost couldn't be recovered. Wukong and Baji stood by, sweating profusely. Is that the only reason? Jor's fingers grew long and crooked as if broken, and her teeth became even more grotesque. And it's not because the chance to get rich only comes once. Her eyes were bloodshot, full of rage. "Enough, I've had enough. I'm going to get rich, really rich. Immortal crystals, I want more immortal crystals." Mo Ting tapped Jor's head, who was still rambling. "The Jade Emperor didn't say we had to descend to the mortal realm right now." She then reverted to her original cute appearance. "Oh, then it's fine." Seeing Jor change her expression so quickly, Wukong and Baji both became wary of her. This maid's resentment is too terrifying. Fortunately, the 9,981 calamities didn't involve Jor. Mo Ting picked up the book and continued to ask Wukong, "Great sage, can this seal of the Jade Emperor be broken?" He pointed at the book blankly and said, "This was personally sealed by the Jade Emperor. Even I'm not sure if it can be broken." Mo Ting then threatened, "If it can't be broken, then the free cola deal is off." At the mention of cola, Wukong immediately reconsidered, minding his image. Wukong kept stammering, unable to speak. "It's not impossible to break it. Old Lord Lousy next door can break it. It's just that," he gestured with his fingers, "the price is a bit high." Mo Ting looked at the distance between his two fingers and asked helplessly, "Is there any other way? If you can find the Jade Emperor's true form, it would be simple." He looked up and asked Wukong, "Can the Jade Emperor's avatar work?" The topic gradually became serious, no longer a joke. "An avatar works too. Do you know where the avatar is?" "The Jade Emperor told me to go to his avatar to get the travel permit." Mo Ting breathed a long sigh of relief. "Phew." He stood frozen in place, somewhat disbelieving. The Jade Emperor didn't seem to mention the avatar's location. The others also stood dumbfounded. At a dead end, Mo Ting could only suggest, "Why don't we go back and ask the Queen Mother? That's the only way." But they were already standing at the Queen Mother's palace gates. The Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor have been at odds for years. Would she know? Wukong's mind kept spinning. No matter what, they are husband and wife. Let's try, Jor suddenly asked. What is this travel permit they both mentioned? Wukong picked his ear, his tone casual. It's the proof required by the heavenly court to pass through the 4 heavenly gates. Jor was like an innocent deer, not understanding what was happening. Oh, you don't know? Wukong pulled out a travel permit. Oh, it's this, so there's such a thing. I always go down to the mortal realm through a passage I open myself. Jor picked up the travel permit, examining it carefully. Having never seen one before, Mo Ting only just realized and scolded her. I was wondering why the Jade Emperor said you illegally crossed the border. So you've never used the main gate before? Bati secretly admired her ability, crossing the border illegally for so many years and never getting caught. Amazing, miss. This time, old Sun calls you the strongest. As they walked in, the soldiers on guard outside angrily cursed. What are you doing on the palace hall? Before their anger could fully erupt, Mo Ting pulled out something to entice the tall soldier, an extra-large gift bag labeled Mo. The soldier happily accepted their gift, allowing them to enter freely. The Queen Mother was not in the hall. She was resting in her chambers, which was directly to the right. They arrived at the Queen Mother's residence and paid their respects. She lazily asked them, no need for formalities. What is it? Mo Ting didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, do you know the location of the Jade Emperor's avatar? The Queen Mother reached into a chip bag, took out a chip and put it in her mouth. She flatly refused them. No idea. Seeing the Queen Mother like this, Wukong couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Suddenly she smiled faintly, her tone full of mystery. However, the 4 heavenly kings' clairvoyant eye should know. Mo Ting remained calm while Wukong behind him looked as if he was about to burst into flames. Thank you, Queen Mother, I shall take my leave. Can you speak without gasping? As soon as they turned and walked a few steps, the Queen Mother sat up and called out to Mo Ting, come here. She put on her slippers and slowly walked over to him. Mo Ting's eyes widened in surprise. The Queen Mother suddenly made an intimate gesture. Seeing the two of them like this, Jor's eyes immediately widened and her mouth fell open. The Queen Mother gently stroked his face. Mo Ting suddenly widened his eyes, asking in confusion, what are you doing? He felt a chill rush through his body. Jor uncontrollably looked up. Mo Ting. She took her hand off Mo Ting's face. The Queen Mother turned and walked away. All right, you may withdraw. He subtly let out a sigh of relief. Jor stood in front of him, angrily shouting, what are you doing? She glanced sharply and the guards quickly rushed forward. The Queen Mother swiftly reached for a bag and tore it open violently. The Queen Mother munched on snacks, her face showing displeasure. This queen is in a good mood now, scram. She was fuming with anger, her rage burning fiercely. Jor roughly yanked his head like pulling a radish. Wukong stood at the doorway, unable to help but laugh. He turned, a schadenfreude expression on his face. Luckily she's here. Wukong extended a finger, narrowing his eyes and sighing. Indeed, your family, she impatiently said. You stinky monkey. The somersault cloud was as swift as the wind. Mo Ting propped his chin, thinking absent-mindedly, always feeling like something was missing, but it wasn't his own thing. In a room there was a human world model, and she watched it intently, looking foolish. The Queen Mother held a golden glowing orb, wondering to herself, how dare he leave a mark on Mo Ting? Does he really think she won't come looking for him to settle accounts? She propped her legs on the bed, let out a sneer. This stinky dog man sneaking off for over 1,000 years, I finally caught him. The red mark was clearly visible. The sky cracked, and a loud bang made the Jade Emperor spit out water. He exhaled, thinking, this is bad. The Jade Emperor's voice trembled as he quickly calculated. The Buddha next to him asked, brother, are you all right? The Buddha suddenly turned. Oh dear, your brow is so dark. That usually means her. The Queen Mother's face was frosty, her tone sarcastic. Looks like you've been having quite a good time out there, haven't you? He thought fearfully. I'll pretend to be dead for a while. The Jade Emperor shrieked in panic. Bao Bao, save me. He was so scared his mouth couldn't close. No way. Bao Bao, why are you sitting so far away? Do you want to see me ruined? Over there. The Buddha silently chanted, Amitabha. He said with a trembling voice. Bao Bei, how did you chase me all the way here? The Queen Mother behind him said coldly, if I didn't chase you, who knows if you'd be hooking up with that old Greek man? He remained silent. The Queen Mother grabbed his clothes and angrily shouted, don't hide it anymore. I know everything, he cried out in terror, covering his body with his hands. Stop. Queen Mother was not surprised, indeed. She whispered, who is it? Who is it? The Queen Mother embraced him, crying and asking, who did this? He held the Queen Mother, trembling and crying, gently comforting her. All right, don't be angry. It'll be over soon. The Jade Emperor's back was riddled with scars, all inflicted by foreign minor characters. Their voices still echoed, I'll avenge you. Your pathetic skills are only good for bullying me. Don't pinch my face. He clasped his hands, his face ashen. Amitabha, Amitabha, Amitabha. The crack in the sky. The seal on Mo Ting was lifted. The Queen Mother held the glowing orb. Oh dear, an oversight. The two embraced happily, almost forgetting that she was the most powerful being in space magic in the 3 realms. Secretly leaving a mark on Mo Ting was truly a misstep. She narrowed her eyes as if pouting. HMPH, wasn't it given by you? You were out for so long and I couldn't find you. The Jade Emperor comforted her, like a happy couple. Don't worry about it, I'll always be with you from now on. How many times have I told you, don't pinch my face? The Buddha next to them said angrily, Amitabha, 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 Amitabha. The somersault cloud sped past, no one spoke. Mo Ting seriously asked. By the way, where are the 4 heavenly kings? She retorted, annoyed. Do I look like someone who's been to the heavenly gate? Mo Ting fearfully whispered. Almost forgetting she was an expert at sneaking across borders, she pulled out a ledger of debts. Remembering that the 4 heavenly kings owed Teodi Tower a large sum, the ledger was produced. Mo Ding behind her was speechless. It was convenient to collect debts along the way, he shouted. Great sage. Wukong turned around, frowning and asking, why are you calling me? Do you know the location of the 4 heavenly kings? He replied calmly as if it were obvious. Of course not. The 2 behind them squabbled, almost cursing, resolving to ask clearly next time before leaving. Ha 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 ha. Wukong pointed at his sweating face. This isn't a big problem. He gently pressed his hand and a panel appeared. Bati next to him dared not speak, thinking, why do I have a bad feeling again? After careful thought he said, if you want all 4 of them to be present, then you have to go to the South Heavenly Gate. Wukong pointed at the map, facing the South Heavenly Gate. Let's go here. Welcome to the unethical map. The luxurious panel hummed a few times, confirming the final destination, South Heavenly Gate. The 2 were still snoring, drooling. The panel sounded one last time, preparing to activate auto-navigation mode. Bati suddenly opened his eyes, terrified and pale. Auto-navigation. He quickly ran to the back, heedless of being in the sky, only intent on running. Oh my, run, it's still not too late to run now, Jor shrieked in panic. Bati. He grabbed Baji's ear and pulled him over. Fool, jumping out of the vehicle is dangerous. Come and sit still. It'll be safe here, so don't be afraid. Hearing the comfort, he still stubbornly refused to come over. No, don't come over. Mo Ting looked down below, his mind full of questions, puzzled. A machine suddenly appeared, making him question life itself. Holy crap, what is this? A machine face appeared, and the somersault cloud, seeing who it was, widened its mouth in surprise, chattering away. What the heck was that just now? After transforming for a long time, it only got an expression that everyone was talking about, forgetting Bati. Putting all that aside, why is there even brainwashing BGM now? It's really, oh dear, oh dear. He desperately yelled for help. Everyone stop making fun. Saving our lives is more important. The cloud-shaped machine pursued from behind. Wukong sped forward while listening to the song. After a dizzying ride, she threw up a lot. Wukong ignored the 4 puking people and turned. You guys take your time, I'll go check first. He stood before a towering gate, placing his hands in his pockets. He spoke. Looks like this is it. Guanmozuo's South Heavenly Gate. Standing in front of a shabby, simple shop, Wukong asked doubtfully. Oh, the 4 heavenly kings shouldn't be inside, right? The shop was covered in cobwebs and many people were gathered, their voices rising and falling. 2 of bamboo's Peng, 3 Wan suddenly slammed the table, shouting, don't move, I'm going for who? He kicked open the door with a flourish and walked in. The 4 looked back at the heavenly king of the south in surprise, gritting their teeth furiously. Damn it, who is it? He poked 2 fingers into the heavenly king of the south's nostrils. The heavenly king gasped for breath, stammering, you. The heavenly king of the west next to him shouted impatiently. How dare you? What is this? He looked over with a frosty face. The heavenly king of the west, seeing him, became as docile as a little rabbit and said nothing. The sky was blue and the clouds in the sky were truly white, snow white. Guanmozuo's South Heavenly Gate. He sat next to the 4 and the others only dared to think, great sage, what brings you here? Wukong, like a big brother, said, I'm not going to waste words with you today. Old Sun is here. His face was cold as he turned his head. To collect a debt on behalf of Teodi Tower. Wukong looked up. Great sage equal to heaven collects money. Over there, the 4 of them chattered amongst themselves, discussing when Teodi Tower hooked up with this immortal. Who knows how much we owe Teodi Tower? Let me calculate. Ouch, it might take all 4 of our savings. How did we eat so much? Ouch, should we just deny the debt? Don't forget we fought. No, and that one just now. Ouch, you all shut up. Great sage, please calm your anger. Give the money, quickly give the money. Come on, spit it out forcefully. Yes, just like that, spit it out. 4th brother, don't vomit somewhere else. Too careless. The South Heavenly Gate is exploding. Looking at the Guanmozuo's South Heavenly Gate in the sky, so many immortal crystals, magic treasures, elixirs. Those 4 scoundrels finally paid their debts. Go pick up the goods from today. This place shall be called Teodi Plaza. Wait for me. Prosperous society, here we come. Miss, look, Guanmozuo's has been blown up. Don't worry about it. We'll just clean it up and take it back. Start. Labor is glorious, labor is joyful. Jor cast a spell. Put down the immortal crystals. These immortal crystals are mine. Saving money? Really, Heavenly King of the North Guanmozuo, quickly give back Guanmozuo to me. That lousy place of yours should have been smashed long ago. Next time, come to my East Heavenly Gate cave dwelling for mahjong. My place is huge. Teodi Plaza is too big, finally here. Huh? So these are the legendary 4 heavenly kings. Hold on, third brother, poof, spitting out too much money, severely depleting vitality. I originally wanted to take a picture for remembrance, Mo family. These immortal crystals on the ground are theirs. I just counted, and it's roughly what they owed on the ledger. That's good. Hello everyone. Mo Ting, the newly appointed Dragon Lord of Teodi Tower. Dragon Lord, hello. Are you the one who made the heavenly skill chicken and got 1 star? I have a question I'd like to ask. Do you have time? No, alright, a little time. Do you know the location of the clairvoyant eye? We need his help with a small favor. He replied, what is it? Soon, Jor and I will descend to the mortal realm. Descend to the mortal realm? And with Jor, what's wrong with me going? Arrest the Dragon Lord. Do you mean, arrest someone who violates heavenly rules? Great sage, do not obstruct internal heavenly enforcement. The Dragon Lord intends to secretly descend to the mortal realm with Jor. By rights he should be thrown into prison, sneaking down and even saying it in front of the 4 heavenly kings. This is an insult to us. We know very well that even all 4 of us together are no match for you, great sage, but you cannot stop us. This person must be arrested. Please move aside. Don't force us to use the power of the heavenly kings. Completely erupt. All right, let's go together. Wait, who told you that Jor and I are secretly descending? The Jade Emperor specifically instructed me not to secretly descend with Jor. This time I'll use the main gate. No way, no way. Would anyone believe Jor wouldn't secretly descend? Or maybe we should buy a stack of lottery tickets first. Enough, I'm serious. Is my reputation really that bad? I need to go somewhere to get a travel permit, but I don't know the exact location. Later I asked the Queen Mother and she didn't know either. She only suggested we find the clairvoyant eye, which is why we came here. The travel permit is secondary. The important thing is to collect debts from you rascals. Don't you have any sense, Brother Ma? Third brother, I'll call the clairvoyant eye over now. Alright, preparing to send, no signal. Clairvoyant eye, South Heavenly Gate, hurry. A phone is indeed convenient. That's not how phones are used, mainly because base stations haven't been popularized in the heavenly realm yet, so for now, just use the phone like this, and whether they can receive the message over there depends on luck. You really are a talent. Coming, my lord. Is there something urgent? Someone wants to find you, great sage. Are you Heavenly Skill Chicken? This person makes what he loves to eat most. Don't you know him? What? Heavenly Skill Chicken, you're the Dragon Lord. Heavenly Skill Chicken, what you make is super delicious. So amazing, I really want to eat you. Let her go, let him go, then what do you want from me? We'd like to trouble you to use your divine ability to find the location of the Jade Emperor's avatar. No problem, right? No, why not? My lord, this is very important to us. No means no. The Jade Emperor simply won't agree. A short skit. I heard someone said I can't do it, you're overthinking it. The Heavenly King of the South roared. No means no, I think you're just itching for a beating, nagging over such a small matter. The Heavenly King of the East said anxiously. Great sage, this is not a small matter. The one on the dragon throne cannot be probed, as you know. The Heavenly King of the West glanced at Wukong. 1,000 years ago you forced little Tien to probe the old lord. This caused little Tien's eyes to be burned by the Samadhi true fire, and he still needs to wear immortal spirit glasses to this day. He looked a bit wronged and whispered. Alas, I'm sorry, little Tien continued. Actually, the Jade Emperor's avatars shouldn't be that serious, there are so many of them anyway. The Heavenly King of the South angrily shouted. Don't you know how your eyes are? Try again and you'll go blind, little Tien stammered, but he didn't let her continue. He had no but. And he walked away holding little Tien. You all leave, I absolutely refuse to agree to this, Mo Ting, Jor and Abao said in unison. Wait, Abao said urgently. We are very sorry for our past offense, but we really need the location of the Jade Emperor's avatar, the Heavenly King of the East Side. I understand your feelings, but clairvoyant eyes truly cannot use divine abilities anymore. At this moment Mo Ting spoke. What if I can cure clairvoyant eyes? Wukong froze and the Heavenly King of the South also stopped, stunned. The Heavenly King of the North said incredulously. What? This is an injury caused by Samadhi true fire. Even the old lord himself couldn't completely cure it. The Heavenly King of the West looked at him worriedly. Little Dragon Lord, I admit that the delicious food you make makes us linger, but this is a highly technical matter. Are you really capable? Jor also advised. Elixirs cannot completely cure this kind of injury. It might have already damaged the core. Don't push yourself. Mo Ding looked at them firmly. Don't worry, I'm confident. As a chef, making delicious dishes is our duty, and medicinal cuisine for nourishment and conditioning is also our specialty. He spread his hand holding the treasured blade, and suddenly it glowed as if activated. Mo Ting continued, but I have to go to a place first and I'll be back in a while. He thought to himself, I need to go in, I really need him right now. Mental space. Mo Ding ran and cried, Old man, it's an emergency. The old man ignored him. Maybe there were no fat frogs in the celestial realm. Mo Ting cried and asked, Are there any eye-healing recipes in the celestial realm? He replied indifferently. Yes. Mo Ting anxiously said, I want to see it. The old man sternly refused to show him. Mo Ting was frustrated again. Why? He pretended to be profound. If you work hard, you can make the Bushan feast. Why are you asking me for recipes? Go research it yourself. Mo Ting gritted his teeth. Grandpa, Mo Ting sighed. I'm sorry, I won't stick to the old ways anymore. I will. He squinted and saw that the old man was gone. Where is the old man? A book was left where he had been sitting. Mo Ting mumbled Moonlit Rock Frog. And suddenly a notification popped out of the book. Startling him, the panel read, Old Wang's food critic activated. Mo Ting pressed it half-heartedly. A kind chef appeared on the screen. He said, Hello everyone, I'm Lil Huang. Today's daily dish I'm sharing with you is Moonlit Rock Frog. He introduced the habits of celestial realm rock frogs. During the day, their vitality is extremely strong and their movement speed reaches 5G. At night, their vitality weakens, they croak, and their bodies contain a certain amount of toxins. Take 3 to 4 celestial realm rock frogs, remove their heads and internal organs and cut them into small pieces. If you find it troublesome, you can leave it to the stall owner. Heat the pot, pour in a small amount of cooking oil, heat to 60 hot, then add the frog meat. Stir-fry evenly and remove once the outside is firm. Place the stir-fried frog meat in an earthenware pot at spring water. Stew for half an hour, sprinkle a small amount of ice crystal salt. Arrange on a plate, top with green onions and shredded radish. The next step is very important. Drizzle with a small amount of sesame oil. Usually the dish will emit a faint blue light, shimmering like moonlight. This indicates it's qualified. finally with the sound of frogs croaking under the moon. Such a scene also means that the moonlit rock frog dish has been successfully prepared. Now for the technical summary. This daily dish is not difficult. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Thank you. At this point the video ended. Only Mo Ting was left in a daze. Everyone whispered. It was clear he really wanted to teach someone a lesson. What did he just say? Where was he going? He probably already went. His consciousness is gone. How long will it take? He woke up. Jor asked. Little brother, are you alright? Mo Ting cut to the chase. I have an eye-healing dish called Moonlit Rock Frog which can heal clairvoyant eyes, injured eyes. The Heavenly King of the East nodded. Moonlit Rock Frog, a quite elegant name. The Heavenly King of the North patted him. The medicinal cuisine made by the Dragon Lord is always beneficial. The Heavenly King of the East was already eager. Alright then, we'll trouble the Dragon Lord. However, Mo Ting did not react. The Heavenly King of the East asked worriedly, what's wrong? At this moment Wukong spoke his mind. I know, pay first. The Heavenly Kings were petrified. The Heavenly King of the East was stunned. Huh? The Heavenly King of the South said angrily. Why are you still charging money? Bati said unhappily. Don't celestial realm ingredients cost money? How can Teoti Tower operate without immortal crystals? The Heavenly King of the North panicked. But we have no money left. We've given everything we can, believe me. Saying that, he pulled out a small shriveled handful of money. Jor looked down at them. This is a matter of principle. The Heavenly Kings were sweating profusely, whispering, alas. At this moment little Tien suddenly raised his hand. I still have some money, Jor, while writing in her ledger, said cruelly. Then bring it out. Little Tien shrunk back. How many immortal crystals? I'm afraid it won't be enough, she thought worriedly. I heard Teoti Tower's prices are very high. Jor smiled sweetly. 1 immortal crystal. Little Tien was shocked. How much? All the Heavenly Kings were completely petrified. The Heavenly King of the North clutched his philtrum, tears streaming down. Why is Little Tien so cheap? Jor winked playfully. Collecting money is a matter of principle. Clairvoyant Eye needs to help us find the Jade Emperor, so just a token amount will do. Little Tien's lips trembled. My lady. Jor then came behind Mo Ting and said loudly, go cook, little Mosey. Mo Ting looked at everyone with disappointment and a heavy heart. Can't you all see? I was just thinking about one thing. Where are the ingredients here at the South Heavenly Gate? Everyone present was petrified. A Bao also said with a heavy heart. There is still a way in this situation. Indeed, only A Bao understood Mo Ting's meaning here. A Bao then fumbled around on his body. Let's find it first, the Heavenly King of the East exclaimed. How there's a way. After fumbling for a while, it turned into Doraemon and pulled out. Found it. Mo Ding looked at the square box in confusion. What is this thing? A Bao said happily. It's a teleportation gate, but it requires a dozen boxes. With the help of the arm, expand the circumference, arrange a dozen boxes in a human-shaped pattern, and light a fire to activate the teleportation gate. Alright? This teleportation gate can send you to Teoti Tower's kitchen. It can also go directly to the 100 Herbs Garden in the Imperial Garden. Jor looked at A Bao with sparkling eyes. Why haven't I seen this before? How annoying. I've never even used it. At that time, all activities took place inside Teoti Tower and there were few opportunities to go out. A Bao thought with disdain, what a waste, she's still the owner of Teoti Tower. Jor excitedly stepped into the teleportation gate. Alright, let's go, back to the 100 Herbs Garden to get ingredients. Mo Ting waved to everyone. Wait a moment, I'll be back soon. The Heavenly King of the South comforted little Tien. Don't worry, trust him. In the 100 Herbs Garden, A Bao said seriously, logically we should be catching frogs in the Imperial Garden. The Imperial Garden is not a place that adheres to martial ethics, which is not conducive to the survival of creatures. In contrast, the 100 Herbs Garden has a superior natural environment, allowing creatures to thrive and even perform at their best, Mo Ting stammered. So you're pointing at these frogs flying around? How the hell do you catch these? 5G speed? I've been looking for a long time and haven't seen a single one. How did old Huang catch them? He recalled that old Huang remembered saying earlier that their vitality is extremely strong during the day and weakens at night. By using high-intensity light to shine on the celestial realm rock frogs' eyes when their vitality weakens at night. This will cause the celestial realm rock frogs to lose their sense of perception and mobility, making them easier to catch. If you find this step troublesome, you can leave it to the stall owner, Mo Ting said with reluctance. We might have to make the 4 Heavenly Kings wait. Catching rock frogs can only be done at night. Jor was surprised. Night, then I'll turn off the lights. He scratched his head. Turn off the lights, she explained. Some places have automatic systems, usually they're automatic. To catch the rock frogs quickly and go back to cook, I just need to flick my finger. As soon as she adjusted it, the sky immediately darkened. Mo Ting was surprised. That's amazing. There's even this kind of operation, Jor said proudly. It's a piece of cake, don't be surprised, don't just stand there, hurry up and get to work. She gestured to him while holding a luminous pearl to light the way. Both Jor and Mo Ting had a murderous look in their eyes, watching the slowed down frog swarm. He excitedly said, hunting time. Now outside, the Heavenly Kings were all playing mahjong together. Wukong scoffed. Fool, I haven't seen you in a long time. Where did you go to slack off? Baji quickly explained. Teoti Plaza's too big. I fell asleep for a while because I couldn't run anymore. The Heavenly King of the East asked in confusion. So what is Teoti Plaza? At this moment the Heavenly King of the North made a gang move. 8 Wan, Mo Ting breathed a sigh of relief looking at the frog pot in front of him. Finally ready, Jor, ignoring her image, exclaimed, "It smells so good, let's go quickly, little Tien can't wait." Saying that, she ran towards the door, elated as she ran. "It's been over 3 hours, let's eat the frog meat first," Mo Ting instructed as he carried the frog pot. Mo Ting walked out and said politely, "Excuse me, I've kept you all waiting." He didn't understand why Jor and A Bao stopped walking, so he slowly approached. The table was already laden with various luxurious Western decorations, accompanied by elegant music. At this moment, little Tien was seated at the head of the table. The Heavenly King of the South's sleeve casually slipped off his shoulder and he asked softly, "What makes our lives so wonderful?" The Heavenly King of the East replied proudly, "Of course it's the Dragon Lord. He's the man who brings tears to our eyes." Jor angrily flipped the table. "This is for healing clairvoyant eyes. Why are you all joining in?" The Heavenly Kings didn't dare say anything when the tables and chairs were smashed, they just reluctantly agreed. The Heavenly King of the East keenly noticed, the aura is both cold and warm. He thought to himself, "It's coming from Little Dragon Lord." At this moment Mo Ting carried the frog pot, his tone serious. A military song played. He opened the pot and a pillar of light shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Everyone was stunned. The Heavenly King of the South blurted out, "Damn it." At this moment a green moon appeared in the sky and little Tien seemed to see frogs dancing in the sky. Mo Ting observed the frog croaking and the moon shining in the sky. Old Huang didn't lie to me. At this moment he presented the frog pot and said softly, "Moonlit rock frog, please enjoy." Little Tien shyly picked up a piece. "This was made for me by the Dragon Lord. It smells so good but I can't eat it." Although she thought this, she still put it in her mouth. The irresistible deliciousness made her ecstatic. She decided she'd eat a few bites, then make the rest into a specimen and hang it in the living room for a few hundred years. Before she could even chew, the frog meat had already melted like water, and her eyes instantly became cold as if she was soaking in a cold mountain spring. So cold. Is it psychological? The burning sensation in her eyes, which had been there for so many years, had completely disappeared. Little Tien said contentedly, "So comfortable." Everyone watched speechless as the frog pot was completely devoured. "Mo family, this speed is a bit different from my young lady." The Heavenly King of the South watched her lying on the ground trembling, her cheeks flushed and her thumb up. Little Tien, the Heavenly King of the East, observed, "Look, the fire points in little Tien's body are extinguishing." He exclaimed, "It's incredible. Even the golden elixir given by the old lord back then didn't have such a good effect." The Heavenly King of the West continued, "Golden elixirs can bring people back to life, but for such deep-seated injuries symptomatic treatment is best." The Heavenly King of the South said coldly, "Hindsight, this is just treating the symptoms, not the root cause." The Heavenly King of the West retorted angrily, "You." The Heavenly King of the North said speechlessly, "If you weren't drooling right now I might believe you." Mo Ding smirked. "Actually, the Heavenly King of the South is right. The symptoms were relieved so quickly it's indeed a temporary fix." The Heavenly King of the South jumped up. "I knew it. You still don't believe me," the Heavenly King of the West said speechlessly. "Now you've tricked little Tien again." Mo Ting continued to speak while Jor was busy taking notes. "The first time is a temporary fix. To completely cure clairvoyant eyes he needs to eat it several more times. Slowly nourish the foundation." The Heavenly King of the North trembled. "There's still follow-up treatment? Will it still cost 1 immortal crystal each time?" Jor glanced at him. "From now on it will be charged at the usual rate, 10,000 immortal crystals per session, to be paid by you all, cash on delivery. That's the principle." Behind her stood the victorious fighting Buddha. Wukong was smiling sinisterly. The 4 Heavenly Kings had their arms around each other's shoulders. The Heavenly King of the West said, "We can still afford it if we grit our teeth. Brothers, remember not to default on your debts." The Heavenly King of the East also said helplessly, "Otherwise let's buy a lottery ticket. I have a feeling we'll win this time." The Heavenly King of the North agreed, "We can try." Jor didn't overstep her boundaries again. At this moment a light radiated, attracting everyone's attention. The Heavenly King of the South watched little Tien recover as new, trembling. "Clairvoyant eye, you're back," little Tien said coldly. "Now we can go find the Jade Emperor." In another place, true immortal Tai laughed loudly. "I bought another new house, only cost 9.15. The butler bowed his head. "Your lordship is brilliant," Tai continued. "This price must not be revealed, otherwise the market and stock market will riot. Ha ha ha, one must be a little kind." Suddenly a golden light shot from afar. Both fled in a panic. The butler stammered, What is this divine light, this righteous path?" True immortal Tai said, trembling. "I know who it is, don't touch that light or my 9.15 coins will be wasted." True immortal Tai secretly broke into a sweat. "No way, little Tien seems different from before, and her divine sight now includes the function of understanding divine consciousness. What exactly did she go through?" At this moment 2 golden lights moved elsewhere, passing a large temple. The red-haired girl chuckled. "Oh, which handsome guy is this girl peeking at again?" The short-haired man also eagerly chimed in. "Oh, speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've seen that divine ability." Another person recognized it. Could it be little Tien? Alarms blared everywhere. Holy crap, who is it? Peeking at me showering once or twice is one thing, but this motherfucker wants to scan me completely. Damn it, they found out I didn't pay the electricity bill. Oh no, my study materials have been discovered. It's little Tien, quickly protect senior brother. Little Tien continuously observed everywhere. Wukong explained to Mo Ting, this clairvoyant eye has been unused for a long time. Its power seems to have increased. She should rest after looking for too long. Little Tien ignored the East Heavenly King's words. She became even more excited. Found it. A plaque inscribed with Ling Xiao emitted a dazzling light, making her even more certain. Having seen so many places, her intuition told her it was very likely here. Should I stop? But there was a powerful oppressive feeling ahead. If she continued to probe, the result wouldn't be much better. Let me confirm again. Anyway, I owe the Dragon Lord a favor. Who is prying? A terrifying gaze shot towards Little Tien, and Little Tien was already shaken flying by that pressure. Mo Ting asked worriedly, Clairvoyant eye, Little Tien, are you all right? Jor caught her in time, preventing her from falling, but Little Tien groaned in pain. Hot, my eyes are so hot. Jor handed her a golden elixir. Quickly swallow this elixir, it can restore you to your state 3 breaths ago, the North Heavenly King said anxiously. All right, Jor stammered. Before she could finish, he interrupted her. We'll find a way to locate the Jade Emperor's avatar. Don't look for Little Tien anymore. Little Tien suddenly spoke. Brother Bei, everyone, don't worry, I'm fine, I've already found it. The image scan is complete. Her fingertips released energy, forming a huge map in the air, leaving Mo Ding dumbfounded. He stammered as he looked at it. What are these red dots on the map? Little Tien explained, trembling, that the red dots on the map were the locations of the Jade Emperor's avatars. Mo Ting's eyes widened. Holy crap, why are there so many? Little Tien said with a somber face. The old man, the Jade Emperor, has countless avatars. This is just a small portion of them. It is rumored that the old man's avatars are hidden in all strata of society. The East Heavenly King pinched her cheek, admonishing, Don't speak nonsense. Little Tien winced in pain. Ouch. The East Heavenly King sighed. This is also why the Queen Mother asked you to find the clairvoyant eye, because the Jade Emperor has many avatars, and each state is different. Who knows which one you're looking for? There's no other way than searching for a needle in a haystack. Abao felt dizzy. Do we have to search for all of them? Suddenly, Mo Ting murmured. Ling Xiao Palace. Is Ling Xiao Palace the only blue dot? Little Tien eagerly explained. This is also the location coordinate of an avatar. The blue coordinate means the avatar data is very stable, hasn't moved for at least hundreds of years. Mo Ding said, trembling. Never moved for hundreds of years. No wonder the Jade Emperor didn't tell me the location of his avatar. Jor and Abao exclaimed in unison. What? Mo Ting was speechless. The Jade Emperor's avatar has been waiting for us in the Ling Xiao Palace all along. Jor was stunned. What? So we ran all that way for nothing? Wukong picked his nose and said helplessly. The Jade Emperor likes to do unreasonable things. Just get used to it. Abao stammered that it wasn't a wasted trip since they collected so many immortal crystals. The North Heavenly King heard these words and trembled with rage. Baji interrupted. Then let's quickly pack up and go to Ling Xiao Palace. Somersault Cloud was summoned and everyone immediately jumped on. Wukong roared. Jor, why aren't you getting on? Don't worry. I'll have my clone pack all the immortal crystals and magic treasures for you and take them back to Teodi Tower. Please hurry, Abao said, trembling. Perhaps Miss isn't doing it for the immortal crystals. Baji with teary eyes. I've changed my mind. I've decided to spend the rest of my life in Teodi Plaza. A soft voice came from below. Lord Dragon, don't forget my medicinal cuisine and thank you. Mo Ting gave Little Tien a thumbs up. Don't worry, I'll give it to you before we descend. Goodbye. Somersault Cloud flew at an extremely high speed, almost deforming the 4 people following behind. Mo Ting opened his mouth to question, Can you turn off the background music? Wukong turned a deaf ear because all that was in his mind now was, You love me, I love you. Abao stammered, That's not the point, is it? They arrived at a sign that read, Ling Xiao 500 kilometers, Julie Valley. Afterwards, everyone encountered a speed limit 60 sign and Wukong slammed on the brakes. Jor looked at the golden immortal crystal in her hand. It was too big, it was a raw immortal crystal. She kept posing with it, pouting one moment, winking the next. Jor straightened her waist. Immortal Alliance, who is the most beautiful in the 3 realms? Wukong looked at her speechlessly. The 9 heavens mystic fairy hasn't even said anything yet. Jor looked at it greedily. Of course, but before she could finish she was hit by something black and the immortal crystal also fell. Ouch! The animal let out a howl. Jor asked angrily, What is it? Who dares? It turned out to be the celestial hound in its puppy form. Woof woof. Jor angrily pulled her hair. The celestial hound barked at her as it reverted to its original form. Give me back my immortal crystal. Seeing the giant dragon before it, the celestial hound's teeth went soft, but it still fled quickly. Wukong looked in the direction Jor had gone and criticized, Before transforming, please look down at your feet, alright? At this moment, Baji, Mo Ting, and Abao had all been flattened. Wukong picked up a bone and said, Was that the celestial hound just now? It's gotten fatter again. It seems Jor is in trouble. Stop, Yangjian, old son is here too. A low voice also rang out. Indeed, it's been a long time. At this moment, the flattened Mo Ding struggled to get up. So painful, Jor, I curse you to have no toothpaste when you brush your teeth. Looking at the empty scene before him, he asked in confusion, Hey, where are the people? Baji turned around and saw someone. He said, there are people confronting each other over there. Mo Ting heard him and looked back. Holy crap, the three people before them were two forces confronting each other. The three of them shouted in unison, immortals fighting. At this moment a weapon suddenly flew over. Bati worriedly pulled Mo Ting. Oh no, it's going to hit us here, quickly retreat. A Bao pulled the other side. Mo Ding shouted over there, alright, stop pulling, it hurts so much. Suddenly something flew between his legs. Mo Ding sat on the ground trembling. Almost, something fell from the sky. It landed on the ground, rolled a few times, and that fallen object shouted. Mo Ting recognized it as Jor's voice. At this moment Jor was tied with a golden hoop. Damn it, let me go. Mo Ting turned and asked, Bao, do you have any tools that can dismantle the golden hoop? He stammered. Hey, this is a magic treasure. How can tools dismantle it? Mo Ting lowered his head, observing the treasured blade in his hand. Thought to himself, speaking of magic treasures, the treasured blade is also a magic treasure. The Bushin recipe mentioned that the treasured blade has multiple transformation forms. Mo Ting walked to Jor's side. Jor, I'll help you. Jor thought he was going to help, so she turned to look, and seeing him holding a treasured blade bigger than several people, she was terrified. Ah, what are you doing? The old man in his heart also felt anxious for him. Oh, the treasured blade is not used that way. He slashed down and the golden hoop loosened. It emitted a golden light, then flew out and rolled to a person's side. That person was still holding a lollipop, and calmly said, oh, this is interesting. Jor said angrily, today I'm not done with Neza and Yang Jian. Mo Ting was surprised. Ah, Neza, Baji also chimed in with a remark. Neza continued, not bad. I didn't expect a mortal to be able to break the passive shield of my universe ring. It seems this blade is not simple. Miss Jor, I was wrong just now. I'm very sorry. I hope you don't mind. Since I've already apologized, can you put me down? This way of meeting is already awkward enough. A figure grabbed his head. Wukong threatened. Is this what you call an apology? Suddenly, the golden cudgel struck him. Neza quickly dodged. An arm stretched out and grabbed the body of the golden cudgel. Damn monkey. Yang Jian looked at Wukong with murderous intent. That was a sneak attack just now. If you have the guts, fight me head on. Damn monkey, dare you fight me? When my clairvoyant eye opens, you'll know your mistake. Jor and the others looked at Yang Jian, speechless. Wukong scoffed. If you want to fight, you have to know your place. Are you an idiot? Yang Jian jumped up. I was careless. HMPH. You despicable monkey, if you dare. Let's fight today. Let's see if you dare. Wukong grinned. Alright, anyway, whether it's sneaky or open, the result is the same. Since the incident in the Heavenly Palace, you've never won against me. Is it that hard to face the truth? Yang Jian smiled sinisterly. I've been waiting for just that. You'll pay for your foolish words. My sacred divine true eye technique has been fully cultivated. Its power can tear through space. I'll give you a chance to rephrase, otherwise don't cry if you lose, Wukong scornfully reminded him. By the way, I haven't even used extreme sublimation and isolated explosion yet, otherwise I'd be wiping the floor with you. Yang Jian was not to be outdone. Is the king just all talk? If you have the guts, come and try. A bolt of lightning shot between them and they began to bicker. Wukong spoke first. Besides, it's the 21st century and you're still wearing such ugly clothes. Please don't go out, it's too embarrassing, Yang Jian sneered. You're not qualified to say that to me. This is much better than your clothes, the monkey retorted, not to be outdone. At least my armor has a large space. Look at your pathetic appearance. Jor stepped forward to stop them. Stop, that's enough. Our theme is food, fighting and such. Let's keep it to a minimum. Yang Jian sighed. Aren't you just causing trouble? I have to fight to the death. Jor took out her ledger, ignoring him. When are you and Neza going to pay off your debts to Teoti Tower? Ledger. Neza interrupted. What money? Yang Jian turned and walked away. How would I know we owe money? Jor frowned. Do you want to keep being a deadbeat? Great sage Wukong took the ledger from Jor. No problem. She continued. From page 35 to page 63 are his debts. I'll leave it to you. Passbook. Relying on the Teoti Tower's debt collection captain, the victorious fighting Buddha, Wukong's personal agenda quickly led to payment. Wukong smiled sinisterly. He. Yang Jian stammered. This, Neza broke into a cold sweat. How did Teoti Tower get involved with this damn monkey? So the two were chased and beaten by Wukong, crying miserably. Ah, Jor said triumphantly. Let's see how you renege on your debts, Mo Ting said excitedly. The great sage's reputation is on par with the Jade Emperor's. Jor covered her mouth and chuckled. Indeed, Neza said angrily. No immortal body, only one life, Yang Jian said arrogantly. I'm already dead at worst, immortal crystals at best, and I owe you. The two stopped running and stood their ground, saying in unison, if you have the guts, come at us. Mo Ting and the others were petrified. Jor was speechless. As expected of the Heavenly Court's debt defaulters, Wukong sneered. In that case I won't be polite. With that his figure disappeared. Yang Jian contemptuously, prepared to use his ridiculous divine ability. Do you think I can't see your shadow, clairvoyant eye? Facial rift eye. Hey, where's my weapon? At this moment, Yang Jian realized it was too late. His clothes and weapons had all been taken. Wukong handed the items to Jor. If you don't have money, use magic treasures as collateral. Yang Jian said aggrievedly. You're going too far. Neza complained. I'll call my father to execute you. But Jor had long been enchanted by the good stuff. Wow, a supreme magic treasure, Wukong said with a cold face. HMPH, no need for the universe ring. Neza hugged the universe ring tightly. No, it's nothing, Yang Jian said seriously. Celestial hound, bite him. Then the celestial hound's true form pounced with a loud bang. Yang Jian looked at his puppy with a pained expression. You should have endured it, monkey. It didn't say anything, just growled in pain. Wukong scolded. Taking a dog out for a walk without a leash, that's another crime. At this moment, Neza reminded. Second brother, we still have that move. Yang Jian slowly stood up. That's right, if we're forced to this point, don't blame me for being impolite. Under my sacred divine true eye, you will only tremble anew. Then the three of them all ran. Mo Ting couldn't believe his eyes. What are they running from, debt? Jor's cheeks puffed out in anger. It's not the first time, they did this before and we couldn't catch them. Wukong at this moment smiled confidently. Don't worry, they won't escape, Neza reported. Second brother, we've run very far, Yang Jian said angrily. Just you wait, I'll return today's humiliation with double the interest later. Suddenly he seemed to have run past Wukong and the others. Yang Jian consoled himself. Hey, I must have been seeing things just now. Then he looked back and found that they had changed their posture. Yang Jian trembled. He murmured, no, it's impossible, someone must be doing a cosplay of Baoer's dance. It must be. At this moment he turned and saw them taking pictures, and everyone shouted in unison, Brother Gua. Yang Jian collapsed to the ground. Spare us, Neza said haggardly. Demon monkey, this trick is too incredible, and the celestial hound had already fainted. Jor spoke at this moment. I'll give you a chance. Yang Jian couldn't believe his ears. Ah, Bao and Jor looked down from above. If you don't have immortal crystals to pay your debts, then use magic treasures as collateral for the remainder or exchange labor for immortal crystals to pay your debts. Once the debt is repaid, we will return your magic treasures. Neza turned her head. What do you mean? She didn't elaborate. Switching to a yandere mode. Actually, our Teoti tower has always been short-staffed and needs some help. Bao interjected. In short, temporary workers. Yang Jian hesitated. Temporary workers? He asked back. Can I refuse? Jor whispered to Mo Ding. Many immortals owe Teoti tower meal fees, right? The workload must be considerable. Mo Ting smiled and said to her. And we're returning to the mortal world. Someone needs to collect those debts from the immortals, right? Jor agreed. Exactly, we can't let them keep accumulating debt. Yang Jian listened, his eyes filled with displeasure, and said, what does that have to do with me? Aren't we just temporary workers? No, Mo Ting was so angry he couldn't speak. You? Wukong appeared at this moment and suggested. Leave it to me. He stood in front of Yang Jian, his eyes full of menace, saying, in that case, wouldn't the heavenly court have been boring for the past few hundred years? Collecting debts is so much fun, are you really not going to do it? Yang Jian was drenched in sweat from fear. Have fun? Wukong laughed. The immortals who owe debts are not easy to deal with. They won't repay them without some fun. For fun, it's not shameful. Yang Jian replied, trembling. I'm doing it for fun, definitely not for work. Neza also added, I'll listen to second brother. Wukong listened, then took out 2 labor contracts and handed them to the two, saying, then sign the contracts. Neza exclaimed in surprise, you're not even leaving us a way out. Yang Jian was equally surprised. Holy crap. Bati saw Wukong take out the labor contract and curiously asked Jor, why didn't we have contracts before? Jor explained, those two are dishonest. A contract is necessary to ensure compliance. She secretly thought, compared to you guys, these two are easier to deal with. Yang Jian signed the contract, fuming. You can only have our bodies, not our souls. Neza complained, just you wait, when I get back I'll complain about you for hiring child labor. Cherish your remaining time, the questioning resumed. First, go to the Lingxiao Palace. The person replied, yes, before they descend to the mortal world they must get a travel permit and then check in. Alright, so a cup of Starbucks, the Jor brand has appeared. Yang Jian took a sip and excitedly said, I want a limited contract. Neza kept drinking, sighing while sipping. Slurp, slurp, so delicious. Neza said, if we're going to Lingxiao Palace I'm not going in with you. Bao curiously asked, why aren't you coming in with us? He explained that last time he went in to report on his work the Jade Emperor detained him to study for 3 years. Bao looked at him suspiciously. Is it really that exaggerated? Baji also didn't quite believe him. It's not that serious, is it? Neza, seeing that they didn't believe him, turned and angrily said, if you don't believe me then fine, but I'm definitely not going in. At this moment Wukong spoke. Everyone ahead is the Lingxiao Palace. Bao exclaimed in surprise. Wow, before them was a huge yet eerie space. Discussions arose continuously. Is this whole thing Lingxiao Palace? This place is too big, it's not like the palace I imagined. Wukong led everyone in, explaining. Lingxiao Palace is no ordinary palace. It contains the world's treasury of knowledge as well as various immortal artifacts, magic treasures, elixirs and exotic beasts. You can think of it as an independent dimension. Everyone chorused, I see. Mo Ding asked Wukong, great sage, aren't you going in too? Wukong replied. I have something to do later, you go first. He laughed. Don't worry about me, hurry and get your documents and go home. Seeing that Neza, Bao and Baji didn't move, Mo Ding asked them, aren't you three going in? Neza firmly said, you can kill me but I'm not going in. Mo Ding looked at them in confusion. What's wrong with everyone? He waited for Yang Jian to speak. The door opened, a beam of light shone directly on Mo Ting's face. The gate slowly opened. Yang Jian was the first to walk in. He reminded everyone, follow me, don't get separated. Lingxiao Palace is huge, you must stay together. Jor also reminded Mo Ting, Mo Ting, be careful, I have a bad feeling. No sooner had she spoken than a ball of blue mist suddenly appeared, completely enveloping Mo Ting. Suddenly an astonished look appeared in his eyes. Neza watched from afar as the gate slowly closed. When the light disappeared, the three were again plunged into a gloomy darkness. Neza calmly said, speaking of which, didn't you two not believe me? Bao looked at him dejectedly. Rather than believing in nothing, it's better to believe in something. Baji spread out his cards and suggested, there's no loss in not going in, isn't Dodiju fight the landlord more fun? Suddenly, a table was heavily placed in front of the three. Wukong appeared from nowhere, his face full of smiles, carrying a deck of playing cards. What playing cards? Mahjong is the source of happiness. A Bao curiously asked him. Did you bring the mahjong from home? He replied. The mahjong was taken from the shop, Baji asked in confusion. Senior brother, weren't you supposed to be doing something? Wukong hit him, scolding. You believe a lie? I stole the Bushin recipe before, how could I possibly go see the Jade Emperor's avatar? Are you stupid? Baji cried out. It hurts. At this moment in a mahjong parlor somewhere, the heavenly king of the west, buried under mahjong tiles, blurted out, Holy crap, mahjong head. Here, Mo Ting was anxiously looking for everyone. Jor, second brother, where are you? He searched anxiously, wondering. They disappeared suddenly as soon as we entered. I don't know where they went, he thought. Only that great one could make the two of them so stingy. He looked at the surrounding scene, growing more worried. This place is a bit strange. I hope I don't get lost. Suddenly a figure appeared behind him and said, Little friend, we meet again, the Jade Emperor said to him. Don't worry, Jor and Yang Jian are right under your feet. Mo Ting looked down in surprise. What are Jor and Yang Jian reading down there? He asked in confusion. What are they doing? The two looked quite distressed at this moment, each holding a book and weeping profusely. The Jade Emperor replied, cultivating their minds. Mo Ting said, Oh, the Jade Emperor turned and said to Mo Ting, leave them aside for now, come here for a moment. Suddenly he spread his cape, revealing various documents, then asked him, which style of document do you want? Mo Ting looked at the documents, which were as gaudy as wedding invitations, speechless. Do transit documents need different styles, just like the great sages will do? The Jade Emperor took out a pen and wrote, All right then, just a moment. The space was quiet for a long time. After a while the Jade Emperor said, All right, it's done. Mo Ding thanked him. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Jade Emperor, however, did not immediately give him the document but said, Hey, you can't just take it like this. Mo Ting hesitated for a moment, then suggested, How about I cook you a meal? The Jade Emperor then laughed triumphantly. That's more like it. He pointed at the objects before him and excitedly said, Perfect. I've already prepared a kitchen. Then he pointed at the ingredients next to him. Perfect. The ingredients are also ready. He was proud of himself. A high-quality immortal. Mo Ting thought, I don't believe it's just perfect. The Jade Emperor leaned closer to him and asked suspiciously, You're from Shu Land, right? He replied. Yes, what's wrong? The Jade Emperor listened and said to him, Then make some homely dishes from Shu Land. I haven't tasted cooked food in a long time. Mo Ting happily started working immediately. Let's get to work. While Mo Ting was happily cooking, the Jade Emperor secretly pondered, Is this generation's Dragon Lord really as unique as the main body said? The Great Tao Revival Project, to be honest. The main body is still too cautious. After a while, Mo Ting had finished the meal. The dishes are ready. There was stir-fried green beans, boiled sliced pork, stir-fried shrimp with cucumber and bamboo shoot soup. Mo Ting invited the Jade Emperor. The dishes are all served, Your Majesty, please enjoy. The Jade Emperor tasted and felt the shrimp was very tender and soft, not only retaining the flavor of river shrimp but also having the fresh scent of cucumber inside the shrimp meat. Excellent, excellent. He praised the green beans as crisp and tender, perfectly cooked. The heat managed wonderfully, even better than the stir-fried green beans with chili he ate hundreds of years ago. Then he asked in confusion, What is this? Mo Ting replied, This is a new dish that appeared in the mortal world a century ago. Boiled sliced pork, he introduced. It's spicy, fresh, and fragrant, even better than the classic Mapo tofu, the Jade Emperor blurted out. No wonder I've never heard of it. Without a formation, it can actually hide its aroma beneath a layer of oil. Truly exquisite skill, fragrant, so fragrant. After eating, he handed him the document. Here, take it. He didn't forget to remind him, Don't forget to activate your health code. Mo Ting suddenly asked him blankly, Aren't Jor and the others leaving with me? The Jade Emperor asked him in return, Are you trying to leave like this? His eyes sharpened as he looked at Mo Ting. Did you lose the Bushin recipe? Mo Ting forced a smile. I almost forgot until you mentioned it. He handed a sealed package containing the Bushin recipe to the Jade Emperor, saying, Please, Your Majesty, unseal it. He replied, A small matter. When all the chains were unsealed, he said, All right, it's unsealed. As soon as the seal was lifted, Bushin's shrill voice rang out, roaring, Jade Emperor, I'll fight you. I'll shove your dog's head up a chrysanthemum and make it bloom. She stopped and looked at Mo Ting. Why is it the Avatar brother? She looked around blankly and asked in confusion, Where is this? Mo Ting replied, This is Lingshao Palace. Bushin was surprised. What? Her voice rose 8 octaves. Lingshao Palace, why am I in this godforsaken place? The more she spoke, the angrier she got. Last time it was here, that idiotic Jade Emperor locked me in a recipe book. Mo Ting coughed a few times to remind her. Cough, cough, the Jade Emperor is right here. Unexpectedly, she leaned closer to him, her tone full of affection. Is my little brother worried about me? The Jade Emperor threw Bushin aside, then reminded Mo Ting. A reminder, the main body and the avatar are two different things. Bushin was thrown aside, feeling wronged. Woo, why thrown again? The Jade Emperor said solemnly. The Jade Emperor is the Jade Emperor and I am I. Bushin rushed over at this moment, crying to him. Avatar brother, that old dog Jade Emperor is really too much. He distastefully covered her mouth, then continued to speak to Mo Ting quiet. Also, little friend, you must not spread what you just heard, you understand, right? From now on you will supervise Bushin. He handed Mo Ding a jade pendant, instructing him, Take this. The mortal world is full of dangers. This jade pendant will protect your safety. He looked at the jade pendant in his hand, somewhat puzzled. Full of dangers, I think it's quite safe. He silently watched Mo Ding for a long time, then raised his hand and continued. Now that everything is almost ready, I'll send you directly back to the South Heavenly Gate." With that, he snapped his fingers. Mo Ting hadn't had time to understand anything when his body and everything around him suddenly changed. The Jade Emperor didn't forget to wish them good luck. "Have a safe journey." Mo Ting and Jor were thus sent away, leaving only Yang Jian soundly asleep with a book in his arms. The Jade Emperor said to him, "My grandson, study hard." Mo Ting suddenly opened his eyes. He and Jor were both stunned by the scene before them. Wukong and his group were playing mahjong. Seeing the two, they were equally surprised. Everyone had been sent to the South Heavenly Gate, even the mahjong table. Wukong angrily said, "Holy crap, this Jade Emperor is truly unreasonable, sending us to the South Heavenly Gate." Baji curiously asked the two, "Oh, why did you two come out so quickly?" Neza was also curious. "Why didn't Yang Jian come out?" Mo Ting explained that when he was cooking for the Jade Emperor, he saw Yang Jian locked in the study. The Jade Emperor said he wanted him to read more. Neza was surprised. "Locked in the study? All right then, never mind." A Bao didn't forget to ask about the documents. "Did you get the travel permit?" Mo Ting happily unfolded the travel permit for them to see. "Here it is." No sooner had he spoken than a voice suddenly came from behind. "Excellent. It seems we are now qualified to leave." The Heavenly King of the East and the other three walked over, smiling. "By the Jade Emperor's command, we've been waiting here for a long time. To put it simply, we're here to check up on you." Mo Ting thanked them. "Thank you everyone for your trouble." The Heavenly King of the East pointed at the mahjong table and suggested, "Before we get down to business, please return the mahjong table to us. Great Sage, do you still have any dignity?" Baji, seeing the mahjong table about to be taken away, immediately cried, "No, don't take it away, I'm almost winning." A Bao took out a pile of bills and handed them to Wukong, cunningly smiling. "Great Sage, this is the complete list, you must collect it all," it excitedly said. "Cola and milk tea are supplied unlimited. We will definitely not mistreat you." Neza, seeing the pile of bills taller than himself, couldn't help but be surprised. "Holy crap, when did you collect all this?" After a while, the Heavenly King of the West handed over the travel permit, reporting, "The travel permit has been approved." Jor curiously asked him, "I heard that normally heavenly soldiers approve these. There's no need for you four heavenly kings to come in person, right?" He replied, "Ah, that's because we're about to witness a historic moment. Jor is finally no longer sneaking around." As he spoke, they raised a banner congratulating Jor. Everyone joyfully danced as if they had won the lottery jackpot. More importantly, thanks to Jor, we won the lottery, as expected of Jor. Jor looked at Wukong speechlessly. "Great Sage, can you make them quiet down?" "Enough dancing," the Heavenly King of the West shouted. "All right, no more idle chatter," he ordered. "Quickly open the Heavenly Gate and let Princess Ju, the Dragon Lord, and them leave." The city gate immediately emitted a dazzling light and slowly opened. The Heavenly King said, "Passing through this gate will take you back to the mortal world." Before leaving, Mo Ting looked back at the people who had helped him along the way. He recalled everything he and everyone had experienced together. He silently thanked everyone. "Thank you all for accompanying me on this journey and for growing with me." "Thank you." A hand grasped Mo Ting's. Jor looked at him and smiled. "Let's go." He also smiled, tightly holding her hand. The two happily held hands and left. "Goodbye." Their figures gradually disappeared behind the city gate. "I'm back." The city gate also slowly closed in the end. The end of the end is a new beginning.